KTAR-FM.org for voting information. Find your polling place and make a plan for when and how you will get there this Tuesday, November 5th. Paid for by American Independent Radio.
Hey folks, Dave Ramsey here with some good news from my friends at Window World. You see, unlike most window companies, Window World has offered just one low upfront price all year long without any crazy sale of the month gimmicks. In a world full of empty promises, it's nice to know that Window World has honored their low pricing all year long. Plus, their industry-leading transferable lifetime warranty even includes accidental glass breakage. So call today to lock in your 2024 pricing for 5 large premium sliding windows, all with Solar Zone Sunshield glass installed and tax included for only $39.63. The low price from last January is your same price today. Call or schedule online at windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
KTAR News on 92.3 FM.
KTAR News now.
It's 2 o'clock. I'm Jeff Munn.
Arizona votes 2024. Election Day.
The polls in Arizona will be open for 5 more hours on what has been a very busy election day. KTAR's Jim Cross is live at Burton Barr Library near downtown Phoenix.
Yeah, Jeff, this was no small undertaking for Arizonans voting in one of 7 top battleground states. Will help determine the presidential race, a U.S. Senate seat, several U.S. House seats. Just for starters, Emily Flores made it clear she's not a one-issue voter, but has one big concern: reproductive rights and the Arizona abortion access ballot prop.
I have 5 sisters, too, and I have 6 nieces, and they're all college age or younger, so education. I have an 11-year-old. I mean, yes, it's huge.
Now, polls will be open until 7 o'clock tonight. Now let's go to KTAR's Heidi Hommel live at the Maricopa County Tabulations and Election Center in downtown Phoenix.
Thanks, Jim. 130,000 people have checked into vote centers across Maricopa County today. County Supervisor Bill Gates says things are running smoothly at the polls, and the longest wait time is about 2 minutes. He explains those who voted in person today won't see those results until after the first batch is released.
9:30, 10 o'clock, or 11 o'clock this evening. For those that are farther out within Maricopa County, we probably won't start to see those numbers and fully see those numbers into the wee hours of tomorrow morning.
1.5 million county residents voted early in this election. Gates says the first round of results at 8 tonight will reflect roughly 1.2 million of those early voters. Reporting live at McTech, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Everyone is waiting for ballots to be counted, and no one more so than County Recorder Stephen Richer. He tells the Mike Broomhead Show a steady stream of early ballots have been returned already, with more to come.
It's been very significant, and so we've already signature verified about 1.5 million ballot packets. And once that's done, then it can go to ballot processing. It could go over to the board, who has been working rapidly on tabulation. And so far, so good.
Richard says a number of races could be decided by the end of the night, though closer ones might take a couple of days to call. Secretary of State Adrian Fontes held a press conference this morning, and he says recount measures have changed in our state with a lower recount threshold.
We lowered that threshold to 0.5%. And what does that mean in a battleground state like Arizona? It's possible we will have to do a recount if some of these races are very close.
Fontes says the whole count process could take 10 to 13 days after the election. As one of the few major swing states in the country, all eyes are on Arizona tonight. Mike Noble with Noble Predictive Insights tells the Mike Broomhead Show, "We hold a unique position with polls having such a strong margin of error. It's hard to tell who's winning." He says right now, Trump is trending up.
What's interesting, if you look at like the averages of Date Silver, etc., is that of the 7 battleground swing states, actually Arizona is the one that's performing the best for Trump, where he's up +2 in the averages.
Noble says the accurate polling information is somewhere in the middle of what all the polls have been saying. The GOP believes their party will remain in control of the state legislature in today's election. KTAR senior political analyst Mike O'Neill begs to differ.
I think the Democrats have a chance of flipping one house in the Senate. The realistic best they can do is a tie.
O'Neill says it would be historic if the chamber flips because Democrats haven't had a trifecta since the early 1960s, and that would be a big change in the political alignment of Arizona. Stay with us all day long as we bring you live updates from our reporters in the field. Our wall-to-wall coverage continues into the night as results come in. Join us for a special show from 7 p.m. to midnight. Tune in to 92.3 FM, the KTAR News app, or watch our coverage on the KTAR News YouTube page. And for more election stories, go to KTAR.com/Arizona Votes. Right now, the latest in traffic, live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center with Chuck Rowe.
Thank you, Jeff. We'll start in the West Valley this time, where there is a stalled big rig on the I-10 eastbound right at 99th Avenue. It's blocking the number 2 lane counting from the left. There is a heavy-duty tow truck on the scene, so hopefully won't be there too much longer. But in the meantime, I am seeing pockets of slowing back to about Litchfield Road. The 101 Price Freeway southbound at Southern Avenue. That wreck in the clearing stage is still a couple of vehicles off to the right there. We had that motorcycle crash, which is still being cleared up. US 60 westbound, the ramp to the 101 Price Freeway southbound, and downtown starting to get the usual build up for the afternoon. They're coming off of the 202 Red Mountain Freeway. It will stay slow onto the I-10, and then from there you'll find reduced speed as you continue out through the tunnel. Chuck Rowe, KTAR News.
As we approach the closing bell on this election day, the Dow Jones Industrials up 427 points, S&P 500 up 70, the NASDAQ up 259. For more money news, visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. Mostly sunny today with a high of 75. Tonight clear, the low 51. Right now in Phoenix, sunny skies, 72 degrees. Weather's brought to you by Howard Air. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air. I'm Jeff Munn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Arizona Votes 2024, continuing coverage of the general election on the Chris and Joe Show.
Pleasure being with you on Election Day, on air, online, on the KTAR News app. Our live local coverage continues throughout the afternoon and into the evening, and we should wrap up midnight or later if we've got breaking news that's coming around midnight-ish, which would be 2 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast. And let's remember, there have been elections that haven't been wrapped up until 2 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast. And the last election didn't wrap up for 4 days after the polls closed. So we are going to be here for that live coverage here on KTAR. We're very excited to be able to provide that. Some people call it our Super Bowl. I say it's our World Cup.
Let's do this election.
So we've got our first official results are in Dixville Notch.
Oh.
Is a tiny town in northern New Hampshire, and every year the residents of voting age gather in a one location, and they cast their ballots. They open the polls. Everyone casts their ballots. They close the polls. They count them.
I saw there were 6 this year.
6. And how do you think this went?
There was probably some fraud. It's probably contested.
Uh-huh. Yep.
I would guess they're still counting.
Somebody lit the ballots on fire. All of them. Yeah.
So they get to revote.
All of that
right?
happened. Yeah.
How did it go?
Tied 3-3.
Okay. That's better than I expected.
That's on par with everything we've heard so far, that this would be the tightest election, that it was going to be like this, right?
So what's the tiebreaker there in Dixville? Notch.
There is no tiebreaker. It just goes to the state, three ballots apiece. Yeah, so that's how that works. So anyway, that's how we started. We'll see if we end in the same, that same vein. Is everything going to be really, really tight? We're watching, specifically, Maricopa County is on the map as far as places that the whole country is keeping an eye on.
Oh, yeah.
We stated yesterday, though, I think the most important county is probably Erie County, Pennsylvania. That one is super important. Pittsburgh is in there. That's a tight race. Pennsylvania is the state that holds so many electoral votes. It could sway this election. Everything comes down, I think, to Pennsylvania. Not necessarily, but, I mean, unless some of the other predictors and the other polls are off, let's suppose that Trump wins Pennsylvania, it's going to look like Trump wins this election, unless suddenly North Carolina and Georgia go to Harris and then throw all the other polling stuff out the window.
And I don't think that's going to happen, but it could. You never know. But Maricopa County here locally is the county to watch. And last time I checked, I'm not a whiz with geography, but I believe we're in Maricopa County, Chris.
That is correct. Very good.
So it's going to be a heck of a night here locally as well. And over 2 million early ballots already in the hopper. And we are expected to get how many of those at 8 o'clock tonight?
55% of the total vote in Arizona's most populous county will be known at 8 o'clock tonight.
So that's a little over 1 million votes then. So that's going to be a pretty good indicator.
Yeah, 55% of the total vote will be known tonight at 8 p.m., according to Stephen Richards.
So
I think that's
well
even
over
more.
that million vote number.
Maricopa County has 2.6 million registered voters. So, yeah, it's certainly in that million vote range anyway. So we're seeing a high turnout on the mail-in ballots, the early ballots, the late early ballots, the early late ballots, the ballots that were late but not so early, the ballots that came in mid-morning late but also early.
You and I had our first moment of confusion early today when we were going over the votes here in Maricopa County, and I saw the number that I saw was what I just told you. 2.3 million voters returned early ballots. But you said...
No, wait a minute.
Yeah.
2.2 million ballots have been processed and sent for tabulation. That was as of yesterday.
Yeah, so the number I saw was 2.3 million voters returned early ballots through yesterday.
Is that in Maricopa County or is that in the state?
I do not know.
Okay. So our story about Maricopa County, 2.2 million ballots processed.
So now a ballot, though,
is 2 pages.
So when you say 2.2 million ballots, do you really mean 1.1 million voters?
According to our reporting, yes.
So why don't they just say 1.1 million? Because that's how many voters.
So I think this is one of those situations where you've got officials that are speaking technically, and then you've got reporters that are reporting the story accurately.
Right.
But then also have to add clarification for the readers, because here's why.
Yeah, no wonder people end up confused.
Suppose Stephen Richards said that we've got 2.2 million ballots, and our reporter said, okay, 1.1 million ballots have been processed. And somebody said, that's not true.
No.
It's not. So all of a sudden, we look like we're not credible in our reporting, but in an effort to remain credible, it seems more confusing.
Yeah.
Okay.
It really does.
So good news, we chose credible but confusing over clear but also not exactly true. How's that work out for you?
Wonderful choice. I love it. Good options.
So that's happening right now. Here's what you need to know. They're going to keep processing ballots. We're going to have 50% by 8 o'clock, or a little over 50% out of Maricopa County, which is the big county. It is the most important. We're going to have some returns later on from some outlying counties. It's going to take a while for Yavapai and Hopi and these other Cochise to get to the state to certify some of those other elections. Yesterday, you and I had the debate over late earlies, early lates, and who's late, who's early. We did get a response on our KTAR News app. That's where you can tap on that microphone button if you're on the app and leave us a message. So Barbara clarified for us. This was for yesterday's show.
The late earlies are what had been picked up as Monday, today, November 4th. Otherwise, it's the late earlies will be counted after the election is closed tomorrow.
So you are a late early
if you dropped off yesterday or today.
Yeah.
Okay. So you don't get counted until tomorrow. The late, if you dropped your ballot off yesterday or today.
At the earliest, you don't get counted until
tomorrow,
later down the line.
Right.
Well, you say tomorrow. I saw this nugget today as well, that Maricopa County says that it's going to take between 10 days and 2 weeks, 13 days to finish counting ballots. And if races are tight, we're not going to know some winners for
almost 2 weeks.
Potentially that 13 days.
And that's just Maricopa County.
Yes. Well, but the biggest county, so you presume if it's a statewide race, a lot of eyes will be turned here, and I'm sure they will in Pinal and Pima and some of the other big counties across the state as well that have the biggest amount of votes. Not so much a La Paz or a county that only has a few thousand compared to
But wouldn't you also
ones.
assume that us larger counties also have the resources to count faster than some of the smaller counties? You know, we're going to have more counters, more tabulation machines, more resources, so it kind of works itself out in the wash. Yeah.
I don't know. No, I guess I never really thought about that bigger county can count, quicker.
Yeah.
No, I guess I didn't really think about it that way. I would think a little quicker.
We've been getting information all day long. We've had our news monitors up, whether it's Fox News, MSNBC, or CNN, or News Nation. These are the different TV sources that we monitor. We also have our what they call the ABC Squawk Box. So ABC will tell us an update from ABC is coming down the line in so many minutes. And so we're getting this trickle of information that's coming out. And there's this part of me that every time we get a little new nugget of information, my ears perk up. And then I have to sort of intellectually remind myself, ignore it. That's our why today. Why is it you shouldn't read too much into the trickle of information that we are getting throughout Election Day? And it's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
I look through the glass. I get a beautiful smile from Jeff Munn. He's got your top story right now.
At 2:14, I'm Jeff Munn. This is what you need to know right now. Reading the tea leaves early in this election won't be so easy this year. KTAR senior political analyst Dr. Mike O'Neill says one of the main reasons is presidential candidate Donald Trump encouraged his supporters to vote early after telling them to vote in person in 2020. That disrupted the normal voting pattern, and there's no firm basis of comparison. O'Neill says there's a good chance that the initial batch of votes, approximately 75% of the entire vote, may well be different from the final vote. We have complete coverage on all Election Day stories on KTAR.com/Arizona Votes, and join us tonight beginning at 7 as we wait for results. We'll bring you analysis on the latest on this historic election in Arizona and across the nation. You can hear it on 92.3 FM, the KTAR News app, or the KTAR YouTube News channel. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Mostly sunny today, a high of 75. Tonight clear, the low 51. Right now in Phoenix, sunny skies, 72 degrees. Weather's brought to you by Howard Air.
Arizona Votes 2024, continuing coverage of the general election on the Chris and Joe Show.
We'll dive into the why. What's the why? Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, and a shout out to our friends at Sun Lakes. Appreciate you listening to KTAR in Sun Lakes. And remember, our election coverage continues throughout the afternoon, into the evening, and all the way up until midnight at the earliest. May even extend some of the programming. Joe and I will be back a little later, full of pizza and whatever nonsense we can spew your way, starting at 10 o'clock tonight. So please join us for that.
You haven't started carb loading today. I'm proud of you. I'm already fully carb.
Did you see all the Halloween candy I was packing away?
I did not.
I am running on 50% Reese's at this point.
I am 3 pumpkin bars, a couple M&Ms, a Reese's,
a couple bagels,
scone.
Love that.
And a bagel, deep.
So why all this information is coming in right now? All this political
exit polls, early results. The
Dixville Notch gives us their results.
Yeah, we
can't
can't glean too much from their 6 votes.
No. The polls are going to close at this time. The polls are closing here at that time. All these different rundowns, this sort of thing. And there's just this little trickle of information that sort of it comes out during the day. And it crossed my mind. It reminds me so much of Christmas Eve when you're a kid. All right? And I want you to think about this. You're a little kid, and tomorrow is Christmas. Santa's coming. Today is Christmas Eve, and I don't have to go to school today. Yes. But you know, maybe mom or dad are still working or have half a day of work, and NORAD is going to track Santa. This is one of the great things NORAD started doing years ago. They did the Santa tracker. In fact, I think they started doing that when I was in high school. I think it was in the mid-'90s they started doing that.
Okay.
And so you're kind of paying attention. Oh, Santa's on his way here, and Santa's taking off from the North Pole, and you're watching this. And you're, it's Christmas in Japan now. It's Christmas in China. It's Christmas in India, and you're sort of watching it with anticipation. But there's nothing you can do. There's going to be presents that you can't open until everybody gets up tomorrow. And depending on your house, maybe your father insists on taking a shower and eating breakfast first while you all stare at those presents knowing you can open those. That's only if your father's a sadist. That's mine. Thanks, Rodney.
I was going to say, sounds like a terrible memory.
It's very harmful. But
keep repressing it.
But all of these different things lead me to believe that today, Election Day, is less like Christmas and more like Christmas Eve. You really don't get into the throes of the celebration until the evening. We don't get to open our presents until at least tonight, and that's if you've got a cool uncle that says you can open one present before Christmas. That's cool. And then the real prize is going to come when we find out who the president is, or in some of these contested races, who wins Congress or who wins the Senate. And it could be tight. We may not even know the answers to these things until tomorrow.
New Year's Eve or New Year's Day.
Or January 6th for that matter. Right.
I was trying to go with your Christmas analogy.
I appreciate it. Yeah. So is there a reason that we should not read so much into this little trickle of information that we get today? Isn't it a little bit like kids watching NORAD Santa Tracker on Christmas Eve?
I think
doesn't make a lick of difference on the presents you get to open.
I think that's a great analogy. The way I see it is everything we have right now is based on exit polls and early return data. It's incomplete. We might know a Republican female returned a ballot, but not who she voted for. Or as a lady exits a polling place, we might have a voter tell a news outlet she's 55 and Latina. She happens to be Catholic and she voted for Trump. She could be lying. So there's no way to know until that ballot is run through the tabulation machine, added to the tally, and we really don't know anything officially. So we don't see those results in Arizona until 8 o'clock tonight.
Have you ever taken one of these polls? Have you been called and asked who you're going to vote for? Have you gotten one of those calls before?
I've taken the polls. I've never done an exit poll.
Oh, where they hit you on the way out of the
for
place.
Who did I vote for?
So are they running an exit poll in Surprise? Because I know CNN had a camera crew set up in Surprise. And I'm wondering if maybe they're doing some exit polling there as well.
I'm not sure. I really don't know. I was reading a little bit about the exit polls yesterday. Not going to get too nerdy here, I promise.
Okay.
But the way that they get into them, and what I saw was it's so random. They will decide, hey, we're either going to take every fifth voter or every ninth voter and stop and ask them if they'll participate. Okay. And even if they say no, they'll still try to jot down like white male or, Caucasian male, and they'll take some demographic data off of you.
And what? Try to make an assumption based on that?
Just to add that to their data for the overall sample.
The modeling that they try to do. Okay.
So even if they don't know your age, your religion, those things.
Elected not to answer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
No.
Really interesting. One of the things that I think of when we get this trickle of information is, what good is it? I mean, over the last few years, what have we learned? We don't know. We know what we don't know, and that is who the winner is. We don't know who's going to win Georgia, for instance.
Mm-hmm.
That was a big surprise for me in 2020. I didn't see Biden winning Georgia. Obviously, it was narrow, but he won Georgia. I didn't see Biden winning Arizona. It was tight, but he did.
Mm-hmm.
So we can take a look at some of these different polling numbers. We can look at exit polling and all this kind of stuff. But if the race is as tight as what we've been told, and as history would say it continues to be since the last election, I just don't think that anything that we get right now is of much value until we actually hear legit numbers from the tabulation centers.
I'm going to continue with your Christmas analogy that you were making a couple minutes ago.
Sure.
And you're going to make it better because you're the analogy guy, not me. But the exit polls, the early voting, things like that is like your parents telling you on Christmas Eve or before everybody opens their presents on Christmas Day that you can pick out one present, any one of them, and open it. And you get to open that present. Or maybe it's you can shake the box.
You can shake the box is a better one. Yeah, I like that.
So you can shake the box.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you don't
and
know.
And you can guess what's inside.
But you don't know everything that you've got. So maybe you get a piece of the puzzle, but you don't get all of it.
Well, you can shake the box, and you can try to determine what's in there based on what you asked Santa for.
Yeah, and that's
about it.
You might think that it's a video game or that it's a video system.
Mm-hmm.
But
boy, did I make that mistake when I was
then you
up.
open it up and you realize it's books from Grandma again.
Stupid Grandma.
Oh, and a tie.
I hate that.
The worst.
Why does Grandma know I want the PS5?
I don't want Black Beauty, Grandma.
Again. How many times are you going to buy me this book, Grandma? And I feel like what we've got going on with the election, the information that's coming out right now, isn't this geared toward wonks? The average person isn't really paying attention to this. This is all about wonks trying to find fuel for their confirmation bias.
Yeah, and I also think it is about not just political wonks, but I think it's about people who are very tribal with their vote, and they want to find a reason to be excited.
I agree. I mean, if you're a Trump supporter, you're thinking, oh, early results, more Republicans. The Republicans turned out great. It's a good sign. And Harris supporters are like, don't worry about that because the early results were more female and the females like Harris better. And so I just feel like it's all clickbait at this point because really what you have on Election Day, there's two types of people, okay? Similar to Christmas Eve. You've either got the kids that are like, I don't even care. I don't care until tomorrow. I don't care. Those are usually the kids in junior high.
Yeah, they're a little older.
Right. And then you've got the younger kids that are like, yay, Santa's over Indonesian right now. Right? That's it. They're very excited as they're watching NORAD Santa Tracker. I feel like the same thing for Election Day. You've got people who unplug. They just say, forget it. I voted. I'm unplugged. I saw a story today about somebody that scheduled a colonoscopy for today just so they would be unconscious and not have to deal with all the drama.
I was going to say, today feels more like colonoscopy prep. To many.
It does. Yeah. There's definitely something about the keister is happening today, no doubt. And then you got the people that are locked into every word that they hear, whether it's Fox News or MSNBC or CNN or even KTAR all day long. They want the information as soon as possible. They want to digest it. They want to process it. Sometimes they just want to regurgitate it to the people around them. Those are usually the most annoying people in the office. But let's be honest, those obnoxious people in the office who know everything can be kind of useful because if you have a question, they usually know the answer. But do you believe them? It all depends on how wonky they are. All right? How nutty are they one side or another? And headline after headline tells you there might be violence associated with this election. We'll talk about violence around the election still to come. And we'll check in with our KTAR political analyst, Dr. Mike O'Neill, and see if there's anything that could surprise him today. That is next, the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of Life Source Water. Has your water been letting you down? Does the water from your tap taste, well, lousy? Is your skin and hair looking dull and lifeless? With the Life Source Whole House System, we help your water reach its full potential. Clean, tasty, and ready to pamper you from head to toe. So let your water shine. For factory direct pricing, call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com. Life Source. Taste and feel the difference.
Warranty limitations apply.
Fall is finally here, and Bunker to Bunker is celebrating with their Turkey Gobbler two-person scramble golf tournament presented by Shady Rays Sunglasses on Saturday, November 23rd at the Founders Course at the Verado Golf Club. Mulligan proceeds benefit the Society of St. Vincent de Paul of Arizona. Open to the public, it's good fun and a great value with breakfast, golf, competition holes, team prizes, their big raffle, and a bounce-back golf coupon, all for just $144. Space is limited, so sign up today at bunkergolf.com.
The World Series of Rodeo is coming to Phoenix, Arizona, presented by Fritos.
And a little bit of chicken fried.
3 nights of World Championship rodeo action. Country music acts Zach Brown, Old Dominion, Brooks and Dunn, Turnpike Troubadours, Hank Jr., and Whiskey Meyer. The Hondo Rodeo Music Fest, where the best compete for $1 million purse. And legends of country music perform under the stadium lights at Chase Field. November 7th through the 9th. TheHondoRodeoFest.com. TheHondoRodeoFest.com.
Dolphin pools were more than we could have ever expected. Their prices were great, their engineer and construction crews were professional and prompt. Highly recommend them and most certainly appreciate their work.
The entire process was much faster than anticipated. We were not pressured to upgrade. All the trades were very skilled and efficient. We love our pool.
After working with many pool companies and designers, we ultimately signed with Dolphin Pools. They're amazing to work with.
Real reviews make it easy to choose Dolphin Pools, Arizona's #1 pool company. Visit dolphinpools.us.
If you're experiencing low energy, brain fog, or bloating, then your body might need a detox. Active Liver from New Nordic makes it easy to help your liver detox your body all year long without major changes to your diet or lifestyle. Active Liver is available in stores at CVS or online at Amazon.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. While you're enjoying the evenings out, vacations, when you're out of town for the weekend, burglars are working overtime knowing that no one is home. They have been breaking into houses using Wi-Fi jammers. They bypass alarms and cameras. And that's why I recommend Bulldog security screens. They are all of your windows, all of your doors, custom measured, and they build these security screens that look amazing on the exterior of your home. Now listen, here's the great thing about it. They don't obstruct your views, and they look terrific, but they protect like a fortress. I was at their factory in Tucson, and they challenged me to try to break through these screens. I used a sledgehammer. I broke a baseball bat trying to break in, a 2x4. I even threw a bowling ball and wasn't able to break in. What I'm saying is they protect like a fortress from French doors to windows to your front and back door. Go to BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Always demand the Bulldog, because Bulldog Security Screens, they're tough.
We're a two Ford family. Yep, Paul Calvise here. In fact, Ford has been part of our family for generations. Built Ford proud dates back more than a century in this country, and the future, it is here at our Desert Ford dealers. Like those F-Series trucks, built Ford tough, and the all-new 2024 F-150 with the all-new interior and exterior is designed to be the most rugged, dependable, and productive ever. No workbench, no outlet, no problem. With Pro Power on board and that convenient work service, the F-150 has you covered. SUVs, there's the Ford Bronco Sport with 5 available trims, the Ford Explorer with all the advanced tech, plus 3-row seating that folds down for tons of cargo room, and you gotta love how there's a powertrain for everyone. Gas, hybrid, electric, like that 2024 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance and 0 tailpipe emissions. Bottom line, get to our Desert Ford dealers and see how a new Ford fits your future at buyfordnow.com.
This may be the most popular event of the year at Beatitudes campus in North Central Phoenix. The power of the purse is back. I'm Jamie West. Join more than 400 corporate trailblazers, philanthropists, community influencers, and others who love purses and Beatitudes campus. The auction and fashion show supports housing and healthcare scholarships and other programs. Enjoy cocktails, fashion, and fun. Sunday afternoon, November 10th. Text PURSE to 620-620 for details. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes campus.
Message and data rates may apply.
KTAR News now.
It's 2:29. I'm Jeff Munn.
Arizona votes 2024. Election Day.
Election Day is here at last, and voters across the state are at the polls now, casting their ballots. KTAR's Ballin Overstolz is live at Chandler Gilbert Community College, talking with voters, and has more.
Yeah, Jeff, here in Chandler, the polling site has a decent line. There's also volunteers watching the polls for any issues, and a number of electioneers trying to convince voters about certain issues in the last minute. As of noon today, around 12,000 Arizona voters checked in at the polls in person. Arizona first-time voter and 18-year-old Walker Chase dropped off a ballot today, voting for Donald Trump, which he says has caused some conflicts.
Definitely does with my parents' mom. My mom is more Democratic, so we have pretty much opposing views on stuff like that, so it does lead to a little bit of a divide, I guess.
An independent voter named Kelsey tells me she supported Harris, saying casting her in-person ballot was easy and took about a half hour with the line. You can vote in person as long as you get in line by 7 p.m. Live at Gilbert Chandler Community College, Ballin Overstolz, KTAR News.
It hasn't happened in many years, but there's a chance the Arizona legislature could look different after today's election. KTAR's Susan Monday explains live from the News Center.
KTAR senior political analyst Dr. Mike O'Neill says the state Senate could flip with some Democratic wins, and that would change the political landscape in Arizona. The last time there was any semblance of compromise was when Democrat Janet Napolitano was governor with a 2-to-1 Republican legislature. Here's the difference, says O'Neill.
Those were Republicans that were less extreme, and she could sit down at the table and work with them in a way the current governor has not been able to do.
O'Neill says the best case scenario for Democrats is to win one chamber and tie in the other. Live in the KTAR News Center, I'm Susan Monday.
Bringing your ID to polling centers is important for more than just identification. Maricopa County Supervisor Bill Gates tells the Mike Broomhead Show it helps polling workers know which ballot to give you.
They need to have their driver's license. You provide that to them, and then they will give you a ballot that'll be exactly for you, right, with all the races that are in your area going all the way down to the school board races.
Gates says if you've moved, bring a bill or other proof of your new address to receive the right ballot. Nationally, voters across the country heading to the polls, the Trump and Harris campaigns closed out by zeroing in on the handful of battleground states, and today both sides are urging people to vote. More from ABC's Faith Abube at a polling location in Fulton County, Georgia, where she says law enforcement is investigating a series of bomb threats.
There were a series of bomb threats that were called into a few locations across the state. They have investigated them. They don't think that any of them are credible. In fact, the Secretary of State said that they believe that they're coming from Russia, and that Russia picked the wrong Georgia, talking about the country of Georgia.
We have complete coverage on all Election Day stories on KTAR.com/Arizona Votes. And join us tonight beginning at 7 as we wait for results. We'll bring you analysis and the latest on this historic election in Arizona and across the nation. You can hear it on 92.3 FM, the KTAR News app, or the KTAR News YouTube channel. Let's get an update on traffic as we go live to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Chuck Rowe.
Thank you, Jeff. Let's go to Scottsdale, where there's a crash now on the 101 Pima Freeway northbound. After Cactus, the right lane is blocked there. I do see brake lights back to about Shea Boulevard. Other than that, the 101 is in pretty decent shape. We did have a crash earlier, US 60 westbound ramp to the 101 southbound. That ramp was closed for a while. That's been reopened. I-10 eastbound at 99th Avenue. Watch for that big rig crash. Continues to block the number 2 lane from the left. It'll slow you down starting back at about Bullard Avenue. Wreck in Tempe, Elliott at I-10, McDowell Road at 67th Avenue, a crash, and watch for a collision westbound Grand Avenue at 107th Avenue. This traffic report brought to you by Rooter Ranger. Have stubborn drain issues? Call Rooter Ranger. They'll be there 33 minutes or less, or your $33 drain cleaning is free. 1-888-ROOTER-RANGER gets you out of plumbing danger. Chuck Rowe, KTAR News.
Mostly sunny today, a high of 75. Tonight clear, the low 51. Right now in Phoenix, sunny skies, 73 degrees. Weather's brought to you by Howard Air. I'm Jeff Munn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Arizona Votes 2024. Continuing coverage of the general election on the Chris and Joe Show.
The great Dr. Mike O'Neill joins us right now, our KTAR political analyst. Mike, are you hearing me okay? I've been trying to connect with Mike here. Is Mike hearing me?
I'm hearing you just fine.
Excellent. Dr. O'Neill, it is a pleasure, as always, and an honor to have you on the program. Thank you for availing yourself today. We're excited. Yeah, we're excited to talk with you here on Election Day. And Joe asked me a question before the show started, and I thought it was a really insightful question, a really good question, I should say, provoking. He said, is there anything that would surprise you tonight? And the only answer I could think of was, if Trump were to concede, I would be surprised by that. Right?
Let me answer that in terms of a surprise for which there is some evidence that it might happen. There was a very surprising poll the other day in Iowa by a woman by the name of Ann Seltzer, who is an absolute premier pollster, and really, certainly with a specialty in Iowa, which is her home. And she showed Harris up by 3 or 4 points. And the average of all the other polls is Trump by 10. If this were any other pollster, I would dismiss it as a mistake. And I still, if pushed, would be inclined to say that this is probably an outlier. An outlier is a perfectly reasonable thing to happen. But in this case, her track record is so good that it gave me just a little bit of pause. I would still be surprised if she's right. Harris carries Iowa. You can pack your bags. This election is over. If Harris carries Iowa, she's carrying the whole upper Midwest, and she's elected.
Wow.
Talking with KTAR senior political analyst Mike O'Neill right now. So what's your most likely scenario for the presidential election tonight then, Mike?
I can tell you 43 states who's going to win. The other 7,
what about the other 7?
Nobody has any idea whatsoever.
So look into your crystal ball really deep. If you had to take some guesses, what do you think? Do you think we have a result tonight?
I think it's very likely we will not.
Oh.
And this is, honest to God, this is as close to a coin flip election as has existed since the modern era of polling, when we started to know something ahead of time. This is a coin flip. Anybody who tells you they know who's going to win is just going with a gut feel, not evidence. The evidence is there, and it is flat down the middle.
So, Dr. Mike O'Neill, our KTAR political analyst, to follow that, it is such a tight election. Is it possible? I've read a lot of stories about scenarios where the polls could all be off, but leaning off in the same direction. In other words, they may have overcorrected for the Trump phenomena that we saw in 2016, or they may have undercorrected for that Trump phenomena. So it's possible that, Trump wins Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia, and we're in bed by 10:30 tonight. Do you see that as another surprising scenario, or is that entirely plausible?
That is completely plausible. The average amount by which the average of the polls has differed from the results has over the years been 3.5%. In other words, that's the difference between the poll average, which we're treating as gospel, it isn't, it's just our best estimate, and the truth, on average, is 3.5%. And it is entirely plausible that they're all off in the same direction. I just can't tell you which direction. But yes, it's entirely plausible for somebody to sweep 6 or 7 of those states, and we go home early.
Mike will be back with us this evening. I know you're going to check in with Outspoken this evening, and Chris and I will be on from 10 till midnight. You'll check in with us again then. A couple quick ones for you, Mike, real quick. Locally, hit on for me Gallego Lake. Any prediction there?
Senator Gallego.
And what about a couple of these big ballot propositions? Prop 314, the immigration enforcement?
Don't know. That's a real tough one because it's been so buried in all the other stuff. I will say this. I think the abortion initiative is going to win.
Which is Prop 139. And then what about the other two involving open primaries or the lack of an open primary, Prop 140 and Prop 133? Any thoughts there on what we could see?
I think 133 goes down because it's enmeshed in a bunch of legislative proposals that are kind of extreme and an attempt consistently to constrain the power of the voters. There's a lot of confusion about 140. I think it could be having some real difficulty. Otherwise, I think it is inherently a popular idea, but I don't think that they've cleared up all the confusion surrounding it.
He is our senior political analyst, Mike O'Neill. Mike, we look forward to talking to you again this evening around 10:30, and we'll certainly have you back here at the station a little after 7 o'clock.
And hope to know something by then.
We sure do.
Oh, my goodness.
Thank you, Mike.
Great. Thank you very much, Dr. Mike O'Neill. You've heard the reports about the potential violence today, tomorrow, certification day, etc. So far, so good. There was a bomb threat I want to tell you about a little bit later on here. I got to tell you about this bomb threat. It's the craziest story. But as far as actual incidents of violence, I've not seen anything yet.
No, okay. I've heard one or two, not violence, but small incidents at polls. Nothing involving violence, though.
So why then all the stories about the potential violence, the reasons to worry, and the reasons to dial it down a notch? Next in the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR.
As temperatures start to drop in the fall, many homeowners begin home improvement projects. Those plans should include Connecticut Water. Connecticut protects your plumbing, appliances, and fixtures, removes chlorine, and helps your water heater last longer. Whether you want to upgrade your old electric softener or are considering water treatment for the first time, Connecticut can help. Plus, if you don't know what you need, they offer a free water analysis if you mention Gatos. Call Connecticut today, 602-910-6570, or visit aquazona.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
It's the home stretch, the fourth quarter, the final sprint. This election is almost over, and there's still time to make sure your vote is counted. Because crunch time is when the difference makers step up. But the clock is ticking. Go to votehq.org to find all the info you need on how to vote before time runs out and the game is over. Paid for by American Independent Radio.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp along with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. And Stuart, a lot of people are concerned with the election that's coming up. Do the Republicans win? Do the Democrats win? And how does that affect my financial situation? What do you tell people?
Well, on average, the market is typically up during election years. But here's the thing. People are scared right now that the other team is going to win. That's what we see. It's all psychological. Remember, there's two main emotions that guide you when you invest. It's fear and it's greed. That's why people sell when the market's low. They get scared. And that's how a lot of people are feeling right now in these uncertain times. It's important to make sure you're placed properly at the right risk level for you in your retirement portfolio.
If you've got questions or concerns about the upcoming election and how it may affect your financial situation, contact Stuart Willis. Get a free portfolio review. Go to assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
KTAR News Flash. At 2:44, I'm Jeff Munn. This is what you need to know right now. Disturbances at polling centers are a concern this election season, and poll workers are on standby to try and resolve any problems. That's according to Maricopa County Sheriff Russ Skinner, who tells the Mike Broomhead Show if workers aren't able to calm the situation down, law enforcement will step in. He says unlike written political distractions, protecting voters and election workers is essential. KTAR News will be live and local all day today and into the night as we wait for results to come in. Join us for a special election show beginning at 7 as our KTAR host and guest analyze the results as they happen. We'll also take you live to candidates' parties as they wait to see how you voted. Catch our coverage on 92.3 FM, the KTAR News app, and live on the KTAR YouTube channel. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Mostly sunny today with a high of 75. Tonight clear, the low 51. Right now in Phoenix, fair skies, 73 degrees. Weather's brought to you by Howard Air.
As most of you know, I'm a patient of the Schwartz Laser Eye Center where I had LASIK surgery done 15 years ago. My colleague and Sun's PA announcer, Vince Murata, also a client of Dr. Jay Schwartz, and now we can add Sun's play-by-play announcer, Kevin Ray, to the mix. K-Ray recently had the clear lens exchange using the second-generation light-adjustable lens to correct his vision. This incredible technology just came out earlier this year, and the Schwartz Laser Eye Center has it. With 3 locations in the Valley, let the Schwartz Laser Eye Center help you. Call Dr. Jay Schwartz at 480-483-EYES or go online at teameydoc.com.
Looking for an award-winning relationship for your vehicle's service needs? Welcome to Desert Car Care of Chandler. Don't take our word for it. Just ask your neighbors or check out all their testimonials and awards they've won. Their philosophy is simple: on time, certified, convenient, and award-winning automotive service backed by an industry-leading 3-year, 36,000-mile warranty on parts and labor. Desert Car Care of Chandler. Just south of Chandler on Dobson, providing you the automotive experience you deserve. Check them out at desertcarcare.com.
Hey, this is Jim Sharp, and I wanted to take a moment to talk to you about the Ak-Chin Indian community and the impact that they have not only on Maricopa and the Valley, but on the entire state of Arizona, where I grew up. When I first met with their chairman, he talked about giving back and building a brighter tomorrow for the kids of our community and state. He and I see eye to eye on that. And he wanted me to stress to you that you will be welcomed with open arms at any of their enterprises. There's Southern Dunes, one of the best golf courses in Arizona. The Ak-Chin Circle Multitainment Center, affordable family fun that includes bowling, laser tag, multiple movie theaters, and more. And finally, the beautiful Harrah's Casino, featuring a newly renovated pool and multiple award-winning restaurants on site. The Ak-Chin Indian community would love to have you experience everything they have to offer and have a great time. The Ak-Chin Indian community has built their enterprises around you and making sure they're making a positive impact on this state. It's why I'm joining my friends in saying we all win with Ak-Chin.
Arizona Votes 2024. Continuing coverage of the general election on the Chris and Joe Show.
Pleasure being with you. Election day continues on, and KTAR has got you covered until, well, at least into midnight tonight.
Yeah, we want you to keep it right here for wall-to-wall election coverage. We are the place for the live and local Election Day coverage. We'll be live from 5 this morning, all the way up until at least midnight today with local coverage. And we're going to turn it over to ABC News tonight around midnight. We anticipate they'll take you up to at least 3 in the morning. Then Arizona's Morning News is going to be back at 5 in the morning with even more coverage. So we're going to be all over it. And if anything nutty happens tonight, you and I are going to be here till at least midnight.
What about nutty things happening now?
What nutty happened now?
We have nuttiness.
What do we got?
I don't think I have ever had a guest in studio who I disagreed more with and was more overjoyed to see.
You were overjoyed to see him, or he was to see us?
You know what? When we left, I was like, I really enjoyed that. Tom Horn,
Superintendent of Public Instruction.
I just vehemently disagree with so much of what he does and the way he approaches it. But we had such a wonderful conversation. I've had people in that I disagree with before. That's fine. But genuinely thought, that was a really nice talk.
So one of our producers runs in during the break with the story. I didn't take a look at it.
I did.
Julia came running in, and what did she hand you? What do we got here?
So Tom Horn, I guess, is at the polling place, Paradise Valley Community College, our superintendent of schools. Tom's older than Trump. He's 79.
Okay.
So he's not quite Biden age. So he's out there, he's standing out there talking to people in line to vote. You're not allowed to do that. Okay? And he says, the election worker comes on and goes, you can't be here. Go. And he says, I'm just collecting signatures for his re-election in 2026. She says, you can't do that. Get out. He goes, I'm not electioneering. I'm not doing it.
We did see on some of the cable newses today that they're set up throughout the state. Saw one in Surprise. There was a shot of some, what would you say, not demonstrators. Would that be?
Yeah, I would say they weren't demonstrating. They just set up their booths.
Some signs.
They had signage.
No on this prop. Vote for this president. And I asked you. I said, how far away do they have to be? 50 feet? A couple hundred feet? Apparently, it's 75 feet is the perimeter.
Yeah, Nick Sullivan reported it's 75 feet according to the law. So you got to be 75 feet away from the polling. Now, does that have to do with the polling? With the actual poll itself or the front door of the polling place, the property line? You see where this gets all confused?
I would assume the front door.
That's what I thought too, but I don't know. Anyway, so there's nuttiness going on. Sounds like no harm, no foul, but Tom Horn catching some headlines he probably didn't want. There was a bomb threat in Georgia.
Yeah, tell me more about that.
Okay, so this is a little bizarre.
Uh-huh.
A poll worker in Georgia, according to USA Today, suspected of writing a bomb threat. It was the poll worker that wrote the bomb threat. Now, why would the poll worker write the bomb threat?
Didn't want to work?
Right?
Didn't want anybody to come in and bother him or her? Was it a male or female?
Basically for the same reasons that we had, there was always some doofus in high school that would call in a bomb threat on test day, right?
Yeah.
And it was because
they
wanted
study.
Right. And so you're thinking, well, maybe the poll worker just didn't want to go to work.
Yeah.
No. It was an attempt to frame a voter that he had an altercation with at the polls.
Specific one.
Yeah. Now, this
he called in the threat?
He called in the threat. But it didn't happen today. This is where the story is getting a little bit of weird play. It happened on October 16th. He got arrested yesterday, charged with mailing a bomb threat, conveying false information about a bomb threat, mailing a threatening letter, and making false statements to the FBI. He worked at the election office in Gray, Georgia, south of Atlanta. If he's found guilty, he could face up to 25 years in prison. And it just sounds like
not worth it.
Yeah. The return address on the bomb threat envelope said Jones County voter.
Slick.
I guess he got into a verbal altercation with the voter who was not identified. They complained that this poll worker and another poll worker were distracting voters who were waiting in line for early voting with their conversation. So they said, hey, do you mind shutting up? The poll worker goes, you don't tell me to shut up. I'm going to frame you. It's a very southern state thing to do, Joe.
Is it?
Yeah. You don't tell me what to do. Do you feel like we're overblowing the threat of violence?
I guess to answer that question, I would have to ask you of how big is the perceived threat? I don't think it's very large. Do I think it is possible? Yeah, I do. After January 6th, those events, I never anticipated anything like that. Would I be shocked if an individual or a couple individuals did something awful, went into a polling place or tried to, cause some sort of calamity on Election Day, I wouldn't be shocked by that. I hope it doesn't happen.
I don't think that we've had, we get school shootings, we get church shootings, we get concert shootings. I don't think we've had an election shooting.
Not that I know of.
All right. Well, America, put that on your to-do list, I guess.
So are we overblowing it? Again, if we anticipate every state to have, mass violence, I would say yes, we're overblowing it. Do I think the chance of it happening is possible? Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I just want to be honest.
I'm not convinced that we're going to see violence.
I
don't think it's inevitable.
No, I don't either.
I don't think I would be surprised if there were an incident or two. Like isolated incidents, I think are going to happen because just people.
Well, and what's violence too? Is violence a shooting, or is violence somebody shows up and there's a shoving match or there's a war of words?
I would say that for it to make headlines, it has to be more than just a verbal altercation or a fight of some sort. It would have to be somebody taking action to try to deter poll activities. That's what I would guess. All right. But I feel in many cases, all the talk about could violence happen after the election, it's a little like the Weather Channel covering the first hurricane that comes ashore after the last one was so devastating, right? Mm-hmm. It's like, well, we got the memory of chaos fueling the fear of our impending doom. We'll check in with our own Heidi Hommel at 3:05. She's going to tell us what's happening. I believe she at Tabulation Center. She at MTech, Joe.
I believe so.
Okay, we'll check and find out what's happening with her. That is coming up on our continued election coverage on the Chris and Joe Show, on air, online, and on the KTAR News app.
Get up to a 30% upfront bonus to use for your retirement income, or up to 12% per year to help grow your retirement income. Whether you're in retirement or will be retiring within 10 years, Trajan Wealth can offer some of the highest guarantees in the business. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know no one wants to work forever. We all need to retire someday, and I know you've worked hard for your money, so now is the time to guarantee it. Take advantage of up to a 30% upfront bonus for your retirement income, or up to 12% per year for retirement income. Don't woulda, shoulda, coulda. Get up to a 30% bonus just for opening an account, or up to 12% per year for retirement income. Don't leave your retirement to chance. Retire the right way, the Trajan way, with Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states says Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Air. Save up to $6,495 in total rebates on select new systems. Plus, get no interest and make no payments for 12 months on approved credit, and enhance your home's energy efficiency and comfort during these cold winter months with Howard Air Insulation. Call today, get 20% off any insulation job. It's Black Friday all month long at Howard Air. Call 602-953-2766 or schedule a free estimate online today at howardair.com. Some restrictions apply.
Every day, community, supporting, giving. Every day at APS, we support Arizona community organizations and our customers, giving back to help Arizona teachers, nonprofits, and families, volunteering to support and strengthen neighborhoods, working with local partners to provide customers with crisis assistance and other services when they need it most. To help your community or find assistance for yourself or someone you know, visit aps.com/brighter. This ad is funded by Pinnacle West shareholders.
Look, I get it. Going back to school might seem unrealistic for your hectic life, but it's achievable when it's with WGU. WGU is an online accredited university that makes higher education accessible for real people with real lives. With tuition starting at around $8,000 per year and courses you can take 24/7, WGU provides the flexibility and personalized support that can help you go back to school successfully. So, what are you waiting for? Apply today at wgu.edu.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of LifeSource Water. Has your water been letting you down? Does the water from your tap taste, well, lousy? Is your skin and hair looking dull and lifeless? With the LifeSource Whole House System, we help your water reach its full potential. Clean, tasty, and ready to pamper you from head to toe. So let your water shine. For factory direct pricing, call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit LifeSourceWater.com. LifeSource. Taste and feel the difference.
Warranty limitations apply.
Hi, Dieter Dan here with my friend Wayne from AMCO. Hey, Wayne, let's talk about some back-to-school TLC for your car.
Sure thing, Dan. You know the last thing anyone needs is to start the school year with car troubles, so it's best to have your car checked out now.
Well, that's a great idea, but where should people go if they need a place that's reliable and affordable?
That's easy. Head to your closest AMCO. We specialize in back-to-school auto repairs, making sure your car's in tip-top shape for the busy school season.
Now, that's cool. What kind of services do you offer, though?
Dan, we do it all, from transmissions to oil changes, brakes, engine light checks, even engine diagnostics and repairs. Plus, we offer a special back-to-school discount for students and teachers.
That sounds perfect. Do you need to make an appointment?
Not at all. We have same-day service in most cases, so just pop into your nearest AMCO or book online at amco.com.
Wow, now that's convenient. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO. Transmissions and a whole lot more.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Chris and Joe.
Election day is finally here. Thank God. It's wild to see the candidates still stumping on Election day.
Whose vote is still up for grabs? That's on the next Chris and Joe show.
Chris and Joe. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Meghan McCain is joining us Mondays with Megan. Well, let's talk about Carrie Lake.
Did you see the new Emerson poll talking about how she has a 78% chance of losing? Because that made me happy.
This is Carrie Lake. Quote, "We're ahead of my opponent, and I feel comfortable with our polling."
That is nonsense. It's going to be the one high point for me when I'm doing election coverage, when they announce that she loses, which, by the way, will probably be around 6 o'clock at night.
With the minute polls close. Yeah.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. This afternoon, 4 to 7. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
KTAR News now.
It's 3 o'clock. I'm Jeff Munn.
Arizona votes 2024. Election Day.
From key issues like immigration and abortion to the tight presidential race, Arizona voters are making their choices right now. KTAR's Ballin Overstolz is live at Chandler Gilbert Community College with more.
Yeah, Jeff, it's a busy election day. According to the Maricopa County Elections Department, around 150,000 Arizona voters have checked in at polling locations. Among them is an independent voter named Kelsey, who tells me voting for Harris took about a half hour after waiting in line.
Oh no, it was pretty easy, really simple, no conflicts or anything like that. So.
We've also heard support for former President Trump. One Arizona senior telling me it's only his third time voting ever, adding he felt like he needed to support Trump to get the nation on the right path. Besides the long line of voters, there's also groups here trying to make last-minute pleas to voters, such as one group asking people to reject Arizona's expanded abortion access ballot measure. We've also seen a law enforcement presence here. Earlier, they resolved a situation regarding a woman accusing a man of blocking access to the polling site. Live at Chandler Gilbert Community College, Ballin Overstolz, KTAR News.
Now we go to Maricopa County Election Headquarters and KTAR's Heidi Hommel.
Thank you. Tonight's first batch of results at 8 p.m. will only be a snapshot of the total vote. It will reflect about 1.2 million of the 1.5 million residents who voted early. Maricopa County Supervisor Bill Gates explains the biggest change in the tabulation process since 2020.
The green envelopes that do have to be hand counted now at the vote centers before the memory cards can be brought in here to the tabulation center.
This may cause a bit of a delay reporting today's in-person votes. Gates expects those results to be posted by 9:30 tonight or later. Reporting live at the Maricopa County Tabulation and Election Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Are you worried about interruptions making it difficult to vote at polling centers today?
Maricopa County Sheriff Russ Skinner tells Arizona's Morning News when it comes to Election Day polling centers, security is taken very seriously. He says if there is a disturbance, poll workers will try to resolve resolve it on their own first.
But if it does get to a point where it is disruptive, if it is affecting the process of people moving about freely to cast their vote, then there will be contact made, and our prosecutorial agencies are supporting any type of decisions made relative to that.
Skinner says the Maricopa County Tabulation and Election Center has a double perimeter and ID check to make sure it's secure. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
The Trump and Harris campaigns closed out by zeroing in on the handful of battleground states, and today both sides are urging people to vote. Florida Congressman Byron Donalds repeated falsehoods about the 2020 election, but also told ABC News that he believes the voting process this go-around is secure.
What happened 4 years ago was that, yes, we had states and localities that were not following the rules of their elections, and that was wrong. Today, it looks like everybody's following the rules, so I think everything will be fine.
Tense moments at the U.S. Capitol building this afternoon. Police closing the visitors center following the arrest of a man trying to enter the building who officers say smelled like fuel and had flammable items in his backpack. Capitol Police Chief Tom Manger says it's unclear if the man was planning to light himself or items in his book bag on fire, but an investigation is ongoing.
He had papers with him that he said his intent was to deliver them to Congress.
We have complete coverage on all Election Day stories on KTAR.com/Arizona Votes. And join us tonight beginning at 7 as we wait for results. We'll bring you analysis and the latest on this historic election in Arizona and across the nation. You can hear it on 92.3 FM, the KTAR News app, or the KTAR News YouTube channel. Time for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia, brought to you by Beatitudes Campus.
It's November 5th, and back on this day in 1955, Marty McFly accidentally traveled back in time. Well, it wasn't quite on this day because Back to the Future was released in July of '85, but it is the date Marty supposedly activates the DeLorean to go back to when he reaches 88 miles per hour while fleeing from terrorists who shot down his friend Doc Brown. Doc had set the destination as this day because it's the day he first came up with the idea for the flux capacitor, which made time travel possible. In the movie, Marty realizes he needs plutonium to power the time machine, which wasn't available in 1955. That's when Doc and Marty make a plan to harness the power of a lightning strike that's due to hit the clock tower to generate the energy needed to send Marty back to 1985. Countless memes and parodies have been made from the infamous dates punched into the DeLorean. Another important date in the movie is October 26th of '85, when Doc Brown successfully tested DeLorean's time travel capabilities. And it happened back on this day, the day Marty McFly went back to 1955.
Update on traffic now, live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center with Chuck Rowe.
Thank you, Jeff. I-10 westbound seeing pretty normal downtown delays now, starting on the 202 Red Mountain Freeway at about 24th Street. From there, it will be that slow-go, stop-and-go pace as you continue out past the 202 South Mountain Freeway. I-17 northbound, a little pocket of slowing there as you leave the I-10 split up to about 7th Street. That'll be about the worst of it. From there, it looks good as you continue on up toward the North Valley. The 101 Pima Freeway northbound after Cactus, that earlier crash is cleared. We also had a wreck in Avondale. I-10 eastbound at 99th Avenue. That big rig crash moved off to the right. And watch for a new wreck, 32nd Street at Rozier Road between Broadway and Southern. This traffic report brought to you by the Arizona Painting Company, the #1 painting company in Arizona. They do it all, residential and commercial, inside and out. Chuck Rowe, KTAR News.
Clear tonight, the low 51. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, a high of 73. Right now in Phoenix, fair skies, 74 degrees. Weather's brought to you by Howard Air. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air. I'm Jeff Munn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Arizona Votes 2024, continuing coverage of the general election on the Chris and Joe Show.
Well, I didn't have a chance to talk with Heidi Hummel. I know she's doing the news hits here, but guys, can we get Heidi back on here? Heidi Hummel at MIGTech. Yes, we can. Oh, it's great to hear from you. So I got to tell you, Heidi, we're also cheating a little bit. We've got some of the local news up on our studio monitors as well, and it looks like things are a little quiet outside MIGTech right now.
I don't know about quiet. As far as the elections are going, things are running smoothly, but this place is swarming with media, local, national, and even international. When I was walking through the gates, it looked like there was a photog and a reporter on every single corner at the intersection trying to do a hit.
Are you seeing a lot of people who are not media, though, that are congregating around?
No, it is only election workers and media, people who are supposed to be here.
What's security like today, Heidi?
It is very tight, and that's something I spoke with Maricopa County Supervisor Bill Gates earlier, and we were talking about the biggest changes from the 2020 election to now, and security was one of those things. There didn't used to be this big steel gate around the McTech building. Members of the public used to be able to walk right up the stairs and into the lobby. That is not the case anymore. There is a steel fence around the building. There's a badge in, badge out process. Members of the media even have to call to be escorted in. Media members used to be able to do live shots in the lobby of McTech. That's not allowed anymore. We're set up in the parking lot, in the tents, doing our reporting from outside, getting information from officials inside.
Heidi's going to be at McTech for a while longer today. I'm sure that KTAR hosts will check in throughout the afternoon. Heidi, thank you so much for checking in with us just now.
Of course, happy to do it.
Very good. I was looking back at the year here, and I was thinking, is this the weirdest presidential election year ever? Now, there have been a number of weird years, right? 68 comes to mind when...
we're talking hundreds of years.
Well, Lyndon Johnson dropped out, remember? And then they had there was a scramble, and there was a bit of confusion. And we've had the conventions, the brokered conventions where we don't know who the candidate is going into the convention, and the delegates actually have to vote, and they go through multiple rounds of voting. We thought that potentially could happen this year after Biden dropped out. So we thought, is this going to... And it didn't. Everyone coalesced around Harris. The Democrats all coalesced around Harris. And so when it came to convention time, sailed right on through. Mm-hmm. But I was taking a look. Axios printed up the Google Trends regarding election topics. And I was fascinated looking at not only the number of trends that have come and gone, but also the frequency of election topics that created a stir the closer and closer we got to November, which, of course, I think we would anticipate. But it starts way back in January of this year when there was a surge in people who were looking up Nikki Haley and a surge in people who were looking up no labels. Remember, the no labels party was supposed to be that disruptor, and they were saying, "Oh, the no labels party could be very bad for Biden." At the time, they said this is going to be Democrats who are trying to put together a nonpartisan coalition of people, and could they end up splitting the vote and giving the election to Trump? And this became a big deal. And then it kind of fizzled out late spring. Right? We haven't heard about no labels in a while. There were questions about, is RFK going to be a no labels guy? That sort of thing. Israel, of course, has been an ongoing topic of conversation. And then Trump has a trial this year. He's tried. He's convicted in the state of New York. So all of a sudden, he's got this conviction, 34 felonies, and you've got a convicted felon who's not allowed to own a firearm. Somebody was telling me that Harris is going to take our guns away. And I said, only one of these candidates owns guns because one of them is not allowed. Yeah. And she said she owns guns. So I didn't really believe that. We've seen, obviously, the assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania, and then they're calling it an attempt. The dude that was it wasn't really
in the shrubs,
ghillie suit, but he was in the shrubs, waiting for Trump.
And then they even for a moment said there was a third one a couple weeks ago. That guy seemed more like a Trump supporter. He was somebody who had been at the RNC who... You astutely pointed out, I think this guy just wanted an excuse to take his guns with him and didn't want to be told no.
That one kind of went away. So that was in California, and the sheriff said, we thwarted an assassination attempt. And the guy,
on who?
And the guy says, I had no intention. He says, look, I was just with him last weekend at this other rally. Here's a picture of us together.
Was that the RNC?
Yeah. But the dude was showing false identification and trying to... It just seemed like a wackadoodle. Mm-hmm. I don't think he was going to try to do Trump harm. So, let's throw that one out. But it is another twist and turn throughout this election. And then you had the assassination attempt going right into the Republican National Convention. They didn't milk the assassination as much as I thought they should have from a political standpoint. Mm-hmm. They go right into the Republican National Convention. That makes hay for a little while. And then right after the Republican National Convention goes on, Biden drops out. So everything they had just said in the previous week about how we have to defeat Biden and Biden is the worst president ever and Biden administration and Biden this and Biden that and Biden... Throw it away.
Yeah.
Rip it all up.
Kind of hit the reset button.
Biden's no longer your opponent.
I needed that
Trump
story.
Said
you
that
just ripped it up.
It's all right. Trump said it was really unfair Totally unfair. Shouldn't be allowed to do that.
What did he say? It was a coup, or it was? He had some term for it.
So then Harris steps in, and we hear that she's brat, which I guess is a good thing.
Yeah,
I know I sound like a fuddy-duddy. It's like when I was younger, and they used to say, "Oh, he's a bad man," and they go, "Oh, he is? Why? He's just so cool." Like, wait a minute, is he bad or is he cool? No,
like
that's
John
what it means.
Shaft.
He's bad. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, let's see. Tim Walz, RFK. What other ones have we gone through? The debate.
I saw the Trump Bible was in there.
Trump Bible, yeah. Mm-hmm. Elon Musk, of course, here in the last few months. Elon Musk has risen in prominence when it comes to this election. Suddenly, Elon Musk becomes a player of influence in this election. He had been all along because of his, let's call it, wide open stance on free speech. Can I say that? On his X platform. But then he jumps on stage with Trump, and that becomes a dealio. And then the recent trends here, you got Madison Square Garden and the Puerto Rico comments. You've got Biden calling people trash. You've got Trump in a trash truck. I'm exhausted from this election. I am so ready for the nonsense to be over, which is why, if I'm being completely honest with you, I really hope there's a surprise tonight and that the polls have been off one way or another. And by the time we come back on the air at 10 o'clock tonight, Joe, I'm hoping we have an idea of who the next president's going to be. And
how likely do you think that is?
I'm going to say 15%.
So not very.
Which is less than, wasn't it Nate Silver that said it could be a 40% chance that we could know?
He said 40% chance the swing states all go towards one candidate or the other.
And I'm only saying 15%.
But he wasn't, I didn't take him to say that was going to, we would know that all on election night.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Just that all 7 could go one direction.
Well, I'm going to hope that it happens tonight, one way or another, so that people can either begin the mourning process or the celebrations, and then the lawyers can start getting paid to start their lawsuits bright and early tomorrow morning. Is that wrong? I'm just exhausted with it. The polls have painted this as the tightest race in American history. Did you start to wonder, though, if even the pollsters start to doubt their numbers? Inside the margin of error, next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
But first, here's Jeff Munn with the day's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
At 3:15, I'm Jeff Munn. This is what you need to know right now. It is Election Day. Maricopa County elections officials are urging patience when it comes to delivering results. County Supervisor Bill Gates explains there is a new state law requiring vote centers to hand count early ballots dropped off on Election Day before they can deliver memory cards with day of voting to the tabulation center. We have complete coverage on all Election Day stories on KTAR.com/Arizona Votes. And join us tonight beginning at 7 as we wait for results. We'll bring you analysis and the latest on this historic election in Arizona and across the nation. You can hear it on 92.3 FM, the KTAR News app, or the KTAR News YouTube channel. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's update traffic now as we go live to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Chuck Rowe.
Thank you, Jeff. I-17 southbound before 7th Street. We've got a crash there that's clearing off to the right. No lanes blocked, but there is some slowing there starting back at about the Durango curve. 101 Pima Freeway northbound after Cactus. That earlier wreck cleared. I'm still seeing residual delays back to about Shea Boulevard. The I-10 westbound, pretty normal slowing there coming off of the 202 from the mini stack. It'll be on again, off again, slowing as you make your way out past the 202 South Mountain Freeway. Surface Street wrecks 32nd Street at Rozier Road. Also Elliott at I-10. McDowell Road at 67th Avenue, a collision. Had a wreck at Grand Avenue at 107th Avenue. I believe that one's out of lanes. Northern west of 59th Avenue, a crash, and watch for a wreck 19th Avenue at Durango Street. This traffic report brought to you by Evernorth Care Group. Your health is everything. Get integrated primary care with Evernorth Care Group. Schedule a visit today at evernorthcaregroup.com. Chuck Rowe, KTAR News.
Clear tonight, the low 51. Tomorrow, partly cloudy with a high of 73. Right now in Phoenix, partly cloudy skies, 73 degrees. Weather's brought to you by Howard Air.
Arizona Votes 2024. Continuing coverage of the general election on the Chris and Joe Show.
Shout out to our friends in Fountain Hills who appreciate you listening to KTAR election coverage in Fountain Hills today, and also the people listening on the KTAR News app. You can tap on that microphone button and leave us a message. And if you say something insightful or funny or crazy, we might even play that on the air. We did get a call from Martin yesterday, and I thought this was unique.
Hey, man, have you guys ever seen a real estate guru, Doug Hopkins, and Chris Merrill in the same room together?
Yeah.
I cannot say I have.
It's a legit question. So, true story. I appreciate Martin sending that message on the KTAR News app. True story. We're watching, we had the monitor up in our office, and a Doug Hopkins commercial comes on. Of course, Doug does the weekend show here on KTAR.
Little Realty, yeah.
Yeah, and Doug Hopkins pops up. And was it you that said...
You kind of look like that guy.
And I said, the truth is, that guy, Doug Hopkins, and my brother, striking resemblance.
With you, there's a resemblance.
No, you should see it with my brother.
Okay.
Yeah, remarkable resemblance. Joining us in the studio right now is Mike Noble. He's the CEO and founder of Noble Predictive Insights, and we've been relying on his polls for a while because we appreciate the accuracy of his polls. And Mike, I wanted to start off with questioning something I heard here in the last few days, and that is that the local polls, when it comes to the race for U.S. Senate, have consistently shown Ruben Gallego ahead of Carrie Lake. But when you ask Carrie Lake, she says her polls show her in the lead, and that's because she uses AI, and AI considers social media trends. Is there legitimacy to adjusting polls and modeling based on AI social media trends?
Me and my colleagues have not seen AI using that on polls adjusting for trends. Frankly, it's a completely unproven methodology. It'd be like trying to go down and check out, the Titanic and that, I forget the name of that submersible that guy made. That was
Titan.
Titan.
Yeah.
Anyways, like going there and you see like a PlayStation controller on there. It's like, oh, it's ran by AI. Like, trust it. You get down there and didn't end well. But I guess that's the thing, is that's the whole point of the methodology of proven is that, okay, so here's the thing. That U.S. Senate race, there's been, as of just a few weeks ago, it was 40-plus polls were done on that race. And on average, at the time, Lake was down by about, 6.5 points, roughly. And it was funny is that the only polls that showed that race actually even tied, not ahead, but tied, was the NRSC and then National Republican Senatorial Committee and then Club for Growth, which are both very Republican-aligned groups. And then the only poll that showed her ahead was her own internal poll.
Yeah. Right.
There has been a few that have been out there that have been put out, but again, like for her, she's consistently in any poll you look at, Trump is measured in that poll, and then Carrie Lake. Trump consistently outperforms Carrie Lake by about 5 to 6 points. Roughly. Like in our poll of record, we have Trump +1 in Arizona and Lake down 4. So basically for this, like for her to come out on top tonight, she'd have to win by Trump would have to win by 6 or more to do that. And the question is, can Trump win by more than 6? And I think his ceiling is 4 points.
Talking with CEO and founder of Noble Predictive Insights, Mike Noble. And Mike, let's talk about your polling and how confident you are with it. Obviously, it's the billion-dollar question. How confident are you that your polls are going to be within that margin of error? Let's say 3% or so.
I mean, it's just you never know. I mean, but it's just you look at the track record. I mean, 2 election cycles ago, we had a perfect record. Last election cycle, we were ranked number 11 in the country, number 1 in the Southwest region. We got everything right but 1. Nevada's
and you mentioned
race.
Just before we came back on the air too that there's a poll coming out every 10 minutes. So even 11 is pretty good.
No. It's so like, I say, have we batted a perfect forever? No. I mean, but overall, I mean, I can't remember the last time I missed anything probably more than double digits, if missing at all, right? Yeah. And so anyway, it's been good. And I think the trick is methodology wise. That's why I'd be leery about something with AI and social media trends. It'd be like, hey, I'm listening to this chatter, and based on this chatter, that's voting. Here's the thing. You take the voter file, so the pool of your, like you cannot vote unless you are a registered voter, right?
Yep,
so
right.
There's check 1. And then 2, are they likely to turn out for this election? Here's the thing. With this election, would we have roughly 80% turnout? In the last presidential election, 79.7%.
Yeah, very high.
Yeah, and this election is looking more like 2020 than it is like 2016 or the others. So we're going to see close to that level or at that level that we saw. So, I mean, people are turning out. And so the thing is, voter file, making sure qualifying them that they're actually voting, and then making sure your population is representative of the state as a whole. So you have the right amount of Republicans, Democrats, Independents, and then the right amount of males, females, and then the different regions, et cetera. So making sure you have a very broad and representative sample, and you have enough Hispanic Latinos, for example, or not too many white college educated compared to non-college educated. So if you do that, that's why polling is an incredibly powerful tool, and it's still the best tool out there to get a real sense of what the audience is feeling. And so, I mean, I feel confident going tonight, but you never know. I mean, there could be some curveballs or new things that come up, and we're in this massive reorganization in politics that we haven't seen since the civil rights movement in the mid-'60s.
Mike Noble, CEO and founder of Noble Predictive Insights. This question's been bothering me, and it probably shouldn't.
Oh, okay.
So let's suppose that we've got. Let's suppose you've got a poll. What's your latest Trump-Harris poll? You got Trump up by 4.
Yeah. Trump. Which one? We have polls in Arizona, Nevada, Utah. National.
Okay, let's say Arizona.
Poll. We have Trump +1, and then Gaggle +4. But look at the vote share. It's 49% Trump, 48% Harris.
Okay.
And vote share wise, he's never really cracked above high above 50. So I think he's kind of capped out at 50-51. Right.
Yeah. So let's say you've got a margin of error on that, probably
about 3.5, 3.2.
Okay.
Roughly. So let's say 3 points.
Let's say 3 points.
Yeah.
Okay. So does that mean that that we could go? Is that a 6-point margin of error? Then is my question.
Yeah, no, you're right. So that's a good question. Margin of error. So break it down. I think the most digestible way, you take both of those numbers, and so Trump, let's say he's at 49%. He could be either highest point, 52%,
which would mean that she's down at 45%. Then, right?
Correct. Well, so his number could be 3 points higher or 3 points lower, and the same for her number.
Okay.
So think of it this, and so everyone gets focused exactly on a number, +1 or 2. When you're saying, let's say it's +1 Harris or +1 Trump.
Yeah.
They're telling you both the same thing. It's close. One might slightly have an edge than the other, and think of it as a fuzziness in the numbers. So, instead of just looking at a definitive 1 point, it's 1 to 4 or 1 to 2 the other way, right?
Yeah.
And that's the way to look at it. But when you look at it consistently, that's why we said in our press release, even though we had Trump +1, we think Trump is more likelier than Harris to take Arizona.
Barely.
Well, again, I think he wins anywhere from 1 to 3.
Right.
His ceiling's, I think, 4. But basically 1 to 3, and when you look at consistency, if you look at, just some of the other polling put out there, like Emerson College or, New York Times Siena, which was the most accurate pollster last cycle. They're number 1 in the country. And a lot of people have Trump's vote share, right around 49%. And consistently, she's been sitting, though, anywhere from the 45 to 48 range. So she's just been slightly underperforming. So, when it is such a close race, instead of saying, well, it could be anyone's ball game, I feel like you kind of have to tip it one way or the other of saying, hey, which way do you think it's going to fall, instead of just saying, well, anyone is going to win, which is, cop out, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Last one for you, real quick. I've heard you weigh in a lot on polls over the years.
Yeah.
What about predictive markets and betting markets? Give me your 30-second thoughts on them.
I think, again, it's all driven by people betting on it. I mean, at the end of the day, I don't think those are predictive. I think it's a vibes-based. There's no methodology behind it, right? For this, I can showcase and point here, this is where we had the race, and this is exactly where it turned out. Especially our Utah elections, we had every candidate either spot on or 1 point off in the right pecking order too, the second, third, fourth place people where they came in at. Mm-hmm. And so, the betting markets, I think they're fun to talk about, and but I think a lot of people will highlight data that forms with their opinion compared to what is actually the truth or reality. I think that's what I'm always trying to get after is hey, what is the truth and not what one side or the other is trying to push for their agenda.
Fresh off the golf course and right into the hot seat for us, Mike Noble from Noble Predictive Insights, CEO and founder. Thank you so much for coming in, Mike.
Hey, thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
On Election Day, you'd think that we'd have election stories in our headline volley. And while the topics include leadership, parties, and possible legislation, it doesn't have much to do with today's elections. Your political siesta on Election Day is next in the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Who will be Arizona's next U.S. Senator and our next Commander-in-Chief?
So here it is, folks. It's our moment. The election is here. The momentum's on our side.
We are going to take out the trash in Washington, D.C., and the trash's name is Kamala Harris.
Be here tonight at 7 for another Arizona Votes 2024 special program as we wait for more votes to be counted and races to be called on KTAR News, on the app, and online.
At the Midwestern University Comprehensive Care Clinic, we take the time to get to know you. Our resident physicians, student, and faculty providers offer affordable, unrushed, and thorough health care. Experience the Midwestern difference for primary care, pediatrics, obstetrics, geriatrics, behavioral health, and so much more. Located in Central Phoenix, just off the I-17 near Bethany Home and 21st Avenue, visit MWUclinics.com today to learn more. Midwestern University Clinics, your family's home for healthcare. Is thinning hair or a receding hairline making you self-conscious? Try Hair Grow from New Nordic. Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start feeling your best with Hair Grow. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com.
'Tis the season for decking the halls, but Rias Air Plumbing, Heating, and Electrical says don't forget to deck out your home's heating and plumbing too, so you'll be safe and comfortable through the holidays. Right now, get our fall AC and heating maintenance, a water heater flush, and an electrical safety check, all for just $169, a savings of almost $300. This is our best fall offer ever. Call Rias today or online at REEIS.com and ensure your home is Rias holiday ready.
Call Rias.com.
It's Gatos, and I'm sitting next to my great friend, Dr. Joe from Aria Dental Implant Center. Hey, Dr. Joe, it's great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
So when you get a patient who's got broken or missing teeth, they sit down and they say, Dr. Joe, help me. Help me. I want to be able to chew foods again. I want to be in pictures and smile again. You're going to help them.
I love what I do. We've been doing it for a long time. People don't come in for implants, Gatos. They don't. They come in for their teeth.
Yeah, they want teeth.
They want teeth.
Yeah.
They want to be able to eat. They want to be able to speak. They want to be able to take photos, take selfies.
There's a patient that's on the fence about getting dental implant treatment. What do you tell them right now?
Don't be afraid to call. Don't be afraid to come in. It's truly for us to get to know each other, for me to see if I can help you, to be able to share my knowledge with you so I can put you at ease and make it a comfortable experience for you.
Go see my friend Dr. Joe. You got broken or missing teeth, he is going to help you. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. It's spelled A-R-I-A, AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Tune into The Truth About Money with Bruce Weinstein and Tim Travis.
We hand select each and every security in the portfolio as opposed to kind of the more cookie cutter approaches that a lot of the larger firms will take.
Understand challenges facing today's retirees.
They tell us what their wishes and their goals are. We create the plan.
Tune into The Truth About Money, Saturdays at 7 a.m. on KTAR News.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? This is Dr. Patrick Maloney with Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss, and we know the secret. Our unique weight loss program makes it easy to lose weight, get healthy, and get your energy back naturally, safely, and effectively. If you'd like to lose unhealthy fat without counting points or calories, no exercising, no prepackaged meals, no drugs, no surgery, and no injections with the risk of serious side effects, visit PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com to schedule your free consultation in person or virtually.
Jamie West here, and after hiding my bathroom scale for more than 2 years, I'm now excited to step on it every morning. Thanks to Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss, I've lost more than 20 pounds in just over a month with no drugs or shots. Get started now and think about how great you'll look for the holidays. Call for your free weight loss consultation in person or virtually, 602-832-7440, 602-832-7440, or go to PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:31. I'm Jeff Munn.
Votes 2024. Election Day.
Big election day with a big ballot on what has been a very busy election Tuesday in Arizona.
At the polling locations I've been to this morning, including Burton Bar Library in downtown Phoenix, abortion access, immigration certainly at the top of the list for many voters, but almost unanimously, the economy is leading the discussion.
Economy, absolutely. Economy, education.
I just had a son get out of college, and it's not easy for these young people right now. And expenses for all these young kids. It's tough.
Economy's always number one.
Polls will be open until 7 o'clock tonight statewide. In downtown Phoenix, Jim Cross, KTAR News.
And voters may be eager to believe the early signs that their candidate is winning in today's election, but not so fast, says a local poll watcher.
KTAR senior political analyst Dr. Mike O'Neill says about 90% of the votes are early votes and will be tallied and released by 8 p.m. And those numbers could give voters a false sense of hope. O'Neill says the in-person votes are the ones to watch, especially in the presidential race.
Either one going up by more than a trivial amount would be a very good sign for them, based on limited information. You'd rather be ahead than behind.
O'Neill says the normal voting pattern has been disrupted this year. One reason, presidential candidate Donald Trump encouraged his supporters to vote early after telling them to vote in person in 2020. Susan Monday, KTAR News.
And indeed, everyone waiting for those ballots to be counted, no one more so than Maricopa County Recorder Stephen Richer. He tells the Mike Broomhead Show a steady stream of early ballots have been returned already, with more to come.
It's been very significant, and so we've already signature verified about 1.5 million ballot packets. And once that's done, then it can go to ballot processing. It could go over to the board, who has been working rapidly on tabulation. And so far, so good.
Richard says a number of races could be decided by the end of the night, though closer ones might take a couple of days to call. Disturbances at polling centers are a concern this election season, and poll workers are on standby to try and resolve any problems. That's according to Maricopa County Sheriff Russ Skinner, who tells the Mike Broomhead Show if workers aren't able to calm the situation down, law enforcement will step in. He says unlike written political distractions, protecting voters and election workers is essential. Stay with us all day long as we bring you live updates from our reporters in the field. Our wall-to-wall coverage continues into the night as results come in. Join us for a special show from 7 p.m. to midnight. Tune to 92.3 FM, the KTAR News app, or watch our coverage on the KTAR News YouTube page. And for more election stories, go to KTAR.com/Arizona Votes. Let's get an update on traffic as we go live to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Chuck Rowe.
Thank you, Jeff. We'll start with some ride times. The I-10 westbound about 29 minutes now from the mini stack out to 75th Avenue. I-17, the northbound side, 22 minutes from the I-10 split to Northern Avenue. Also looking at about a 25-minute ride now on the Loop 101 westbound from Hayden out to 75th Avenue. 202 Santan Freeway eastbound, just 11 minutes from the 101 to Gilbert Road. Now, there is a crash on the 51 southbound at Indian School Road. The motorcyclist involved there, and it looks like fire department just rolling up on the scene, and they are blocking the right lane. So stay to the left to get around that. And watch for a wreck I-17 southbound at Jomax. That's blocking the center lane. This traffic report brought to you by Dolphin Pools. Trust the reviews. Make Dolphin Pools your one-stop shop for your backyard paradise. Visit them today at dolphinpools.us. Chuck Rowe, KTAR News.
Clear tonight, the low 51. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, a high of 73. Right now in Phoenix, partly cloudy skies, 73 degrees. Weather's brought to you by Howard Air. I'm Jeff Munn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Arizona Votes 2024, continuing coverage of the general election on the Chris and Joe Show.
Every day right after our 3:30 news, we touch on the other big headlines and ask life's most important questions. Let's tickle your brain bone.
Chris and Joe, this is The Volley. Brought to you by Parker & Sons, AC Plumbing and Electrical. Celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker.
Joe, during an October 1st episode of First Take, ESPN analyst Stephen A. Smith used Kevin Durant's leadership ability as a reason to argue against the Suns as a serious contender. Here we are on a day that's choosing our new leader. Durant responded by telling The Athletic, "He's a clown to me. He's always been a clown. You can write that too." Joe, who's the biggest clown in media? It can be any media, not just sports.
Wow. Oh, my. Oh, Jeff Munn raised his hand.
Jeff Munn is the biggest clown in media?
No, he was calling himself out. He's not the biggest clown, though. Wow, the biggest clown in all of
There's some
media.
people who would like 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Wow.
Okay. I was not prepared for this. I mean, I can definitely identify. I mean, in sports, Woody Page, he would have to be up there.
Oh, yeah.
Stephen A., certainly up there. Yeah. I'm team Kevin Durant. All of media. Oh, man. I don't want to.
About any of the partisan hacks on Fox or MSNBC or anything like that.
Oh, yeah.
They just say whatever they want.
Rachel Maddow, I was listening to a podcast the other day, and they were saying she just fawns over anybody on the left who she brings on, like, oh, thank you so much for joining me tonight. No doubt, yeah. Rachel Maddow. Same thing with the people on the left. The Tucker Carlsons of the world. Yeah, the opposite of the left. You picked up what I was putting down.
I got
right.
you. Yeah.
Tucker Carlson.
Tucker Carlson recently, by the way, said that abortions cause hurricanes. And I was like, man, Pat Robertson passed away. I thought we were done with crazy, but here comes Tucker strong.
When Gutfeld started, I thought he was pretty cool. Now he seems like he loves him some him. That's clown behavior.
Yeah, clownish. Pablo's going to be like, there's this person on Telemundo. You're not even on the air. What's going on over here? This is going to be a long night if this is how this is going to shake out. I'm telling you this
We
right
broke
now.
Pablo.
Pablo's in the producer chair, and the producer mic isn't working. Now the producer backup microphone isn't working.
Can I get in on this?
Yeah, please.
I think
Pablo can't.
Jeff Munn in the back. Go ahead.
I don't want this to reveal any political leaning. But yeah, I mean, I think Joe's right. I think a lot of the hosts on either side of the aisle, because they're entertainers.
Yeah.
And Coulter, another one.
Oh.
Throw her in there. She's mean, too.
Yeah. All right.
She'd probably say I'm woke and weak
By the way,
for calling her mean.
I think Russia's been hacking our stuff. That's why Pablo can't say a word. I think Russia got into our microphones.
I believe it.
Yeah. All
Pablo,
right.
did you break through Russia and their attempts to hack you yet?
He can't respond because they killed his microphone.
Let's
go to you.
Putin got Pablo.
That's right. Putin.
Can you believe it?
All right, Pete Pablo.
Oh. I'm going to go off the board here with one for you. Headline.
Yeah.
Pregnant woman tried to sell baby on Facebook to, quote, highest bidder and shook down adoptive parents. A pregnant 21-year-old Texas woman tried to sell her unborn baby to the highest bidder, posting in September on a group to adoptive parents looking for, quote, adoptive parents, just days before she was set to give birth. Chris, it's obviously an awful story. Let's look past that for a moment. If one was for sale, what do you feel the going rate for a baby would be?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And I feel like I'd want to be able to demo it a little bit first.
Okay.
I got to take that to my baby mechanic. Definitely have to run one through a pediatrician and just see, like, what's our value? I don't want to be paying $50,000 for a kid only to find out the kid's probably not going to make it past 8 years old or something. You know, if I got to make sure we got a clean bill of health. So I'm talking full workup, blood work, that sort of thing. If I get all of that, I think probably $50,000 or $100,000.
Wow. Okay.
For a baby. Yeah.
Am I crazy that is?
Wait, is it a white baby?
It did appear to be.
They go for more on the market.
But I'm going to be honest. Mom looked to have maybe had a bit of a drug problem. So
I think
baby could have some.
Is this the one where I saw that she sold it for like $200?
I didn't see how much
I
she
saw
sold
a story
it for.
this week. It was like,
What's it cost to have a baby?
Look who broke through the Western Front.
Always hit the purple button.
How about that?
Yeah.
All right.
What does it cost to birth a baby? Do you guys know? I mean, I'm not a parent, so I don't know.
That's a good question. I want to say it's up like $100,000.
Ooh, I was gonna say I was gonna double that price.
Well, you could have a nice at-home birth. I mean, who says you have to go to a hospital? I mean, so what does it cost? I think
get the
that's
insurance.
relative.
Okay, hang on. Giving birth costs, I was way off. According to the Peterson Kaiser Family Foundation, $18,865.
There you go.
If you don't have health insurance, you can expect a hefty hospital bill. Another one here from CBS News says just over $17,000. The average price of a hospital birth can be up over $22,000. So
I put this in there though because I wasn't so curious about. Obviously, mom's deplorable.
Yeah.
But who texts back when there's tons of kids up
give you
for adoption?
Let me give you an overly personal story.
Yeah.
So I don't know exactly what they paid. But when I was in high school, my girlfriend and I had a baby.
Yeah.
Okay. And we gave that child up for adoption. And it was an open adoption. I've since spoken with him. He's a great kid, really excited. We chose the family, that kind of thing. But the adoption agency was taking fees from the adoptive parents. And that was the business was you're paying us to find you a baby. And then when we find that baby, you're going to pay for this and you're going to pay for that and you're going to pay for this and you're going to pay for the legal and all this other stuff. And I want to say it was tens of thousands of dollars that they ended up
I'm sure.
giving to the adoption agency in order to adopt Garrett, by the way. Wonderful little guy. I say little guy. He's like 29 now. God, I'm old. When did that happen?
That was very vulnerable.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate
Thank
that.
you for sharing.
I never talked about that on the air until I met him a few years back, and he said, "Yeah, you can talk about it. That's cool." And I said, "That's great," but I never wanted to say anything about that until he
gave you permission.
Gave me permission, and that meant that I had to one day wait for him to reach out and want to meet me, so that I could get to know him. He's a fantastic guy.
That's cool.
Really excited.
What do you got over there?
All right, new survey shows over 90% of employees support implementing a right to disconnect law similar to a recent legislation in Australia. The findings paint a troubling picture of a workforce tethered to their devices, spending an average of 2 hours and 45 minutes daily on digital work communications alone. Joe, even if you weren't required to keep up on emails, text, team messages, or any other digital interruption, would you even be able to relax, or would you always feel like there's a problem just brewing and waiting for you when you get in?
It's a great question. I'm
Joe.
I don't know, because something always comes up. On the most recent vacation that I took, I had people who were texting me saying, "Hey, I don't feel well today. Can you find somebody?" Or it's, "Hey, how do I do this?" or "How do I do that?" So I honestly cannot tell you, because I haven't been in that situation. But here's the most honest answer I can give you.
Okay.
I believe if nobody hit me up and bugged me, I would not reach out, and I would be able to relax and just chill.
Well, the thing is that in this case, they wouldn't be allowed to reach out and bug you at all.
Right.
But then, in my mind, I would be like, I hope everything's okay. If I get back, am I walking into
that's
an ambush?
I don't mind when people reach out if it prevents 2 tons of work later for 1 ton now.
All right.
Give me the work now.
I think it's our generation. I work during when I'm trying to relax,
You just
checking
always-
emails and stuff
Yeah.
like that. Yeah.
Are you saying we're old?
Yes,
Yeah.
I have a mirror. I look at it every day. I can see it.
Great minds think alike.
I'm
too.
really excited because I'm losing my hair, but it's not turning gray.
You guys are old?
Well, hang on, man. We weren't going to call you out.
I'm not used to being on this show, so I don't know where I can jump in and where I can't.
Truth is, man, we didn't know if you could hear us over there.
Well, my hearing aid's tuned up.
That's got okay.
Can we
good.
go back to the first question, because I just thought of something and I texted it to Joe.
Yeah, what's that? The media question, or you want to buy a baby?
No, the media clown.
How much are you paying?
The media clown.
All right, media clown.
Yeah.
Pat McAfee.
Oh yeah.
No,
I can see it. You like him?
I think he's authentic for what he is.
Yeah, but he's a squirrel.
God,
Remember when Game Day about a month ago did their show in Berkeley at Cal? I thought Pat McAfee in Berkeley. What could go wrong?
Yeah.
Oh.
All right. Well, about Munn coming in with the peanut reference on today's program.
When
Well
Munn
done.
comes in the tank top tomorrow, we'll know what.
Oh, I can't wait for that.
There's no chance of that happening. We're trying to attract viewers to the website.
Okay.
All right. You know what? We're gonna call this guy Amtrak over here, because Jeff Munn comes in. We are off the rails. That's what's happening.
You want
right now.
Becky Lynn back tomorrow? I take it.
No, we don't want. No, we love you. Are you kidding? It's
Okay.
great.
Well, thank you.
All right. That was my microphone.
Hit your microphone first.
Unbelievable. On this historic day, who better to calm your nerves and titillate your brain than the guys from Outspoken? What they have in store for your drive home and what you can expect from them in our extended election coverage is next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Who will be Arizona's next U.S. Senator and our next Commander-in-Chief?
Every single vote matters.
This is it. This is the last one that we're going to have to do.
Be here tonight at 7 for another Arizona Votes 2024 special program as we wait for more votes to be counted and races to be called on KTAR News, on the app, and online.
CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Parker & Sons wants to thank you, Arizona, for helping them become the Valley's most trusted heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical company over the last 50 years. 50 years. It's Parker's 50th anniversary. They are celebrating by giving right back to Arizona with 50 acts of kindness. If anyone you know is in need of Parker's services, visit parker50.com and nominate them for a free service or repair today. Parker50.com or call 602-2REPAIR.
If you're living with chronic joint pain in your knees, hips, lower back, and shoulders, I've got exciting news for you.
Emmett Smith, all-time rushing leader and Hall of Famer.
Now you can get relief from pain without harmful medications and surgery. Call my guys at QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics specializes in biologic therapies that can repair and restore damaged tissue. I'm talking about natural pain treatments now available, not just for pro athletes, but to people like you.
At QC Kinetics, we're seeing patients every day who suffer from chronic joint pain but who desperately wanted to avoid surgery. We're treating joint pain with biologic therapies, regenerative solutions with long-lasting results.
Listen, it's all about getting your life back. Playing touch football with kids, walking upstairs pain-free, getting back on a job, and patients at QC Kinetics are raving about the results.
QC Kinetics. Call to learn more about restorative treatments that can get you back in the game.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN.
Where were you when the big hailstorm hit? My car and I were right in the middle of it. Hi, this is Jeannie. New to the Valley, we didn't know who to trust with our repair. A friend recommended Dave Lindgren's First Class Auto Body. The experience was perfect. My Lexus was like brand new. Later, I backed my way right into another repair. Ouch! No worries. We had Dave Lindgren's First Class Auto Body. Dave works for you, not the insurance company. For info, go to firstclassautobody.az.com.
KTAR News Flash.
At 3:48, I'm Jeff Munn. This is what you need to know right now. So far, it's smooth sailing at the polls on this election day. That's according to Maricopa County Supervisor Bill Gates. He says 130,000 people have checked into vote centers across the county already. KTAR News will be live and local all day today and into the night as we wait for results to come in. Join us for a special election show beginning at 7 as our KTAR host and guest analyze the results as they happen. We'll also take you live to candidates' parties as they wait to see how you voted. Catch our coverage on 92.3 FM, the KTAR News app, and live on the KTAR YouTube channel. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Right now, the latest in traffic, live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center with Chuck Rowe.
Jeff, I-17 northbound after Indian School Road, new crash there. Left 2 lanes are blocked. Didn't need that. It's already backed up starting at the I-10 Stack interchange. The I-17 southbound at Jomax Road, a wreck in the clearing stages. Everything is off to the right there. 51 southbound at Indian School, that motorcycle wreck out of lanes. A bunch of surface street crashes just came in. 24th Street at Osborne between Indian School and Thomas Road. 35th Avenue at Camelback. Also a motorcycle wreck baseline east of Central Avenue. Bell Road east of 59th Avenue. Watch for a crash there in Glendale. In Chandler, it's a wreck at Dobson at Germain Road. Broadway at Country Club Drive, a crash there in Mesa, and another collision, this one at 16th Street at I-17. This traffic report brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. Don't settle for one cash offer. Get multiple cash offers with Carol Royce. To get your home's best cash offers, call Carol today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Chuck Rowe, KTAR News.
Kids, KARS Cars for Kids, 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
At Howard Air, save up to $6,495 in total rebates on select new systems. Plus, get no interest and make no payments for 12 months on approved credit, and enhance your home's energy efficiency and comfort during these cold winter months with Howard Air Insulation. Call today, get 20% off any insulation job. It's Black Friday all month long at Howard Air. Call 602-953-2766 or schedule a free estimate online today at howardair.com. Some restrictions apply.
You love the fall in Phoenix, but you hate to paint, so do what your neighbor Michael did. He called Rhino Shield.
Our home is basically a contemporary with stucco finish, and we just started noticing that the paint was just fading and the stucco would just look like garbage. We had received a postcard from Rhino Shield, and we decided to take a look at it.
Rhino Shield's formulated for our specific climate.
The process with Rhino Shield and their crew, they were just very conscientious. We had problems in the past with painters. They leave debris and everything. Well, we didn't have that with Rhino Shield.
Way better than paint. Backed by a 25-year warranty. Right now, you can get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 20% off the regular price.
The thing about Rhino Shield, the heat gain has been reduced, and we save $70 a month. You don't hear that about any type of paint.
Rhino Shield owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Arizona Votes 2024. Continuing coverage of the general election on the Chris and Joe Show.
All right, pleasure being with you as our election coverage continues. We are going to be live and local until at least midnight. And if we've got something tight and breaking news that's happening at that time, we will extend as late as we have to, because I'm going to use this as leverage against the boss the next time I need a day off. Joining us in the studio right now is the great Gatos from Outspoken with Bruce St. James and Gatos. Good to see you, my friend.
Hey, guys.
So on a day like this, do you get worked up? Are you excited about it? Or is this, because I describe this as, it's almost like Christmas Eve, where nothing really is going to happen until tonight. It's a holiday, but it's not, like, there's not a whole lot going on from a media standpoint until this evening.
I mean, for me personally, I like stuff just getting thrown at me in the middle of the chaos.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I think that's kind of the fun part of radio. I don't think we all know what to expect tonight. And so I think we'll have a bunch of surprises, and I think that's it's gonna we'll find out who's going to be running the world. I mean, that's really what it is, and the great thing, the world is watching. It's not America, just what the whole world is tuning in to see who's going to run the planet, and it's either going to be Harris or Trump.
You guys got a special war room tonight.
We got a 2-hour war room. We've got from 5 to 6. We've got a panel. Then we're going to switch it out with a different panel at 6. Bruce and I have looked at some exit polls. How big is abortion? What are people saying about the status of kind of, the country? How are they feeling? And, who benefits from some of these exit polls? Can we look into some of these polls and say, oh, well, that benefits Kamala, that benefits Trump? So we've got a few of those too, and we'll go through those immediately.
You guys come on the air right as the first polls close too.
Yeah. There's some polls are closing at 4 o'clock our time. Mm-hmm. I think North Carolina closes at 5:30 our time.
Yes.
Okay. I've got it all written down.
Good.
But yeah, we're just gonna roll with it, man.
Good.
We're gonna see where America wants to take this country.
The best hour in Phoenix radio is 2 hours today with that war room starting at 5 o'clock, and our coverage continues. Joe Huizinga, anything to add?
No.
We're back tonight, 10 p.m. for election coverage, KTAR News.
This may be the most popular event of the year at Beatitudes campus in North Central Phoenix. The power of the purse is back. I'm Jamie West. Join more than 400 corporate trailblazers, philanthropists, community influencers, and others who love purses and Beatitudes campus. The auction and fashion show supports housing and healthcare scholarships and other programs. Enjoy cocktails, fashion, and fun. Sunday afternoon, November 10th. Text PURSE to 620-620 for details. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes campus.
Message and data rates may apply.
I served my country honorably in the Marine Corps, and for almost 3 decades, I've dedicated my life to serving you. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth. I met my incredible wife on a blind date at Camp Lejeune. She also served in the Marines. My son, an Air Force veteran, and my daughter are on our team. I'm sharing this because Trajan Wealth is more than just a business. It's our family's legacy based on trust and integrity. We're here to manage your money and fight for your dreams. Our fiduciary duty is to put your needs first, always. If you have an old 401k collecting dust, or if your current advisor isn't meeting your needs, let's talk. At Trajan Wealth, we're ready to take on your retirement challenges one at a time. Honor the sacrifices of those who served by taking action for your future. Call us today.
480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Hi, Dieter Dan here with my friend Wayne from AMCO. Hey, Wayne, let's talk about some back-to-school TLC for your car.
Sure thing, Dan. You know, the last thing anyone needs is to start the school year with car troubles, so it's best to have your car checked out now.
Well, that's a great idea, but where should people go if they need a place that's reliable and affordable?
That's easy. Head to your closest AMCO. We specialize in back-to-school auto repairs, making sure your car's in tip-top shape for the busy school season.
Now that's cool. What kind of services do you offer, though?
Dan, we do it all, from transmissions to oil changes, brakes, engine light checks, even engine diagnostics and repairs. Plus, we offer a special back-to-school discount for students and teachers.
That sounds perfect. Do you need to make an appointment?
Not at all. We have same-day service in most cases, so just pop into your nearest AMCO or book online at amco.com.
Wow, now that's convenient. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Who will be Arizona's next U.S. Senator and our next Commander-in-Chief?
The weather's beautiful in Metro Phoenix and I think across the state today. And so get to know your neighbors. Please exercise patience and make sure you get up and moving once you get in there.
Be here tonight at 7 for another Arizona Votes 2024 special program as we wait for more votes to be counted and races to be called on KTAR News, on the app, and online.
If you're suffering from stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your arms, legs, hands, or feet, you may be experiencing peripheral neuropathy. If you or a loved one is suffering from neuropathy and has been prescribed a medication like Lyrica, Neurontin, or Cymbalta, there is an alternative. Amazing research has now shown that neuropathy symptoms can be reversed in as little as 1 week. At Restore Wellness, highly trained doctors are using a cutting-edge treatment and successfully slowing and often reversing the disease without addictive medications. If you're tired of living in pain, then call 480-447-9555. That's 480-447-9555. There's no surgery or prescription drugs. Don't wait to get relief. Call 480-447-9555. The first 25 callers will receive a full exam and in-depth consultation, absolutely free.
Tell us about an outstanding teacher worthy of a $2,500 check by texting teacher to 620-620. Pay tribute to a teacher from KTAR News. Presented by Your Valley Toyota dealers. Message and data rates may apply.
As temperatures start to drop in the fall, many homeowners begin home improvement projects. Those plans should include Connecticut Water. Connecticut protects your plumbing, appliances, and fixtures, removes chlorine, and helps your water heater last longer. Whether you want to upgrade your old electric softener or are considering water treatment for the first time, Connecticut can help. Plus, if you don't know what you need, they offer a free water analysis if you mention Gatos. Call Connecticut today, 602-910-6570, or visit aquazona.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 4 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn.
Arizona Votes 2024, Election Day.
Well, today is the day, finally. Arizona voters across the state are at the polls, and they're casting their ballots in what is expected to be a very tight race. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is speaking with voters at Chandler Gilbert Community College and joins us now live.
Yeah, Becky, more than 150,000 voters have checked in today at Maricopa County polling places. At some of the locations, there are lines, including here in Chandler, where we're seeing about a half-hour wait to vote in person. Among those voting today is a Democrat voter named Connor. She is proudly supporting Kamala Harris.
I hate everything about Trump. I hate everything he stands for. I hate everything he's done. I hate his past. I don't think that has any amount of integrity or morality.
But a Republican voter named Jeffrey, a senior, tells me he is voting for only his third time ever to support Donald Trump.
There's a lot of things in our country right now that need fixed, and it's time to go in a different direction than what we've been going in as a country.
And while some locations are seeing wait times, as long as you're in line by 7 p.m., you'll be able to vote. Live at Chandler Gilbert Community College, Ballin over Stoles, KTAR News.
We go now to McTech, where we find KTAR's Heidi Hommel standing by. Heidi?
Thanks, Becky. A new state law requires vote centers to hand count early ballots in their green envelopes dropped off on Election Day. Maricopa County Supervisor Bill Gates says they're happy to comply with this new security measure.
We're asking for people to be patient, but if people voted in person today, if they ran their ballot through a on-site tabulator, it'll be reported either this evening or tomorrow morning.
Gates adds they also have new security measures at the Maricopa County Tabulation and Election Center, like fencing around the building and badge identification. He explains this was done after armed protesters showed up at McTech during the 2020 election. Reporting live at McTech, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Well, everyone is waiting for the ballots to be counted, and no one more than Maricopa County Recorder Stephen Richer, who tells the Mike Broomhead Show a steady stream of early ballots have been returned already, with more to come.
It's been very significant, and so we've already signature verified about 1.5 million ballot packets. And once that's done, then it can go to ballot processing. It can go over to the board, who has been working rapidly on tabulation. And so far, so good.
Richard says a number of races could be decided by the end of tonight, although the closer ones might take a couple of days to call. Have the pollsters underestimated presidential candidate Donald Trump? KTAR Susan Monday reports now there's some suggestion that could be the case in the swing state of Pennsylvania, and she joins us live from the News Center with more.
Philadelphia talk show host Dom Giordano tells the Chad Benson Show that this time around, some pollsters have tried to capture that so-called reluctant Trump disclosure voters. And the Trump campaign has courted the Amish vote in Pennsylvania, something George W. Bush did in 2004. That was a decisive move for his win. The big story, according to Giordano?
Republicans have taken to mail-in balloting by about 5 to 6 percentage points more than the last time.
Giordano believes the race is so close in the Keystone State, potentially under the 80,000 votes that Biden won Pennsylvania in 2020. Reporting live from the KTAR News Center, I'm Susan Monday.
And KTAR News will be live and local all day today and into the night as we wait for the results to come in. Be sure and join us for a special election show starting at 7 o'clock as our KTAR hosts and guests analyze the results as they happen. We'll also take you live to candidates' parties as they wait to see how you voted. Catch our coverage on 92.3 FM, also on the KTAR News app and live on the KTAR YouTube channel. Right now, let's take a look at traffic. Chuck Rowe is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Let's get a look at some of those updated ride times. The I-10 westbound, about 33 minutes now from the mini stack out to 75th Avenue. Eastbound on the I-10, only 14 minutes from the I-17 split to Ray Road. If you're on the 101, Pima Price Freeway southbound, about 16 minutes to get from Shea Boulevard down to Broadway. Only 8 minutes on the US 60 eastbound from the 101 to Val Vista. That is pretty typical. I-17 northbound after Indian School. That crash still blocking the right exit lane. It's heavy coming up from the stack. The I-17 southbound at Jomax, a wreck in the clearing stages. Everything's off to the right there. We had a wreck on the I-10 eastbound before 16th Street. That was moved off to the right. Surface Street action, a crash 91st Avenue at Van Buren, 67th Avenue at Van Buren, a separate collision. There's a wreck at 24th Street at Osborne, 35th Avenue at Camelback Road. Had a motorcycle go down baseline just east of Central Avenue, and watch for a crash in Glendale, Bell Road, east of 59th Avenue. Chuck Rowe, KTAR News.
We're expecting our high today to hit 75, 51 tonight, 73 on Wednesday, and upper 60s on Thursday. In Peoria, it's 72. Weather brought to you by Howard Air. With a replace or repair, call Howard Air. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Arizona Votes 2024. Continuing coverage of the general election on Outspoken with Bruce Ingatos.
All right, here we go. It's Election Day. Happy Election Day, everybody.
Yeah, for those who celebrate.
Oh, absolutely. So I was just telling you off the air, I'm getting these texts from my friends, and they're on both sides of the aisle. And, you know, one of my buddies is a Republican. He's like, I've been in the bathroom all day. I'm so nervous. I got a text from another one of my friends, a Democrat. I'm nauseous right now.
Oh, you poor thing.
So
it's going to be okay.
We're going to have the War Room at 5 and 6 with 2 different panels. Make sure that you are here.
A double War Room?
We also have calls into the Harris campaign and the Trump campaign. And don't be surprised if Kamala or Walz or Trump or Vance come on the show today. This is a swing state. We put the phone calls in. We'd love to interview any of the 4.
Yeah.
And so stand by for that. All right. Can we be civil during and after today's election? Isn't there even a possibility?
What would make you think that?
Because you have the devil on your shoulder.
Absolutely.
I've got the little angel on my shoulder, and I'm like,
I've got the devil on both shoulders.
I'm hoping we can be civil, and that, you know, even if your team wins, you're out there. Don't spike the ball in the face of the person who lost.
Right. Yeah, right.
Not going to happen.
Not going to happen. Come on, let's be honest.
I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think it's going to happen.
I appreciate the fact that you've got a moment of clarity, Gato. It's just a moment of clarity.
Yeah. I think people are starting to figure out, okay, how am I going to react if the worst case scenario is realized tomorrow? And I think that's what people are struggling with today, because now it's out of your control. If you voted, great. You've done what, you know, you've done your thing. And now it's up to tallying the votes. And, you know, as I said, I don't care who you vote for. I just care how you conduct yourself throughout. And
have you seen how people have conducted themselves up until now?
Not too well.
Yeah. And so you think, like, because it's Tuesday, November 5th, magically, like,
no,
everyone's going to turn into some sort of a kinder, gentler version of themselves?
No.
No, I don't think so.
Prediction. You ready?
Oh, well, you're going to start
right here.
Really?
Let's go.
Oh, okay. You're going to. What are you predicting?
All right. Let's predict the election.
Okay. All right.
So I'm gonna. You know, I love to pat myself on the back. I mean, Becky Lynn will tell you that. I love to
goes
pat
without
myself.
saying.
Oh, he's knocked himself over many times.
I've never missed an election.
Really?
I've gotten it all right since 2000. I've never missed one.
Okay.
And I'll be flat on honest. People thought I was nuts in 2016 when I picked Trump. People thought I was crazy when I picked Biden.
Okay.
So I have picked the election correctly every 4 years.
Okay.
Here's my best guess.
All
and
right.
this is just
no.
like, because, you know, if like, there's no one that's going to tell you right now to anybody's face, I know exactly what's going to happen.
And because it literally is that close.
Yeah.
I think that's fair to say,
I'm
right?
just taking a guess. Okay, here's my guess.
Yeah.
Because I want to remain undefeated. This is about me. I want to remain undefeated.
You're trying to go for 3 for 3.
It's not about the country. No, all the way back to 2000. Even the Bush Gore, I got all that stuff.
Okay, wow.
2016, I said, Trump's going to win. Here's how.
Got it
right. By all that stuff. Here's my best guess.
Best
all right,
guess.
270 electoral votes.
That's what it takes to win.
All right. Kamala's most direct route, you tell me. You keep the so-called 3 states they call it the blue wall. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
Yeah.
She can lose Pennsylvania, but then she's got to replace it with Georgia or North Carolina. And then she's got to get one of the Sun Belt states, like an Arizona or Nevada.
Yeah.
So, you know, winning Michigan.
This is the path to victory we talk about. Yeah.
Winning Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. If you're Kamala, you win all 3, you deliver the 270 and you win. That's probably going to happen. All right, let's go to Trump. I don't think Trump can win without North Carolina. There's some plausible paths, but I think he needs North Carolina for all of them. I think if he loses North Carolina, it's over.
Well, and here's what I would tell you.
Right.
Not to derail you.
Don't derail me.
But if either of them loses a state that kind of they need to win, it also is possibly a predictor of more to come. Do you know what I mean?
Like Iowa. If the polls in Iowa really say that Kamala is winning in deep red,
I don't believe it.
Okay,
yeah,
and
but if
that's the case,
she wins Iowa,
is there a trickle down effect?
Absolutely.
Okay. So Trump's most direct path to 270.
Okay.
would be keep all the states that you won in 2020.
Sure.
Flip Georgia, Pennsylvania, 2 states that he actually won in 2016. Put it back in his column. In that sort of a scenario, then it's critical for Trump to prevent North Carolina from slipping away.
Yeah.
Here's my guess. Okay. I think more Americans want to close this chapter in history than want to continue it.
Which chapter's that?
The Trump era.
Got it.
Now, I could be totally wrong. Okay. Because if you do look at polls, are people happy about where this country is headed? No. The answer is no. And that is a great, great thing if you're a Trump voter.
Right.
I just feel in my gut that more Americans want to turn the page.
Okay.
So I think Kamala wins Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
That means
I like the independents shifting towards Harris, and that's why I think that she might
the late breakers
grab Pennsylvania.
Okay.
The other thing is in 16 of the last 17 elections.
Wow, you've got stats.
Listen, I'm here. I'm ready. I've had 10 cups of coffee. Okay, I'm going till midnight tonight.
I'm ready. Yeah, we're here all night, folks.
In 16 of 17 elections, the more popular candidate has won. Well, duh, right? Okay.
Because it's for some people it's like Spirit King.
Harris's net favorability rating is -2. Trump's is -7.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's the more popular person.
If you want to go there.
If you believe that.
They're not both aren't very popular.
No, both are underwater.
Right.
Yeah.
I think that Republicans is going to be a decent percentage that don't vote for Trump and they go the other way.
I would not be surprised.
I think there's
it's a number greater than 0.
Right. And I don't know how high it is.
Don't know how high it is.
It's the Nikki Haley factor.
Use that as an example.
The silent majority of this election, who knows what that is? And if there are certain Republicans...
Who the hell's silent in this election? Where are the silent? I love when people talk about silent majority. I go, everybody's loud and obnoxious. Where are the silent people?
I think the silent majority are those who are Republicans and are going to vote for Harris. That's the silent majority. That's what I'm calling them. Okay. Trump's closing last 10 days.
His argument, closing
complete
argument.
debacle. I think, we can figure that out.
Yeah, garbage and all that.
Okay, so bottom line, I think Kamala gets a little bit of those undecided voters who watched the last 10 days.
The late breakers, the ones who are going to vote today.
They were waiting, yeah. I think folks who don't normally vote may have watched the last 10 days and said, I got to get off the couch. I think reproductive freedom is a much more powerful force in turnout.
Certainly with women.
And the biggest reason I'm picking Kamala is women. I think there will be a massive female contribution, if you will, to the vote. I think she's going to win an extremely high percentage of those female voters who actually do turn out, and it's going to be women who put Kamala Harris in the White House. So
interesting.
Donald Trump could lose this election because of the women in this country, whether he likes it or not.
I see what you did there.
And I'll give you this at the end.
Oh,
I don't know if this is right.
No, it's your.
This is my best.
Your best guess.
And I'll say this. I care. Listen, whoever wins, is my president.
Okay.
Whoever wins, I'm hoping they are the best president we've ever had in the history of the United States. Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. We don't have to agree with everything that they do, but I am certainly hoping for success no matter who wins. But that's my best guess. Kamala wins Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and it's over.
Interesting.
We'll see if I go 0 for 3.
Okay.
I'll be here all night.
I don't necessarily agree with you.
I don't know.
We'll talk about it. All right. Hey, speaking of that, let's continue that conversation a little. And we also want to give you some information about what's going on right now. We're going to be here all night. Accurate, reliable information.
Right.
We're going to be taking a look at where there's lines still to vote, maybe some alternatives. We'll be talking about any issues with voting and, of course, results. It's all coming up. Election 24/7. Look at that. We're doing it all right here on Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, AZ Trim Light. I want you to get these trim lights. It's an innovative patented lighting system. It goes on the trim of your house. And the only company you should call is AZ Trim Light, okay? There are a bunch of other companies. You don't want the knockoff lights. You want the real ones. You want the best ones. You want the ones that I have in my house. I've hired AZ Trim Light. So here's the deal. Christmas is right around the corner, okay? And you don't want to be on top of your roof with a ladder, trying to put lights up, not falling off the roof. Don't do that. The easiest way to make sure that your house is bright and lit up for Christmas is to call AZ Trim Light. They'll put this innovative patented lighting system on the trim of your home. You will go to your phone, you will hit the button that says Christmas, and you're done decorating. Easiest thing ever. If you get in soon, you can get a discount. All you have to do is mention Gatos. aztrimlight.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:16. I'm Becky Lynn, and this is what you need to know right now. New this afternoon, Arizona Secretary of State Adrian Fontes saying there were unsubstantiated bomb threats directed at 4 polling places in Navajo County. Fontes says this is not only in Arizona, but 4 other states as well.
These are unsubstantiated threats. We have no reason to believe that any of our voters or any of our polling places are in any sort of jeopardy.
Fontes adding they have reason to believe that this is a probing attack from Russia. Stay with us all day long as we bring you the live updates from our reporters in the field. Our wall-to-wall coverage continues into the night as the results come in. We have a special show from 7 p.m. to midnight. Tune in right here at 92.3 FM on the KTAR News app, or you can watch our coverage on the KTAR News YouTube page. And for more election stories, just go to KTAR.com/Arizona Votes. Checking on traffic now. Here's Chuck Rowe live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. New freeway crash on the 101, Pima Freeway eastbound at Tatum Boulevard. It's off to the right. It's actually a little closer to the off-ramp than it is the main line, so if you're exiting there, step carefully. I-10 eastbound before 16th Street. That crash clearing over on the right shoulder. There was a wreck on the I-17 northbound before Camelback that just cleared out of the right lane. This traffic report brought to you by Ever North Care Group. Your health is everything. Get integrated primary care with Ever North Care Group. Schedule a visit today at evernorthcaregroup.com. Chuck Rowe, KTAR News.
Arizona Votes 2024. Continuing coverage of the general election on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Hey, real quick, we got to give a shout out to everybody listening in Tempe. Maybe you're voting in Tempe. You're in line. You're a Tempetonian. We appreciate you listening, all the folks in Tempe. Gatos?
Yeah.
There's a lot of reporters out there. We're getting information. We're gathering it from all around the state, all around the valley. And joining us right now, News Nation border reporter Allie Bradley. Allie, thanks so much for making time for us today.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys.
All right. We know you're in Phoenix, Allie. You're off that border today. You're on election watch. And so I saw on social media you are covering how the Valley is securing the election, and I saw you trying on the riot gear.
Whoa.
So tell us about what you've seen, who you've talked to, and how security is ready to go if something goes bad.
Yeah, so of course this all kind of stems off of 2020 when we saw protesters, armed protesters showing up outside of the tabulation center, countering the results then, right? In 2022, we saw a couple of people, but nothing to write home about. Now they are fortifying the tabulation center. There are barriers, there are barricades all outside of the tabulation center. Sheriff's deputies that we've talked to in security that are down here are telling us, you know, they hope for the best, but they are absolutely prepared for the worst. So as news crews, we have riot gear with us. This is one of the areas that was kind of designated as an area that could potentially see some kind of unrest. And so they equipped my team with some riot gear. So we have our ballistic vest, we have gas masks, and we have helmets in order to kind of deal with whatever might come, you know. We don't know what's going to happen, right? But it is, we need to be prepared because we don't know. And that is the reality, right? A lot of people, and the feeling out here is they don't know what's going to happen, but they do kind of feel like no matter what way it goes, people are going to be really upset. And when people are upset, people react. And so that is what we're doing, is we are preparing for any kind of reactions. Right now, we just heard from Bill Wells. He tells me that 172,000 voters have already checked in to voting centers in Maricopa County. So we're seeing a decent turnout. You guys already know 1.5 million ballots already came back early. So a lot of people in Arizona cast their ballots pretty early. Voters that we talked to out here, though, it's really interesting because I heard you guys talking about the issues that are important and that it's going to be decided a lot by women. Just just ahead of my segment. And the voters that I was talking to, it was really interesting. I had some very unexpected conversations. I talked with a 26-year-old young black man named Ra Walker, and he said that the only reason why he was out voting was because work gave him the time off to go and do it. And I said, well, man, you could be at home playing Xbox on that time off. You obviously are coming out. So no one forced you to come out with that time off. You obviously made the effort to do that. And he said he was doing it because of peer pressure. And he said, all of his friends said, go out, go out, go out. You're a young black man. You have this responsibility to vote for Harris. And he said, I'm not going to vote for Harris because Harris doesn't align with me and I'm not falling into that peer pressure. And he said, we are the easiest to influence as a young generation. He said, but I'm not going to be influenced. This is how I'm voting. Then I heard from Francisco Lopez, who is a open practicing Catholic, and he's a Democrat. And he said, I'm struggling a little bit because you can't just focus on one issue. He's like, I'm a Latino, I'm a dad, and I'm a Catholic. And so if I'm on a diet, I can't just say, you guys can't have ice cream. So he's talking about the abortion bill and him being a Catholic and voting on the Democratic side of things. So that is a crux that people that have, strong faith are dealing with right now. And he said, it's unfortunate for people to focus on just one issue and have that be their sticking point. So
Hey,
there's some
Allie.
really interesting conversations.
Allie, let me pop in here. Allie Bradley is joining us. She's in Phoenix News Nation, border reporter. And I thought it was interesting that you did talk to that migrant from Venezuela, and he's like, listen, I know I'm not allowed to vote. There are a lot of people out there that are like, migrants are voting. Okay, hold on.
They're coming here to vote.
Yeah, well,
Which is
hold
even
on
more
a second.
ridiculous.
Right. So tell us a little bit. He knows he can't vote, and of course he's not going to go do that, right?
Right, and he's in New Jersey, and the laws and voter IDs and all of that stuff is different based on where you are, right?
Sure.
I can honestly say I don't know what is happening. Like if non-citizens are voting in California where they're not checking ID, I don't know. Like I cannot give you an answer if that is happening. We know in Texas, they removed 1,900 non-citizens. 1,600 of them had voting history, right? So I don't know if we are seeing that happen in states where they're not doing checks and balances, because Texas does, and some non-citizens were voting. So I asked Joe Smar. He is a migrant that I have kept in touch with now for, about 2 years. He was actually on one of the Abbott buses that we followed. So we actually went up to New Jersey and touched base with him. He has a Social Security card. He's been paying and filing taxes since he got here nearly 2 years ago. And I asked him, I said, are you voting? And I said, are you going to try? And he said, no, it's not legal for me to vote. I have not gone all the way through my process. I am not a legal U.S. citizen. And if I do that, it will hurt my asylum process. So he openly said that. I shared the text message on my Twitter because that to me was interesting. Somebody, that's the narrative across the board, right? These migrants are voting, these migrants are voting. And then here's this young guy in his mid-20s who's doing everything by the book outside of crossing between a port illegally, right? He got here, he got a lawyer, he started paying taxes, he's working legally, but he's not going to vote because he knows he can't.
It jeopardizes
right?
his future.
Right. And that's character, right? We see that in Joe Smar, and we're like, he sees the writing on the wall and he knows it's a long game for him, right? He wants to be a citizen and he wants to do it right. So really interesting to hear him say that. Like, I'm not even going to try to go register to vote. I know I can't. So interesting to hear that from Joe Smar.
Allie, appreciate your insight today, and thank you so much for sharing those stories.
Thank you, guys. Stay safe. Praying for your safety out here, and keep us in your prayers too. If
We're
you can.
thinking of you, and hopefully we will not need riot gear, for goodness sakes.
Yes.
That is our
I hope so,
top of our
too.
list. Yes,
Thanks,
absolutely. Allie Bradley with News Nation. So, have there been any issues with voting in Maricopa County? We're going to ask one of the guys in charge of it all. How's that? That's coming up next, right here. Outspoken on KTAR.
Who will be Arizona's next U.S. Senator and our next Commander-in-Chief?
So here it is, folks. It's our moment. The election is here. The momentum's on our side.
We are going to take out the trash in Washington, D.C., and the trash's name is Kamala Harris.
Be here tonight at 7 for another Arizona Votes 2024 special program as we wait for more votes to be counted and races to be called on KTAR News, on the app, and online.
Hey, let's get you hooked up with the Lund Mortgage team. You need an expert like my friends at the Lund Mortgage team because, well, you see the market starting to shift towards buyers. And now could be the time for you and your family to buy your home, right? Maybe you're in an apartment or you're renting out somebody's house and literally you're paying their mortgage. Start getting some equity in your own home. Start building your all the terrific, things that you're going to see with your kids and memories and all that kind of stuff. You'll have it. And a lot of people who call the One Mortgage thing, they call them back later and they say, you know what? It's incredible. We're finally in our own home. We're paying our own mortgage. We're having all these memories in our own house with our kids, and we're building all this equity. And it's going to help our little family, right? 623-875-9940. I want you to call the One Mortgage team and tell them Gato sent you.
Is thinning hair or a receding hairline making you self-conscious? Try Hair Grow from New Nordic. Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start feeling your best with Hair Grow. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of Life Source Water. Has your water been letting you down? Does the water from your tap taste, lousy? Is your skin and hair looking dull and lifeless? With the Life Source Whole House System, we help your water reach its full potential. Clean, tasty, and ready to pamper you from head to toe. So let your water shine. For factory direct pricing, call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com. Life Source. Taste and feel the difference.
Warranty limitations apply.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
Debt's not always debt, and when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to the Parker Holland Show, Sundays at 9 a.m., right here on KTAR News.
Hey guys, if you ever wonder if your prime is past you, have you noticed your strength and energy declining? Mike Broomhead here. I ask myself the same thing. That's why I started using M-Drive with clinically studied ingredients to support testosterone, energy, and strength. I'm using M-Drive to get back to my prime, exactly what I needed. I'm refusing to let age beat me. Slowing down is not an option. M-Drive is the #1 men's health supplement at Sprouts. Get M-Drive at Sprouts or mdriveformen.com. That's mdriveformen.com.
Rosie on the house, every Arizona homeowner's best friend.
This Saturday, 8 o'clock, Rosie on the House kicks off the outdoor living hour with the Ultimate Garden Hour, talking about raised bed gardening.
Then we'll be talking about the largest architectural feature probably on the front of your house, the overhead garage door. And what can we do to jazz that thing up?
With the holidays coming, we'll be talking family traditions.
Saturday mornings, 8 to 11 on 92.3 KTAR.
Hey folks, Dave Ramsey here with some good news from my friends at Window World. You see, unlike most window companies, Window World has offered just one low upfront price all year long without any crazy sale of the month gimmicks. In a world full of empty promises, it's nice to know that Window World has honored their low pricing all year long. Plus, their industry-leading transferable lifetime warranty even includes accidental glass breakage. So call today to lock in your 2024 pricing for 5 large premium sliding windows, all with Solar Zone Sunshield glass installed and tax included for only $39.63. The low price from last January is your same price today. Call or schedule online at windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
KTAR News now.
It is coming up on 4:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
Arizona votes 2024. Election Day.
And Election Day continues. Voters across the state are at the polls right now casting ballots. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live at Chandler Gilbert Community College talking with voters and joins us now live with more.
Yeah, here in Chandler, the polling site has a decent line with around a half-hour wait time, and voters are still trickling in. There's also volunteers watching the polls for any issues, a number of electioneers trying to convince voters about certain issues in the last minute, and a DJ bumping music for waiting voters. One Democrat voter named Danielle tells me she's supporting Kamala Harris because of women's rights.
Yeah, you know, women. First woman president, hopefully. Again, doing it again.
I've also heard plenty of support for Trump. His voters say the economy is why they support him.
Just taxes were low, housing prices were lower, so I just thought he might have been a better candidate.
Live at Gilbert Chandler Community College, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
There's a new state law that requires vote centers to hand count early ballots in their green envelopes dropped off on Election Day. Maricopa County Supervisor Bill Gates says they're happy to comply with this new security measure.
We're asking for people to be patient, but if people voted in person today, if they ran their ballot through a on-site tabulator, it'll be reported either this evening or tomorrow morning.
Gates adds they also have new security measures at the Maricopa County Tabulation and Election Center, like fencing around the building and badge identification. He explains this was done after armed protesters showed up at MCTEC during the 2020 election. Which way will Gen Z swing this election season? Well, a recent ABC News Ipsos poll found Vice President Harris leading Donald Trump by 14 points among voters under 30. Young voters at Arizona State University in Tempe today are supporting both presidential tickets.
Trump's a better president, you know. Donald Trump will gain this victory, I know for a fact.
I have a lot of hope for what Kamala is, like what her campaign is all about. I'm just worried for my safety and for my future kids, especially with the economy.
As one of few major swing states in the country, all eyes are on Arizona tonight. Mike Noble with Noble Predictive Insights tells the Mike Broomhead Show, we hold a unique position. With polls having such a strong margin of error, it's hard to tell who's winning. He says right now, Trump is trending up.
What's interesting, if you look at like the averages of Date Silver, et cetera, is that of the 7 battleground swing states, actually Arizona is the one that's performing the best for Trump, where he's up +2 in the averages.
Noble says the accurate polling information is somewhere in the middle of what all the polls have been saying. A local poll watcher believes Democrats have a chance to flip at least one of the chambers in Arizona's legislature. KTAR senior political analyst Dr. Mike O'Neill says the Dems could win the Senate or tie it up. He says historically Democrats haven't had a trifecta since the early 1960s. O'Neill says the Republicans who are running the state now are more extreme and less willing to compromise than the ones who control the state for many years. Arizona Secretary of State Adrian Fontes saying there were unsubstantiated bomb threats directed at 4 polling places in Navajo County. Fontes says it's not just in Arizona, but 4 other states as well.
These are unsubstantiated threats. We have no reason to believe that any of our voters or any of our polling places are in any sort of jeopardy.
Fontes adding they have reason to believe this is a probing attack from Russia. KTAR News is going to be live and local all day today into the night as we wait for the results to come in. Join us for a special election show starting at 7 as our KTAR hosts and guests analyze the results as they happen. We'll also take you live to candidates' parties as they wait to see how you voted. Catch our coverage right here at 92.3 FM on the KTAR News app and live on the KTAR YouTube channel. Time for traffic now with Chuck Rowe in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Let's check those updated ride times now. The 101 westbound from Hayden to 75th Avenue, 33 minutes now. The 101 Pima Price Freeway southbound from Shea Boulevard down to Broadway, looking at about 21 minutes at this point. 51 northbound, 14 minutes from the mini stack to Shea Boulevard. If you're heading down toward Maricopa, the 347 southbound from the I-10 down to Cobblestone Farms Drive, that's about a 33-minute trip. I-10 eastbound before 16th Street, a wreck in the clearing stages. Everything's off to the right there, but it is slow back through the tunnel to about 7th Avenue. And I-17 southbound at Jomax, that wreck in the clearing stages off to the right, still some slowing there at the scene. This traffic report brought to you by the Desert Institute for Spine Care, where relief meets expertise. Voted top doctors for 14 years and counting. See the disc difference at sciatica.com. Chuck Rowe, KTAR News.
Tonight, you can look for clear skies and overnight right around 51 degrees. 73 tomorrow with partly cloudy skies. It's 72 in Phoenix now. Weather brought to you by Howard Air. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Arizona Votes 2024. Continuing coverage of the general election on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
You know, for us, it's like Christmas, it's New Year's, throw your birthday in, all wrapped in together. It's election day.
Kentucky and Indiana.
Oh, yeah.
They've closed the polls, and Trump's doing quite well in Kentucky.
That was a shocking development.
So far. Just giving you a little
Holding
bit.
serve, as we would say. Yes, the expected states. But we'll obviously keep you up to speed when we start getting some East Coast results in, and that will be coming up very shortly. We also have not 1, but 2 hours of the War Room with different experts, different guests, bringing different perspectives. So please make sure you make a point to be here at 5 and 6 as the War Room reacts to all of the information coming in. All right. So one of the concerns, obviously, on a day like today, are issues with people voting in person. That was a sticking point. It was a rallying cry for some people 4 years ago, 2 years ago, who knows how many other years ago, that there were issues voting. Well, joining us right now is Maricopa County Supervisor Thomas Galvin, one of the people who is tasked with conducting elections here in Maricopa County. First off, Thomas, I saw you were out and about. I saw some of your tweets. You were literally taking the pulse of the people, for goodness sakes.
Ears on the ground, right, guys?
There you go. Yeah. How's it look? What are you seeing?
You know, it's looking great. It's not only a beautiful day in Maricopa County, but it's been a beautiful day election-wise. Number one, our polling sites are running smoothly. Our election workers are just kicking butt. And most importantly, the voters are coming out in droves. We're really proud of everyone, how hard they've worked this week and today. And I'm especially proud of all the people coming out to vote today. And the whole point is good customer service, make sure people have a good experience. And we are seeing that up to this minute.
All right. No issues.
You know, we have a garden variety of issues, right? You know, you might have a polling site that says, hey, we're running low on ink, but we just dispatch a tech to get there and to add more toner. But guys, overall, yeah, you can write that headline. No issues so far, knock on wood.
How many voting sites are up and operating today?
So we have 246 voting centers that are operating throughout Maricopa County, which is the most ever. They are placed in places where we believe it's most convenient for people. What we have seen is almost 50% of people vote at a voting center that's actually not closest to their house, meaning that they are voting at a voting center because it's convenient for them when they pick up their kids from school or when they're driving to and from work. And this is what's amazing about these voting centers. And we've actually seen some candidates do that where they voted in locations that are not even the cities where they live.
Wow. Because it used to be where you had to vote, if I'm correct, you had to vote at a certain precinct.
Yeah, you had to go to the elementary school down the street from your house.
And that's not the case anymore.
No, that's not the case anymore. You know, what's one of the most fascinating things about implementing this voting center model is that we have seen the number of provisional ballots. Remember that thing? That used to really get people riled up because there were so many people that would go to the wrong precinct.
Yeah.
And if you went to the wrong precinct, you were handed a provisional ballot, which for people that almost felt like they were not really voting. And by doing voting centers where you can literally vote anywhere you want in Maricopa County, we have virtually knocked out provisional ballots.
Question, by the way, we're talking to Maricopa County Supervisor Thomas Galvin. By the way, also fan of the show. Can I throw it in there?
Yeah.
It's obvious, okay? I mean, I know we spent a lot of time together.
Everybody liked the show.
Well, yeah, but he specifically, I mean, come on. There are some places, and I found this kind of interesting, there are some voting centers with long waits, and there's others with literally nobody there. How can somebody who is maybe thinking of going out to vote and concerned about being in a long line, and maybe that dissuades them, how can they find out where to go vote where there isn't a line?
Great question. So we have a website called locations.maricopa.vote, and I encourage everyone who's listening or everyone who knows someone who's about to vote in person today to go to that website first. For instance, my district represents all of Mesa and all of Scottsdale. But what we're seeing in Scottsdale is that people are voting at a location on Hayden and Indian School called the Indian Bend Wash Visitor Center, where we have really long lines, relatively speaking. Literally right down the street at Scottsdale Community College, I rolled right by there. There was no line. So if you're listening to me right now and listening to this show, which goes, of course, who wouldn't?
Everyone is.
Don't go to Don't go to Indian Bend Wash Visitor Center. Go to Scottsdale Community College so you can vote, and then you can hang out with your family at home and watch the returns.
I'm going to tweet that, by the way, Thomas. All right, I'm going to get that out there. The Maricopa say it again.
Let's go for it. Locations.maricopa.vote.
Got it. All right, I'm on it.
Yeah, and it's really cool because you will literally see a map of all of the voting center locations, and then if you click on them, you can actually see the waiting time. So if you click right now on Indian Bend Wash Visitor Center, it's going to tell you 30 minutes. If you click on Scottsdale Community College, which is a mile away, 4 minutes. Huge difference.
Are people bringing their own Sharpies to the polling stations again?
We have not seen any of those so-called 2020 conspiracy theories or outlandish incidents with people bringing their own Sharpies. I respect the intelligence of our voters, and no one has been falling for that stupidity.
Good. Can you tell if more people have voted in 2024 than in 2020?
So in 2020, guys, obviously that was such an outlier because we were dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic. There were a ton of people that were voting that year, but everyone was voting by mail. It's actually the only time I think I've ever voted by mail. I like to vote in person. What I like to do is see how we're doing compared to 2016.
Okay.
We're comparable, if not way above. I'm a Republican, and I have seen that Republicans are coming out in droves, but we're hearing that a lot of Democrats are going to be coming out today. But those numbers will be borne out later tonight and in the coming days.
All right.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much. You are
of course. Thank you, guys.
Wealth of information, for goodness sakes.
And just remind your listeners,
Yep.
there's so much information out there, especially on these websites. It's very easy to Google and find it, and it should not be a problem.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for everything, and good luck tonight.
Thanks, Tom.
You as well. That's
So
Maricopa
far-
County Supervisor Thomas Galvin.
And they're obviously in charge of the elections. And here's the good thing. No major situations
No.
today. Everything has gone very well.
But I do think it's important, especially as we kind of getting in the end of the workday. Maybe you're one of those people that goes and votes later. Remember, you do not have to vote at the place closest to your home.
Correct.
In Maricopa County. And I just tweeted it out, by the way, at the Bruce St. James.
Of course.
The little link, you click on it, and it shows you a map. And you can find a polling center that has a low wait time.
Yeah.
Even better.
All right, we got the War Room coming up in 20 minutes.
That's the best.
That's right. A special election edition of the War Room. Plus, we're tracking the candidates. Kamala, Walz, Trump, Vance. We have phone calls into them. This is a swing state, and don't be surprised if one of them pops on here in the next couple of hours. Up next, could 6 votes from a place called Dixville Notch.
Get careful when you say that.
In New Hampshire. Tell us who will win the presidential election. Why did I have to read that? That's next.
You know what? This election cycle has a lot of people on edge. No two ways around it. A lot of folks wondering, how will it affect the economy, inflation, the stock market? And if you're getting closer to retirement age, well, your savings are probably tied up in that stock market, and you have concerns. What could you do today to guarantee a better future financially? Well, I'll tell you, you can call Trajan Wealth, 480-990-3300. 480-990-3300 and get a free consultation with one of their fiduciary advisors, someone who can take a look at your portfolio, where you are right now, and talk you through it, ask you some questions, find out what your risk tolerance is, what your timeline is, what your expectations are, and help you craft a plan, a strategy to weather any storm. Starts with that phone call, 480-990-3300. And remember, the consultation's free. Check them online as well, TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. While you're enjoying enjoying the evenings out, vacations, when you're out of town for the weekend, burglars are working overtime knowing that no one is home. They have been breaking into houses using Wi-Fi jammers. They bypass alarms and cameras, and that's why I recommend Bulldog security screens. They are all of your windows, all of your doors, custom measured, and they build these security screens that look amazing on the exterior of your home. Now listen, here's the great thing about it. They don't obstruct your views, and they look terrific, but they protect like a fortress. I was at their factory in Tucson, and they challenged me to try to break through these screens. I used a sledgehammer. I broke a baseball bat trying to break in, a 2x4. I even threw a bowling ball and wasn't able to break in. What I'm saying is they protect like a fortress from French doors to windows to your front and back door. Go to BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Always demand the Bulldog, because Bulldog Security Screens, they're tough.
KTAR News Flash.
It is 4:46. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. All eyes are on Pennsylvania, the swing state with the most electoral votes at stake in this presidential race. Philadelphia talk show host Dom Giordano tells the Chad Benson Show he's seeing some positive signs for presidential candidate Donald Trump in the city of brotherly love. Giordano says there haven't been long lines in areas that are African American and Latinos, and another surprising twist.
Union people are not out there turning out to vote for Harris, but we're told they're not knocking on the usual number of doors, with Trump breaking through with union members.
Bottom line, according to Giordano, Trump is doing better in Philadelphia in this election than he did in 2016 and 2020. Now, stay with us. We're going to be bringing you live updates from our reporters in the field. Our wall-to-wall coverage will continue into the night as the results come in, and we'll have a special show starting at 7 p.m., lasting until midnight. Tune in right here at 92.3 FM on the KTAR News app, or watch our coverage on the KTAR News YouTube page. For more election stories, just go to KTAR.com/Arizona Votes. Checking on traffic for us now, Chuck Rowe is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. New crash reported on the 101 Pima Freeway westbound at Tatum Boulevard. We had a crash there earlier on the off-ramp on the eastbound side. It looks like that is still in the clearing stage. There's nothing blocked there. I-10 eastbound before 16th Street, a crash still clearing off to the right. An earlier wreck, I-17 southbound at Jomax. That's still in the clearing stages, and again, that is off on the right shoulder. This traffic report brought to you by Dolphin Pools. Dolphin Pools wants to create your outdoor oasis, no matter the budget. Visit them today, dolphinpools.us. Chuck Rowe, KTAR News.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? This is Dr. Patrick Maloney with Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss, and we know the secret. Our unique weight loss program makes it easy to lose weight, get healthy, and get your energy back naturally, safely, and effectively. If you'd like to lose unhealthy fat without counting points or calories, no exercising, no prepackaged meals, no drugs, no surgery, and no injections with the risk of serious side effects, visit PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com to schedule your free consultation in person or virtually.
Jamie West here, and after hiding my bathroom scale for more than 2 years, I'm now excited to step on it every morning. Thanks to Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss, I've lost more than 20 pounds in just over a month with no drugs or shots. Get started now and think about how great you'll look for the holidays. Call for your free weight loss consultation in person or virtually, 602-832-7440, 602-832-7440, or go to PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com.
For all things heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical, call Parker & Sons. Whether you need an AC tune-up, a water heater fix, or a drain cleaning, they are the ultimate pros here in the Valley. Parker & Sons is trusted, dependable, and prompt, and they do the job right the first time, every time. I trust them so much, I sent them to my parents' house, and they had such a good experience, they called Parker & Sons again the next day to have them come back and do something else on their to-do list. So give them a call at 602-2-REPAIR, 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Tune in to Nuggets of Knowledge with Chris and John.
It's important to know what you're spending, right? Because if you don't know what you're spending, it's a little hard to get a handle on what you're going to save.
Speaking to the modern retiree.
You know, the bottom line is you wouldn't start a business without a business plan. Don't go through retirement without a retirement plan.
Tune in to Nuggets of Knowledge with Chris and John. Sundays at 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
All right, here we go. Gatos, Big Q, poll question of the day, KTAR.com.
Ready. I'm right there on the
You know, I hop on the Broomhead show at 8:50.
Heard rumors of this.
And by the way, Broomhead on the War Room, hour number 1. So he'll be here.
Oh, in just moments.
And we got 2 War Rooms today. Okay, my cue is who will win Arizona, Kamala or Donald Trump?
Oh, wow.
Who do you think? Who do you think?
I know.
Well, you know who's going to win?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, who do you think is going to win?
Trump will win Arizona. Okay. And the vote here will be 71.
71% Trump.
Mm-hmm.
53% Kamala Harris.
Really?
I'm not quite understanding that.
I don't understand that. I haven't seen any, I use the term credible polling.
Yeah.
That Trump isn't leading in.
I've said this for many, many years. This is not Trump country. It's not. Like Meghan McCain said yesterday, we're independent thinking out here.
Yeah.
Okay?
We have a history of it. And by the way, not just her dad, who was listen, her dad walked in the shadow of Barry Goldwater,
right?
A friend of my dad's,
right.
Who, we had this long tradition of independent, free-thinking political leaders who didn't toe a line.
Correct. So I think Donald Trump's going to win Arizona.
Yes.
I think that he's favored to win. I'm going to go along with that.
Yeah.
And I think it's a tough pill for Arizonans to swallow because Kamala and Biden made the border worse before they decided to pull a bunch of executive what are they called again? Executive orders that actually made it better. But they let it go for 3.5 years. And I don't know if Arizona can forgive that.
We'll look past that.
Yeah, but I'm surprised. I don't know.
I was surprised by that.
Where are you Democrats getting all that? You
They're all excited to show up at KTAR.com and vote on your totally informal poll.
All right, 53% say Kamala, 47% say Trump. You and I think Trump's going to win Arizona.
We do.
But I believe it'll be close. And as I said, I don't think this is Trump country. This isn't Kentucky. We're watching the votes in Kentucky come in. Of course he's going to win Kentucky.
He was in Kentucky earlier this year. This is not Kentucky.
Right. It doesn't mean that we don't have Trump supporters here. I'm just saying that, we have a lot of independents that could vote for Trump or Harris. But we'll see how it goes. And so the polls close at 7
p.m.
We will get, and I love saying this on the radio, we will get the first dump at about 8.
We're going to hear that a lot today. So, are we going to talk about Dixville Notch?
Ah, gosh.
This is a New Hampshire town that their big thing is they're always the first to vote. They vote at midnight on election day.
This is a cool election tradition.
There are 6 residents of Dixville Notch. And by the way, people die, I assume. People are born and become of age. So the number has swayed between 4 and 7 people live in Dixville Notch.
Right.
Okay? So the 6 people of Dixville Notch cast the first votes in the 2024 election last night at midnight, and
6 people.
3-3 tie. 3-3 tie. But I want to give you a little caveat.
Uh-huh.
In the primary, which Dixville Notch voted in, all 6 Dixville Notchians, I don't know what you call them.
I'd go with that one. Dixabilians.
Voted for Nikki Haley.
Say this again.
All 6 of them.
Oh, wow.
Voted for Nikki Haley in the primary.
Interesting. And so that means...
So half of the Haley voters voted for Harris in Dixville Notch.
Will the country...
That's interesting.
Go down that road.
I mean, I'm just saying.
It's always fun to talk about Dixville Notch and the 6 votes that always
Are
take
the
place.
6 people in Dixville Notch married to each other?
I don't know.
Husband, wife,
I don't even want to get into that. That sounds awful.
Yes, I don't want to do a genealogy test
for
Dixville Notch. We could know how it's split. Maybe the guys went Trump and the girls went for Harris.
We have got
Here we go.
The War Room.
Here we go.
Our one of 2.
Here we go.
Special election night version. The best and the brightest, the good and the great of the Valley. Joining us next right here on Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, at America Roofing, they're going to replace your roof. They're going to fix your roof. They're going to evaluate your roof. Pick one of the 3. Okay, so First, how about an evaluation? If you mention Gatos, America Roofing will come to your house for free and evaluate your roof. Now, let's just say they find nothing. You have a healthy roof. Fantastic. That's awesome. You get a little peace of mind. If they find something, then where do we go? Well, they'll give you a free estimate. Okay? So far you got a free evaluation and a free estimate. And then you could choose whether or not you want to hire them. But if you also mention Gatos, 10% off repairs. Okay. Now, let's say they get up there and they're like, hey, have you had anybody come out in the last 15 years and check your roof? And when you say no, they're going to say, possibly, we've got some issues here, and we might have to replace that roof. 10% off all replacements. Just mention Gatos. 602-960-ROOF. America Roofing. We've got you covered.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Who will be Arizona's next U.S. Senator and our next Commander-in-Chief?
Every single vote matters.
This is it. This is the last one that we're going to have to do.
Be here tonight at 7 for another Arizona Votes 2024 special program as we wait for more votes to be counted and races to be called on KTAR News, on the app, and online.
Do you love being straddled with 30 years of mortgage debt, never having access to your equity and paying all interest first to the bank? Yeah, no one does. On a Life Changer loan, you pay 100% principal first, keep 24/7 access to your equity, and you pay off in just a matter of years, not decades. It's not for everyone, but if you have great credit and are good with your money, then I guarantee it's for you. It's not magic. It's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
Hi, this is David Kimmerly with Sanderson Ford. Black Friday sales are everywhere as it becomes one of the biggest sales periods of the year. With it being the day after Thanksgiving, it's fitting to say thank you. We're thankful to live and prosper for the past 70 years right here in Glendale, Arizona. I'm thankful for our 500 employees who take care of our customers, making us America's most awarded Ford dealership, and I'm very thankful to you, our customers, for without your support, we couldn't give back and support our community with events like Operation Santa Claus. So we're saying thank you with our Black Friday thank you sale the entire month of November.
New 2024 F-150 trucks, 3.9% APR financing for 60 months with up to $4,000 cash back. Similar savings on over 900 new and pre-owned vehicles on the lot.
So don't miss the Sanderson Ford Black Friday thank you sale. Thank you.
OAC through Ford Credit. Up to $4,000 cash back requires trade-in of 95 or newer vehicle. Offers expire November 30th.
I walk to honor my loved ones.
I walk to save lives.
I walk to raise heart rates and life-saving funds for the American Heart Association. So can you.
Sign up, step out, and share why you walk at the West Valley Heart Walk on November 16th at Goodyear Civic Square. Together we can put an end to heart disease and stroke one step at a time. Register today at westvalleyheartwalk.org.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Still putting off your estate plan? For many people in hospice care, one of their biggest regrets is leaving behind a legal mess for the people they love. Whether you pass unexpectedly or spend your final moments in hospice, do you want your loved ones dealing with a complicated estate settlement that costs time and money in probate court and potentially wipes out their inheritance? You can put those worries aside because RJP Estate Planning can help you create a living trust, ensuring your assets bypass probate and are smoothly passed to your loved ones. And if you're 55 or older, you can save 55% on a living trust. Since 1995, RJP Estate Planning has helped over 40,000 Arizona families. Protect yourself and the people you care about before it's too late.
To save 55% on a living trust, call 480-896-9597 by November 7th. That's 480-896-9597. 480-896-9597.
KTAR News now.
It is coming up on 5 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
Arizona Votes 2024, Election Day.
Well, today is the day Arizona voters across the state are at the polls and casting their ballots in what is expected to be a very tight race. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles has been speaking with voters at Chandler Gilbert Community College.
Nearly 200,000 voters have checked in today at Maricopa County polling places. At some of the locations, there are lines, including here in Chandler, where we're seeing about a half-hour wait to vote in person. Among those voting today is a Democrat voter named Connor. She's proudly supporting Kamala Harris.
I hate everything about Trump. I hate everything he stands for.
But a Republican voter named Jeffrey, a senior, tells me he is voting for only his third time ever to support Donald Trump.
There's a lot of things in our country right now that need fixed, and it's time to go in a different direction.
While some locations are seeing wait times, as long as you're in line by 7 p.m., you'll be able to vote. Live at Chandler Gilbert Community College, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
And which way will Gen Z swing this election season? I'm KTAR's Kate Orta, live in the News Center. We've seen a recent ABC News Ipsos poll that found Vice President Harris is leading Donald Trump by 14 points among voters under 30. But young voters at Arizona State University in Tempe today are supporting both presidential tickets.
Trump's the better president, you know. Donald Trump will gain this victory, I know for a fact.
I have a lot of hope for what Kamala's, what her campaign is all about. I'm just worried for my safety and for my future kids, especially with the economy.
The Sun Devil Fitness Center voting location does have one of the longer wait times in the area, about 30 minutes. To find where you can cast your ballot and how long you'll have to stand in line, head to locations.maricopa.vote. Live in the News Center, Kate Orta, KTAR News.
And I'm KTAR's Heidi Hommel, continuing our team coverage live at the Maricopa County Tabulation and Election Center. At least 165,000 people have checked into vote centers across Maricopa County today. County Supervisor Bill Gates says things are running smoothly at the polls. He explains people who voted in person today won't see those results until after the first batch is released.
9:30, 10 o'clock, or 11 o'clock this evening. For those that are farther out within Maricopa County, we probably won't start to see those numbers and fully see those numbers into the wee hours of tomorrow morning.
1.5 million county residents voted early in this election. Gates says the first round of results at 8 tonight will reflect roughly 1.2 million of those early voters. Reporting live at McTech, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Voters today may be eager to believe the early signs that their candidate is winning in today's election, but not so fast, according to a local poll watcher. More on the story from KTAR's Susan Monday, who joins us live from the News Center.
KTAR senior political analyst Dr. Mike O'Neill says about 90% of the votes are early votes and will be tallied and released by 8 p.m. And those numbers could give voters a false sense of hope. O'Neill says the in-person votes are the ones to watch, especially in the presidential race.
Either one going up by more than a trivial amount would be a very good sign for them. Based on limited information, you'd rather be ahead than behind.
O'Neill says the normal voting pattern has been disrupted this year. One reason, presidential candidate Donald Trump encouraged his supporters to vote early after telling them to vote in person back in 2020. Live in the KTAR News Center, I'm Susan Monday.
Be sure and stay with us into the evening. We're going to be bringing you live updates from our reporters in the field. Our wall-to-wall coverage will continue as the results come in, and we'll have a special show starting at 7 tonight, going until midnight. And you can join us at 92.3 FM, the KTAR News app, or you can watch our coverage on the KTAR News YouTube page. For more election stories, go to KTAR.com/Arizona Votes. Well, as you head home, or maybe you're heading to a voting poll right now, let's go to Chuck Rowe and check out things from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We'll start with those ride times. The I-10 westbound, about 36 minutes now from the mini-stack to 75th Avenue. I-17 northbound, it's a 28-minute ride from the I-10 split to Northern Avenue. If you're on the 101 Pima Freeway northbound from Villa de Ventura to Hayden, that's about 11 minutes. And the 202 Santan Freeway eastbound from the 101 to Gilbert Road, looking at about 13 minutes there. Watch for a stall. The 101 Agua Fria Freeway eastbound at 43rd Avenue. Last check, the right lane was still blocked there. Looks like that is still the case. In fact, there's an ambulance on scene now, so stay to the left to avoid that. The I-10 eastbound before 16th Street, that wreck in the clearing stages off to the right. A wreck in Peoria, Northern Avenue at 75th Avenue. Also have a collision 7th Street just south of Northern. This traffic report brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. Carol Royce will guarantee 100% of market value on the sale of your home, or she'll pay you the difference. Call Carol today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Terms and conditions apply. Chuck Rowe, KTAR News.
Overnight tonight, we'll see a low of 51, 73 for the high on Wednesday. It's 74 now in Maricopa. Weather brought to you by Howard Air. With a replace or repair, call Howard Air. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos presents The War Room, a political symposium cutting through the noise of the 2024 election. The War Room starts now.
Well, history will be made tonight. Will we elect our first female president, or will Trump be the only second president
I was going to say,
to win 2 non-consecutive terms?
Do not besmirch Grover Cleveland.
He did, yes. All right. It's Bruce. It's Gatos. Let's introduce a special edition of the election in the war room. All right, we've got our buddy Mike Broomhead sitting to the left of me. Hey, Mike, good to see you, man.
I can't believe I've been introduced as being to the left of Gatos.
I know, exactly. Emily Ryan is from Copper State Consulting. Hi, Emily.
Hi, good to be here.
She's to the center of you, at
She
least.
is.
Yeah.
And to the right of me is Republican Matt Salmon, of course, former U.S. representative.
Hey there, hi there, ho there.
All right, let's get into it. Let me give you some details. Are you ready? Donald Trump wins Kentucky. Donald Trump wins Indiana. Kamala Harris wins Vermont. That's where we stand.
No surprises
Nothing.
in any of those.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's go around the room.
Holding serve.
Going to start with Matt Salmon.
Ooh.
Best guess. Who's winning the presidency and how?
Man, I could flip a coin and I could go either way.
Yeah.
As far as predicting, but so much is going to depend on whether or not Kamala holds that blue wall. I think
that's
Wisconsin,
Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan.
Correct. I think she'll win Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. I think Michigan is going to be an interesting one to watch. And I think that Trump is going to win Arizona. I think it's going to be darn close, but I think he's going to win Arizona. I think he'll win Nevada.
And you're leaning?
What's that?
You're leaning?
Are you doing the math in your head?
Come on, Matt.
Who's at 270?
Right now, I would predict that Trump's going to win.
All right.
Okay.
Emily?
I would say Trump's going to win. He's going to do it with turnout. He's got the most excited supporters.
All right.
They're never going to stay home.
Mike Broomhead.
I predicted Trump would win, but I think it's because independent voters have said the 2 most important issues for them have been the economy / jobs and immigration, and those are 2 areas he polled. Trump polls much better than Harris, so I think those independent voters are going to be the reason why he wins.
Interesting. Our panel, Bruce, 3 Trumps.
You predicted Harris earlier.
I predicted Harris, but I'm
Last hour.
still with you guys. Obviously, we don't know anything more than everybody else. It's our best guess.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked at all if she won. It
No,
wouldn't shock me.
neither would
But
I.
if you're asking me now which way,
You pushed me and said, "Hey,
Yes.
make a call." But it's a hard one to make.
It is.
It's going to go down to the wire.
How about I think Trump melted down in the last 12 days.
Big time.
The MSG rally was horrific.
Horrific.
How about the Milwaukee thing with the
microphone?
It was disgusting.
It was lewd. It was lewd. So my question is, if that's what we saw over the last 12 days, could it cost him the presidency, or did everybody already vote?
I think it could cost him independent voters, and that's where I differ a little bit from Mike, because I think that is not going to motivate people to leave their house. It's not going to motivate women to leave and go vote for Trump. They may stay home, they may vote for Harris, but I think he's going to do it with his own supporters, and I think that's what he's wanted to do. He has seemed to insult the people he should be courting.
Yeah, he only talks to the base.
In order to keep his base up. So I think that's the play he's counting on. It may work for him.
Why didn't he expand the tent? Because if we look back at
I don't think either one of them expanded the tent.
She tried.
But then when she gave up, I think she gave up.
If they would have continued on as they did the Democrat convention, if they had done it like that, because I thought that was a Republican convention, to be honest with you.
Matt, which message? What do you mean by that?
What I mean is, it was pro-USA. It was about joy, and a real positive message. When Obama came out of nowhere with the hope and change message, it played really well. I think her message could have played. I don't think she stuck with it.
That's interesting.
Now, that wasn't a matter of discipline. It was almost a matter of like a strategy change, right?
It probably was a strategy change, but the negativity, and I think when you're campaigning against Trump, it's almost impossible not to go down there.
But I think Emily's the one to talk about strategy. But I think she wasn't increasing her lead or her gain on independent voters. So what she has to count on is turnout, like you said. Right. Excite the base, get your base to get their neighbors to vote. So she's trying to make it up there. I think he didn't care about independents, and I think she gave up on them.
I think you're exactly right. I think she gave up on that because probably polling data was coming in. She wasn't making ground like she needed to. So it's okay, let's whip up anybody but Trump. Let's do what worked for Biden. Right. So they shifted.
Yeah.
Who had the better ground game?
Well, I think Harris had a better ground game in Arizona. I can't speak for the rest of the country.
Because didn't Trump outsource the ground game?
Right.
And so I wonder...
He let Turning Point handle it.
Yeah, here. Yeah, certainly.
So I wonder...
And Elon in other areas, right?
That's the other thing, right?
Yeah.
So is it better to outsource it, or is it better to hold it within, which is what Kamala did?
I think it's better to hold it within. You have a lot more control. You can be agile. You can change. Once these consultants get removed a couple steps from you, it's tougher and tougher to wrangle it. But Trump's whole tactic worked well with Turning Point and Elon because it was all about not expanding the tent, but getting his turnout. I mean, he almost insulted anybody he could have brought in, but he did that because his crowd cheers when he does it.
Yeah. Do you guys think that there was a moment that changed this election? Obviously, it was when Biden's not doing well tonight, by the way.
He's
in
horrible.
This election,
Biden
he's not
is
doing well.
Losing big.
But obviously, when he left, that changed everything. But when Trump got
his
shot,
comment,
that changed everything.
That changed everything.
And then we got each side calling each other garbage. Did that change anything?
No.
Or did people just say, "Listen, I hate Trump. I'm going to vote for Kamala. I'm a Republican. I'm voting for Trump."
Negativity works.
Negativity works.
So does fear.
Yeah. Amen. Yeah.
But does it always work? Because, I mean...
Yeah.
So far.
Yeah.
It's undefeated. It really is. We got two people in the room who know a lot about politics.
Ask
Undefeated.
Matt Salmon would taking the high road get you.
That's right. Taking the high road. I'll take the high road. You take the low road. You'll go to Washington before me.
Right. Exactly right.
Yeah, right.
Joy does not do it.
But if you look at, I'll bring this up. Paul Penzone beat Sheriff Joe Arpaio, and he did not get into the mud with him. And he went the other way.
And that was an outlier.
You think it was an outlier?
Well, that was also the baggage. That was Arpaio.
Joe had a lot of baggage.
He had a ton of baggage. But also it was an outlier, right? I mean, I remember several years ago, people complained all the time, why don't we get positive news? So Paul Harvey told the rest of the story about a news station that decided to do nothing but positive news, and they went bankrupt like in a month.
Yeah.
Remember that when the ratings come out, Bruce.
Keep that in mind. Don't you dare worry.
Be much more negative. All right, so we're inside the War Room. It's a special election edition of the War Room. We've got Broomhead, we've got Emily Ryan, and we've got Matt Salmon, and this is only the first segment of the War Room.
We're going to talk next about, let's look a little closer to home, Arizona, and we do have some data, some information on about who's already voted, and what does that mean? We're going to read the tea leaves, if you will. I don't even know what that means, but I think it means we're going to try to figure it out. We're inside the War Room. It's coming up next right here on Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, let's talk about your weight and Red Mountain weight loss, because if you're considering a GLP-1 med like semaglutide for weight loss, this is great. It certainly works. So here's the deal, though. Something you should know. The FDA, the trials, patients lost 13% of their body weight. Fantastic. But here's the deal. Took them 16 months with just the medication alone. If you want to lose weight faster, you need a little bit more, and what you need is Red Mountain. They have their GLP Elite program, and for just $99 plus the cost of your meds, you're going to lose weight quicker, and we're talking 15 pounds each and every month. So think about losing weight before the holidays start. That's where we all gain our weight, okay? So let's start losing weight before Thanksgiving. Just call Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. Tell them Gato sent you.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:15. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Fears for American democracy drove voters to the polls, according to ABC News' preliminary exit poll results. 73% of Americans surveyed said that democracy is threatened. More now from ABC's Deputy Political Director, Avery Harper.
The opinion of Donald Trump, 44% say it's favorable, 54% say it's unfavorable, so he is underwater there. And then for the Vice President Kamala Harris, we're also getting some of these favorability numbers. 48% say that they look at her favorably, and 50% say that they look at her unfavorably.
All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Time now to check traffic. Here's Chuck Rowe, live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. I want to start in Mesa this time. I was just looking at some live video from our TV partners at ABC 15 of an apparent plane crash on the outskirts of Falcon Field. I can see a lot of traffic congestion around there. Avoid that area, Greenfield at McKellips, and we'll keep you updated on that as we get more information. In the meantime, there is a crash on the 101, Iowa Freeway eastbound at 43rd Avenue. Right lane is still blocked there. Watch for a wreck northern at 75th Avenue and a collision at 7th Street just south of Northern. Chuck Rowe, KTAR News.
The War Room. Insight and analysis of the 2024 election. KTAR News, 92.3 FM.
Hey, and a quick shout out to everyone listening in Wickenburg. That's right, the Wickenburgians. We appreciate you guys.
Out Wickenburg way.
Yeah.
It's Wickenburgers. Wickenburgers. I'm telling you.
Are you 100% sure on Wickenburgers?
Absolutely. Wouldn't you want to be a Wickenburger? I'm just saying.
Pretty solid. Sounds like a bizarre church cult that likes food. So, Wickenburg, thank you very much for being a part of it. We're inside the War Room right now. We have, of course, our buddy here, Mike Broomhead from the Mike Broomhead Show. Again, I like to point out, how lucky is he that his name was Mike Broomhead to be on the Mike Broomhead Show?
Yeah, I can tell you I had a rough childhood. Don't be telling me how lucky my name is. I've been called a lot of different heads.
I can only imagine. I can only imagine. Emily Ryan from Copper State Consulting and Matt Salmon, former U.S. representative.
Salmon wasn't an easy name to grow up with.
Salmon, boy, we got room
I would
full
trade
of
you.
I'll trade you a Broomhead for a salmon.
Yeah.
Oh my
Just
goodness.
for a week. Let's see what happens.
I'm keeping mine.
So we're going to talk about Arizona and what we've seen in the early numbers that have come out. We know that at least in the last election, and I want to try to get my numbers as accurate as I can, 92% of people in Maricopa County voted by mail.
Right.
Only 8% actually showed up at a poll in 2020. I don't know. We may expect something similar to that. Maybe
My
10%
prediction is
show up.
85%.
85. You think less voted early this time?
I think so.
And is there a reason?
Why?
Just a gut feeling.
Not in a
And
pandemic.
I actually went to the polls today and voted.
You did. You're an in-personer.
Huh?
COVID.
COVID, yeah.
Yeah.
So the number comes back down. Okay. Yeah. So one of the things is it's interesting when we take a look at who has voted so far. Republicans are outpacing 2020. Now, that holds true to reason because Trump told them not to vote by mail, right?
Right.
Don't vote early, vote in person, which is why there was also longer lines on Election Day. So that number's kind of flipped around, but maybe you can help me understand this, Stacey. Why are the Emily, why? Apologize.
I'm not answering.
Well, you should. Emily, why are the Democrat numbers trailing 4 years ago?
I don't know, but Democrats are freaking out today.
Oh, okay.
Really?
Okay. So
in Arizona.
It's not just me reading that going, that looked weird.
No, they were hoping for the trend to continue, and now we've got that early voting bug, and we're going to do this. And now the numbers are looking the way they are, and it's hard to not freak out because you're expecting MAGA to hit the polls in person today, and then you've got the late earlies. Maybe that'll be a bunch of Democrats that show up and drop off their ballot that they didn't mail in, but they're freaking out.
I see that independents, if we're talking about an election day checkup around 5 o'clock, this came in over 200,000 voters. And if you look at the parties, you got other 41%. You've got Republicans 38%, and then you got the Democrats 21%.
That's the people voting in person today.
Right.
Got it.
I mean, with abortion, you would think the Democratic numbers would be bigger. With Trump, they don't like Trump, so you would think the Democrats' number would be bigger. But then it leads you to believe, oh, well, they already voted. Yeah, but early ballots were dominated by Republicans.
Yeah, well, 42 to 34, wasn't it?
Something like that.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
But what about independents?
Well, and I guess that's the thing. And what do you know
41, I think, was
about
the number
independent? The independent number is huge. We know in Maricopa County
big.
there's more registered independents than D's or R's, but a lot of independents have a propensity to vote a certain way.
Right.
They lean, I guess might be a nice
Most of
way.
them used to belong to a party and they left because they were disaffected.
Right.
And which party did they go to, at least for this election?
And
we don't know.
It's $1
We
million
don't know.
question, isn't it?
We don't know. And that's what makes the Democrats nervous tonight, is because they would like to think those independents are breaking their way because Trump has been so insulting and melting down. But you don't know. You know, it's certainly, they don't have a D behind their name, so you can't assume.
Mm-hmm. Well, you say that, and I have another question, and maybe this plays into it as well. Just because they have an R next to their registration, does that mean they're voting straight ticket Republican?
Absolutely not.
No way.
No. Because I think you're going to see a lot of Trump Gallego voters.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Well, if you believe the polls, right, that voter exists out there.
And if you believe in word of mouth, I mean, I have talked to so many different people
Well, look at
who've
the
said,
num-
I'm voting for Trump, but I'm not voting for Lake.
Look at the big number of Ducey cinema voters.
Right.
Okay,
Huge.
okay, a great
I've
example.
shown that before.
Right. Not
Yeah.
a big shocker.
Yeah. I mean, that's the way Arizona goes.
Right.
It's, they voted for Biden last year. Almost 11,000 votes. Joe Biden won the state of Arizona. But we've seen Kyrsten Sinema win an election. We've seen Gallego go towards the middle, very far left, but then he goes towards the middle. And then the other thing is Kerry Lake is just very unpopular.
Right.
And so are we going to, is that race, do you guys think that race is a done deal and Gallego wins?
I think that's the only
I
one
do.
I would think is just a done deal.
Yeah, I think it's a done deal.
And where does you go if you're Kerry Lake from here?
I can't predict
I've heard
that.
rumors that she's going to run for governor, or she's no
Again?
She won't stop.
County recorder.
In fact, that she's either going to run for governor or she's going to run for state party chairman.
Oh, well, they booed her out of that meeting.
I've heard both of those.
Unreal.
We're inside the war room. We've got Mike Broomhead. We've got Emily Ryan. We've got Matt Salmon. We're talking about what's happening here in the state of Arizona. So low turnout for the Democrats. We all agree on that?
Yeah.
Okay.
So far, yeah.
So far.
Especially in Arizona.
So if you're in, and Emily, you said the Democrats are freaking out. Did they have to now rely on the independents to bail them out of this thing? Because independents are voting.
Or late earlies.
They have to rely on late earlies, on independents, and
Tell
they
us-
have to keep their freak out suppressed so that people don't think, oh, it's a lost cause.
It's already a lost cause. Don't
Tell
vote.
everybody what a late early is. Let's go through that.
A late early is if you request your ballot, you want to vote by mail, you sit on it, you miss all the deadlines to mail it in, and you think, you know what, I have the best of both worlds. I'm going to fill this out at home and take my time and walk it into the polling place. And you're the reason we don't get our results for 10 days.
You drop it off on election
Have we
day.
been
Thanks a
given
lot.
any numbers on that yet, as far as what the late earlies are?
Stephen Richer on the show today said Maricopa County, they're expecting maybe in the neighborhood of 500,000 late earlies.
Wow.
They've got
That's a lot.
Possible.
That's a
Yeah,
game.
possible.
That's a
But
potential
again,
game changer.
that's why it takes
several weeks.
10 days
Because-
to 2 weeks to count votes.
Yeah.
Statewide, there was about 1 million votes late earlies that had not been turned in statewide. You figured 65% of that's in Maricopa County.
Yeah.
Some of those are late earlies because they're just not going to show up and drop off their ballot. So 400,000, 500,000 is, I think, his
Wow,
best guess.
that's a big deal.
That's a big number.
Especially when the race is going to be so tight.
Yeah, and so if it's within a percentage point or two, you won't be able to call the state until you get through a lot of those ballots.
Correct.
If you go outside the state, let me update you guys. Donald Trump wins both Indiana and Kentucky.
Yeah.
It seems he's taken the lead in Virginia and Florida. Kamala Harris takes Vermont, takes the lead in Georgia.
Ooh. In Georgia.
For now.
Wow.
For now.
Georgia's a big one.
That's a massive one.
Watch North Carolina. That's a big deal.
Watch
too.
North Carolina.
Right.
Watch Georgia. Watch Pennsylvania for sure.
Oh,
Michigan.
For sure.
Michigan, Wisconsin.
Yep.
I mean, those are the big
You
ones.
sound like Howard Dean now. You're going to scream?
Polls are open till 7 o'clock today. Stephen Richer just put out they've now passed 200,000 check-ins in Maricopa County. So we are seeing decent numbers. We also wanted to point out that if you are in one of these places, some places have lines that are half hour, 40 minutes. Other places don't have any.
Yeah.
And you can vote at any polling center in the county. You don't have to vote at the one with the longest line if you just choose not to. All right. We're inside the war room. We've got the best and the brightest, the good and the great. And we're going to be talking next. How would this version of a Trump presidency differ from the last one? We'll talk about it next. We're Outspoken on KTAR.
Who will be Arizona's next U.S. Senator and our next Commander-in-Chief?
The weather's beautiful in Metro Phoenix and I think across the state today. And so get to know your neighbors. Please exercise patience and make sure you get up and moving once you get in there.
Be here tonight at 7 for another Arizona Votes 2024 special program as we wait for more votes to be counted and races to be called on KTAR News, on the app, and online.
If you own a home or business that needs the best team of cleaning professionals, Special Ops Clean Team gets the job done. Construction remodels, contractor work, move-ins and move-outs, window and carpet cleaning, tile and pressure washing. No job is too big for Special Ops Clean Team. Every new customer receives 10% off. Text CLEAN to 620-620 to receive 10% off. That's CLEAN to 620-620. Fast, efficient, reliable, and honoring our veterans. Special Ops Clean Team. Message and data rates may apply.
It matters who your lawyer is. At Berg Simpson, we truly care about the quality of work we do, that fair compensation is given, and that our clients are getting the best possible representation. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result. We're proud of that, and it shows.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Ooh, What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm, I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
I spray and scrub, but the soap scum in my bathtub is still there.
I spray and scrub, but the burnt sauce on my stovetop sticks around.
Sprays can leave grime behind, but Mr. Clean Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser combines the scrubbing power of an eraser with the cleaning power of Dawn to melt away tough messes on contact.
Just wet, squeeze, and erase.
Stop spraying, start erasing, and clean with more magic than ever with Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
Hi, this is Jordan Beebe, owner of Rooter Ranger Plumbing. People are always asking, what is a rooter? Rooter is an old term used to clean out your drain when you have a backup. So next time you have a problem with your drain, Google Rooter Ranger online and click to call us for a $33 drain cleaning.
Drains and toilets, we do it all. Rooter Ranger's always on call. 888-7-RANGER. Get you out of plumbing danger.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. My friends at Lund Mortgage say the mortgage rates are finally moving in the right direction, which is an opportunity to take advantage of your home's equity. Consolidate your high-interest debt with a HELOC to make your financial life more manageable. Or if you bought a house in the last 2 years at a higher interest rate, consider refinancing. Contact the experts at Lund Mortgage to see if a HELOC or a refi makes sense for you. Absolutely free. You could save hundreds or even thousands of dollars each month. Go to lundmortgage.com. That's lundmortgage.com.
Hi, everyone. Tom Chambers here. Do you trust this economy? What if there was a secure, collateralized investment that actually helped people? You've probably been hearing my colleagues and I talking about investing in YRefi for a while now. Yes, it's true. You can earn up to a 10.25% fixed rate of return, and you can turn your income on or off. Compound it, whatever you choose. And yes, it's also true that there are absolutely no fees, and you can have peace of mind that there is no attack on your principal if you ever need your money back. Folks all over the country are earning a high fixed rate of return, and they don't care what happens in the stock market because your YRefi investment is not correlated to the stock market or the Fed. YRefi investors get their monthly statements with no surprises. Just go to investYRefi.com. That's invest, the letter Y, then REFY.com, or call 888-YRefi24. That's 888-YRefi24. One more time. That's 888-YRefi24. And tell them Tom Chambers sent you.
Hi, I'm James Frabasilio, president of Presidential Pools. Since 1991, we've been transforming backyards into dream oasis with one of the longest warranties in the industry. Our unwavering commitment to quality and excellence has earned us the title of Arizona's #1 pool builder. We sell the most pools in the valley for a reason. It's our dedicated team and extensive experience that sets us apart. Visit us at presidentialpools.com today.
The good old days, they weren't that long ago. They were back when your PR was just a number that you were going to destroy the next week anyway. Now, forget gains. You're lucky to maintain. And it doesn't have to be that way. Vital for Men, Arizona's preferred TRT clinic and complete men's wellness center, has 3 locations where you can schedule your free testosterone level test now at vital4men.com. Now offering semaglutide for weight loss.
KTAR News now.
Good evening. It's 5:30. I'm Becky Lynn.
Arizona votes 2024. Election Day.
Polls close in 90 minutes on this election day. KTAR's Balin Overstoles is live in Tempe, where he's hearing from voters casting their ballots.
Yeah, Becky, busy polling centers are seeing higher wait times, including in Chandler, where voters waited about half an hour to vote. Now in Tempe, there's more than 300 people in line waiting more than an hour, according to Maricopa.vote. I spoke with Arizona first-time voter and 18-year-old Walker Chase earlier today. He dropped off a ballot for Donald Trump, saying that decision has caused some conflicts.
Definitely does with my parents' mom. My mom is more Democratic, so we have pretty much opposing views on stuff like that, so it does lead to a little bit of a divide, I guess.
He says many young men he knows are also supporting Trump. An independent voter named Kelsey supported Kamala Harris instead, saying casting her in-person ballot was easy.
Oh no, it was pretty easy, really simple, no conflicts or anything like that, so.
And you can vote in person as long as you get in line by 7 p.m. Live in Tempe, Balin Overstoles, KTAR News.
Continuing our team coverage, I'm KTAR's Heidi Hommel, live at the Maricopa County Tabulation and Election Center. Tonight's first batch of results at 8 p.m. will only be a snapshot of the total vote. It will reflect about 1.2 million of the 1.5 million county residents who voted early. Maricopa County Supervisor Bill Gates explains the biggest change in the tabulation process since 2020.
The green envelopes that do have to be hand counted now at the vote centers before the memory cards can be brought in here to the tabulation center.
This may cause a bit of a delay reporting today's in-person votes. Gates expects those results to be posted by 9:30 tonight or later. Reporting live at McTech, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Well, it hasn't happened in many years, but there is a chance the Arizona legislature could look different after today's election. KTAR's Susan Monday explains, live from the News Center.
KTAR senior political analyst Dr. Mike O'Neill says the state Senate could flip with some Democratic wins, changing the political landscape in Arizona. The last time there was any semblance of compromise was when Democrat Janet Napolitano was governor with a 2-to-1 Republican legislature. Here's the difference, says O'Neill.
Those were Republicans that were less extreme, and she could sit down at the table and work with them in a way the current governor has not been able to do.
O'Neill says the best case scenario for Democrats is to win one chamber and tie in the other. Live in the KTAR News Center, I'm Susan Monday.
Arizona Secretary of State Adrian Fontes saying there were unsubstantiated bomb threats directed at 4 polling places in Navajo County. And Fontes says this is not just in Arizona, but 4 other states got these threats as well.
These are unsubstantiated threats. We have no reason to believe that any of our voters or any of our polling places are in any sort of jeopardy.
Fontes adding they have reason to believe this is a probing attack from Russia. We have complete coverage on all Election Day stories at KTAR.com/Arizona Votes. And be sure and join us starting at 7 o'clock as we wait for the results to come in. We'll bring you analysis and the latest on this historic election in Arizona and across the nation. You can hear it all on 92.3 FM, the KTAR News app, or on the KTAR News YouTube channel. Time now to check on your ride home. Here's Chuck Rowe in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We'll start with those ride times. The I-10 westbound, about 37 minutes now from the mini stack to 75th Avenue. The 101 Pima Price Freeway southbound, 23 minutes from Shea Boulevard down to Broadway. 51 northbound, 14 minutes from the mini stack to Shea Boulevard. The 347, that right toward Maricopa, about a 33-minute trip now from the I-10 down to Cobblestone Farms Drive. Now, the I-17 southbound at Dunlap, an earlier crash is cleared. The 101 eastbound, however, the Agua Fria Freeway at 43rd Avenue, still have a crash there that's being cleared out of the right lane. This traffic report brought to you by the Beatitudes Campus. Join Beatitudes Campus November 10th for the Power of the Purse Auction and Fashion Show. For more info and to get your ticket, text PURSE to 620-620. Chuck Rowe, KTAR News.
Clear and 51 overnight. Tomorrow, partly cloudy with a high of 73. Right now in Scottsdale, 69 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Air. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The War Room. Insight and analysis of the 2024 election. KTAR News, 92.3 FM.
All right, a special election edition of the War Room. It's Bruce and Gatos. We've got Mike Broomhead here. We've got Emily Ryan, Copper State Consulting, and Matt Salmon, a former U.S. representative. Donald Trump wins, as predicted. Kentucky, Indiana, and West Virginia just came down. So far for Kamala Harris, Vermont. Electoral College, 23-3, Donald Trump. North Carolina polls just closed. We've been talking about.
Watch that one. That's going to be
North Carolina, Georgia. We're watching Wisconsin.
We know the
Michigan,
7 states.
Pennsylvania,
I
Arizona.
hate to say it, that matter, right? Yeah.
So let's get back into it. Donald Trump. Okay. What's the difference between the 2024 version of Trump and the other versions? 2020, 2016.
You mean as president?
Yeah, as a person,
Or
as
as
somebody
candidate?
running for president. Has he changed at all over the last many years? What do you guys think?
He's probably going to be more vindictive because he's been through more since he lost the last election and had all of his legal troubles.
Yeah, it's a revenge tour.
Yeah, he seems very aggressive. I mean, I think if anyone thinks that this is a rehabilitated Donald Trump that you're voting for, I think you're kidding yourself. You know, vote for who you know him to be, and he's telling us every time he opens his mouth.
Yeah, but half the country, whether he wins by a small margin or loses by a small margin, half the country believes he's a better president. So I don't think he was a bad president the first time around. I thought the way he said things was wrong, and I think that maybe he'll learn. Hopefully he'll learn a lesson in delivery, that it will be the way he delivers things. Because I don't like a lot of things he said either. We haven't heard him say the same things about John McCain he said before, and I just hope that changes. But as far as policy goes, a lot of the people in the country liked what he was doing.
And some of his activity was wrong, too. Some of his criminal activity was wrong. I think he's going to be emboldened. I don't think you're going to get somebody that's going to stay between the lines and be your model citizen.
Well, I think the bigger concern is in the previous Trump administration, there were the guardrails of relatively professional, competent people. John Kelly. None of them are coming back. Yeah, that's what I was just going to say. None of them are coming back. You can guarantee that a Mike Pence or a John Kelly or a General Miley or General Mattis, they ain't coming back.
He doesn't want him.
No, he's going to basically. I think the one thing that he has learned and he's going to do is he's going to vet people a lot more carefully, and he's only going to put people in that agree with him. Yeah. He's not going to put in contrarians.
Yeah, Jared Kushner's not even going to be back.
And we've seen.
Good point.
Yeah, we've seen. Have we seen Ivanka at all? No. Not
but
even a bit.
nobody puts in contrarians.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. Well, have you ever read the book by Abraham Lincoln? That
okay, let's go. You're right. Okay, I'll give you Lincoln. What about the Biden administration? Name one contrarian that Biden's put in place.
So Reagan actually put Bush in. And that was a contrarian. He ran against Reagan.
They didn't get along at all.
That's right. They didn't get along.
In policy, he had somebody in place that was going to do what he wanted him to do. And that's what presidents do. That's what governors do. You put people around you that run agencies.
Mike, not necessarily. I think a really, really good leader puts in people with different views.
I agree with you. I agree with that.
And then has
massive debates within those internal meetings, and then comes up with a decision based on the best information possible. If all you do is surround yourself with a bunch of sycophants, you're only as good as you are.
Well, and I would disagree only from the standpoint of I don't think it's a debate about policy. It's a debate about how you act as a president. It's a debate about
He's
the
never going to
Constitution
listen to anybody
of
as
the
far as
United
how you're
States.
supposed to act.
But it's a debate about the levers of government and how they work, where people would try to explain to him, this is how it works, and he just refuses to accept it.
This is what I'm doing.
I don't know who he listens to.
Nobody.
And it may be nobody. But I do remember one example of, remember when we saw the photos of Syrian children or women being bombed? I remember that his daughter, Ivanka, went to him and said, you need to do something. And he bombed them.
Right.
And so that was family. I don't think are we going to see family? Could he bring family into the White House once again?
I think they're done.
You think they're done?
Well, not Don
the
Jr. and
that's what I.
No, the boys will be.
Yeah, they're going to be Secretary of Defense or Secretary of Treasury.
I don't have to go to Secretary of
Steve Bannon will be the head of RFK's going to be RFK Jr.'s HHS, right?
Yeah, and we're going to get rid of fluoride in the water.
Yeah,
that's the latest report I saw.
If let's just say, Donald Trump, let's say he loses, will the MAGA movement live on?
No.
Mike?
No.
I would argue Carrie Lake is showing that there is no MAGA movement outside of Donald Trump.
Right.
You can't be a cheaper version of Donald Trump and cut through.
People won't tolerate it.
And I'll tell you something about politicians' earmuffs, Matt. I don't want to insult you. They're only going to do what works. If MAGA keeps not working election after election,
22.
They're going to morph to something else.
Right. 2020, 2022 was supposed to be a red wave. Didn't happen.
I'm going to be a little bit of a contrarian here because I know the activists in the Republican Party, and I think it's going to be a while before those changes are made within the Republican Party, even though you're right. I mean, if you use that same kind of logic and you look at the last several years of Republican candidates losing almost everything in Arizona, from the state to the federal offices, I don't think the Republican Party's learned anything.
No, but candidates are self-focused, and if they want to win and actually have the power and hold office, they're going to do what works. And if this play stops working, there's still going to be activists on your block. There's still going to be people that, just like the Tea Party sort of faded slowly.
Right.
That's still going to exist, but you won't have the pandering to that, trying to whip up a mob as a campaign strategy.
And there won't be the fear of being primaried if you act contrary to the MAGA movement.
Right.
All right.
That's a good point.
And if he wins, well, obviously it continues. Obviously it gets stronger.
MAGA for life.
He has 4 more years in office to, solidify that.
And
I'm here for the Civil War. I'm here for it. I'm excited.
See, I disagree with all of that. People are smart. Republicans are smart voters. They think he's the best option between him and Harris. And when he's done, we'll go on to the next president. I just don't think that it's this mind-numb robots that are following blindly at every word that Donald... I voted for Trump against Hillary. I voted for Trump against Biden. I voted for Trump in this election because out of the 3 elections, I thought he was the best option. That doesn't... You've heard me be critical of him. I'm critical of the things he said. I love John McCain. I was friends with John McCain. What he said was despicable about John McCain. So I think people are more like me. We like him for the reason that he's there, and when he's gone, it's not like I'm hanging posters in my bedroom.
January 6th, 34 felonies. I can make the argument that he is a fundamentally flawed human being that should be nowhere near the White House.
And both type of people exist. I don't think most people are like you. I don't think most people are MAGA guys. But I do think there are some diehards that will follow him to the ends of the earth.
Sure. Oh, of course. Both sides have that, right? Speaking of that, did Kamala's closing argument fall short? And will it cost her the election? What exactly was the closing argument? We talked a little bit earlier about maybe some changes in strategery. We're going to dig into that next. It's The War Room right here on KTAR.
You know what we don't need? That slow drain in the shower or sink. Paul Calvisi here. We all know that clogs can be a real drain on our day, but don't let it slow you down. Whether it's your kitchen, the bathroom, or any other drain, Day and Night's expert plumbers will clear it out in no time. And it gets better because the time is now. How about a $29 drain clearing special? That's right. When you call Day and Night, it's just $29 to clear those pesky clogs. And with over 40 years of trusted service in the Valley, Day and Night knows how to keep things flowing smoothly. From AC to heating or plumbing, Day and Night, they've got us covered with fast, friendly, and professional service. And trust me, as a longtime customer along with all my neighbors, the difference really is Day and Night. So schedule today. Get those smooth, quick-flowing drains again. And for just $29, that's right, for just $29, you can have clear drains and peace of mind at dayandnightair.com. While it lasts, at dayandnightair.com. Conditions apply. Limited time offer.
Hey, if you're hurt in an accident and results matter to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. Just in the last month, they've won $500,000 in an auto accident, $745,000 for a trucking accident, and $4.5 million for a hurt in a slip and fall. Sweet James delivers these kinds of wins regularly. They can't guarantee the outcome of your case, but you should have Sweet James on your side. If you're hurt in an accident, call Sweet James. Pay nothing until they win. 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com.
Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns. Teacher Dan here. Back in the day, I was a pretty active weekend warrior. I was playing golf, hiking, hunting, and fishing. Then one day, a nagging back condition got a lot worse. Next thing you know, I couldn't do any of those things anymore. That's when I discovered the Desert Institute for Spine Care. These are board-certified, fellowship-trained spine surgeons. From the minute I met the team at DISC to the completion of my back procedure, the team made me feel comfortable every step of the way. Learn more about the Desert Institute for Spine Care by texting SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SAIL-NOW. Call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SAIL-NOW.
I'm Doug Hopkins with My Home Group and DougHopkins.com, and I want to buy your house. If you're considering selling your home for any reason, do yourself a favor and let us show you how we can give you more. With no agent fees, no commissions, no repairs, and no showings, you can get a straightforward cash deal that you can close on in as little as 3 days. Other buyers may try to make you an offer without ever seeing your home. They may try to lower that offer or even cancel the deal after inspecting it. I will never do that. Our team will come out to your house and make you a fair as-is cash offer on the spot and will never cancel after the deal is signed for any reason. That's the Doug Hopkins difference. See for yourself why more people trust the Doug Hopkins team. Visit us today at DougHopkins.com or
call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SAIL-NOW. Call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SAIL-NOW.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:46. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Maricopa County Recorder Stephen Richer says vote counting is right on schedule and anticipates a number of races could be called by the end of the night. He tells the Mike Broomhead Show to expect closer contests to be called by tomorrow night. However, if a statewide race comes down to fewer than 300 votes, that is a whole different story.
That means we're going to be dealing with the very last ballot, and that's going to include your signatures being cured, things that have to be duplicated, and so that's going to really scrape the bottom of the barrel of the vote and take us into Monday.
Richard says to expect initial results about 8 p.m., but a new practice this year could delay the process because now workers have to hand count the green affidavit envelopes dropped off at every site. Expect those results around 9:30 to 10 p.m. Stay with us, though. We're going to be bringing you live updates from our reporters in the field. Our wall-to-wall coverage continues on into the night as the results come in. Join us for a special show starting at 7 p.m. until midnight. You can listen in right here at 92.3 FM, the KTAR News app, or watch our coverage on the KTAR News YouTube page. And of course, for more election stories, just go to KTAR.com/Arizona Votes. Checking on traffic for us now, it's Chuck Rowe in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We reported earlier on a plane crash on the outskirts of Falcon Field in Mesa. Now, there are some road closures. It looks like Greenfield is shut down between McDowell and McKellips, and McKellips is shut down for a stretch there as well at the intersection of Greenfield. So continue to avoid that. McDowell is open, but it is gridlocked between Higley Road and Greenfield. Now, the 101, Hour Freeway eastbound at 43rd Avenue. We've had a crash there for quite a while, still blocking the right lane and slowing you down from about 51st Avenue. Chuck Rowe, KTAR News.
Hey, you know what? I want to talk to you about Carol Royce with your home sold guaranteed realty. Yeah, home sold guaranteed. What does that really mean? Well, Carol Royce will guarantee in writing 100% of the market value on the sale of your home, or Carol will pay you the difference out of her own pocket. Yeah. I mean, if you're even thinking about selling your home right now, right, you got to talk to Carol Royce. You will know exactly how much you're going to get for your home. That's the kind of certainty it's tough to put a price on, right? Carol will get you the most for your home and take care of you every step of the way. Call Carol Royce, just like I did. It's 480-776-5231. That's 480-776-5231. Or go to carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. As always, terms and conditions apply.
You love Phoenix in the fall, but I bet you hate to paint. So do what your neighbor Deanna did. She called Rhino Shield.
I was noticing some cracks in the stucco and the paint's faded. I was like, okay, I think I should get my house painted. So my neighbor had a Rhino Shield placard in the yard. And after they were finished, I was just, wow. With the warranty and everything, it just seemed silly not to go that route.
The ceramic coating of Rhino Shield is specifically formulated for our climate.
So the Rhino Shield crew came out. Nothing was damaged in the process. I was very happy. They just didn't leave a mess. You couldn't even tell they were there. And the house looked so different. It just looked like a new home.
Better than paint, backed by a 25-year transferable warranty. And right now, get the protection of Rhino Shield for 20% off the regular price.
Rhino Shield, I think it increases the value and the curb appeal of your home. Definitely worth it.
Rhino Shield owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
The War Room. Insight and analysis of the 2024 election. KTAR News 92.3 FM.
All right. We are inside the war room. Here we are. We're doing it. We're surrounded by the good and the great of the valley. All right.
Got exit polls over here.
Oh, my goodness. We've got
to figure out Georgia over here.
Former Congressman Matt
Where's
Salmon.
Pennsylvania?
We're even breaking out the crystal ball.
Consultant Emily Ryan. And, of course, Mike Broomhead, our very own Mike Broomhead from the Mike Broomhead Show. All right. So the last couple weeks or so, we heard the closing arguments from both the candidates. We talked a little bit about the Trump side. Did Kamala's closing argument fall short? Well, first off, maybe we should define what was it? What exactly was her closing argument?
I don't know what it was, so I would say,
That's not good.
It fell short.
Yeah, I would agree.
I don't think she had one because I think she said, look what he's doing over there. He's at McDonald's. He's driving a garbage truck. He's doing something to a microphone. But I don't know if that's good enough either. You've got to stand up for
turn the page thing. I don't think it really moves.
And isn't that hard for her with turn the page when she's been a part of the administration? It's hard. That's just for anybody would be a really difficult message to sell.
She's trying to rewrite history.
Right.
But I thought the we're not going back was, I think that was effective.
Well, that was really around abortion, wasn't it? I felt like
Trump.
every time I heard that.
Oh, I thought it was
going back to like taking away rights.
She started with that, but then it became about anything Donald Trump.
Right.
Do you think she made a mistake she either had to completely agree with everything with President Biden or she had to break completely and go just say, listen, I'm changing everything. Do you think trying to walk that line hurt her?
Absolutely. She should have thrown Biden under the bus.
Wow.
And knew that Democrats are not going to vote for Donald Trump. If you're a Biden supporter, you're not going to vote for Trump. She should have said, hold your nose.
Especially on the border.
Isn't there a way to do that? And I mean, you say throw under the bus. There's a way to say, you know what? I'm a vice president. I support but here's what I would do differently. Here's what I counseled him that I didn't agree with this. And
but then you have to call him wrong.
Right. And say, I would have done it different.
It would be seen as disloyal. There's a nice way to word it, a professional way to word it, but she had to do it and she didn't.
But if you look at the playbook, it didn't work for Al Gore. He didn't bring Bill Clinton in on anything. He ignored Bill Clinton month after month after month after the scandal and didn't want anything to do with him, and he lost.
True. But people liked some. I think Clinton was
liked
more
Bill
popular.
Clinton.
People liked Bill Clinton.
And they believed it. But with Joe Biden, there's too much baggage, right? I mean,
Too
it's
much baggage.
I mean, look at the last statement he made about what he wanted to do to Trump supporters. I mean,
He wanted to punch him.
Well, he wanted to smack him in.
Yeah, he's lost it.
But doesn't Dana Carvey do a good impression?
Yeah. he does.
Yeah, I think the rhetoric down the stretch with, Vance last night called Kamala garbage, said he was taking the garbage out, and the garbage thing is Kamala
But that was a
Harris.
joke in response to them calling
I get
Republicans
it, but
garbage.
they're both wrong. And I didn't think it was a joke. I thought it was disgusting on both parts.
I
Joe
think
Biden saying that is horrific for a president to call half of Trump, half of America garbage.
And that's what makes people want to stay home.
I also think that Kamala made a big mistake not really talking much about policy for the first several weeks of the campaign and making herself very scarce when it came to interviews.
Avoiding interviews and things?
Yeah, avoiding interviews. I think that was a mistake.
Here. Guys, really appreciate it. Hour 1 of the War Room. We got another hour coming up.
We got a whole new panel.
I know, you guys, yeah. We're rotating the seats. Thanks again to Mike Broomhead, Emily Ryan, Matt Salmon. We appreciate you guys being in here on our special election night War Room. Hour number 1 in the books. Hour number 2 coming up next. Barry Markson, Sal DeCiccio, Gail Bass will all join us in the studio as we continue the conversation with more results coming in. We'll talk about it next right here. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, let's get that house painted. You're going to have friends coming in for Thanksgiving, family coming in. Also, obviously, Christmas is on the way. You're already making plans. Who's coming in? Get your house painted. Inside, outside, do both. Get a great discount from the Arizona Painting Company. Just text paint to 620-620. I'll send you a discount personally. With the Arizona Painting Company, go with traditional paint. Tried and true. You hear some of these other companies, exterior coatings, and they're claimed to outlast traditional paint. It's not true. It's way too expensive as well. I want you to have the best painting company come to your house. Somebody that I've used for over 20 years. Bonded, licensed, and insured. Terrific painters. By the way, they're experts. They've been with this company for well over a decade, many of them. All you have to do is just think about it. Get that house painted before the holidays. Text paint to 620-620. And when you hire the Arizona Painting Company, you'll love watching paint dry.
If you're experiencing low-energy brain fog or bloating, then your body might need a detox. Active Liver from New Nordic makes it easy to help your liver detox your body all year long without major changes to your diet or lifestyle. Active Liver is available in stores at CVS or online at Amazon.
Parker & Sons wants to thank you, Arizona, for helping them become the Valley's most trusted heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical company over the last 50 years. 50 years. It's Parker's 50th anniversary. They are celebrating by giving right back to Arizona with 50 acts of kindness. If anyone you know is in need of Parker's services, visit parker50.com and nominate them for a free service or repair today. Parker50.com or call 602-2REPAIR.
Still putting off your estate plan? For many people in hospice care, one of their biggest regrets is leaving behind a legal mess for the people they love. Whether you pass unexpectedly or spend your final moments in hospice, do you want your loved ones dealing with a complicated estate settlement that costs time and money in probate court and potentially wipes out their inheritance? You can put those worries aside because RJP Estate Planning can help you create a living trust, ensuring your assets bypass probate and are smoothly passed to your loved ones. And if you're 55 or older, you can save 55% on a living trust. Since 1995, RJP Estate Planning has helped over 40,000 Arizona families. Protect yourself and the people you care about before it's too late.
To save 55% on a living trust, call 480-896-9597 by November 7th. That's 480-896-9597. 480-896-9597.
Moving Team 6 proudly supports and hires veterans.
So here at Moving Team 6, obviously we're a big proponent on military. So every time we have a veteran that comes in for an interview, we automatically get them into training and see if it's going to be a good option for them. We don't turn them away. It's always an option to try them out. If they've served our country, the best thing that we can do now is serve them and get them going. We're trying to work for our company. And if it works, it works. If it doesn't work for them, that's fine. At least we know that we tried and we wanted to serve them back. We're big proponents on self-discipline, showing up, having a great attitude, working hard. If you work hard, we're going to take good care of you.
Here at Moving Team 6, another thing that we love to do is serving our community. That is huge. Serving charities, communities, especially we're with 100 Club, that is big for us. But we want to serve our vets and we want to give back as much as we can. But community is so key for us.
We only hire the best at Moving Team 6. Visit us online at movingteam6.com. Your move is our mission.
If you're suffering from stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your arms, legs, hands, or feet, you may be experiencing peripheral neuropathy. If you or a loved one is suffering from neuropathy and has been prescribed a medication like Lyrica, Neurontin, or Cymbalta, there is an alternative. Amazing research has now shown that neuropathy symptoms can be reversed in as little as 1 week. At Restore Wellness, highly trained doctors are using a cutting-edge treatment and successfully slowing and often reversing the disease without addictive medications. If you're tired of living in pain, then call 480-447-9555. That's 480-447-9555. There's no surgery or prescription drugs. Don't wait to get relief. Call 480-447-9555. The first 25 callers will receive a full exam and in-depth consultation, absolutely free.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. At ABC 15, we stand for what's right, taking on challenging issues and driving real change, listening and making sure your voice is heard, investigating and following through. We are ABC 15 Arizona. KTAR News now.
Good evening. At 6 o'clock, I'm Becky Lynn.
Arizona votes 2024, Election Day.
There's hundreds of voters lined up now at Arizona State University with just an hour until the polls close. And KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live now in Tempe talking to voters there.
Yeah, Becky, it's a hectic scene here at ASU. There's dozens of advocates here trying to convince in-person voters to take a certain stance on key issues, with abortion being a big focus here, both pro and anti. The line stretches as far as you can see for now. One Democrat voter is showing up for Kamala Harris and tells me he's happy to see all the action today.
I do like how there's a lot more younger people actually coming out to vote for this one. I feel like there's more people who are becoming more open.
And another student tells me she's had enough of President Biden's economy. She's out here for Trump.
Our economy was amazing when he was president, and I'm not a fan of what the Democratic Party has been doing. So I'm excited to get some votes for Trump.
With an hour until polls close, remember, if you're in line by 7 p.m., you will be able to vote. Live in Tempe, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
Now, the Sun Devil Fitness Center voting location does have one of the longer wait times in the area, about an hour. If you're over there, you'd be better off going down the street on Apache or Rural, where the wait times are closer to 20 minutes. Now, to find out where you can cast your ballot and see how long you'll have to stand in line, you can go online to locations.maricopa.vote.
Continuing our team coverage, I'm KTAR's Heidi Hommel, live at the Maricopa County Tabulation and Election Center. A new state law requires vote centers to hand count early ballots in their green envelopes dropped off on Election Day. Maricopa County Supervisor Bill Gates says they're happy to comply with this new security measure.
We're asking for people to be patient, but if people voted in person today, if they ran their ballot through a on-site tabulator, it'll be reported either this evening or tomorrow morning.
Gates adds they also have new security measures at McTech, like fencing around the building and badge identification. He explains this was done after armed protesters showed up at McTech during the 2020 election. Reporting live at McTech, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
We're all waiting for the first election results to drop at 8 o'clock tonight, but in the meantime, Mike Noble with Noble Predictive Insights says the polls from the past few months may have been confusing voters. He tells the Mike Broomhead Show they had a margin of error up to 5 points, so it can be hard to tell who was actually in the lead.
Here's what I can tell you is that based on all the polling, what we look for is that the truth lies somewhere in the middle. And for the most part, Trump has been showing ahead in Arizona by about 1 to 2, maybe 3 points.
Noble says it's interesting because Arizona is the best performing swing state for Trump right now. Have the pollsters underestimated presidential candidate Trump? KTAR's Susan Monday reports there is some suggestion that could be the case in the swing state of Pennsylvania. She joins us live from the News Center with more.
Philadelphia talk show host Dom Giordano tells the Chad Benson Show that this time around, some pollsters have tried to capture the reluctant Trump disclosure voters. And the Trump campaign has courted the Amish vote in Pennsylvania, something George W. Bush did in 2004, a decisive move for the win. The big story, according to Giordano?
Republicans have taken to mail-in balloting by about 5 to 6 percentage points more than the last time.
Giordano believes the race is so close, potentially under the 80,000 votes that Biden won Pennsylvania in 2020. Reporting live in the KTAR News Center, I'm Susan Monday.
Our wall-to-wall coverage continues into the night as the results come in. Join us for a special show, 7 p.m. to midnight. You can listen right here at 92.3 FM on the KTAR News app or watch our coverage on the KTAR News YouTube page. And for more election stories, you can go to KTAR.com/Arizona Votes. Turning to Wall Street, the Dow today was up 427 points. The S&P up 70 and the NASDAQ rose 259. For more money news, go to the Business Center at KTAR.com. Time for traffic now with Chuck Rowe in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. New freeway crash on the 101 Pima Freeway northbound at McKellips. Everything moved off to the right there, not really causing you any delay. There is a wreck on the 101 Elwha Freeway eastbound at 43rd Avenue. That thing has been blocking the right lane for quite some time now, not causing a big backup, a little bit of slowing right there at the scene as everyone merges over to the left to get around that. Wreck in Queen Creek, Riggs Road at Ellsworth. Also a crash Thunderbird west of 35th Avenue, and watch for a collision in Scottsdale Indian School at Miller Road. This traffic report brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. Don't settle for one cash offer. Get multiple cash offers with Carol Royce. To get your home's best cash offers, call Carol today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Chuck Rowe, KTAR News.
Tomorrow's high 73, but we're at 71 right now in Phoenix. Weather brought to you by Howard Air. With a replace or repair, call Howard Air. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos presents The War Room, a political symposium cutting through the noise of the 2024 election. The War Room starts now.
Hour 2 of the War Room, Gatos.
Some say it's the best hour, Bruce.
A lot of people will.
Well, now I get it.
Yeah.
You're not saying it, but some people are saying it.
Some people say.
So in the 5 o'clock hour, we had hour 1 of the War Room. We've
Yep.
switched out the panel now.
Look at that. Rotated
And
them.
yes. All right. Let's go through. We got to Barry Markson, KTAR legal analyst. He'll be running the show with us later tonight. Barry, good to see you.
Good to see you, boys.
Sal DeCiccio is here, former Phoenix City Councilman. Sal, how's it going?
It's going fantastic. Thank you.
Facebook friend of mine. I like to
There you
think
go.
that's what Sal
I
and
listen to exactly what Bruce says, and I do everything he says.
Oh, God.
Whatever he tells
Good
me,
answer.
I do
Poor
it.
thing.
Gail Bass, TV, radio, film personality. Gail, how are you?
I'm doing good, thank you.
All right. If you look at the Electoral College so far, Trump 90, Kamala 27, very early. But if you're keeping score at home, and I know you are, let's see. Kamala's got Vermont, Massachusetts, Maryland, the District of Columbia. That's on my show sheet.
Yeah.
Trump has Kentucky, Indiana, West Virginia, Alabama, Missouri. I think it's Oklahoma. So obviously we're here. Florida was called. Okay.
No surprises.
No surprise.
Everything.
So far, no surprises.
So are we going to call the election now? And just
Call
say
it right
it's
now.
Well, and again, I look
No.
at it this way, and I think you guys would agree. It's about breaking serve. Either you steal something you weren't supposed to win, which is kind of unlikely because we call those swing states now.
Yeah.
And there are the 7 of them that we're still watching closely.
Is
and
there
those will be-
8?
North Carolina. You can throw North Carolina in there.
Are you going to throw Iowa in there?
Is Iowa a swing
Iowa's
state?
in there now. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That over the weekend,
crazy.
that was kind of shocking.
I don't know if
Kansas,
it's
throw
just
Kansas
one
in there.
poll. That's why I'm kind of hesitant.
Well, Barry was joking you could throw Kansas in there, but wasn't it +3 Trump or something like that? But we don't know.
The polls are close. We don't know, guys. Look, in 2016, the polls said one thing. We thought Hillary was going to win, right, going away. Didn't happen. 2020, we didn't know what was going on, and it didn't happen. So we'll see it's the voting. It's the turnout, and that's what's going to be important today.
Well, the turnout's high in Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
you know
it
that.
is. That's for sure.
Okay.
Pennsylvania starts counting their votes, I think, on Thursday. So we'll have an idea next week what happens.
You think so?
It's going
Okay.
to take a long.
Yeah.
Pennsylvania makes Arizona look fast.
Yes.
Arizona polls will close at 7.
7 o'clock.
We'll wait an hour, and then we'll get the vote dump.
We're not waiting though. I'll be on at 7 o'clock, bringing you the.
I understand,
post
but
right
at 8
away.
o'clock,
right
in Arizona, we're going to get the first results.
Correct.
Okay.
And can I point out
Yes,
something?
please.
The results we're going to get at 8 o'clock are those that mailed their ballots in or voted early as of Friday.
Right. If the ballot was received
by Friday. And that's going to be like the first tranche, right? You're
And
going to
it's
get
huge.
boom.
It's a huge tranche.
Because they've cured them. They verified signatures. They've gone through all this process.
They did all the process.
They put them through the smoker. They're delicious. It's going to be absolutely delicious.
And so that is, we know, a vast majority of people in this state vote by mail and vote early.
It might be 65% of the vote in that first tranche.
Okay. I want to know if one of the big headlines is Democrats not showing up in Arizona.
It is right now.
I think it is.
What is going on?
I've talked to several Democrats in the state, and they're now I haven't talked to them in the last few hours.
Because it is Arizona. There are only several Democrats in the state.
I've talked to
I
all
talked
of
to
them.
both of them.
Yeah. And here's
I thought there was 3.
Here's what they're saying. Now, I will tell you, as we get later in the day, a lot of this isn't really playing out, so I'm curious. First of all, the mail-in ballots, this looks like a year. This year doesn't look like 2022, 2020, because this is the first year Trump and the Republicans are saying vote by mail. They're back to saying vote by mail.
Correct.
So this is going to look a lot more like 2018, 2016. And if you go back and look at those years, the percentage of Republicans and Democrats and independents voting that you saw in the early voting was consistent. This year's is actually consistent. It looks like way more Republicans are voting because there are more Republicans voting because the last 2 cycles they didn't vote
They stayed
early.
away.
And typically they do. Typically they do vote early. So
And the other thing that happens is what they're telling me is that it's like the Republicans do their homework early and get it in, and the Democrats do their homework and hold it. And they are what we call the late earlies, the ones that come in after Friday. So we don't really have the full showing yet from the Democrats, according to these people.
So far, the Democrats have not shown up to vote in Arizona.
Well,
if you look at the percentages.
But again, consistent with past years.
Okay, Sal.
So what you do have, and Barry's correct on that, the ones that are voting early, those are going to be counted first. We're going to hear those results probably around 8 o'clock tonight.
Okay.
Then the ones who voted today, those individuals that voted today, which was quite a few individuals, I was at a polling place today, it was just packed.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we're going to hear that about 10 o'clock. And then the ones that took their ballots to the polls,
dropped it.
Those are the ones that are going to take 10 days.
The sealed envelope they took, they dropped it off.
that used to be me.
Yes.
Yeah.
By being in the war room, I was shamed out of that.
Yes, good.
That's right.
So I
count that
turned
in
mine in over a
December.
week ago.
Yes.
Those are going to be counted last.
But we've heard that can be a pretty big number,
It's about
too.
400,000 is expected.
Really?
It's going to
Yes.
be huge.
And
For
that could
Maricopa
tip an
County.
election.
Just for Maricopa County.
Exactly. It's a huge number. And that's
Yeah.
why it takes so long. Everyone's like, why does this take so
Right.
long? They're going to have like 500,000 ballots to count. They can't start till Wednesday. And they have to start like from scratch. They have to scan the envote. They have to do signature
Right.
verification. They have to open it. They have to be a Republican and Democrat there to both see the ballot.
And
It's a whole process.
There's one more thing, too, that to Barry's point. My understanding, as of today, I called to say, hey, what are the numbers of the Republicans versus Democrats that have already voted? And usually this is Democrats that are higher, right, in the last 4 years. Now, what happened was there's 219,000 more Republican votes in Arizona on the early votes than there are Democrats, which is just a shocker on its own. Now, that doesn't include Pima County. For whatever reason, those numbers have not come in.
Yeah.
But it's still a big number.
Pima County's laid back. They'll get it in soon. Eventually
So we're
that'll
inside the war room. We've got Sal DeCiccio. We've got Gail Bass. We've got Barry Markson. And we're talking about Arizona voting and who's showing up and who's not. We were talking about, the reason that Maricopa County takes so long to count the ballots. It's state law.
It is.
And so if you look back at how many days certain elections took. So I wrote this down. In 2006, it took 12 days.
Yeah.
Okay. 08, 17. 10, 15 days. We'll move up. 2016, it took 10 days. In 2018, it took 14 days. In 2020, it took 10 days.
Yeah,
In
it's the same.
2022, it took 13 days. That's to count all the votes. So I guess my question is, if it's going to take that long, and we've got, as you said, 400,000 votes that we're going to when will we hear about Arizona and the presidential race?
It depends on how close it is. So, Gatos, what you're saying is exactly right. It's always taken this long.
Always.
But up until the last several cycles.
We haven't been a swing state.
No. So they could call Arizona early.
Correct.
And nobody paid attention. This is how it works in almost
Ronald
every...
Reagan carried the state by a lot.
Well, what we say is there is a projected winner.
Right.
The projected winner, because they know how much vote is left out there.
Okay,
they
that's
do
my
the
question.
math.
There's
I
math.
want to know this because everybody wants to know this. When will we see or hear a projected winner in Arizona. Does anybody have an answer?
I think we'll see. I think we're going to hear something by tomorrow. Because
You think that fast?
I believe that the numbers are so large that have come in today that are voting at the polls, that did the early ballots, that the 400,000 is going to be important. Not just for Maricopa County again. Now, remember, for the rest of the state, you may have 700,000 or 600,000.
But I think Maricopa County is 61% of the electorate in Arizona, so that's the massive part of it.
As goes Maricopa County, so goes Arizona.
But what you're going to see
usually,
that's right.
There's going to be a lot of question marks about how many of the late earlies, the ones that were received after Friday or voted after Friday on the earlies, how many of those were Democrats? There's still things to go. But Sal's right. If it's overwhelmingly in favor of Trump in these early ballots and on the voting today, it may be enough to actually call Arizona. We're going to find out, but we don't know yet.
And plus, he was up in the polls like, what is he, a +2?
I saw him up +4 in one of them recently. Trump in Arizona, just in Arizona.
I didn't see that one, but my feeling all along is that he's going to win Arizona.
Yeah.
So like that, and what did we hear? That's his strongest swing state.
Of the 7 swing states, it's the one where he's had consistently the largest lead in the polls and the polling averages. We're inside the war room. We've got Gail Bass, TV, radio, and film personality. Former Phoenix City Councilman Sal DeCiccio, and of course KTAR legal analyst Barry Markson in with us. Tell you what, we're going to come back and we're going to put you all on the spot. All right? We're going to talk a little more Arizona here. Not only about who will win Arizona.
Oops,
but we also we're going to go down. We want to go down the list too. There's some other important races going on. We're digging into it next. Outspoken here on KTAR.
All right. Aria Dental Implant Center is where you go to get your teeth fixed. You have broken or missing teeth. Guess what? There is a place for you here in the Valley, a local company, and it's all led by Dr. Joe, who's helped thousands and thousands of folks, regain their smiles, eat the foods that they love again. And I'll tell you what, we got the holidays coming up. How about a brand new smile for the holidays, right? When everybody goes on Thanksgiving and you're eating, maybe this is you. You can't chew any of that food. It's very tough. And then everybody gets together. We got to get the picture. And you're like, well, I don't want to smile in the picture because I'm embarrassed by my teeth. Get them fixed. And when you go to Aria, let me get you a complimentary consultation, all right? And you will sit there with Dr. Joe, who's the best in the business. You'll learn about dental implant treatment, how it can improve the quality of your life. Just go to Aria, ARIA, dentalimplantcenter.com. Tell them Gato sent you.
KTAR News Flash.
At 6:16, I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Tonight's first batch of results at 8 p.m. will only be a snapshot of the total vote. It will reflect about 1.2 million of the 1.5 million county residents who voted early. Maricopa County Supervisor Bill Gates explains the biggest change in the tabulation process since 2020.
The green envelopes that do have to be hand counted now at the vote centers before the memory cards can be brought in here to the tabulation center.
This will cause a bit of a delay reporting today's in-person votes. Gates expects those results to be posted by 9:30 tonight or later. Now, KTAR News will be live and local on into the evening as we wait for the results to come in. Join us for a special election show starting at 7 as our KTAR hosts and guests analyze the results as they happen. We'll also take you live to candidates' parties as they wait to see how you voted. You can catch our coverage here at 92.3 FM on the KTAR News app and live on the KTAR YouTube channel. Checking on traffic for us now. It's Chuck Rowe in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Still clearing a wreck on the 101 Pima Freeway northbound at McKellips. Everything's out of lanes off to the right there. We had that wreck on the 101 Hour Freeway eastbound at 43rd Avenue. That was there for quite some time. That has finally cleared. We do have a wreck Arizona Avenue at Queen Creek Road. Watch for that in Chandler. This traffic report brought to you by Copper Star Home Medical Supplies. From Surprise to Mesa, Copper Star Home Medical has 5 medical supply stores. Find them online and let the reviews speak for themselves. CopperStarHomeMedical.com. Chuck Rowe, KTAR News.
The War Room. Insight and analysis of the 2024 election. KTAR News, 92.3 FM.
We're inside the War Room real quick. Shout out to everybody in Sun City, all the Sun Cityans. We appreciate you guys listening. Thank you very much to those in Sun City. We're inside the War Room. Again, an all-star panel with us, Gail Bass, Sal DeCiccio, Barry Markson. All right, let's talk a little bit about Arizona. We did kind of get in this, and I want to make sure we're all on the same page. Who wins Arizona when it comes to the president race? Who wins Arizona?
I'm going to go out on the limb here and say Donald Trump.
I don't think that you can feel good about Kamala Harris winning Arizona with how she and Biden ignored the border and made it worse.
Big time.
And I don't think that Arizona certainly hasn't forgotten that. I also don't think that this is MAGA country. I don't believe that at all. I think that we're
Where
purple.
have you been living?
Hey, you know what? You can say that there are Trump flags and all that kind of stuff. I don't care. This is not Trump country. What happened in 2022? Everybody that he wanted to win, did they win? No. So I don't think this, and he didn't win in 2020 here. So this is not Trump country. Of course, there are Trump supporters here. I'm not saying that there aren't, but there are people in Arizona that will, fill out a ballot for a Democrat. They will go the other way.
Do you think we've turned fully purple?
Yes. I thought that for a while.
Yeah, I don't know that we have, and I think we're still the registrations are still very heavily Republican. It's actually grown over the last 2 or 4 years. More Republicans register to vote than Democrats, and more new Republicans.
When's the last time a Republican won a big seat?
Well,
Kimberly
Yee.
Yeah, here's the issue. No, I agree with you. And here's the interesting thing: Trump can win here, and he may well win this time. I agree with Gail, but everybody he endorses loses. So that last year, 2 years ago, everybody Trump endorsed lost. If Kerry Lake loses tonight, another one that he endorsed.
Well, he didn't win in
loses.
2020 here,
and he didn't win in 2020 here.
Right. So it's been a while.
It's really kind of an amazing thing. But it's kind of both to both of you. It's you're right, Gatos. It's not like we're all MAGA, but at the same time, look at our congressmen: Andy Biggs, Paul Gosar. We have
they're the MAGAst of the MAGAs.
Eli Crane. We have the of the 7 in the country that are the most extreme MAGA. We have 3 of them here
Because we've gerrymandered the hell out of our congressional districts.
Yeah, but
Sal.
also we have Republican senators for a long time, and now we don't.
Well, that is true.
That's true.
So Barry is correct. I mean, if you look at Republican registration, it's been growing and growing and growing every single year. I mean, we've become more of a Republican state.
Independents have been growing and growing and growing.
They have. And I think you got to look at what type of Republican, too.
Okay.
So, I mean, you can't just say we're going to become purple. I think we've moved more toward the red, but the question is what type of red.
Because there's a debate, isn't there?
Yeah.
Is that fair?
Yeah, that's very much true.
Are we more pink?
Well,
because,
I like pink.
because what I see is like the conservatives, like I know somebody who's voting for Trump. He's like, last time he voted for Trump, he goes, well, I was always going to vote for the Republican. Mm-hmm. And, there are just people who feel that way. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And, now that we have independents, there's some people who honestly say, I don't know. I don't know. And I think there are more people who are saying, I don't know, because independents, I think, are going to replace a lot, like the Republicans are growing. And I think maybe, I don't know what that is, except the MAGA movement.
So I've got some numbers here. Can I share these with you? This is coming in Maricopa County. Keep in mind, I'm just talking about the largest county in the state and where the most voters are. But this is today's voters, the people who showed up at a poll today. They're called check-ins, right? They went in, they checked in. Here's my name. By party, the others, which is
me,
independent, libertarian, green, God knows how many other parties are out there. The Wiccans, I don't know if they have their own party.
RFK people.
Yeah. 94,000, 41% of the vote. Republicans, 85.9 thousand, 37% of the vote. Democrats, 49.4, 21.5% of the vote. So I guess if you're a Democrat, you'd better really be hoping that a whole bunch of the others, the independents out there, the non-Rs, are leaning your direction. And I haven't seen any data that helps me understand where they're going.
And I've seen some rumors that the independents are breaking for Trump. So, I mean, if that's true, the numbers we receive later on tonight are going to be overwhelmingly for Trump for the people who voted today.
What does that mean for the Lake Gallego race?
Well, it means Lake, who's been grabbing on Trump's coattails as tight as she can, theoretically could do very well with that. I don't know where the Democrats are. I mean, that's going to be the issue here. It's okay if Democrats vote at a smaller percentage than Republicans because there's less of them in the state, but they can't come in at 12 or 13 or 14% less than Republicans. That's not going to work.
Well, to Barry's point there, too, I mean, if you look at the early votes, the ones that were counted up till Friday of last week, those went heavily Republican. They just did. And then now if you look at the votes today, they went Republican. There are three types of votes out there. Now the ones that carried their ballot in are the ones we need to really be looking at to see how big that is.
Right.
And I think a lot of that's going to break Democrat, personally. I really do.
Okay. I think you're right.
So it's going to be a two of the three. And to Barry's point with Carrie Lake, I think she's going to win. I really do.
You think
just
she's
the
going to win?
numbers are too big. I mean, is she going to lose that many Republicans?
She did last time.
The Trump Gallego voters. We've talked. I mean, I know it sounds crazy. To me, it sounds crazy to say a Trump Gallego voter because you could certainly argue ideologically those are two bookends of the political spectrum. But we know that all along, all of the polling data has shown there is a gap between the Trump voter and the Carrie Lake voter. Carrie Lake has yet to ever reach anywhere near Trump's
Barry,
numbers.
what was there's all these years are coming. I don't remember. Wasn't it Ducey and Cinema? Wasn't that one of the big ones?
There's
Republican, Democrat, because Cinema was a Democrat at the time.
There's definitely Republicans that voted for Ducey, they vote for Trump, and they don't vote for the Republican down ballot, the Republican senator.
Right.
And that'll happen again this year. There's definitely Republicans and a lot of independents who don't like Carrie Lake. The question is, if the Republican turnout is that much bigger than the Democrats,
then maybe Sal's right.
Because the percentage of Republicans who don't vote for Carrie Lake, it's not big. It's enough to make a difference if it's a close race, but it isn't like half of Republicans aren't voting for Carrie Lake. The vast majority of Republicans will vote for her.
Sure.
And if a turnout is that much bigger than the Democrats,
it can overcome the deficit.
And her
there.
polling has changed. Remember, we were seeing polls several months ago where Lake was down 13 points,
down by double digits,
ridiculous numbers that we knew weren't going to hold up. It's tightened considerably, 4 points, 6 points. That can be overcome if it's all turnout. I've been saying this for 2 months.
Sure,
turnout. And if the Democrats aren't turning out, everything's up for grabs in Arizona.
I think the biggest headline, and you're right, is that low turnout for the Democrats with abortion on the ballot in Arizona. And a low turnout for the Democrats so far. That's fascinating. And I don't know did we all see that coming or no?
Well,
I didn't see that coming.
It's basically a rising tide raises all ships.
There you go.
And that's what happens with some of these votes.
All right. Well, I would say as what we've seen so far, no surprises. Fair to say with the results that have come in, there hasn't been any shocking surprises.
No.
We will continue as polls continue to close. About every half hour, you get another group of states that close. Don't forget, Arizona closes at 7. You got 34 minutes still left to vote. If you are headed somewhere, you better hurry.
Yeah. Well, it's important to mention, if you get there by 7,
you're good.
You'll be allowed
if
to
you're
vote.
in line by 7.
You have to be in line by 7.
And you can also go to the MaricopaCounty.gov website, and you can find the wait times at polling locations, and maybe find one that doesn't have a very long line.
Might want to just get to the closest one at this point.
Or the closest one at this point. All right. We're inside the War Room. Barry Marks and Sal DeCiccio, Gail Bass. We're going to be right back talking. I want to talk a little bit about the female vote. And I have some questions for our panel. It's coming up next. We're Outspoken on KTAR.
Who will be Arizona's next U.S. Senator and our next Commander-in-Chief?
So here it is, folks. It's our moment. The election is here. The momentum's on our side.
We are going to take out the trash in Washington, D.C., and the trash's name is Kamala Harris.
Be here tonight at 7 for another Arizona Votes 2024 special program as we wait for more votes to be counted and races to be called on KTAR News, on the app, and online.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Is thinning hair or a receding hairline making you self-conscious? Try Hair Grow from New Nordic. Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start feeling your best with Hair Grow. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com.
Sundays on KTAR News is the home for the #1 radio health talk show in America, The Dr. Bob Martin Show. Dr. Martin is a chiropractic physician, a board-certified clinical nutritionist, and a diplomate of the American Academy of Anti-Aging Medicine. Got a health-related problem or challenge? Not feeling well and you just don't know where to turn or what to do? Dr. Bob Martin is here for you every Sunday from 10 to 11 a.m. The Dr. Bob Martin Show on KTAR News.
Hey, this is Jim Sharp. The Ak-Chin Indian community is small, but mighty, with award-winning enterprises like the amazing Southern Dunes Golf Course, all of the family fun that can be had at the Ak-Chin Circle Multitainment Center, and of course, the beautiful staycation spot that is Harrah's, with its newly renovated pool and multiple award-winning restaurants on site. The Ak-Chin Indian community built all of this to give back to this great state. When I first met Ak-Chin Chairman Robert Miguel, he talked about his experiences growing up in Maricopa, growing up to want to give back, and stresses to me that the Ak-Chin community will continue to do whatever they can to have a positive impact on the state of Arizona and the kids of Maricopa. Go experience all of their enterprises, Harrah's Resort, the Ak-Chin Circle Multitainment Center, and Southern Dunes Golf Course, because through them, Ak-Chin gives back to all of us. That's why we say, we all win with Ak-Chin.
Did you wake up with joint pain? Does it hurt when you do even the most routine physical activity? Have they told you it's time for knee or hip replacement surgery? Stop what you're doing and listen. You deserve a life of comfort and ease with no surgery and no meds, and QC Kinetics can get you there. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative cellular treatments for joint pain. This is an all-natural approach that harnesses your body's own healing properties to treat the root cause of your arthritic pain. The protocols developed by QC Kinetics are life-changing for so many people, tens of thousands of satisfied patients. Yes, you can have real, lasting relief from chronic joint pain without drugs, without surgery, without downtime. Discover your options at QC Kinetics. The consultation is absolutely free. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Get up to a 30% upfront bonus to use for your retirement income, or up to 12% per year to help grow your retirement income. Whether you're in retirement or will be retiring within 10 years, Trajan Wealth can offer some of the highest guarantees in the business. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know no one wants to work forever. We all need to retire someday, and I know you've worked hard for your money, so now is the time to guarantee it. Take advantage of up to a 30% upfront bonus for your retirement income, or up to 12% per year for retirement income. Don't woulda, shoulda, coulda. Get up to a 30% bonus just for opening an account, or up to 12% per year for retirement income. Don't leave your retirement to chance. Retire the right way, the Trajan way, with Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states says Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
KTAR News now.
It's 6:31. Good evening. I'm Becky Lynn.
Arizona votes 2024 Election Day.
With just 30 minutes until the polls close here in Arizona, we're hearing from ASU students waiting in a long line to vote. KTAR's Balin Overstoles joins us live from Tempe, speaking with voters.
Yeah, Becky, the line here stretches out of sight and has at least a couple hundred people waiting to cast their ballots, plus many more doing last-minute advocacy on top issues. While polls do close soon, you can vote as long as you're in line by 7 p.m. One student I spoke with named Dallas is a Democrat voter supporting Kamala Harris when it comes to women's rights.
Because how are you as a woman going to support something that destroys other women?
But not all students agree. Another who is an independent voter who didn't want to give his name says life was better under Trump, but he adds it's a good day no matter who wins.
Today just feels like a great day to be an American, you know? Like, it just feels like no matter who people are supporting, I think everyone forgets that, like, you know, we're all Americans at the end of the day, and this is the best country in the world.
Again, as long as you're in line to vote by 7 p.m., you will be able to cast a ballot. Live in Tempe, Ballin over Stoles, KTAR News.
And I'm KTAR's Heidi Hommel at the Maricopa County Tabulation and Election Center. County Supervisor Bill Gates explains people who voted in person today won't see those results until after the first batch is released.
9:30, 10 o'clock, or 11 o'clock this evening. For those that are farther out within Maricopa County, we probably won't start to see those numbers and fully see those numbers until the wee hours of tomorrow morning.
1.5 million county residents voted early in this election. Gates says the first round of results at 8 tonight will reflect roughly 1.2 million of those early voters. Reporting at McTech, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
The Navajo Nation is suing Apache County to keep the polling locations open an extra 2 hours tonight. Arizona Secretary of State Adrian Fontes says it's due to voter check-in issues that resulted in problems at several polling stations.
The Secretary of State's office is and will remain neutral in that litigation. We will allow those parties to fight that out and help folks comply with the order, regardless of what the order is.
He says only one polling station in the area is still experiencing any issues and is being repaired by local technicians. Fontes adding, if you are in line by 7, stay in line and request a provisional ballot. The GOP believes their party will remain in control of the state legislature in today's election, but KTAR senior political analyst Mike O'Neill begs to differ.
I think the Democrats have a chance of flipping one house in the Senate. The realistic best they can do is a tie.
O'Neill says it would be historic if the chamber flips because Democrats haven't had a trifecta since the early 1960s, and that would be a big change in the political alignment of Arizona. We're live and local into the night as we wait for results to come in. Our special election show will begin at 7 o'clock as our KTAR hosts and guests analyze the results as they happen. We'll also take you live to candidates' parties as they wait to see how you voted. Catch our coverage right here at 92.3 FM, the KTAR News app, and live on the KTAR News YouTube news channel. In sports tonight, the Phoenix Suns on a roll. Yesterday's victory over the Philadelphia 76ers lifted them to a 6-1 start for the season. They and the rest of the NBA are off tonight, and the Suns are back at it tomorrow night, taking on the Miami Heat at Footprint Center. NFL trade deadline has come and gone, with the Arizona Cardinals adding pass rusher Baron Browning in a trade with the Broncos yesterday. The NFC West leading Cards are getting ready to host the New York Jets on Sunday. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Check it on traffic now. It's Chuck Rowe in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. The 101 Pima Freeway northbound at McKellips. That crash still clearing off to the right. We had a wreck earlier on the 101 Agua Fria Freeway eastbound at 43rd Avenue. That's been cleared. The I-10 getting better all the time. Westbound as you leave the downtown, you still get some pockets of slow and go from the stack out to about 83rd Avenue. Then again, as you approach Avondale Boulevard. Plane crashed earlier today outside the perimeter of Falcon Field, and that is now under investigation. Greenfield is shut down between McKellips and McDowell, and it looks like McKellips is restricted there at Greenfield as well, so just avoid that entire area. This traffic report brought to you by AZ Trimlight, customizable permanent exterior lighting to make every day a holiday. Buy now and have them before Christmas. Get your free quote at aztrimlight.com. Chuck Rowe, KTAR News.
Tomorrow we'll probably see a few clouds, around 73 for the high. We're at 65 in Surprise. Weather brought to you by Howard Air. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The War Room. Insight and analysis of the 2024 election. KTAR News, 92.3 FM.
Here we are inside Hour 2, a special edition of the War Room on Election Day, for goodness sakes. Why wouldn't we? We are lucky and graced with the presence of Barry Marks and Sal DeCiccio and Gail Bass. Great to have you with us. I wanted to ask a question because I admit that I've only seen bits and pieces of this, and so I'm trying to figure it out in my own head. We're hearing that the female vote is up. maybe a percentage point or two. Women usually vote more than men. There's more women than men. Did you know that?
I did.
Which makes it even worse that why Nick can't get a date. There are more women than men, for God's sakes, and we still can't. Anyway, so we're seeing more women show up. Am I to assume that all Republican women are voting for Donald Trump, or is there this peeling off of some of the women who might be registered as R's, who are maybe on the abortion issue, maybe on some others, are even though they registered as an R, they might not be voting that way?
I think the only place where it really matters is really in a swing state. Because if you peel some off in Virginia, if you peel some off in Florida,
or Texas,
it's not going to make a difference.
Yeah.
But in a state like Arizona, where we have abortion on the ballot, and on swing states, any movement from a Republican to a Democrat is something a Democrat can cheer. But I don't know if it'll make a difference.
But remember, it's not only abortion that would possibly make women who are Republicans change their vote to a D. It's also the way Trump and Vance speak to women,
especially in the last couple weeks of the race. It got relatively nasty, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, I think to answer your question, there's definitely Republican women who are not voting for Trump. We've seen it in the polls, and you're seeing it anecdotally also, where they're doing it. They're secretly voting for a Democrat, not telling their husband, and all that kind of stuff.
I've seen the commercials that were giving them permission to do that.
And I will tell you that I have friends who are Republicans and conservatives, and the women are. Just the abortion issue just really shocked them to have a right that they've had their entire lives taken away. It shocked them, and I think that's affecting people.
And they say a lot of older women, like that poll that came out this weekend in Iowa, where older women were breaking for Harris, and that's because these were women who lived before Roe. And then they had
Roe. They had it, and now they're
that one Republican said, "What do these women do? It shouldn't even matter to them? They're not having kids." It was like, it absolutely matters to women who've had children or haven't, and for the other girls who have whatever issues that women have, they don't want J.D. Vance or anybody else dictating, or any men dictating what should be a health right. And the thing is that Kamala is right. You don't want people bleeding out in the parking lot when you say we have the strictest abortion laws in the country and women can't get care. That's not right.
You're seeing that in some of the large cities like Philadelphia. I literally saw this where there was just a line of women. They're probably 20 years old. And they were all in line. I mean, I could not believe the numbers that I saw in that line.
Am I to assume that they would have a propensity to vote for Harris?
And it was down in Philadelphia. So I would assume, just as an assumption,
it's life experience too, right? I mean, if you're in your 20s and you're looking at what's out there, is immigration the biggest thing for you? No, maybe not. Maybe if you are a woman and you're like, I'd like a choice. I don't want that guy telling me what to do with my body. Maybe then abortion is your number one issue. But if you're in your 40s and you're male and I don't know, you're in construction,
worried about your job or something,
and you see a lot of the immigrants that are here that come, and you say maybe that's the most important thing. I think it's experience and age, and people are going to obviously
gravitate
towards that, right?
Well, look at the economy right now. The economy is number one anywhere in the country. It just is.
It always
polled number one. And then you've got immigration, you have abortion. I think there was another number that came out of Pennsylvania, democracy.
Democracy's on the quote-unquote.
So if you look at that.
Let me go back real quick. You talked about women being in line in Philadelphia.
I was amazed.
But also, maybe it's not abortion. Maybe it's, I'm getting out of college, and I know that I can't afford to live in that apartment over there because, my goodness, it's so expensive. Maybe they're Trump voters.
I never think I can own a house.
I never think I can own a house.
Something like that.
Right.
I didn't believe that.
Really?
When I saw it, no.
Yeah. Okay.
Well,
because they were asking them questions, and you could just tell.
Well,
they weren't that far along.
Well, another point, I just saw that, in Florida, where abortion was on the ballot, and they're saying, we voted to stop it, to keep the law, the restrictive law we have now. It didn't meet the 60% threshold.
Right.
So they've got to count every single ballot just for that, because right now it's at 58.3.
Yeah.
Which means
DeSantis says that it lost. The abortion initiatives in Florida have lost.
Well, for full disclosure, I'm pro-life.
Really?
That's he tweeted it out. Yeah.
Wow.
It was called Measure 3, Measure 4, whatever. Yeah, they both lost.
I thought there was a marijuana one in Florida that also got voted down.
Right.
Boy, that's surprising to me. So Florida's going to keep their 6-week abortion law.
Apparently, as of right now.
It'll be the first state to do that if that's the case. So that's interesting.
Yeah.
Let's
look it up.
To the vote of the
You
people.
talk about the changes in politics, and by the way, you look at least the polling data I saw in Arizona. The abortion initiative here that I'm going to use the term basically Roe v. Wade standards had about a 57% approval, somewhere in that range. It looked like it was going to pass.
So Florida's abortion amendment fails. It leaves the 6-week ban in place, Barry. So you're right.
That's crazy. I'm surprised because we haven't seen every time abortion has been on the ballot to the people, whether it be in Ohio or Kansas or other Republican states, it passed overwhelmingly. So to see that fail in Florida was very
you know what? Florida got really red during the pandemic because all the people who moved down there because he didn't shut Florida down.
Well, but I also wonder if that has something to do with a female turnout in Florida, and are they seeing an issue that they're not getting the numbers they thought they would need for that, which doesn't bode well for Harris and other places.
Right. Is there some sort of a ripple effect to what you're talking about, Bruce?
And I think you're going to see a change, too, with Republicans. I mean, I'm very pro-life, and I think that what you're going to end up doing is seeing a realization that not everybody believes like that. And you have to come to grips with that and figure out how to make that work.
Yeah.
You have to.
Appreciate it, Sal.
It's the War Room. We've got 15 minutes left until we hit 7 o'clock.
Ooh, what happens at 7, Gatos?
If you're out there voting, you have 15 minutes left to go and vote.
Get in line.
If you're in line, you're good. You can go past 7. But when we come back, we'll talk a little bit about Arizona and the low turnout that we're seeing from Democrats. The War Room next.
Hey, are you in control of your finances, or is the bank in control? Before you answer that, I got a question for you. Take a look at your monthly mortgage statement. How much did you pay towards principal, and how much did you pay towards interest? I'll ask you again. Who's in control of your finances? You're the bank. A Life Changer loan lets you take back control. A Life Changer loan will let you pay down, pay off, even borrow back whenever you wish. That's right. Whether it's the election, whether it's your concerns about the economy, or, hey, you'd just love to not have a mortgage payment anymore. A Life Changer loan can fundamentally change that for you. Go to lifechangerloan.com. Lifechangerloan.com. You can calculate your own savings, plus find out how quickly you could pay off your home. The average is under 5 years. Oh, yeah. That's why at Life Changer Loan, we say it's not magic, it's just math.
Tune in to Nuggets of Knowledge with Chris and John. It's important to know what you're spending, right? Because if you don't know what you're spending, it's a little hard to get a handle on what you're going to save. Speaking to the modern retiree.
You know, the bottom line is you wouldn't start a business without a business plan. Don't go through retirement without a retirement plan.
Tune in to Nuggets of Knowledge with Chris and John. Sundays at 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
Hi, Dieter Dan here with my friend Wayne from AMCO. Hey, Wayne, let's talk about some back-to-school TLC for your car.
Sure thing, Dan. You know the last thing anyone needs is to start the school year with car troubles, so it's best to have your car checked out now.
Well, that's a great idea, but where should people go if they need a place that's reliable and affordable?
That's easy. Head to your closest AMCO. We specialize in back-to-school auto repairs, making sure your car's in tip-top shape for the busy school season.
Now, that's cool. What kind of services do you offer, though?
Dan, we do it all, from transmissions to oil changes, brakes, engine light checks, even engine diagnostics and repairs. Plus, we offer a special back-to-school discount for students and teachers.
That sounds perfect. Do you need to make an appointment?
Not at all. We have same-day service in most cases, so just pop into your nearest AMCO or book online at amco.com.
Wow, now that's convenient. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO. Transmissions and a whole lot more.
Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people people choose Gleason.
Small roof leaks can lead to big problems. Protect your home from extreme heat and monsoons with Gleason Roofing. Nationally recognized for outstanding workmanship, reliability, and service, a locally owned Valley roofer you can trust. Call 480-338-6644 today for a no-cost roof audit or visit GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing. There's a reason people choose Gleason.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 6:47. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Arizona Secretary of State Adrian Fontes is clarifying some of the issues facing polling places in the Navajo Nation earlier today, which included some bomb threats against polling places.
There were some issues with the voter check-in systems and some of the printers. All but one of the sites in Apache County are consistently and constantly up. The one site, and we've got technicians on this site from Apache County Elections Department doing the best that they can.
Fontes says the Navajo Nation is suing Apache County to keep polling places open until 9 p.m. tonight. He says the Secretary of State's office will remain neutral in that decision. Live updates from our reporters in the field and wall-to-wall coverage continues into the night as results come in. Our special election show will begin at 7 o'clock. You can listen right here at 92.3 FM, the KTAR News app, or watch our coverage on the KTAR News YouTube page. Let's check on traffic again with Chuck Rowe in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Looks like all the action's on the 101 right now. New crash just reported 101 Agua Fria Freeway westbound just after the I-17. The 101 Price Freeway northbound University off-ramp in Tempe. The right lane partially blocked with a crash. And watch for that wreck clearing up 101 Pima Freeway northbound in McKellips. That is off right. This traffic report brought to you by Arizona Painting Company, the #1 painting company in Arizona. They do it all, residential and commercial, inside and out. Chuck Rowe, KTAR News.
All right, let's get your water problem fixed. You're saying, Gatos, I don't have a water problem. Well, do you have a Connecticut? Oh, you don't have a Connecticut. Then you have a water problem. So here's the deal. You don't have a Connecticut system. Here's what you're seeing in your home. White film all over everything. Tough to clean, right, in the kitchen and the bathroom. You're noticing the spotting on your dishes and your glasses. And obviously, you know, your water tastes bad and it doesn't feel good on your body after you get out of the shower or the bath. So here's what you do. Go with a company that's been in the Valley for 37 years, Connecticut. Go with a company who have water experts that live here in Arizona and know all the problems and the issues that with our water. That is Connecticut. Don't trust an 800 number with people who don't even live here that say, oh, of course we can fix your issues. No, they can't. Go with Connecticut. 602-910-6570. You can also visit aquazona.com. Tell them Gato sent you.
Every day, safe, prepared, informed. Every day, safety is our top priority. At APS, we consistently make updates to our electrical system to keep our crews and customers safe around electricity. Remember these tips. Put safety covers on wall outlets. Call 811 before you dig to have the location of underground wires marked. And stay at least 100 feet away from downed power lines. For more ways to stay safe around electricity, visit aps.com/brighter.
The Right Money Show with Don Spini.
Every account has to have a specific job because if money doesn't have a job, it gets lazy, underperforms, and loses value.
Tune in to The Right Money Show with Don Spini.
We're going to look at the hybrid index strategy and make sure that you never run out of money.
Tune in to The Right Money Show with Don Spini, Sunday mornings at 11 on KTAR News.
The War Room. Insight and analysis of the 2024 election. KTAR News, 92.3 FM.
All right, the last segment of the War Room. It's Election Day. If you're out there here in the Valley and you're voting, you have till 7. If you get in line, you're good. You're grandfathered in. You can get in there and you can cast your vote. I think, guys, and let's introduce everybody again. We've got Barry Markson, Sal DeCiccio, and we've got Gail Bass, of course, Bruce and Gatos. It looks like here in Arizona, at least for now, I think the big headline is low turnout from Democrats.
Yeah.
It is shocking to me when you have abortion on the ballot.
Yep.
And we have low turnout from Democrats. It is shocking to me that, again, I'll say it, I don't think Arizona is Trump country. He lost the last time in 2020. Now, yes, it was close, but, you know, we're talking about Joe Biden winning here in the desert, that hasn't happened since Clinton in the 90s. So Arizona decided, okay, we need a little bit of a change. I think most of us think, what does this mean if the Democrats have low turnout? I think it means Donald Trump is on his way to winning Arizona.
Oh, yeah.
But I think that, Barry?
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I think the bigger issue is, what does the U.S. Senate race look like? Because if Democrats haven't shown up, is Ruben Gallego and that so-called lead in all the polls starting to shrink?
Yeah, but they don't poll people who aren't going to go vote. They poll people, the likely voters.
Okay.
So
here's some interesting news. I'm looking at a press release from Maricopa County and the recorder's office that says that they've only counted at the 8 p.m. tranche of votes that we talked about. They're going to be released, the mail-in ballots. Instead of those coming in through Friday, supposedly they're saying now it's only going to be those that arrive by Tuesday, October 29th.
Oh, wow.
So if that's true, and I'm trying to confirm this is from Maricopa County, though, so that's what I'm reading, then if that's true, then we're missing a lot of votes. So there could be, and they're definitely, again, historically, Democrats put their mail-in ballots in later. They arrive later. They drop them off later. That's historically what's happened. So if that's the case, it could be that we're just missing a lot of Democratic votes that are in but haven't been counted yet.
So you think the number for Democrats could be higher than what we're seeing right now?
If this is true, that would make sense because Republicans historically they do it right away. When Republicans did mail-in ballots before 2020 and 2022, they get them in early, and the Democrats get them in later.
And the Democrats had a fierce ground knocking. They had a fierce ground game. Like, people were knocking on the doors constantly on my street, especially with the people with the Amit Shah signs. They were getting door knocks like a couple times. So to me, I think that it would be unlikely that only 21% of Democrats voted, especially the ones that were not Trump fans.
It does seem odd. And I will tell you, because I asked the question, why is it taking so long? And it's the 2-page ballot. That's really gumming up the works in the county.
That makes sense.
Okay. I think Barry brought up a huge point, because if that is true, which is I believe it is, then that could tell you what we're discussing right now may not make as much sense.
Yeah,
sure, because we just don't have a big enough group of information. So
that's really good, Barry.
But yeah, Barry's on top of things.
I know.
We're going to keep you around, Barry, with this kind of attitude.
Shoot, I was going to go home.
Yeah. Well, you are sticking around, okay? We will draw this war room to an end. But our coverage of the election 2024 continues. We're just getting warmed up. Polls close in Arizona in 5 minutes and 15 seconds. Who's counting, right? Remember, if you're in line, you can still vote. Reminder of that. And our election coverage will continue. Thanks again, Sal, Gail, Barry. Appreciate it. Thanks for being a part of the War Room, but not just tonight, but all year long. We really do appreciate you guys being a part of it.
There wasn't enough yelling on this one.
We're
all so genial.
We'll work on that.
The races are over.
Yeah, there is that.
There's no reason to know.
All right, more election coverage is coming up next right here on KTAR.
We're a true Ford family. Yep, Paul Calvise here. In fact, Ford has been part of our family for generations. Built Ford proud dates back more than a century in this country, and the future, it is here at our Desert Ford dealers. Like those F-Series trucks, built Ford tough, and the all-new 2024 F-150 with the all-new interior and exterior is designed to be the most rugged, dependable, and productive ever. No workbench, no outlet, no problem. With Pro Power on board and that convenient work service, the F-150 has you covered. SUVs, there's the Ford Bronco Sport with 5 available trims, the Ford Explorer with all the advanced tech, plus 3-row seating that folds down for tons of cargo room, and you gotta love how there's a powertrain for everyone. Gas, hybrid, electric, like that 2024 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance and 0 tailpipe emissions. Bottom line, get to our Desert Ford dealers and see how a new Ford fits your future at buyfordnow.com.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
He's coming. Here he goes. Surprise! Your table saw broke. Also, the warranty expired weeks ago, so you need to pay for a new one out of pocket.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Oh, and the replacement part you ordered doesn't fit, so it's completely useless. What a waste.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
As most of you know, I'm a patient of the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, where I had LASIK surgery done 15 years ago. My colleague and Sun's PA announcer, Vince Murata, also a client of Dr. J. Schwartz, and now we can add Sun's play-by-play announcer, Kevin Ray, to the mix. K-Ray recently had the clear lens exchange using the second-generation light-adjustable lens to correct his vision. This incredible technology just came out earlier this year, and the Schwartz Laser Eye Center has it. With 3 locations in the Valley, let the Schwartz Laser Eye Center help you. Call Dr. J. Schwartz at 480-483-EYES or go online at teameydoc.com.
Did you know a majority of homes sell for less than what the homeowner wanted? While many agents may promise your price, I guarantee it in writing. Hey, it's Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. I will guarantee 100% of market value on the sale of your home, or I will pay you the difference. Call me, Carol Royce, and ask about my 100% of market value guarantee, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com.
Terms and conditions apply.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last through retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR, Saturdays at 4 p.m. or Sundays at 2 p.m. Listen weekly as we help guide you through your financial future. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and tune into the Asset Preservation Hour, Saturdays at 4 p.m. or Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
How in the world do you know which personal injury firm to choose when there are a million of them out there? Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Here's why you should choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you're hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of Sweet James' attorneys. They were disgusted by the insurance companies and how they were taking advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials. That means they are assembled to take on the big insurance companies and maximize every case so you get the most. They consistently deliver some of the top settlements in the state. It's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. If you're hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. That phone number is 800-900-0000. Or find them online at sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com.
Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns. KTAR News now.
Good evening. It is 7 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn.
Arizona votes 2024. The count.
Time is up. Polls across the state are now closing for this election, but if you're in line right now, you will be able to vote. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is speaking with voters, live in Tempe with more.
After a busy day of voting, polls are coming to a close, but here at ASU, that doesn't mean the voting is stopping anytime soon. There's currently a long line of voters, many of which are students. One voter near the front of the line telling me he waited more than an hour to get his ballot in for Donald Trump. Another voter at the back of the line tells me even if she has to wait hours, she will be getting her vote in for Kamala Harris. Also outside polls, we've seen plenty of electioneers with a big focus on people urging voters to reject or accept Arizona's expanded abortion access proposition. Again, if you're currently in line to vote or know someone who is, they can still cast their ballot. Live in Tempe, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
Everyone is waiting for ballots to be counted, and no one more than Maricopa County Recorder Stephen Richer. He tells the Mike Broomhead Show a steady stream of early ballots have been returned already, with more to come.
It's been very significant, and so we've already signature verified about 1.5 million ballot packets. And once that's done, then it can go to ballot processing. It could go over to the board, who has been working rapidly on tabulation. And so far, so good.
Richer says a number of races could be decided by the end of the night, although closer ones might take a couple of days to call. There is a new state law that requires vote centers to hand count early ballots in their green envelopes that are dropped off today on Election Day. Maricopa County Supervisor Bill Gates says they're happy to comply with this new security measure.
We're asking for people to be patient, but if people voted in person today, if they ran their ballot through a on-site tabulator, it'll be reported either this evening or tomorrow morning.
Gates adds they also have new security measures at the Maricopa County Tabulation and Election Center, like fencing around the building and badge identification. He explains this was done after armed protesters showed up at MCTEC during the 2020 election. Polls starting to close all across the country, and we're getting the first results in. ABC News projects former President Trump the winner in Indiana and Kentucky, and Vice President Kamala Harris the winner in Vermont. In Georgia, officials say voting has been extended in about a dozen precincts due to bomb threats. A record 5.2 million voters cast ballots in Georgia in this election, and officials there say. ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy explains what we are learning from the early exit polling in the Peach State.
Kamala Harris wins in the Atlanta suburbs by 15 points. Her margin over Donald Trump is twice Biden's margin over Donald Trump 4 years ago in the Atlanta suburbs. So as we look at Georgia and as we look at the data that's coming in, it's very early, but this is something that the Harris campaign is going to point to and say, this is what we're very happy about.
Future elections could change after today. Propositions 140 and 133 are competing propositions here in Arizona and will determine how we choose future candidates. KTAR's Troy Barrett joins us live from the KTAR News Center.
Prop 140 would replace Republican and Democrat partisan primaries with open primaries. Now, with open primaries, all candidates appear on the same ballot, and the legislature would decide how many candidates move on to the general election. If 3 or more advance, it would require ranked choice voting in the general election. Now, Prop 133 was put on the ballot through a referendum from the state legislature and would amend the state constitution to require only partisan primary elections and prohibit open primary style elections. Live in the News Center, Troy Barrett, KTAR News.
9 seats in the U.S. House are up for grabs in Arizona, including several take-twos from the 2022 election. A closer look now with KTAR's Brandon King live in the News Center.
Among the most anticipated House races tonight is Arizona District 1. That encompasses Scottsdale and Cave Creek, and where incumbent Republican David Schweikert is looking to win his 9th congressional race against Democrat Amish Shaw. Now, Schweikert narrowly beat Democratic opponent Jevin Hodge in the same district election back in 2022. Also of note is the race for District 8. In there, Republican and former Arizona Attorney General candidate Abe Hamadeh faces off against Democrat Greg Whitten for the seat of Debbie Lesko, who announced she wouldn't be running for a 5th term. And in District 6, Republican Juan Ciscomani looking to keep his seat out of the hands of challenger Kirsten Engel, his opponent from the 2022 race as well. Brandon King, KTAR News.
Yes, the Election Day results just around the corner in Arizona. Jonah Herkel joins us now live in the News Center with more on some races here in Maricopa County.
Voters have some big decisions to make here in Maricopa County. Democrat Tyler Camp takes on Republican Jerry Sheridan for Maricopa County Sheriff. Paul Penzone, who was elected in 2020, resigned from office in January of this year. Incumbent Rachel Mitchell is up against Democrat Tamika Wooden in the Maricopa County Attorney's race. Democrat Tim Stringham is running for Maricopa County Recorder against Republican State Representative Justin Heap. And likely the most watched proposition on Arizona's ballot this year, 139. If the measure is approved, it will add abortion rights to the Arizona State Constitution. Live in the News Center, Jonah Harkle, KTAR News.
Our KTAR election special, hosted by Barry Markson, begins right now until midnight tonight, and you'll be able to listen here at 92.3 FM, the KTAR News app, or on the KTAR News YouTube channel. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
KTAR News 92.3 on the app, online. Arizona Votes 2024 Election Day Special.
All right, welcome to a KTAR special election coverage. I'm Barry Marks, and it's election night in Arizona. The voting centers just closed 5 minutes ago. We expect to have the first report of votes that have been counted coming up at 8 o'clock, and excited to be here. Thanks for joining KTAR. We're here all night long, and we're basically 24/7, keeping you up to date on what's happening here in Arizona and nationwide with the election. I'm excited to be joined right now. We're going to have a rotating panel today with many guests as well, but right now, Gatos is here with us. Gatos, thanks for being here.
Yep, let's do this thing. I'm ready to go. You guys ready to go?
Mike Broomhead is here. Hi, Mike.
Hello.
And Bruce St. James is here as well. We got all the big hosts here today. So, gentlemen, we're waiting for the results to come in. We're starting to see results nationwide. Nothing really surprising yet. It drives me crazy when they they put up some big number. Somebody's up 65% to 35%, and then it's like 4% reporting. Right. We're not going to talk about that because it really means nothing. But let me ask you this. How does Arizona, whoever wins, whether Trump wins, whether Kerry Lake wins, propositions that we're going to talk about, Gatos, how do you think Arizona comes out of this? Are we going to be unified? Are we going to be separated? We're at the end of the day, this is going to be pretty 50-50, pretty close to that in most of these ballots.
I mean, how did we feel when Biden won? Did we feel like this tore the state apart? I don't believe that. I think Trump will probably win somewhat of a close race tonight. I think Gallego's probably going to win his race, and we've seen this movie before. We've seen a Republican
divided government
win,
in Arizona.
And then you saw a Democrat in another big race win. So no, I don't think we're going to be ripped apart by this.
Mike, do you think if Kamala Harris wins Arizona, do you think Republicans are we going to be seeing a lot of the election fraud again and the election integrity questions?
Yeah, from some people. I don't think we're not going to see. I don't think we're going to see, and we didn't see in the polls today. We didn't see the voter intimidation. We didn't see the people in lawn chairs and cameras and bandanas on their face. Right. So that's kind of gone by the wayside, which I think is good for Arizona.
People behave today.
Yeah, we're reasonable people, and when you put the spotlight on the crazy people, then I think it's the wrong thing, and we didn't see a lot of that, which I was really happy about.
It's been relatively uneventful, save for some mailed-in bomb threats.
Yeah.
Yes, mailed-in bomb threats.
Weren't they debunked? Were they?
They came from Russia.
Yeah.
They weren't real bomb threats.
They're not real bomb threats.
Well, they were real bomb threats, no real bomb.
Barry, the only issue really that was happening at the polling places was they were running out of ink because it's a 2-page ballot, and it was very simple. Put the ink into the computer, and everything's fine. So it's been okay.
Yeah, I saw that was really the only controversy today was the toner gate. And there were people reporting this all over Twitter. It's happening again, and I just finally said, "Hey guys, it's the toner ran out." Guess what they did? They replaced the toner cartridge. Everything's
there
fine.
was one of the guys that works in this building sent me a text this morning and said he showed up at 5:45, and they were missing a set of keys or something, and the polling place didn't open until like 6:45.
Can't open the door.
But with 240 voting centers, you're going to have something happen. You know,
of course,
it's going to happen.
All right, the big news that I'm seeing today, and this is going to affect what we report on tonight, is that in Maricopa County, the early mail-in ballots. Normally, on election night, we get at 8 o'clock the first tranche of ballots that come in. It's the early mail-in ballots that have been received by Friday, even sometimes some that were received by Saturday of last week. What we're learning now, and I just confirmed with Stephen Richer, and Mike had him on earlier, is they're only going to release about 1.1 to 1.2 million votes. And Richer says they don't track it by days, but people have gone back in time and said this is most likely just going to be votes through Tuesday, October 29th. So the amount we're getting at 8 o'clock is less than normal, and it's also less days than normal.
Why is that?
What I'm hearing is, and Richard hasn't said this, I've heard this from someone else, the 2-page ballot is messing them up. It's taking long that they have to feed 2 pages.
It's just literally doubling the time it takes.
It doesn't sound like a big deal, but when you're dealing with millions of these things, it takes longer.
Anecdotally, I voted early on Monday, and I got my notification on Thursday that my ballot had been counted.
Okay.
So mine's in that group.
But if you knew it was going to be a 2-page ballot, and we all knew it was going to be a 2-page ballot, why are we behind?
Well, look, they can only staff so many
people.
And they
have to have the verification process with 2 people that are verifying, one Republican, one Democrat. You've got 4 pages to look at, and I think it's slowing down that process.
Yeah, but you knew that.
Yeah.
Well, but
you knew that.
But staffing up is harder than you think, Gatos. I think Richard
and it's
said
also
today,
the size of the building is only the size of you only fit that many people in a building.
Right, and they have to go through HR. They have to be hired by the county. It's a whole thing. And
but you knew that, so you should have went through it all.
And you know, it isn't like people
you should anticipate this.
This may shock you. People are not lining up for these jobs.
They're not. But it's not my job to find them. It's their job to find them.
So Gatos is what you're trying to say is they knew that.
They knew that. I also don't think they have an unlimited budget. They actually have a budget.
I think it's called anticipation, and I think you're going to have a lot of people ticked off that this is going to take a lot longer. So is it longer than 13 days now? 12, 13 days?
It may well be. If they're already several days behind, I don't know. They're going to release, what I've heard now is tomorrow on Wednesday, they'll release about 200,000 more votes from last week. But yeah, they're going to be further behind.
Keep in mind that may not mean that we won't have a declared winner.
Yeah, we may have a better idea.
We may be
who won.
outside of the margin of error that you can declare a winner. And again, I'll remind you that they always called a projected winner because we don't count the ballots for weeks.
So what does it mean also for the late earlies? The people, because Richard told me it could be up to 500,000 ballots dropped off today.
Yeah, that's what I heard. 400,000.
They're saying it's historically 600,000 statewide. It may be more than that, and that's going to take longer. They're going to they can't start looking at those until they finish the ones they already have,
and they've got to verify the signatures.
Sure,
and the
go
whole
through that
process.
whole rigmarole.
And the other problem is you have people who are, because it's 2 pages, there's more errors, there's more people to call to correct the error, because they do try to cure your ballot. If you circle 2 yes and no, they call you and say, what did you mean to do
I
here?
think
You
there ought
made
to
a
be an
mistake
app
and you write
for
no
this.
and point at this one with an arrow.
Exactly. Do little cartoon figures. It's nice.
Yeah.
All right. So, we're hearing a lot from one side, especially, that the Republican turnout in Arizona has been overwhelming, certainly today, and we can verify that.
The in-person check-ins.
People who
but
voted
even
today.
before Election Day, the Republicans were well out in front.
But what I'm saying now is we don't know, because if in fact they've only counted ballots through Tuesday, historically, forget 2022, forget 2020, because those were cycles where Republicans were told don't vote in person, so it threw everything off. But if you go back to 18, 16, and look at those, historically, Republicans get their mail-in ballots in first.
Really?
They do their homework, they mail their ballots in right away, and Democrats take longer. I don't know why,
But
they take longer.
But I was looking at national numbers today, according to the website. They were pointing that 42% of Republicans had turned their ballots back in, to 34% of the Democrats had turned their ballots back in, and it was like 32% or 31% other.
Yeah.
So the league
They
was
were
out.
underperforming, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Democrats were still underperforming.
Yeah.
If that's the case, if Democrats are truly underperforming in Arizona and around the country, it's going to be incredible to see what happens. And we have a lot of propositions on the ballot that are going to be affected by that as well. So we're going
Not
to see
just
how
the
that plays
props,
out.
but the Democrats in the hopes of flipping the state legislature, one or both of the chambers. If it's a low turnout for Democrats, we don't know what it does to the presidential race.
Well, what does it do to the Ruben Gallego-Kerry Lake race?
Right. How
Does
much would Trump have to win by to, I use the term, drag Kerry Lake across the finish line with him?
I mean, if Democrats have underperformed, and Barry, you're right, we're gonna find out. We're gonna see. But if that's the case, then Kerry Lake has a shot. But I think if we all looked at the polls, she should lose.
All right.
If the polls are right, she should lose.
We're going to find
But who
out.
knows?
It's all turnout. That's what it comes down to.
Right.
It's who comes out to vote. All right. I appreciate you gentlemen being here. You're going to be here with us for several hours or all night. KTAR live and local, bringing you all the latest updates on Arizona's election and across the country. Coming up, Secretary of State Adrian Fontes is with us live in studio. Stay with us. Becky Lynn standing by right now with a KTAR News Update.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 7:14. I'm Becky Lynn, and this is what you need to know right now. Polls are closing. We're getting the first results of the 2024 race, and as expected, voting numbers from less populated states are rolling in first. Former President Trump quickly carrying the South, including Alabama, Arkansas, Florida, Missouri, and South Carolina. Trump also winning in Indiana, Kentucky, Oklahoma, and Tennessee. Harris, meanwhile, carrying northeastern states, Maryland, Massachusetts, and Vermont. But lots of people are still waiting to vote. Long lines reported on college campuses. ABC News political consultant Steve Roberts says the group could make or break the election for Democrats.
Young people have always been a very important element in Democratic coalition, but also a very uncertain element. Young people just don't vote in the numbers that older people, for obvious reasons. They're more mobile. They don't have the vested interest in schools and taxes and street improvements, all the things that tether their parents and grandparents to their communities and incentivize them to vote. But when they do get organized and they do get energized, they can be an important factor.
Based on exit polling, ABC News is projecting former President Trump will win Florida, but it's a referendum issue that's more divisive in that state. ABC's Brian Clark has details on preliminary exit poll results there.
Florida is one of 10 states with an abortion referendum on the ballot. If more than 60% of people vote yes on Amendment 4, the state would create a constitutional right to abortion. Preliminary exit poll reports show 65% of Florida voters say abortion should be legal in all or most cases. That's higher than the same question that was asked during the 2022 midterms.
Several Arizona seats up for grabs in the U.S. House, including several rematches. In District 6, Republican Juan Ciscomani racing off again against his 2022 opponent, Kirsten Engel. Former Phoenix Mayor Greg Stanton running for re-election as the Democrat for District 4 against Republican Kelly Cooper. That's also a a 2022 rematch. And in District 8, Republican Abe Hamadeh, former candidate for Arizona Attorney General, facing off against Democrat Greg Whitten for the seat being left by resigning Republican Debbie Lesko. Our special election coverage continues through the evening. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
A KTAR News special presentation. Arizona Votes 2024 Election Day Special.
All right, welcome back. I'm Barry Markson. It's KTAR special election coverage. We're 15 minutes after the polls closed here in Arizona. The first reported votes, we will have it for you live on KTAR as soon as they come out right after 8 o'clock. So stay tuned for that. Joining us right now, Secretary of State Adrian Fontes is with us live in studio, along with KTAR's political analyst, Dr. Mike O'Neill, and, of course, Bruce St. James from the Outspoken Show at 4 to 7 in the afternoon. Secretary Fontes, thanks for being here.
Happy to be here, gents.
You got so dressed up for us. I appreciate that.
Well, I got dressed up for the shindig across the street.
Let me dream.
But I like you guys enough anyway to wear it in here.
All right, so let me ask you to start off with, we've heard now from Maricopa County that the counting of the early ballots, the mail-in ballots, is apparently slower than normal. They're going to report about 1.2 million ballots after 8 o'clock. That's less. Some are saying that's only through about Tuesday of last week, October 29th, where normally we'd get through Friday, if not more. What do you know about that, and why is it slowed down so much?
Well, here's so first and foremost, we've got two ballots inside of each of these envelopes.
2 pages.
Second, 2 ballot pages. Okay, so there's 2 physical pieces of paper that they have to inspect in each envelope versus just one, and that inspection is really time consuming. And as it stands right now, you get even an experienced board. That's going to be one person of a different party from the other sitting across the table. It's going to take them the better part of an hour to do 200 ballots.
Wow.
And so extrapolate that out into the several millions that are going to be turned in, and it's going to just take a long time. And look, here's the thing. And we've been saying this for years and years and years, our elections are more secure than just about anybody else's, and our processing of these ballots is so complete that and it's so detailed. It takes a long time. So, it's just going to take some time. Folks are going to just have to be patient for these results. Everybody wants to know right away. I mean, I get it. The world of instant gratification, where you can have a Snickers bar delivered to your dorm room instantaneously. That's not what elections are about. We want to get it done right.
So I have a question. Are we at the point where we need to make changes in the law in Arizona? Would you support some way of changing how we vote so that we weren't waiting days, if not weeks, for results?
Well, you don't have to change the law. You got to change the attitude at the state legislature.
Okay.
I mean, these guys want everything on the absolute cheap, and then they complain when they don't get the product that they want.
Okay.
Right? They're paying for a Yugo. They want a Rolls Royce, and I'm dating myself with that reference.
Yes, you are.
Yeah.
So, I mean, think about it. Even with our computer systems and the issues that we are having with that motor vehicle division, these knuckleheads want to do everything on the absolute cheap as humanly possible, we've heard people say in the past. Well, that's the result you're going to get. And if the counties don't have the resources, even cash-rich Maricopa County, right? They're not going to be able to support the activities that these folks demand. I don't want to hear a single one of these legislators that's willing to cut budgets and cut budgets and cut budgets. I don't want to hear them complaining about this. This is their fault over the long haul. They're not giving these counties the resources they need. They don't give my department the resources that it has need. For several generations of Secretary of State, this is a many-year-long effort to starve government of resources, and this is what you get. So you get what you ask for, and they want it cheap. They're going to get it slow.
Is there any discussion between the Secretary of State's office and the legislature to make it where your mail-in ballot has to be received by Friday or Saturday before Election Day, which would allow generally the counties to count them earlier and we'd be able to finish the count much earlier?
I would oppose that 100%. There's no reason to reduce access just because we don't want to pay the resources we need to get the results that we want. Okay, so what you're basically doing is you're reducing the voters' ability to vote the way that they want and when that they want, when they're already doing it, in exchange for what? Faster results? Come on.
Isn't that the fundamental question, is that if you want to provide voters with unlimited choices, which we pretty much have in this state,
we have amazing choices.
It is going to take time and or more resources to count.
But let's just listen to ourselves for a minute. The only issue on this entire discussion is that we want results faster. You know what? I get it. Y'all in the media, radio, TV, newspaper, everybody just wants results faster. And listen,
we're not talking fraud. We're not talking any of the other.
We just want, that's the big frustration. Thank goodness. But here's the other thing. I got to tell, and this drives me nuts when people go, well, how come France can do it? Well, France doesn't have the type of election security that we have. How come they can do it in Taiwan in just a couple of hours? Well,
I doubt they also have a 4-page ballot.
Well, not only that, but in Taiwan and in these other countries, you might be voting for one person only, and they appoint everybody else in your government.
Yeah.
Everybody else in your government.
Easier to count the one vote.
Yeah, you count the one vote. Moreover, do they have absentee voting? No. In Taiwan, if you're not in your home precinct with your government-issued ID between 8 a.m. and 2 p.m., you don't vote. That's it. You can be in the Foreign Service in Washington, D.C. at the Taiwanese embassy. You don't vote.
Wow.
You could be out there in uniform risking your life. You don't vote. But here in America, we value our vote. We just don't pay for faster process.
Fair enough.
Let's be clear.
It's just like our schools. Secretary of State Adrian Fontes is with us live in studio here on KTAR. Let me ask you this. Today's vote, in-person voting in Arizona today, I know something happened in Apache County. Can you talk to us about that? And overall around the state, it seems like it went a lot smoother than a couple of years ago.
Oh, it's gone very, very smoothly. And I think a lot of that has to do with, I will give my team a bit of credit that they deserve. We came in and we built a team that had experienced election administrators from the counties. And so we helped them get the resources and the training that they need. What happened, and so we've seen really good results across all of the counties in Arizona, and I feel really good about that. And so my team gets a ton of credit for that. Not me particularly, but I'll take it if you want to give it to me. But in Apache County, we did have some technical issues, not just with the voter check-in system, but with some of the printers up there. And so 9 of the precincts in Apache County are going to remain open for 2 more hours.
Okay.
We are into this first of 2 additional hours. And if you indulge me, just for the public out there, we're talking about Schnell, Cottonwood, Denahotso, Fort Defiance, Lukachukai, Lupton, Rock Point, St. Michael's, and Wheatfields got a court order. The Navajo Nation sued Apache County, asking the court to give them 2 more hours. They get 2 more hours. That does not change the fact that the rest of the counties will be reporting as usual at about 8 p.m.
Secretary Fontes, I have a question also. I know that there was reports earlier today about some sort of an emailed bomb threats or threats towards polling stations. Can you address that?
Yeah, that's actually gotten a little bit worse in the last hour and a half or so.
Wow.
We have more of almost the exact same types of threats. The individual counties working not only with federal officials, our office, but their local law enforcement agencies are interacting with all of those support networks the way that those counties see fit. Again, Arizona is a bottom-up election administration space. We do believe, as I indicated earlier in a press briefing, that this is foreign-sourced influence. And the attempt isn't for political outcome, but to cause chaos, to make people doubt, to drive us one another away from each other as Americans. This is what our foreign adversaries want. They want us to hate each other. They want us to despise one another because they can't beat us militarily. They can't beat us economically. The only way they can beat us is if we're beating each other up all the time. And so this is part of that sowing of chaos that they're attempting to do.
Foreign source, do we have any idea what country?
What we do know is that the emails originated from a .ru email address. That doesn't necessarily mean, and we cannot confirm, that it is a Russian a source that used that .ru email address. But all indications are, from what I've understood, it's pointing in that direction, but that's not been confirmed.
Thank you.
Secretary of State Adrian Fontes with us here on KTAR. Talk about turnout a little bit in Arizona today for in-person voting. How did it look? How did it compare?
Phenomenal.
Yeah,
phenomenal.
More than the recent cycles.
I think in-person turnout was close to the recent cycles, but our early vote turnout was pretty good. I think we were beating 2020 as of a day and a half ago. I've honestly been not looking specifically at that number, although I knew that was going to be a question, so I should have checked on that when I got here. But no, I think Arizonans are excited to vote. I'll tell you right now, there are probably still Arizonans standing in line to vote in a variety of different places. You know, it's taking a little longer with this longer ballot. Folks are taking their time and making their decisions. If you are in line still, stay in line. because in Arizona, when the polls close at 7 p.m., the marshal goes and walks to the end of the line. That last person at 7 p.m. is the last person who gets to vote. So we will continue to respect those folks and get their voices counted.
We should get that last voter. It's like the Mr. The last
like
pick in the draft.
Mr.
Right?
Irrelevant in the NFL draft.
Exactly.
Yeah, who's the last voter in line?
But you know what? That's the most. I'm gonna no. That's the most dedicated.
Yeah,
voter.
yeah.
That's the hero voter.
There you go.
Right. That's the person who showed up at the last second, ran into the back of the line, maybe tackled the marshal.
A little bit of procrastination.
Yeah. You know what? That's okay. We're going to
all-
give them the kudos that they deserve.
They worked all day. They ran over there. Secretary of State Fontes, thank you. I know you're heading over to the Democratic Party.
I am going
party.
to take off my official hat and put on my Democratic Party member hat for the evening.
Well, after you've had a couple of beers, if you see anything you want to report over there, KTAR.
Here's the bummer.
If you've had a couple
here's
of
the
beers.
worst thing. I think I've got a media hit at like 11, so I might have one drink tops.
Okay, we're going to be watching.
That's insane.
KTAR's got a setup over there. If you find something, come over. We'll bring you right on the air live, and you can report it for us.
Happy to do it with you.
Thanks for being here. I
Thank you,
appreciate
gentlemen.
that. Secretary of
Appreciate
State
it.
Adrian Fontes with us here. All right, everybody. Coming up next, we are going to be get an update from Becky Lynn. She's in the KTAR newsroom, and then on the other side, we're going to talk to Karen Taylor Robeson. She'll be in here with us, along with a couple of the KTAR hosts, as we continue to bring you Arizona's special election coverage. And I got to tell you, head over to KTAR.com. Check out the dashboard that we have there. All the statistics as the numbers roll in. You're going to see them right at the top of our page, KTAR.com. All right. Thank you again, Adrian Fontes. We're back after this update from Becky Lynn.
The holidays are coming fast. Is your home ready to impress? I'm Susan from Trevec Remodeling and Roofing. Whether it's a fresh look or quick fixes, we've got you covered. Need a hall bathroom update? Our 5-day remodel will have it sparkling before guests arrive. How about new interior doors? Trevec can replace them in a flash. Or maybe a stylish fireplace wall to wow your friends and family. We'll take care of it all. And don't forget, roofing repairs or replacements can be done before the big day. Sometimes small updates make a huge impact on your home's appearance. Don't wait. Give your home the facelift it deserves. Call Trevec now at 480-367-1171 or visit us online at trevec.com. That's TRAVEK.com. Trevec. Together, building dreams for over 20 years.
Well, I'm an orthopedic surgeon, board certified.
Meet Dr. John Herzog, who's certainly done his share of knee and hip replacements. But these days, he's encouraging his patients to look at regenerative medicine options, now available at QC Kinetics.
I'm kind of the anti-surgeon right now, and a lot of my buddies, if they hear me talking, they're going to give me a call.
Dr. Herzog says advances in regenerative medicine can give your achy joints lasting relief, using highly concentrated healing agents from your own body to repair and restore damaged tissue.
We take the fluid out of you, we concentrate it, and put it in an area where they couldn't normally get to and facilitate healing.
Are you suffering from constant pain due to arthritis or injury? Maybe it's time to look at alternatives to drugs and surgery at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in these exciting treatments.
What could be more natural than using your own body to heal yourself?
Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-7246. 602-837-PAIN.
It's Gatos. When it comes to your roof, the choice is clear. You need to cast your vote for America Roofing. They built a team with decades of experience in providing the best materials, workmanship, and overall honest service. Their skilled professionals ensure every job is done right the first time. Whether it's storm damage, routine maintenance, or a brand new roof, America Roofing has you covered. Visit today at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
I'm Jake Byrne, president of America Roofing, and I approve this message.
ROC number 18643HCR42.
If your air conditioning system barely made it through the summer, right, and your plan is now, you know what? I'm going to wait till next summer to get that new AC system installed. No, not when you can get the furnace for free, for real. Paul Calvisi here, do what we did. Call my good friends at Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. We recently got new AC installed, and if you do that right now, they'll give you the furnace for free. Click dayandnightair.com. A furnace for free with a new AC system. Limited time offer, conditions apply at dayandnightair.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 7:30. Good evening. I'm Becky Lynn.
Arizona Votes 2024. The Count.
Polls in Arizona have been closed for about 30 minutes. There were still people waiting in line to vote at 7. They will get to cast a ballot, and we're going to be here throughout the evening bringing you the tabulations as we get them. Meanwhile, all eyes remain locked on Arizona as we're expecting the first batch of results in just about half an hour. KTAR's Colton Krolak is where all the votes for the state's largest county are tallied up and joins us now with more.
Elections in Maricopa County have been under the microscope the last few years, but today has been mostly smooth sailing, according to Maricopa County Communications Director Fields Mosley.
We had a lot of voters out there today, which is what we wanted and what we expected. And, there were some lines at times, but everyone seemed to be in a pretty good mood and happy to cast their ballot.
He says this is a credit to investments in the county's elections, including new printers, more check-in stations, and booths to cast your ballot in. We are getting word of some long wait times at select polling locations, but if you are in line, don't leave. You still will be able to vote. At the Maricopa County Tabulation and Election Center, Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
Migrants crossing the southern border could see harsher penalties if a new ballot proposition passes with Arizona voters. We take a closer look now with KTAR's Brandon King, who is live in the news center.
Proposition 314 would make it a state crime for any migrant crossing the border to enter the country anywhere other than an official point of entry. The action is already a federal crime and is on the ballot after Republicans failed to get the legislation approved by Governor Katie Hobbs. In September, Arizona Senate President Warren Peterson said the proposition is simply a way to enforce border policy where the federal government has failed. Meanwhile, several detractors of the measure say it would be too costly to enforce and could lead to police discrimination and abuse. Brandon King, KTAR News.
We are watching as results from the much talked about props start to come in. Joni Harkle joins us now live from the News Center with more on Prop 139.
Likely the most watched proposition on Arizona's ballot this year, 139. If the measure is approved, it will add abortion rights to the Arizona state constitution. Arizona for Abortion Access, the political committee running the campaign for the amendment, says the measure removes government interference and leaves the decision to families and their medical provider. Voters are deciding whether to permit abortion up until fetal viability, generally considered to be about 24 weeks of pregnancy. Live in the News Center, Jonah Harkle, KTAR News.
And with slim majorities in the Arizona state legislature, Republicans are hoping to hold on to their control. KTAR's Troy Barrett joins us now live from the News Center with more.
Chambers of the Arizona State Legislature are up for grabs this election. In the state Senate, all 30 seats are on the ballot. Currently, Republicans hold the state Senate by only 2 seats. In the state House, Republicans also hold a 2-seat majority. Democrats, they are hoping to do something that they haven't done in more than 20 years, gain control of the state legislature. Live in the News Center, Troy Barrett, KTAR News.
Exit polls nationwide show voters are most concerned about democracy, followed by the economy, and then abortion. ABC's Jonathan Carl on the gender gap.
If Kamala Harris wins this election, it's going to be because of women voters. It's going to be because of that gender gap. And what's been striking to me in the final days of this campaign is the Trump campaign and his supporters have been explicit in their effort about trying to drive up the male vote. I've never really seen anything quite like it.
Our KTAR election special continues now, and we'll be checking in with our reporters in the field throughout the evening. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
A KTAR News special presentation. Arizona Votes 2024 Election Day Special.
All right, welcome back. It's KTAR special election coverage. I'm Barry Marks, and we're bringing you all the live reporting here from Arizona and around the country. And joining us right now, we've got Mike Broomhead is here, Gail Bass is in studio, and of course our guest Mike Noble from Noble Predictive Insights. He's the polling guy. And Mike, I appreciate you jumping in here for a few minutes with us.
Oh, well, thanks for having me. And by the way, this is so nice to be surrounded by 3 legends right
now.
My
goodness. Wow. Oh, my goodness.
Well, where's the third legend? Because I know you're not talking about me.
Oh, come on.
Wow.
Come
wow.
on
All
now.
right. All right, you can stay. All right, so Mike,
Yes.
let me ask you, the last polls you did, talk to us about that.
Yeah.
And are you seeing anything in the voting, the early voting or the turnout so far today that you think might change how the final outcome of the compared to the poll?
No, so far the turnout, it's a matching or mirroring closer to the 2020 election than 2016. The only thing different was the voting pattern. the voting pattern. Republicans voted very early in 2016. Democrats made up for it in the end. In 2020, it was the inverse of that, where Democrats came out hard, Republicans stay up. So now we're flipping back more to 2016 voting style, but turnout-wise, it's looking closer to 2020. So expecting kind of higher turnout, either close to that level or near to it. But what's interesting is some of the stuff of the early voting so far in the states of the ballots of the results have been in so far. What's interesting is that Trump is outperforming his 2020 number in the rural counties, so he's getting more votes out of that area. And Harris so far, at least the ones that have been reported, is that she's doing just as good or slightly behind Biden in suburban urban areas. So what we're looking for right now as data nerds is to see if, will Harris, can she start maybe running that number up in those urban areas? Because if she's not able to do that, that might be tough for her tonight.
Now, one of the questions we had is that we were discussing earlier, it looked like at one point there's only 21% of Democrats were voting, and that didn't seem like a correct number to me.
No, not even close. No, Democrat-wise, I think expected turnout, we got them in the 30 percentile range. And that's the thing is that Democrats, they've traditionally voted day of or closer to Election Day. Republicans always historically were early onset of early voting back in 2004 when we started implementing that here in Arizona. So when we look at this right now is that they kind of move back to their old patterns, because remember what was happening in 2020 is that Republicans were were not afraid of COVID, and they were voting on Election Day due to the rhetoric that was being talked about.
Mm-hmm.
Where Democrats were, get them to stand in line, because at that time, remember, it was very early on when COVID was happening, so there's still a lot of unknowns. They were very afraid of what that was going on, but them sitting in line, so they're voting early, heavy, and hard. So they kind of moved back to their previous voting behavior. So to speak. So that's why you're seeing it feels a little weird.
You know what's interesting, isn't it? Nationally, they say that Republicans normally vote on Election Day, but in Arizona, we're an outlier. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, 100%. Yeah. I mean, the Republicans, ever since the onset of early voting, Republicans have dominated early voting up until 2020.
Yeah.
Okay, one more question, then I'll let you, because it is your show. Because
I like Gail.
this is fascinating to me, and I know the BBC, if they do call me tomorrow morning, I want the answer to this.
Yeah.
The question is, in Nevada, since you do polling there,
Yeah.
is there an issue with, when we sign on those electronic pads, we just scribble, and that they're having a problem documenting signatures for young people in Nevada? Is that true? Do you know?
There's reports of that. I mean, that's the one thing right now that we're watching what's happening right now. But yeah, there's some early indications of there might be some issues. But that's common with elections, where sometimes there's issues with technology. I heard a couple of reports. People text me today that some polling places were having some technology function issues, which again, that can happen sometimes with it. Which for them, then it's going to become a whole nother mess. So hopefully there's not too many issues.
For the record, we don't sign on video screens here in Arizona.
No,
so
but
not an issue here.
Yeah,
well, the interesting thing is I was just thinking, well, I think we need to vote for a governor who requires schools to require cursive. If we're going to do it this way. Okay, I'm done. I'm sorry, Barry.
Mike Noble, Noble Predictive Insights is here with us.
Yeah, so we talked this morning on the show about turnout and about what we're seeing in the numbers. 2/3 of the ballots that were requested, early ballots, were turned in as of the last count, which Richer said to me also on the show this morning that he anticipates up to between 400,000 and 500,000 late earlies. Looking at the way that this has fallen, where Republicans are leading in early ballots returned and Republicans are leading in ballots that are outstanding, what do those numbers need to look like in this first drop if we're going to have a clear picture, or is there no way we're getting a clear picture in the first drop?
We're not going to really have that clear of a picture, because the problem is since the voting behaviors got messed up in 2020 and 22, it screwed up all of our historicals, because before we would always normally have traditionally election night say, oh, you have to be at 8 points or whatever, because we would know the behavior of the rest of the voters of how they would vote. Because even though they've told a lot of Republicans to vote early, you still have a chunk of them, like 20%, that are still going to vote no matter what on Election Day. So that screwed that up a little bit. So there's not really a hard number. What you can expect, though, tonight, Republicans, when that first drop happens here in 30 minutes, you're going to see Republicans ahead. They're going to be at their best margin. But then Democrats are going to start catching up. And the only question is, does Democrats overtake them, or do they stall out and fall short?
Well, I think they will catch up when Ruben Gallego But I think I think Trump is going to win this time, because I think maybe people who didn't vote last time and kind of liked him or in the rural areas are like, well, let's do this.
Yeah, no, well, that's what we're seeing. The current trend right now we're seeing is that he's outperforming his numbers in 20, because Trump is a unique type, is that, if you like him, you like him. So his game was always not really trying to bring other people in, not try to, make it a larger tent, but just increase those numbers.
So what were the what were the voters that were undecided? There were very few of them, but those undecided voters in the last week, what were they waiting for? What were they looking for?
Well, I don't know. In our last poll of records, so we did like 775 likely voters, so a pretty large sample size. And when we did it, we asked the question, like, who are you voting for president? And then we pushed those unsures or undecided. Maybe a point or two, but we kind of split between the two, so no one really got a gain. But the thing is, though, is that there was 5% total. 1 point went to Trump, 1 point went to Harris. The other three said either they're not voting or refused, meaning they're probably not going to vote. And that's what I've kind of been talking about. There's really not any undecideds in this race. That's why you saw both camps. They've been really just trying to push turnout. But what I think we'll see is that Republicans did a really good job of pushing early voting, which strategically is the best way to go about it. Democrats are relying on Election Day, and that's usually tougher because you just have less runway.
Mike Noble with us from Noble Predictive Insights here on KTAR. Mike, do you know yet, as you said, data nerd, do you know yet the turnout? Is we're hearing it's more Republicans voting than Democrats overall? Is that true?
Yeah, no. In the early voting, I think it's like 8.9% or something like that when cast early voting, but what we think turnout is, like in our poll of record, because it's not just your polling, it's like, hey, what do you think this electorate's going to look like? We had it Republican +7. It'll probably finish at Republican +7 or Republican +8 in advantage.
And that's what it was in 16 and 18 also, right?
No, actually, in previously it was like 3.5% advantage in 2020. It was interesting. 538 put out a new study where they looked at did this real deep analysis on these people, these intakes from since COVID. A lot of people were moving out or moving around the country, and it was interesting. They're showing the states that actually a lot of our intake actually were more Republican than Democrat. And it's funny. A lot of people talk about the Californians coming in, etc. It's funny, the data actually shows the opposite.
It's the Californians who don't want to live in California anymore. It's the Republicans.
You said it, not me.
Yeah, that's what it is. That is what it is. Mike Noble, thanks for taking a few minutes with us today. I really appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Mike Noble, Noble Predictive Insights. Thanks for the information. Yeah. All right, coming up, Karen Taylor Robeson is going to be with us, former Republican candidate for governor, and also joining us, Clint Hickman, Maricopa County Supervisor. He'll be with us live in studio as well. Stay with us. I'm Barry Markson. It's KTAR's special election coverage.
Hi, Dieter Dan here with my friend Wayne from AMCO. Hey, Wayne, let's talk about some back-to-school TLC for your car.
Sure thing, Dan. The last thing anyone needs is to start the school year with car troubles, so it's best to have your car checked out now.
Well, that's a great idea, but where should people go if they need a place that's reliable and affordable?
That's easy. Head to your closest AMCO. We specialize in back-to-school auto repairs, making sure your car's in tip-top shape for the busy school season.
Now, that's cool. What kind of services do you offer, though?
Dan, we do it all, from transmissions to oil changes, brakes, engine light checks, even engine diagnostics and repairs. Plus, we offer a special back-to-school discount for students and teachers.
That sounds perfect. Do you need to make an appointment?
Not at all. We have same-day service in most cases, so just pop into your nearest AMCO or book online at amco.com.
Wow, now that's convenient. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO. Transmissions and a whole lot more.
Tune into The Truth About Money with Bruce Weinstein and Tim Travis.
We hand select each and every security in the portfolio as opposed to kind of the more cookie cutter approaches that a lot of the larger firms will take.
Understand challenges facing today's retirees.
They tell us what their wishes and their goals are. We create the plan.
Tune into The Truth About Money, Saturdays at 7 a.m. on KTAR News.
Hey folks, Dave Ramsey here with some good news from my friends at Window World. You see, unlike most window companies, Window World has offered just one low upfront price all year long without any crazy sale of the month gimmicks. In a world full of empty promises, it's nice to know that Window World has honored their low pricing all year long. Plus, their industry-leading transferable lifetime warranty even includes accidental glass breakage. So call today today to lock in your 2024 pricing for 5 large premium sliding windows, all with Solar Zone Sunshield glass installed and tax included for only $39.63. The low price from last January is your same price today. Call or schedule online at windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
Only 2% of roofers in the country have qualified as Master Elite, an award Gleason just received for quality workmanship and consumer satisfaction. Don't let small roof issues turn into big problems. Ensure your home or business is protected with a no-cost roof audit. Schedule today at GleasonRoofing.com or call 480-338-6644.
Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
KTAR News 92.3 on the app, online. Arizona Votes 2024 Election Day Special.
All right, welcome back, everybody. It's KTAR Special Election Coverage. I'm Barry Markson. Thanks for joining us. We're going to have results, the first drop of results coming up right after 8 o'clock, so stick with KTAR to keep an eye on that. Also, you can go to KTAR.com. We have a new dashboard where all the results will appear automatically. So as they come up, we're going to have them on the KTAR.com dashboard. And if for some reason you really want to see us in person, you can go on the website as well, where they're streaming live with video, which is I always tell people, it's like you bring all these radio guys and now you're making us go on video. Not a smart move.
You know, Barry, though, I think you're saying KTAR because you're looking at her instead of KTAR.
All right, joining us right now, that's Gail Bass, of course, and then joining us is Karen Taylor Robeson, former candidate for governor here in Arizona, and Clint Hickman, Maricopa County Board of Supervisors. Thanks you both for being here and joining us on KTAR. Clint, let me start with you real quick. The supervisors are responsible for Election Day voting, and we just finished it here about 45 minutes ago. Talk to us about Maricopa County. How did it go? Any major issues? How did it work?
Well, I think it went fabulous. First of all, I was here 12 hours ago talking about be expecting big lines, if you've waited this long, be expecting great people to wait on you. And that transpired. And the lines moved quickly. And people performed admirably, both the voter and our people. And I've heard of no major problems, little things here and there, but couldn't be happier. The new printers seem to have worked out pretty well with a 4-sided 2-page ballot. And now here we go. We're also in charge of the tabulation of these votes. And I'm just going to say to everybody, preach patience. There's a lot that goes into tabulating both day of, but also all these votes that have come in the mail and specifically today.
And we've had one new law that changed now that's going to add a little extra step here, right? At each voting center, they have to count the drop-off envelopes, the green envelopes that people dropped off.
Yeah.
They have to count them and have that ready before they can bring the information from the tabulators from each voting center to the election center, right? So that adds another step.
Barry, every legislative session brings somebody's good idea that turns into a law that turns into something that delays the process. Now, we can say that this is possibly a great law. It appeases some people's feelings, but it also brings chain of custody. Now we're looking at signatures. People that are going to count those, put their signatures on. What do you do when you sign a really important paper? You look at it all. It delays. It delays. So we are not going to sacrifice accuracy for speed.
So it may take a little longer to get the election day voting numbers out today.
That's just one thing, but everything else in the step has been almost a cascading and flourish of laws over several years that have made our elections not the thoroughbred, but the camel.
Dare I say this? Maybe we should go the way of Florida. They've got 91% of their ballots counted. 2 hours and 4 minutes later, they called the race. So why is it that it takes us, which we have a smaller population, why does it take us so long? Like, why do people in London know about Maricopa County? Like, they should know where Maricopa County is. Phoenix, maybe, but Maricopa County?
We're the best county.
Hey, we are.
Well, I won't say that.
Hey, we are damn sure the best county. And number two.
No offense, Yavapai.
Those guys. Whatever. Stay up in the mountains.
Cochise.
I don't want to go up there. I'm very Maricopa County centric growing up here all of these years. I'm going to turn over that international flair and flavor and that legislative process over to my colleague over here, Karen.
Karen Taylor Robeson. So let me ask the question a little more specifically. In Arizona, we let people vote up until Election Day. You can drop your ballot at the voting center until 7 o'clock tonight.
Right.
Whereas in Florida, you can't do that. You have to get your mail-in ballot in by by Friday, the Friday before.
That's correct.
Do you think Arizona should do that? Should we change it so that if you don't get your mail-in ballot in by Friday, you have to come and vote in person, or you don't vote, so we have decisions faster?
You know, if you asked me that a few years ago, I would have said no. But based on the history, I think absolutely. And in fact, after the last election, I said, why don't we do it like Florida, right? And our legislature had an opportunity to make changes, but like Clint said, they make these little changes, but fundamentally it's not going to change these delays that we have. They're just adding to it.
We just asked Adrian Fontes that same question. He said he would oppose that vigorously because he doesn't want anyone who wants to vote to have their vote limited. He wants, if you're a procrastinator, he didn't say this, I'm saying this, but if you're a procrastinator, if you don't get your mail-in ballot in on time and you want to drop it off on Election Day, he'd rather have the vote counted than... And we'll have the final count done 10 days later, as opposed to getting it in by Friday and having the final count much faster.
I would agree with the premise that we want everybody to vote, but deadlines are deadlines. On that theory, it means, why don't we let them show up on Wednesday or Thursday or Friday? You have to have deadlines.
Right. Yeah, it's interesting, and I agree with that generally. But I've been there before, where I'm dropping my mail-in ballot off at the vote center. I've done it, and
me too.
Not because I wanted to, but because I waited too long. And so I get that. And you'd hate to say, well, now I have to stand in the line to vote. It would create a lot more people voting on Election Day for sure. But it's an interesting question, Gail, because it can be fixed, but that's how you fix it.
Well, let me just jump in on standing in line. Right. Today was only the 60th time in the history of our country that we elected a new president.
Wow.
Standing in line for 15 minutes or an hour or 2 hours, it is a very small price to pay for the benefit and the blessing of living in a self-governing society.
Oh, that is true. And it looks like we're going to have a really good turnout today, on par, if not more than 2020. Clint Hegman, let me ask you from the...
By the way, Karen must have listened to what I said at 7:15 this morning. Just the amazing opportunity that Americans have to stand in line and get Taylor Swift tickets. Stand in line and get the new shoes. Stand in line... Be happy, and it's like, so now to be a patriotic citizen and stand in the line, it's worth it.
Well, think about it. People feel like they've been standing in line for 2 years while this race has been run. Our election cycle is so long that people are weary, people are tired, and people, some people... Like, we've gotten to the point where they have demonized both sides, like the misogyny I've seen on Twitter from fake names of them calling Kamala Harris a hoe and this and that. And then from Trump, you're hearing words that he's saying to other words that he's like J.D. Vance called Kamala trash. So the question is, for people, let's say, I think Trump's probably going to win this thing. So what do you say to people who don't vote for him, don't trust him, think he's a felon, know he's a felon, know he's been judged by his peers to be a rapist? What do you say to people saying, well, he said he's going to go after his enemies, but don't worry about it? What do you say to those people who feel like this is a cliff that we're going over and we're never going to come back?
Well, I guess
that's a big question.
When he was elected last time, he had every reason to go after his former opponent, Hillary Clinton, and he didn't. He didn't. And so if past his prologue on that front, I don't see him going out and going after his political enemies. Maybe I'll be proven wrong, but I, for one, don't believe that will happen.
I don't think he had any reason to go after her, though. I think I need to say that there's no reason to think that, since the FBI didn't do it.
All right, Karen.
And Gail,
10,000 classified documents.
All right, we're heading backwards now. We're back
But what I would say to you, Gail, is this fishbowl that we are in, and this never-ending news cycle through the media, that it's all day, every day politics. You can't even watch a late night show without hearing these guys either their words or made fun of their words and twisting words. Well, I would say also, President Trump also said he was going to go after election officials. Okay? He lost the election here. I was an election official. Should I be scared? Right? I had to make that choice just in my own head and say, is he talking about me? Listen, people are saying the damnedest things to get elected, and it's getting worse and worse and worse. I don't believe that he's going to go after elected officials. I don't believe he's going to go after his political enemies. I surely hope not. I will take it back. When he won his election, almost the first day, people were coming after him. He never even had almost a chance to talk about policy. I'm trying to get away from the whataboutisms when we're living. We need to go forward as a country. We need to become Americans again. So I would have to say either if President Harris or President Trump, I would be inclined to please let's just go back and remember that we're all Americans on the same team. Our enemies want us to be divided because we can be conquered. So let's get it back together again. So I implore whoever wins in any race to go ahead and start reaching across the aisle again and start getting the work of this country done again.
Karen Taylor Robeson is here with us. Clint Hickman from the Board of Supervisors here. Gail Bass. Clint, let me ask you, in the election, I didn't hear again. We said it was pretty smooth. The only person I heard getting kicked out of a polling place was Tom Horn, who for some reason was gathering signatures inside the voting area. I'm not really sure what was happening there, but were there? I mean, I know in the past Maricopa County has had a lot of threats to election workers, to the politicians. Did we see any of that today? Has there been anything to concern us today?
Yes. Unfortunately, recently a bomb threat came in. I have heard that there was a person with a knife out in Deer Valley. Someone as simple in this agitated state, a fire alarm went off and cleared one of the voting centers for a little bit. So again, but I gotta say, I am so happy. I didn't see or hear much about vigilantes at the drop boxes this year, weapons. I have to thank Sheriff Skinner and his team for being able to tell them, and County Attorney Rachel Mitchell, we're not going to put up with this anymore. And I think people heard that, and I think they didn't show up to the polls scared, and that's all I cared about.
All right, well, that part's good. Nice to have a little less threats. Sorry we had any, but certainly, hopefully, we don't have any more of that going forward. Clint, is there going to be any issue? We've heard now with the ballots that came in by mail that it's been slower counting them. A lot of that because there's 2 pages, both sides. Is there any concern that that's going to slow down the counting of Election Day voting as well, that it just takes longer? Or because those went through the tabulator at the voting center, it shouldn't really slow us down much?
I've lost track of all the things that I have in my mind that's going to slow things down. You talked about that little audit, so that in itself is going to slow some things down. We're already talking about the polling centers in the outlying areas slow to get back to the tabulation center. All I've heard is we hope to have those day of votes counted by hopefully the early morning hours. Usually those are counted by about midnight. But we all go to sleep anyway, and we'll wake up and we'll see what's going on with Election Day today.
Some of us go to sleep. We'll see how that works out.
Sorry, guys.
All right, special thanks to Clint Hickman. Thanks for joining us. Really appreciate you coming in. Karen Taylor Robeson, you're going to stay with us into the next segment, and of course, Gail Bass. Coming up, we're going to get an update from the KTAR News Center. Becky Lynn is standing by. And then right after 8 o'clock, we should start seeing results from Maricopa County and around the state. We're going to report them right here as they happen live on KTAR. We'll be joined by Mike Broomhead and Bruce St. James. They're going to jump in studio with us as well, and we're going to start having Arizona results live on KTAR. Stay with us. I'm Barry Markson. It's KTAR's special election coverage. We're the place to be, live and local. It's KTAR.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
Good evening. It is 8 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn.
Arizona votes 2024. The count.
While most polling sites have closed in Arizona after some trouble with long lines, printers, and the voter check-in system, some in Apache County are still open tonight. Secretary of State Adrian Fontes tells KTAR these are 9 open polling locations.
We're talking about Schnell, Cottonwood, Denahotso, Fort Defiance, Lukachukai, Lupton, Rock Point, St. Michael's, and Wheatfields.
These polling places will stop letting voters line up at 9 p.m. Overall, Fontes is asking for patience as votes are counted and the results are shared. It has been a busy day at the Maricopa County Tabulation and Election Center, and that's where we find KTAR's Colton Krolak, who joins us now live.
Elections in Maricopa County have been under the microscope the last few years, but today has been mostly smooth sailing, according to Maricopa County Communications Director Fields Mosley.
We had a lot of voters out there today, which is what we wanted and what we expected. And, there were some lines at times, but everyone seemed to be in a pretty good mood, happy to cast their ballot.
He says this is a credit to investments in the county's elections, including new printers, more check-in stations, and booths to cast your ballot in. And we are getting some word of some long wait times at select polling stations, but if you are in line, don't leave. You still will be able to vote. At the Maricopa County Tabulation Election Center, Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
The Arizona Democratic Party is hoping to win big tonight. The major names are gathering at an election night watch party at the Hilton Phoenix Resort at the Peak. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is there and joins us live to tell us how it's going.
Yeah, Becky, Arizona Democratic Party Chairwoman Yolanda Bejarano just spoke, and she said she feels good about their chances.
Pundits of the world have said that Arizona is red country, that Arizona will not flip blue, but I've spoken to folks from every county and every corner of our state over the last few months, from Phoenix to Safford, Winslow to Prescott, from San Luis to Nogales, and I know that Arizona is in play.
Arizona Congressman Ruben Gallego is hoping to win his Senate race against Republican Carrie Lake. Congressman Greg Stanton is up for re-election along with Phoenix Mayor Kate Gallego. Democrat Tim Stringham is working to be the next county recorder. Also, State Representative Dr. Amish Shaw is fighting to unseat Republican David Schweikert in Congressional District 1. Reporting live at the Arizona Democratic Party Watch Night, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
And we'll be live from an Arizona Republican Watch Party a little later tonight. Future elections could change after today. Props 140 and 133 are competing propositions and will determine how we choose future candidates. KTAR's Troy Barrett is live in the news center.
Proposition 140 would replace our current system of partisan primaries with open primaries. Now, with open primaries, all candidates appear on the same ballot, and the legislature would decide how many candidates would move on to the general election, and it could result in ranked choice voting in the general election. Now, Prop 133 was put on the ballot through a referendum from the state legislature and would amend the state constitution and require only partisan primary elections and prohibit open primary style elections. Live in the news center, Troy Barrett, KTAR News.
9 seats in the U.S. House are up for grabs in Arizona. A closer look at that race now with KTAR's Brandon King live in the news center.
Abe Hamadeh, the former Republican candidate for Arizona Attorney General, is facing off tonight against Democrat Greg Whitten in Arizona's 8th congressional district. That's the seat Republican Debbie Lesko is leaving to run for the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors. Meanwhile, in District 1, incumbent Republican David Schweikert would be up for his 9th congressional term if he defeats Democratic former state Senator Amish Shaw. He only narrowly won against Jevin Hodge in 2022. Also a repeat of 2022 tonight, Tucson's District 6, where Democrat Kirsten Engel is looking to unseat Republican Juan Ciscomani after she lost to Ciscomani in 2022 as well. Brandon King, KTAR News.
Now let's check in with KTAR's Jonah Harkle, who is live in the news center with more on some races in Maricopa County.
Voters have been making big decisions in Maricopa County today. Republican incumbent Rachel Mitchell is up against Democrat Tamika Wooden in the Maricopa County attorney's race. Democrat Tyler Camp takes on Republican Jerry Sheridan for Maricopa County Sheriff. Paul Penzone, who was reelected in 2020, resigned from office in January of this year. Then Democrat Tim Stringham is running for Maricopa County Recorder against Republican State Representative Justin Heap. And we are watching for results of possibly the most watched proposition on Arizona's ballot this year, 139. If the measure is approved, it will add abortion rights to the Arizona state constitution. Live in the news center, Jonah Harkle, KTAR News.
A ballot measure to enshrine abortion rights in Florida's constitution Constitution has failed. A majority of Florida voters supported the abortion measure, but not the 60% of votes needed to pass. And there are 8 other states with abortion on the ballot, including here in Arizona. ABC's Elizabeth Schulze is here in Maricopa County.
What we're hearing on the ground here is that a lot of voters, especially in Arizona, you have a lot of independent voters, a lot of those so-called McCain Republicans who might support expanding abortion rights, but that doesn't necessarily mean they will vote for Vice President Harris. And that's something that we're expected to see here, that splitting of the ticket. One thing we're going to look at really closely, obviously, also 11 electoral votes here at stake.
Stay with us as we continue to bring you analysis and the vote totals for election 2024 as they come in. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
KTAR News 92.3 on the app and KTAR.com. Arizona Votes 2024 Election Day Special.
All right, thanks for being here. I'm Barry Markson, KTAR Special Election Coverage. We're bringing you the Arizona vote, and we have some numbers just released. Joining us right now here on the panel, Karen Taylor Robeson is here, former Republican gubernatorial candidate. Mike Broomhead is here from the Mike Broomhead Show, and Bruce St. James is here from Outspoken in the afternoon drive. And we're getting some results here. I'm looking at Maricopa County just to start. We have 1,123,600 votes counted. They're calling that 43% of turnout. And right now, Kamala Harris is up 50.51% to Trump, who is at 48.36%. So up by about 2 points, if you look at that.
And Barry, if I understand correctly, you know better than I, these are the early mail-in ballots that we're seeing
Correct.
right now.
So what we're understanding is it's taking Maricopa County longer to count the mail-in ballots than usual. So normally we would have reported votes through about Friday of last week. What we probably have is through about Tuesday of last week, through about October 29th. It's 1,100 votes, 1.1 million votes, And these are the folks who got there. These are the folks who are just too goody good. They sit down right away when it comes in.
The minute it comes in the mail.
They weren't going to miss this opportunity.
Yeah, that's right. They want to be the first one to vote. So
turn their homework in on time.
That's right.
I hate those people.
So those votes have been counted now, and we're looking at those votes. Now, we still haven't seen from mail-in ballots. We haven't seen apparently Wednesday through those votes that have been dropped off today, which we're being told will be in Maricopa County alone over 400,000 mail-in ballots dropped off today.
Huge number.
Yeah, late earlies.
Yeah, the late earlies. So, and this doesn't count the people who went to the polls and voted today. We will have those starting at 9 o'clock and then throughout the evening, and we'll have all those reported live on KTAR. By the way, you can check all of this out at KTAR.com. We have the dashboard there. It all pops up there instantaneously. And also, you can go to our YouTube channel, KTAR at YouTube, and you can watch us on the video screen live. A couple of other findings. Again, in Maricopa County, Ruben Gallego leading Kari Lake by about almost 10 points, 53.91, about 54% to 44%. In District 1, Amish Shah, and again, these are the early mail-in ballots. He has about a 2-point lead, 51% to 49% over David Schweikert.
That would be a seat flip.
That would be a seat flip if that happens. In CD2, this is a little odd.
Look at the number of votes.
Okay. Oh, it's 143 votes. How are there only 143 votes there? That can't be right.
Yeah, only 10%. It says 10% of turnout, but it's 143 votes. That seems pretty low for CD2.
Well, that's crazy. So in that one, we're going to disregard this, but it has Jonathan Nez up by about 70 points. That's not real. So we're going to set that aside. In CD3, as expected, Yasemin Ansari, the Democrat there in a heavily Democratic district, she's up 73 to 24%.
Say her name again?
Yasemin.
Say the last name.
Ansari.
Okay, I hadn't heard it said properly. I have no idea how to say it, so I was hoping somebody could explain it to me.
I'm hoping that's right, but that's how she says it.
I love it.
Greg Stanton is leading in his race against Kelly Cooper, according to this, with 43% of the ballots counted, 56% to 43%. So, and then Andy Biggs, of course, up 55% to 44% in his district. Raul Grijalva also up huge in his district. That's a Democratic district. And then Abe Hamadeh in a very Democratic district. This is interesting. With 47% of the vote, he's up 53 to 46, which is expected, but I would have thought it would.
That's a Republican district.
That's a heavily Republican district, so I would have thought that would have been a little more. But so we're still very early. So this is the super early folks who got their mail-in ballot in by a week ago. That's what we're hearing or what we're counting right now.
Okay, and this is just Maricopa County.
This is just Maricopa County. We're going to look at the state here in just a minute. Karen Taylor Robeson, do these numbers, as early as they are, do these surprise you at all? What does it tell you about what we might expect to see as we move further and count more votes?
Well, I think it is awfully early, and there's the delay that you referenced.
the day of voters are going to change those numbers pretty dramatically, and so whoever's up now is going to have to outperform in the day of voting, which is going to be difficult if that voter profile changes which it is expected to be. I'm just looking at the numbers of the percentage of voters today. We had 36% Republicans, 41% PNDs or independents, and only 22% Democrats.
Yeah.
So the turnout today was very, very low for the Democrats. So the Democrats that are leading right now are going to have to, I don't know how large their margins are going to have to be in the early vote to overcome their failure to show up today.
Statewide, I'm looking at the Secretary of State's office.
So I'm looking.
Now.
They only have 4% of precincts reported.
They haven't reported Maricopa County yet.
Right.
So these numbers are useless.
So
we're not going to look at that yet.
Okay.
So I don't know why the state website doesn't have Maricopa County yet, but I'm sure they'll get caught up shortly. Mike Broomhead, it's
because they're still on like MS-DOS computers, from 1980 something.
Probably are.
We got them at Radio Shack.
What I had heard until just a bit ago was that historically, again, taking 2020 and 2022 out of the equation because the mail-in balloting was so strange with Republicans not voting early. So 2016, 2018, historically, the mail-in ballots, the Republicans got their votes in early and Democrats came in later. And I've been told a little bit today by some knowledgeable people that may not be true, that it's the other way around, that Democrats vote earlier. So I'm not sure what to think right now. But
there are more Republicans overall that mail in their ballots, but it's the Democrats that do it earlier in the process.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay. So I guess the question, I was expecting these numbers to be heavily toward Republican, and you're saying, and I think Karen is saying, the fact that it's not more in favor of the Democrats is going to make it
difficult to
overcome.
That's right.
So Trump may be down by 2 or 3 points right now, but if it's really
it's not a big enough lead.
Right.
That's right. That's right. Because if you've got 36% Republicans showing up today, and only 22% Democrats showing up today, Trump is going to overcome that lead.
What do we know about the independent, the PND? I mean, is there a rule of thumb that we operate under? X percentage usually break this way?
Yeah, well, I don't know yet for Arizona, but if we look east, you can go to Texas and Florida, and you're seeing the independents move way to the right.
Okay.
In their voting today.
All right, so here we're being told that the state's website right now is just reflecting Coconino County, so it's one county.
It just went to 7%.
There you go. What's interesting here is that Kamala Harris is beating Trump by 3 points here, but Ruben Gallego is beating Kari Lake by 8 points. So where you are seeing that margin difference that we saw in the polls, it's kind of carrying forward to the vote so far.
What does this say about the state legislature when you see these numbers the way they are? Because those races, better than anyone.
Yep. Well, again, I think it's just way too early. With these kind of numbers, it's going to be too early. So anecdotally, we know what we saw today, and then when we see these overall turnout numbers, our state legislature's in pretty good shape from a Republican perspective.
Are there any of the races that are up for grabs that are going to be key races in the state legislature outside of Maricopa County, or are they all inside of Maricopa County, the toss-up races?
Probably the most important one, at least on my list, was District 2, and it's in Maricopa County.
Yep.
That's Judy Schweikert and Shauna Bullock.
So Schwiebert.
Schwiebert. In that one, by the way, Judy Schwiebert, she's up 51% to 47.5% for Shauna Bullock at this early stage.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I think that's good for Shauna Bullock.
Is that right? All right. Well, we'll see as more ballots are released. All right. This is KTAR special election coverage. Karen Taylor Robeson is with us. She's going to stay with us here as we receive more of the ballots, more of the votes as they are reported. We'll have more from around the state. And we're going to and we're going to have come back with more of that information in just a moment. Right now, we're going to take a moment for breaking news. Becky Lynn standing by in the KTAR News Center.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
Election 2024. At 8:14, we are getting some of the first vote counts in right now. Let's go to the decision desk where we find KTAR's Peter Seymour.
Right now, Becky Lynn, we're just getting the first numbers in for the U.S. Senate race, Kari Lake versus Ruben Gallego, and that one has Ruben Gallego winning in a landslide right now, and he's up by, 50 53.2% to 45%. The initial numbers that have come in right now are basically from some of the rural counties across the state. Still waiting for Maricopa County results to come in as well. But again, the night is still young. Look, let's look at some of the propositions. Prop 139 is winning by about 2-1 right now. This is the proposition that would basically restore Roe versus Wade as law in Arizona, add it to the state constitution. Otherwise, it would keep the ban if no votes win. If the no side wins, the ban will remain after 15 weeks on abortion in Arizona. Looking at open primaries, Proposition 140 is losing right now about 60.5% to 39.5%. Prop 140 would, if approved, open primaries would advance the top two candidates regardless of political affiliation to the general election. The rivaling measure here is Prop 133, which would keep partisan primaries, and that's losing right now as well. So 61.5% to 38%. The one ballot measure that gets more yes votes out of this wins. That's how it's going to work. Let's look at some of the Maricopa County races right now. For sheriff, Jerry Sheridan has about a 3-point lead over challenger Tyler Camp. County Recorder's Office, it's very close, less than 0.5% separating the leader right now, Tim Stringham, the Democrat, against the Republican Justin Heap. And Rachel Mitchell, the incumbent county attorney for Maricopa County, is leading by about 4 points. We'll have more results coming in as the night continues. Live at the decision desk, Peter Seymour, KTAR News.
It is going to take a little time to get Arizona's complete election results, and Secretary of State Adrian Fontes is calling for patience and calm, but he tells KTAR it's a lack of funding from the Republican-led legislature, along with new voting laws, that are the true cause for any delays.
I don't want to hear a single one of these legislators that's willing to cut budgets and cut budgets and cut budgets. I don't want to hear them complaining about this. This is their fault over the long haul. They're not giving these counties the resources they need.
Fontes says Arizona's elections and processing are extremely secure, which also makes announcing final vote totals take longer. We'll be here throughout the evening bringing you the latest. Now back to our KTAR election special. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
A KTAR News special presentation. Arizona Votes 2024 Election Day Special.
All right, welcome back. I'm Barry Markson. It's KTAR special election coverage. We're bringing you all the latest as the votes are reported. Joining us right now, Karen Taylor Robeson, Republican gubernatorial candidate here in Arizona. Dr. Mike O'Neill, KTAR's political analyst, and of course, Gatos is here. Gatos, welcome back. All right. And we're looking at all of the reported findings. Maricopa County has about 1.1 million votes are in. The state is updating their website now, and we're starting to see more, but I still don't think Maricopa County is included in this. So we'll continue to check that website and bring you more updates. But let's look at some, at least in Maricopa County, how some of the statewide initiatives are looking. And the first one, of course, the Proposition 140, the open primary law, is right now down by about 20 points, 60 to 40. And Karen Taylor Robeson, what do you think of that? Is that a surprising initial? Again, we're early on here, but is that a surprising vote total for you?
I assumed that initiative would have done a lot better.
Yeah.
But again, it's early.
I mean, we'll see where that goes on, but that's how that ends up. But that is a very Mike O'Neill, KTAR's political analyst. Is that a surprise to you that open primary hasn't shown more support yet?
You know, it doesn't. Their whole movement was delayed over a period of time while there was a legal challenge. They got their money late. They didn't do significant advertising until a lot of people had voted. And frankly, I saw evidence of a great deal of confusion, particularly amongst Democrats who falsely believed that it was a Republican legislative attempt to control the system, which is complete nonsense because the Republican Party was against it, as was the Democratic Party. Yeah. But I think the Republican Party even more so. I think it was one of those things that was just not well understood, and that's fatal. When you have an initiative, there's a rule. When in doubt, vote no.
Well, and I think you're right. A lot of people I spoke with about it seem confused by it. And by the way, this is the statewide numbers now. And for the initiatives, we're seeing about 1.5 million votes have been counted, at least for that Prop 140, and it's trailing by about 19 or 20 points.
And I saw it earlier. You just mentioned that it's down in Maricopa County. I saw it was also getting beat in Pima County, which is a Democratic bastion.
I'm looking at the statewide election now. Prop 139, this is the one that would create a constitutional fundamental right to abortion in Arizona, currently leading 64% to 36% statewide. Again, we're early on here, but that's a pretty sizable lead. Gatos, what do you think about that abortion?
You know, 139, not surprised that it's winning. 140, surprised that it's losing. When you mentioned 140, Barry, is it tough to understand? Yeah, you had to explain it to me. I mean, we brought you on to explain it to me, and after you explained it to me, I was like, yeah, this is something that's going to help us get better candidates. So 140 losing, I'm surprised. But 139, I think a lot of people said, yeah, let's get abortion into the Arizona state constitution, because if there's a change down the road and this doesn't pass, anything can happen.
It seems to be leading by quite a bit now. Prop 137, Karen Taylor Robeson, this is the one that would get rid of Arizona's judicial retention elections. It would just get rid of them altogether and retroactive to this year, in fact, so that if any judges are voted out this year, it wouldn't count. It's being crushed right now, 79% no. To 21% yes, and about 1.6 million votes have been counted so far. That is huge.
That is huge.
The people of Arizona do not. They want to keep their retention elections.
That was one of a whole slate of referenda sent by the legislature, and every one was a power grab. And if you look at the whole list, they're all people smell the rat, and they're all voting down to all of them.
It's interesting. Now, I'm going to take the other part of that, which is, and this, I think the reason this was put on the ballot in the first place was to protect two Supreme Court justices, Clint Bolick and Catherine King. Right now, both of them leading the yes votes to retain them, 57% for King, 56% for Clint Bolick. So they're, at least right now, looks like their positions are safe.
Yeah, that initiative was put on in reaction to the politicization of our judicial system. But like Mike said, if people don't understand, they're going to either not vote or vote no.
Yeah, and I think you're right. Karen, do you think we're seeing a lot of confusion right now and it taking longer to count these votes because we went to a 2-page ballot, 4 pages altogether? A lot of the reason for that is the legislature put so many ballot initiatives on the ballot in front of us. I'm curious what your thoughts are on that.
Well, I think we saw that this year because we have divided government.
Right.
The legislature couldn't get what they wanted through the 9th floor in the governor's office, and so they said, okay, fine, we'll put it on the ballot. I'm not a huge believer in legislation by initiative. In particular, in Arizona, if we make a mistake, we're stuck with it. Very, very hard to unring the bell once an initiative is passed.
No, that's definitely true. And then Gatos, Prop 314, this is the border security bill, the one that would allow police officers in the state basically making what federal immigration crimes, making them state crimes. This one right now passing or winning 60.8, so 61% to about 39%. I think that was what we expected.
I think it's what we expected. I don't know how much it secures the border. You and I have talked about that. It's kind of a sketchy situation. A lot of people were worried that it's going to bring back the days of SB 1070, and hopefully that's not the case. But that's another one where if you really didn't read through it and you really didn't do your due diligence, you don't know what's in it. It's they call it the Secure the Border Act.
It looks good.
This is true of a lot of things. If you've got a problem out there, we have a problem at the border. You have a proposal that proposes to do something about it.
Got its name in the title.
People tend to want to do something about something that they see it's a problem, even if maybe the details. For example, I'm sure this thing will be in court for years.
Speaking of the Karen, as we were just talking about the ballot initiatives that were referred by the legislature to the ballot, and these are starting with 133 all the way through 137. They're all being beaten handily right now. Pretty much every one of them is a no vote at 60% or more at this point. Does that tell us anything, that the legislature doesn't have the feel of the people, that it's doing things it wants, but not necessarily putting forth things that the people of Arizona actually want to see go into law?
Well, I'm assuming that they're doing what they believe their constituents want them to do. Is that always the the best or the right thing to do from a public policy perspective? I'm not sure, but the voters are telling them the answer right now.
Well, yeah, we're definitely learning that right now, and it's early. So keep in mind the numbers we're seeing right now. These are the early mail-in ballots in Maricopa County. We're really just seeing ballots that were received and counted from Tuesday of last week, from October 29th. So there's a whole bunch more mail-in ballots that are not yet included in these totals, and nothing in these totals is a day of voting today. People who went to the polls today, we'll start to see that here in the next 30 to 60 minutes.
Comment about that, however. When you see margins where things are getting beat by 20, 25%, I doubt very much you're going to see a reversal. Now, if in the presidential election is within 2 or 3%, yes, we got to count those to know what's happened. Not when you're getting up 20, 25%.
Yeah, no, that you're right. That's going to be very interesting. The Corporation Commission races, by the way, very, very close. Everybody's kind of in the 17, 16% range. That's going to take many more votes to play out before we see where that plays out. And the congressional races also, in many cases, are very close. We're now seeing in District 2 more people are reporting. This is statewide. But Eli Crane leading Jonathan Nez at this point, 54.7% to 45%, the Republican leading the Democrat in District 2. So we'll see how that plays out. All right, Karen Taylor Robeson, let me ask you this. Do you see any surprises here in the early voting? Anything that has really caught your eye and not what you expected?
No. Again, when we're only even seeing a portion of the early votes, no.
Okay, that's going to be interesting.
Meaningful.
Gatos, how about you? Is anything here shocking you yet?
I'm looking into Ruben Gallego and Kerry Lake. It's a differentiation of about, what do you think, 7 points or so?
8 points.
7 or 8 points. So that goes within the polling that I've seen. We talked earlier about, was there a lack of Democrats who came out and voted in Arizona? And if that's the case, Lake would be much more in this race. And it's still very early, but if Democrats if it was a low turnout for Democrats, Lake isn't out of the race.
All right, so here's what we have. Statewide, with about 41% of the total voter turnout counted, that's what they're saying here on the website, Kamala Harris is leading Trump by 0.2%, so 0.2%. So they're tied.
This is Maricopa County?
No, this is statewide.
Statewide.
So statewide, she's leading by 2,900 votes.
Right.
Kerry Lake is trailing by 124,000 votes and 8 points. So you're seeing the difference now. She's at least so far coming in about 8 points behind Trump in the same election.
Which is kind of what we thought.
With the same voters. Yeah, that's what we're seeing so far.
The polls.
Very consistent with those polls. So, we saw some late polls that even had Kerry Lake leading by 1 point or getting up to a tie.
I never bought those polls.
That doesn't seem to be the case here with the voting. So, and for me, that's the big thing is how far is Kerry Lake trailing Trump? Because you would expect them to be the same, right? Normally you would say, okay, you vote for Trump, you vote for Kerry Lake.
We got a pretty good idea that the presidential election is going to be a tie or something close to a tie. It's not going to be a runaway. So that's a very good gauge.
Yeah, that's exactly right. All right, we're going to take a short break. Becky Lynn standing by in the KTAR News Center. Karen Taylor Robeson, thank you for being here.
Well, thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining us. I appreciate that. We're going to come back with a fresh panel, and we're going to continue to look at the results as they're reported around the state and the county. Stay tuned for an update from KTAR News. I'm Barry Markson. It's KTAR Special Election Coverage.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
They are redefining private label with Natural Grocers brand products. Quality isn't just a word to me. It's in every detail. Their house brand only brings you top-of-the-line products, whether it is the richest organic olive oil straight from Spain or exquisite chocolate truffles straight out of France. Natural Grocers brand gives your budget a break and your taste buds a surprise. Experience premium quality at always affordable price with Natural Grocers brand products. Find your store at naturalgrocers.com.
It's a brand new school year, and Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, we are ready to pay tribute to a teacher. Teachers unlock the doors to possibility. They transform lives with patience and a passion that knows no boundaries. So join us by texting the word teacher to 620-620. Nominate a deserving teacher for a $2,500 bonus. Pay tribute to a teacher is brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
Message and data rates may apply.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Did you know a majority of homes sell for less than what the homeowner wanted? While many agents may promise your price, I guarantee it in writing. Hey, it's Carol Race with your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. I will guarantee 100% of market value on the sale of your home, or I will pay you the difference. Call me, Carol Royce, and ask about my 100% of market value guarantee, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com.
Terms and conditions apply. KTAR News now. Arizona votes 2024. The count.
And this just into the KTAR decision desk. Democrat Yasamin Ansari has won the congressional race for District 3. She was expected to win and is beating her Republican opponent, Jeffrey Zink, 73-24%. Ansari will take over Ruben Gallego's U.S. House of Representatives seat, who instead chose to run for Senate. Ansari won her primary race by an extraordinarily slim margin, just 42 votes. She campaigned on immigration reform, climate action, and her background as a member of the Phoenix City Council. Again, Yasamin Ansari has been declared the winner of the congressional race for District 3. Close results so far in the top candidates' races, and Arizona voters are just saying no to a slew of initiatives. Let's go live now to Peter Seymour at the KTAR decision desk.
Well, right now, Becky, in Arizona, Donald Trump is leading 49.7% to 49.5% over Kamala Harris. That means 0.2 of a percentage point right now. This with more than 1.6 million votes that have come in so far. Donald Trump only leading in Arizona by about 3,900 votes. Again, the night is still young. The other big race we're watching right now is the U.S. Senate race. Ruben Gallego is leading 52.5% to 45.8%, and that's by a lead of 118,000 votes over Republican Kari Lake. Prop 139, which would enshrine abortion rights and access in the Arizona Constitution, right now that is winning pretty handily by a margin of, just looking for the latest numbers here, my screen just refreshed, and that number there is, for Prop 139, 63% yes, 37% no. That's almost a 2-to-1 margin. And Prop 314, making it illegal for migrants to enter Arizona outside of a port of authority, that is losing right now. Same with a bunch of other Republican legislative-led initiatives put onto the ballot. They're all being just told no right now, including Props 140 and 143 regarding primary elections. Live at the KTAR decision desk, Peter Seymour, KTAR News.
It has been a busy day at the Maricopa County Tabulation and Election Center. The latest there now, live with KTAR's Colton Krolak.
It's been a day mostly without incident, according to Maricopa County Communications Director Fields Mosley, who credits more investments in the county's elections as a major reason why.
The investment in new printers and other equipment, more check-in stations, more booths to actually fill out your ballot in, all that's really paid off.
There were some reports of printers running out of ink at certain polling locations, but officials say there were no widespread issues aside from regular printer maintenance, such as needing to replace toner when it ran low. Reporting live at the Maricopa County Tabulation and Election Center, Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
And Arizona Democrats have gathered at a watch party tonight, hoping for a blue wave. KTAR's Heidi Hamel is live at the Hilton Phoenix Resort at the Peak with how the Dems are feeling.
Yeah, Becky, State Senator Priya Sundaration with the Arizona Democratic Legislative Campaign campaign committee says the ADLCC was created in 2015 to try and flip the legislature, which they're hoping to do tonight.
We've had 42 total staff right now at the ADLCC, and we've staffed up earlier than we ever did before because we knew that this year was our year to make the difference.
In LD2, Democratic State Representative Judy Schwiebert is hoping to unseat Republican State Senator Shauna Bollock. Bollock voted with Democrats to repeal the 1864 abortion ban earlier this year. Reporting live at the Arizona Democratic Party Watch Night, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
And now that the polls are closed, we are in this next phase of the election as we wait for all the results, and it includes one Arizona politician waiting to see how she did tonight. KTAR's Ballon Overstolz is live in Glendale with more.
Yeah, Becky, while some voters may still be lined up to cast their ballots, polling centers have mostly closed down across Arizona. Now in Glendale, Republican nominee for the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors, Debbie Lesko, is at a party with her supporter group, Assyrians for Trump. They're all waiting to see how she and the former president did, but Lesko isn't too worried.
I'm very optimistic that President Trump is going to win Arizona and the United States. I'm optimistic I'm going to win for county supervisor, and I think we're going to have a great night.
But for now, she is waiting until enough votes are counted. And unlike Democrats, there is no unified Arizona Republican Party celebration tonight due to a lack of funding. Live in Glendale, Ballon Overstolz, KTAR News.
Migrants crossing the southern border could see harsher penalties if a new ballot proposition passes with voters. We take a closer look now with KTAR's Brandon King, who's live in the News Center.
Proposition 314 is on the ballot after Republicans introduced a legislation that wasn't signed by Governor Katie Hobbs. If passed, it would make crossing the border anywhere other than an official point of entry a state crime, unlike currently where it's only a federal crime. Also in the ballot initiative would be harsher penalties for fentanyl cases that result in deaths, as well as state judges given authority to make deportations. State Senate President Warren Peterson called the proposition a way to enforce border policy that the federal government hasn't taken seriously. When he talked to KTAR in September, the proposition's detractors say that on top of being difficult to enforce, it could lead to police abuse and discrimination. Brandon King, KTAR News.
Stay with us into the evening. Now let's get back to our Election 2024 special. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
A KTAR News special presentation. Arizona Votes 2024 Election Day Special.
All right, thanks for being with us here on KTAR. I'm Barry Markson. It's KTAR special election coverage. The new panel, Mike Broomhead is here, Bruce St. James is here, and Gatos is here as well. Gentlemen, thanks for staying late today. We're starting to get some numbers in. Maricopa County reporting, and they when they made their last drop, by the way, they confirmed that these are ballots through Tuesday. So what we have been hearing is correct. So what we're seeing now in Arizona is the early mail-in ballots that were received by the county by Tuesday. That's less than normal. Normally today we'd be reporting the first drop, the first tranche would include at least ballots through Friday, if not Saturday. They're behind.
And we believe that's because of the size of the ballot.
Yeah, the
two-pager.
Two-pager. It's. I mean, think about it. They have to run 2 pages through the tabulator. They have to have people
actually
check 2
4
pages.
by the time you look front and back.
Front and back.
Yeah,
Oh,
so it's twice as much as normal.
Friends.
I'll take your word for it.
It's going to take a little while to get all that. Now, it doesn't mean it's going to take forever to call the races. It depends on where the votes are. But that's what we're seeing so far. Now, I've heard different things here, gentlemen. That I've heard that historically the early ballots in Arizona, the early mail-in ballots received were Republican ballots, and that Democrats who vote by mail come in later in the pre-election day. Some folks that were here with Karen Taylor Robeson, who seem to know what they're talking about, say no, that's not the case, and and they said it's actually reverse of that. So we're going to find out. But that's
they looked a little math nerdy.
They seem like they knew what they were talking about. They look confident. So in Arizona right now, Donald Trump is leading with these votes, or actually it's almost exactly a tie right now. It's 1,000 votes separating them, 49.6% each. The U.S. Senator race, Gallego and Kari Lake, Gallego up 52.5% to 45%, so about a 7-point difference there. So Kari Lake, same voters, same ballots, She's trailing Trump. She's underperforming Trump by about 7 points.
Yeah.
Mike, is that something you anticipated based on the polling? Does that surprise you? What do you think?
No, based on the polling, no, it doesn't surprise me. A couple of things that happened was we saw that, first of all, in the Republican primary, there was a big primary process in which there was kind of a fight that went on for an extended period of time, and Ruben Gallego was able to go statewide. And I think the way he ran his ads and introduced himself to the state was brilliant. It was... I fought for my country. I've watched my troops die, raised by a single mom. I've been a public servant my whole life. It was more about who I am and not my policies. And I think that introduction to the state is hard to overcome. We saw Kyrsten Sinema do exactly the same thing. And so, no, according to the polls, I think it's right in line with what everybody saw in the numbers.
So do you think it's a primary and not a primary, or do you think it's just the state of Arizona saying we just don't like Kari Lake that much?
I don't know, because there's something to be said when you look at when there's primaries and when there's not. Senator Sinema didn't have a primary, and she ran away with that race. The Democrat in that race for governor had a primary, and Governor Ducey beat him handily. So I think there is something to be said in a statewide race.
That they know who she is, but he got a chance to introduce himself his way.
And his introduction to those rural parts of Arizona. I'm a Marine, and he didn't lie. I mean, he was honest. I'm a Marine. I served my country. We lost more troops than anywhere else in the country. I think that message resonated, and it was hard to overcome for anyone.
Mike, let me ask you this. I know you've had Juan Ciscomani on the show, a Republican. He was a first-term Republican last year. He's running against Kirsten Engel. It's a rerun of the election 2 years ago. On these numbers right now, Kirsten Engel up 54% to 43%, which surprises me a little bit in that district.
Me too, quite a bit. I think that Juan Ciscomani, articulate guy, I think represents the district well. First Mexican-born American that is represented here from the state of Arizona. He's had all of those things, and that was expected to be a very, very tight race, and that's a much wider margin than I would have thought coming out of the gate.
All right, and we've got about 42% of the vote counted according to the state website, the Adrian Fontes Secretary of State website. Gatos, one of the interesting ones here, the open primary, Proposition 140, just being crushed. The no vote 60% to the yes vote 40%. That's surprising to me. That's the one that would really create take the primaries away from the parties, make them open for everybody. What do you think about that?
I think people don't like change.
Yeah.
I think people tried to read it, and it wasn't the easiest thing to understand. I had it explained to me a few different ways, and I think that's the way that we should be going. You're going to get better candidates with this type of voting, but I don't know if they unveiled it in the right way. I mean, you got to ask yourself the question: if it's losing so badly, why is it losing so badly? But was it explained well? I don't. It doesn't look like it was explained well.
But the uphill battle for them is they're fighting against both political parties. It was one thing that both parties agreed on, legislators and otherwise. Neither party wanted to see them not have partisan primaries. So they didn't
want to give up that power and control.
They were each going to their voting base and saying vote no. They were counting on the independent-minded partisan voters, and that was an uphill battle.
Don't you think that Republicans, Mike, though, would want that, because the candidates that they're putting up there are way too far right, and they're all losing?
Don't want to take a chance of not having an R.
Yeah. They don't want to take the chance on
having two Democrats up there,
and the threat of ranked choice voting, which nobody really wanted. That wouldn't be likely, but it was a possibility. I think that was part of it. And the other thing when they were saying, and I really love Chuck Coughlin, but when you hear somebody say anything is better than what we have, I don't know that that's a great sales pitch.
Yeah, and it was convoluted the way it read. People didn't understand it. It was difficult. All right, let's
Barry, can I just say something? I always heard this, and you tell me how true it is. People kind of reflexively vote no on propositions.
Yeah.
Just in general.
Especially if they don't understand it.
Yeah, vote no, right? Why would you vote yes for it? So you're already starting with, people are gonna start with, I don't want to change anything.
All right, so we're going to talk about President Trump here in just a moment, but let me just throw this in. Fox News is projecting that Trump wins Iowa. So I know that was a question, but more than that, it seems, looking forward, the New York Times reporting that Trump, I think, has an 82% chance of winning the national election. None of the swing states have been called yet, so it's premature, but they're looking at the trending. They're looking at where this is going. It appears Trump's going to win Georgia.
I think Trump wins Georgia and North Carolina.
I do too.
And perhaps Arizona. But of the blue wall, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, if Kamala Harris wins those states,
she wins.
She'll get 270 electoral votes. She wins. The question is, will she hang on to all three of them?
Michigan's looking a little better for her right now. Pennsylvania's a couple points plus Trump. And Wisconsin's kind of tied. That's the last thing that I saw.
Well, again, I'm looking at it. Yeah. She's behind in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Arizona, and Michigan.
Yeah,
she's behind in Michigan.
Yeah.
Okay, because
by
I just saw
1.1.
Okay, I saw something that said she was ahead in Michigan.
So it's not. There's not enough votes in to call it by any stretch of the imagination, but it's leaning.
And it lends itself to that trend that they were talking about earlier, which was we saw here in Arizona, the explanation was the very initial drop because the early ballots that were mailed in are Democrat, and then the catch-up happens for Republicans later. We're seeing that in a lot of these states where the initial drop we saw was in favor of Vice President Harris, but what we're seeing now is the closing of that gap.
So let me ask you guys a question. If the New York Times says Trump has an 81% chance to win the election,
right?
What happened? What's the reason then? Let's just say that this is going to happen. What is the country thinking then? What is the reason to put him back in
one of the big statistics,
power?
The big statistic I saw was the percentage of people who think the country is heading in the right direction.
Is a terrible number for Harris.
And it has to, I can't remember what the number is, but it has to be above a certain number for an incumbent to win, and it was below that number. Right. And I think that might be there's all sorts of statistics you can look at, and they're all different, but that was the one that resonated with me, and never has an incumbent won. Well, that number is below that.
And in this case, not an incumbent, but if you remember the election cycle when Barack Obama beat John McCain, Barack Obama was so good at connecting the Bush economy. You're going to get 4 more years of that with McCain. Yeah. And so the belief from the American people is they needed a switch because the economy was in a bad place and we were going in the wrong direction. So I think that was the headwind she was facing from the beginning, being a part of the administration. She's not Joe Biden, but she's connected to that administration.
The other thing I'll just point out, and we heard a lot from the media early on that the Democratic Party had this great ground game, that they had volunteers coming out of their ears. They didn't even know where to put these people. And that Trump,
tons of money.
And the RNC had gotten rid of that they had abandoned that because Trump needed the money for his lawsuits and things like that. And it was taken up by TPUSA and by other private, and Elon Musk put a lot of money into that. And I will tell you what it appears right now. I'll give you an example. In Ohio, Bernie Moreno running for the Senate against Sherwood Brown, the incumbent, and that was a close race. Brown was up. Moreno right now with 83% reporting. Moreno's up by 3 points. Actually, he's up by 6 points, excuse me. So what I'm seeing is a huge Republican turnout. And that, I think, is what's – and I've been saying this for months. Turnout. This election could have changed if more Republicans, if more Democrats showed up. And it looks like more Republicans showed up. That's it.
Yeah, and that's always, and both campaigns agree with you because both abandoned the independents and both went straight to the turnout part of it in the way they handled the end of the last 2 weeks.
That's exactly right. All right, we're going to take a short break. It's KTAR special election coverage. Becky Lynn standing by with an update. On the other side, we're going to get reports from KTAR reporters. They're out of the Democratic headquarters, Republican watch parties. We'll see what's happening there and the feel on the ground here in Arizona. Stay with us. It's KTAR special election coverage.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last through retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR, Saturdays at 4 p.m. or Sundays at 2 p.m. Listen weekly as we help guide you through your financial future. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and tune into the Asset Preservation Hour, Saturdays at 4 p.m. or Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Hey there, it's Mike Broomhead. You know, we're always talking about Sweet James accident attorneys for good reason. Here's a story that proves why you should never face an insurance company alone if you're hurt in an accident. So one of our listeners was seriously injured in a trucking accident. Guess what the insurance company offered him for his injuries? Zero. Nothing. Well, he called Sweet James. Not only did they have his medical bills taken care of, but they secured a whopping $10 million win. I mean, that's life-changing money, right? Listen, in the legal system, having the right attorney makes all the difference. That's why you call a firm known for consistently delivering the top results in the state. Call 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. You won't pay a dime until they win your case. Every case is unique. They can't promise an outcome, but you need to have an experienced team by your side. Don't wait. Call because waiting may hurt your case. 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-900-0000 or online at sweetjames.com.
Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns. For all things heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical, call Parker & Sons. Whether you need an AC tune-up, a water heater fix, or a drain cleaning, they are the ultimate pros here in the Valley. Parker & Sons is trusted, dependable, and prompt, and and they do the job right the first time, every time. I trust them so much, I sent them to my parents' house, and they had such a good experience, they called Parker & Sons again the next day to have them come back and do something else on their to-do list. So give them a call at 602-2REPAIR, 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey folks, Dave Ramsey here with some good news from my friends at Window World. You see, unlike most window companies, Window World has offered just one low upfront price all year long without any crazy sale of the month gimmicks. In a world full of empty promises, it's nice to know that Window World has honored their low pricing all year long. Plus, their industry-leading transferable lifetime warranty even includes accidental glass breakage. So call today to lock in your 2024 pricing for 5 large premium sliding windows, all with Solar Zone Sunshield glass installed and tax included for only $39.63. The low price from last January is your same price today. Call or schedule online at windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
A KTAR News special presentation. Arizona Votes 2024 Election Day Special.
All right, it's welcome back. It's KTAR special election coverage. I'm Barry Marks, and thanks for joining us. Gatos is here. Dr. Mike O'Neill, KTAR's political analyst, is in with us. KTAR is here live with you all night, folks. Coming up, we'll be here till midnight, so you don't have anywhere else to go. Just stick here with KTAR. Also, head over to the website, KTAR.com. Our dashboard is there. You can check the results as they come in yourself. And also, you can go to our YouTube page, KTAR's YouTube page, and watch the live stream live if you really want to see what we look like sitting here. So there you go. You got that going for you. Joining us right now, KTAR reporter Balin Overstolz. He is at a GOP watch party. Balin, what's the feeling there in the Republican Party here in Arizona?
Yeah, so this is a party specifically with Assyrians for Trump, a support group for Donald Trump, as well as Republican Maricopa County Board of Supervisors candidate Debbie Lesko. And you asked about the vibe here and the attitude. Just had big celebrations as Lesko's camp appeared to claim victory in the race. Obviously, that's something we'll confirm on our end by calling that race. But yeah, very, very high hopes here.
Balin, are people excited? Are they looking at the national race with President Trump apparently holding his own in all these states? He's leading right now in the big the blue wall states, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan.
Yeah, in fact, there's a few TVs around here that are showing those national races in different states. And pretty much any time Donald Trump comes taking another state, it is a very, very loud cheer in here. People are very pumped up. Earlier when I did speak with Debbie Lesko, she said she's 100% confident she's going to win her race, and Donald Trump is going to take Arizona as well.
Balin, real quick, is Carrie Lake there? Has she made an appearance at that party?
No. So far, the only candidate we have here is Debbie Lesko. It's worth mentioning that the Arizona Republican Party did say they're not holding a party-wide celebration the same way we're seeing with Democrats. They cited funding for that reason.
All right, Balin Overstolz, he's live at a GOP watch party here in Arizona. Thanks, Balin. Let's head over to the Democratic Party. The party is having a watch party here in Phoenix, and KTAR's Heidi Hummel is there. Heidi, how does it look at the Democrats' party?
There's about 1,000 people here maybe at the Arizona Democratic Party Watch Night. We're at the Hilton Phoenix Resort at the Peak. A Democratic candidate for county recorder is speaking right now on the stage. I've seen Phoenix Mayor Kate Gallego in the crowd. Arizona Senator Mark Kelly and his wife Gabby Gifford spoke on the stage earlier this year. I've yet to see Senate candidate Ruben Gallego, but I anticipate he's here somewhere or will speak soon.
Heidi, what's the feel in the room? Are the people there feeling it's a good night in Arizona for Democrats, or are they feeling that, boy, this isn't working out quite the way they were hoping?
Folks are pretty excited here. They're definitely hanging on to hope. State Senator Priya Sundaration spoke earlier. She says they want to flip the legislature. Arizona Democratic Party Chairwoman Yolanda Bejarano says she's hoping for the blue wave. They've got MSNBC projecting on the wall, and Trump and Harris keep going back and forth in Arizona, and the crowd erupts every time Harris takes the lead in Arizona. So they're definitely hoping for a win here tonight.
All right, Heidi Hummel live at the Democratic Party headquarters here in Arizona. Thank you, Heidi. All right, joining the panel right now, Dr. Mike O'Neill, KTAR's political analyst. Gatos is here. Dr. Mike, talk to me about what we're seeing here. Let's talk about nationally for a moment, where the New York Times is saying 81% likelihood that Trump is the next president. He doesn't seem to be having the issues that some polls predicted in, whether it be Iowa, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona. What are we seeing?
Well, I think what we're seeing is that by a couple of percentage points, the polls underestimated him, like they did in 2016, but like they did not do in 2020. And it's what I said in the beginning, we had 7 toss-up states, but that doesn't mean that somebody is going to win half of them. And it looks at the moment like there's a really decent chance that Trump could carry them all. I think Pennsylvania may be the low holdout. That would be extraordinary for the Democrats to hold that. That was supposed to be the state. And Harris has a slim path to victory, but it involves victories in Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. There's almost no other alternative at this point other than to carry all 3 of those, and she's behind in 2 of them.
All right,
I think she's behind in 3 of them now.
Yeah, I mean,
I've got Pennsylvania, Trump +2. And tell me if I'm wrong, Dr. Mike, because you're better at this than me. Pennsylvania +2, Michigan, Trump +4, Wisconsin, Trump +2. She's quickly losing this race. If she doesn't win the 3, it's over.
Yeah.
If she wins 2, it's over. She has to win all 3, and there's nothing else that she can do other than Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Yeah. She must have all 3, or Trump is the president.
Those other cases, those other states are not called, but they're all strong leaning Trump at this point.
Right. They're saying Wisconsin leans Trump, Pennsylvania leads Trump, Michigan leans Trump. I think if you're Kamala Harris and you look in this, you're absolutely petrified and worried right now.
Yeah, I mean, and it really does look like a Republican wave here. I mean, I'm looking at some of the senatorial races. Bernie Moreno in Ohio up by 5. The polling wasn't showing that before. Ted Cruz with 73% of the vote in Texas. Ted Cruz leading by 10. That race was much closer in the polls, I think, Dr. Mike, heading in here. In Pennsylvania, McCormick, the Republican, up on Bob Casey. And again, that was always a very close race. He's only up by less than 1 percentage point right now, but that's a close one. It seems to me, Dr. Mike, that we just had more Republican turnout than Democrats.
Well, the Senate was always an extremely difficult haul for the Democrats.
Yeah, right.
They knew that they were going to lose a seat in West Virginia.
Sure.
And then they had a senator out a Democratic senator in a very red state of Montana. And that one, he was holding on for a while, or several months ago, but then started losing. At that point, you're down to 49. So, and now there may be, as you pointed out, a couple of others. So you could have 53 senators, which means that if Donald Trump continues as he is, it means he'll be able to get judicial appointments. What we still don't know about is the House.
Yeah.
But that has nothing to do, that is not required for confirmation. So that would give a Republican president and a very friendly Senate that would probably rubber stamp basically all of his appointments and judicial nominees.
Gatos, what do you think? I mean, we're going to be talking about this for a while if, in fact, Trump goes on to win and this kind of this Republican wave. But what do you think the reason is that Democrats, let's just talk about Arizona for a minute, aren't coming out to vote? We saw it today, 10, 12 percentage point more Republicans coming out to vote than Democrats on Election Day. What's driving that? Why aren't the Democrats coming out to vote?
Maybe they're coming out to vote. They're just more Republicans that are coming out. And that's the only thing that I can think of. Because independents have come out. Yeah. They came out strong today. We don't know which way they're going. I mean, we're seeing, Trump is up very little here in Arizona, but, it's 49.7 to 49.5. But why didn't the Democrats come out and vote when abortion is on the ballot? We see abortion; it looks like it's passing here in
passing in
Arizona.
Most. I looked at the national,
except for Florida.
It's passing in most of the states, not in the 2 Dakotas. There's a handful of very conservative states where it's not, but it's still passing way more places than it's not.
I'm shocked, since we're talking about abortion, in Florida, which had that 6-week abortion law there, they put it on the ballot to get rid of that law, and it failed.
It did.
It absolutely failed in Florida.
So the law is 6
me.
weeks.
It's 6 weeks in Florida. Iowa just instituted a 6-week abortion ban in Iowa. They did that just a few months ago, and that was the reason people were saying the polling was changing against Trump. Doesn't look like that's going to be an issue for Trump this year, so that's another state. So I don't know if things are changing on abortion, if people are becoming more used to it. I don't know. This is surprising me, that the lack of turnout in Arizona by Democrats. And again, there's more Republicans than Democrats in Arizona.
Well, that's the thing to remember.
Yeah.
This is not, we have never been a purple state. We are a red state that has not gone for extreme Republican, with the exception of Donald Trump, but not his acolytes, not Kerry Lake, not all those other folks that ran 2 years ago. But we are still a Republican state.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the case. So right now, the latest results on the Maricopa County website, at least, have Harris Walz leading by about 2 points, 50% to 48%. That's, again, the early ballots. We should start sometime after 9 o'clock. We should start seeing some results from today's voting, voting on Election Day. We'll start to see that released by Maricopa County. On the Arizona website, the race for president is in essence tied. Trump right now up by 0.2%. So we'll keep you updated on that as more votes are released here in Maricopa County and around the state. Lots still to come. Kerry Lake still underperforming Trump by about 7 points. That's what we're seeing.
Which is about what the polls showed.
Yeah,
right?
She's trailing Ruben Gallego by about 7 points, whereas Trump and Harris are tied in Arizona. So we'll have an update for you on that as well. All right, thanks to Dr. Mike O'Neill and Gatos. We'll have a fresh panel joining us right after 9. Becky Lynn is standing by in the KTAR News Center. We're going to give you an update on all the Arizona numbers and the big ones from around the country. And then on the other side, we'll continue to break down and provide commentary on this election night here in Arizona. I'm Barry Markson. Stay with us, everybody. We're here till midnight. It's KTAR special election coverage.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
It is 9 o'clock. Good evening. I'm Becky Lynn.
KTAR breaking news alert.
This just into the KTAR decision desk. AP News projecting Republican Paul Gosar to win the race for Congressional District 9. Gosar, the incumbent, currently has 64% of the vote, defeating his opponent, Democrat Casey Smith. Gosar campaigned on border security and reducing national debt and emphasized his support of Donald Trump, being pro-life and pro-Second Amendment. He was first elected to the U.S. House of Representatives in 2010, representing Western Arizona. Again, Paul Gosar projected to win his race for re-election in CD9. Also, this just into the KTAR decision desk tonight, Raul Grijalva is projected to win the race for Congressional District 7. The longtime representative will keep his seat in the U.S. House, defeating Republican opponent Daniel Gutierrez. The second largest district, CD7, spans much of the southwestern part of the state, including a large stretch of the border with Mexico. Grijalva announcing earlier this year this will be his final congressional term after first being elected in 2002. Again, AP News reporting Raul Grijalva projected to win the race for re-election in Congressional District 7. 9 Arizona seats are up for grabs in the U.S. House of Representatives tonight, including some rematches from 2022.
Former Phoenix Vice Mayor Yasamin Ansari, the projected winner in Arizona's 3rd Congressional District. She holds a 43,000 vote lead over Republican Jeff Zink. Meanwhile, in Arizona's 8th Congressional District, former candidate for Arizona Attorney General Abe Hamadeh making a push for Debbie Lesko's outgoing congressional seat. The Republican has a roughly 15,000 ballot advantage over Democratic challenger Greg Whitten. Also of note is Republican Juan Ciscomani in a rematch from 2022 against Democrat Kirsten Engel. He's still 22,000 votes below Engel's current support. Brandon King, KTAR News.
No. Arizona voters are shooting down ballot measures from Republican lawmakers. KTAR's Peter Seymour joins us now live from the KTAR decision desk.
Let's start with Propositions 133 and 144. The former would constitutionalize partisan primaries. The latter would create open primaries where the top 2 vote getters advance. Voters are saying no to both of them right now. Arizona voters like governor's executive orders lasting 120 days, not 30 days, as retribution after the pandemic. Prop 135 is failing, as are most statewide propositions put forward by legislative Republicans. However, Arizona Republicans are approving Prop 139 almost 2-1, which would guarantee abortion access in Arizona beyond the current law of 15 weeks of pregnancy. Arizona voters say yes so far to Prop 314, which would criminalize at the state level crossing the federal border illegally into Arizona. Supporters say it would reduce drug and human trafficking. Opponents say it'll increase racial profiling. Bear in mind, only 9% of statewide precincts have reported so far. And then the biggest races of the night for president in the state of Arizona, Donald Trump still leading 49.7 to 49.5% over Kamala Harris. 0.2 of a percentage point, 1.8 million votes counted so far. And for U.S. Senator, the Ruben Gallego, the Democrat, the outgoing representative, is leading Kari Lake, the Republican, 52.5% to 45.8%. Live at the KTAR Decision Desk, Peter Seymour, KTAR News.
We are watching as results from the much talked about Prop 139 come in. KTAR's Jonah Harkle joins us now live from the News Center after speaking with one opposition leader who says things just aren't going their way tonight.
Likely the most watched proposition on Arizona's ballot this year, 139. Currently, the prop is sitting at over 60% approval with over 40% of ballots counted. Opposition to 139 is currently sitting at just over 36%. Cindy Dahlgren is with the It Goes Too Far campaign.
It is not what we hoped for, of course. We do want to wait, though, until we see some election day results, but it certainly does not look good.
Arizona for Abortion Access, the political committee running the campaign for the amendment, says the measure removes government interference. Live from the News Center, Jonah Harkle, KTAR News.
And control of the Arizona State Legislature is up for grabs. The early results are mixed. KTAR's Troy Barrett has more now in the KTAR News Center.
In select races, early results show that Democrat Judy Schwabert is leading Republican Shauna Bullock by almost 2,000 votes in District 2. Wendy Rogers is leading her District 7 race by nearly 20,000 votes. In the State House race, Democrat Stephanie Semachek is leading her three-way race for District 2, and a number of other very close three-way races are still yet to be decided for those House seats. Now, in the State Senate, all 30 seats are on the ballot, and currently Republicans hold a two-seat majority. And the State House, Republicans also hold a two-seat majority. Democrats are hoping they can do something that they haven't done in 20 years, which is gain control of the state legislature. Live in the News Center, Troy Barrett, KTAR News.
We're going to be here throughout the evening, counting the votes with you. Now back to our election special. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
KTAR News 92.3 on the app, online. Arizona Votes 2024 Election Day Special.
All right, welcome back, everybody. I'm Barry Markson for KTAR Special Election Coverage. Thanks for joining us. We're here till midnight tonight, and appreciate everybody being here.
Whoa. Who agreed to that?
To what? You're signed up. Midnight.
Midnight.
Not me. I'm leaving. But you guys are going to be here. It's going to be great. Mike Broomhead is here with us. Dr. Mike O'Neill, KTAR's political analyst. And Bruce St. James is here in the room with us as well. We just saw an update from News Nation, their decision desk. Is now calling Georgia and North Carolina for Donald Trump. So I haven't seen that on any of the other networks yet, but that is the first one that I've seen call both of
Georgia at 93% vote in with Trump +3.
Yeah.
And North Carolina at 87% vote in Trump +3.
No one has called any of the three big states.
Yeah, the blue wall.
Yeah.
No.
But they're leaning right now. Trump is leading in each one, and I'd say they're leaning Republican. So leaning towards Trump. So we'll see where that plays out.
It's the pattern. What gets me is the pattern of them all leaning that way. Suggests to me that we kind of know the outcome at this point.
It certainly seems like that. And Dr. Mike, let me just ask you: is it a turnout issue? Did more Republicans really more pro rata than their registration turnout? Is it independents? Are they going Republican more? What are we seeing? I'll ask two questions: one in Arizona and one around the nation.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. What is clearly happening is that Donald Trump is outperforming. We had 7 states that the polls had said they're tie. And Donald Trump, by 2 or 3 points, is outperforming what the polls said. This is what happened in 2016. In 2020, it did not happen. It was expected. Of course, the people who do the polls adjusted, and one more time. And by the way, this is not unusual. The average deviation from an average of polls to the real results is between 3 and 4 points.
Right.
So this is a very normal thing.
Right.
In other words, these polls are good. These polls have absolutely correctly predicted 43 states that we knew about, and they're almost useless to predict something that's almost a tie.
It's kind of like Vegas.
Well, except that this is not nothing. I mean, you said, well, we all knew that about the 40. Well, why did you know that about the 43? They had polling numbers that were 10% apart.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think, is it possible, because this has been a theory of mine, that when we elected President Biden as the president of the United States, there was a significant number of Republicans that were never Trumpers, and they thought that Joe Biden was going to be a moderate, acceptable choice to send a message because of the anti-McCain, whatever movement that was going on. That from a Republican perspective over the last 4 years, what they've seen, that they don't like him, but they weren't going to vote for the extension of the same policies. Do you think that's possible here?
It's certainly possible. I mean, there's a number of theories that are plausible. I mean, take the Democrats never really addressed the immigration issue. When something is near at the top or near the top, you have to be doing something. And we can argue maybe about what that is. But if you appear to be having inaction, that's a losing
Great
place
point.
to
That's
be.
an excellent point.
I've said this for years. I can't wait to read the books after Biden's out of office and see what happened. I want to know why they did nothing on immigration. Not only they did some bad things at the beginning and then did nothing to try to fix it for 3.5 years. I can't for the life of me understand what they were thinking.
Yeah, what the strategy was behind that.
I just don't get it. Politically, it's bad. For the country, it's bad. There's no good that comes from this, and that's not a surprise. You don't have to have a PhD in political science to know that, and they still did it. And I think that's going to be they gave the Republicans
the
an
obvious point that they could have moved on was something that we know was being abused, which is the asylum system.
Yes.
Okay, we have a provision for asylum, but everybody in the whole world say, just go in and tell them you're persecuted, and then it'll go into court and it'll take years, and by then you'll have children here or whatever. That was the obvious thing because it was part of the system that we all knew was being abused.
And even Democrats would have been along and said, yeah, that's one place. You're right. We should shore that up.
Absolutely. The asylum laws are antiquated to
And
the reality of the situation.
Frankly, what you could have done, and this was against what some people all said, you didn't need more border guards for that. You needed more immigration judges that would be there to give you a quick hearing to see if you have any semblance of a case, and they probably could have turned a whole lot of folks down with a negative presumption.
And it wouldn't have been remain in Mexico. It wouldn't have been that of the old policies.
If you get a hearing, you'll sit here for a week and we'll give you a hearing. And unless you have some evidence other than just, I say I'm being persecuted, like in court, you have to present evidence.
All right, let's take a look here. Mike Broomhead is here, Dr. Mike O'Neill and Bruce St. James. Around the state, looking here at the state's results, and no new votes have been released by Maricopa County yet. As soon as they are, we will have them for you live here on KTAR. And you can check them out online at KTAR.com. We have a dashboard there now. You'll see immediate updates there. Put that up on your computer now. You can also watch us if you want to get online at YouTube.com. You can actually see what we look like sitting here at night.
Not recommended.
No.
Not recommended.
There's a reason we're on radio.
Yes.
All right, so right now in Arizona, it's basically a tie. Trump at 49.7%, Harris at 49.5%. It's 2,200 votes separating them out of 1.8 million. It's very, very close. But Mike Broomhead, I will tell you, it seems to me that knowing what we know, that so many more Republicans voted on Election Day, that there's still so many mail-in ballots to be counted, it seems to me that Harris would have to have a pretty substantial lead if she was going to hang on to what we can expect.
And insubstantial, it would have been 2 to 2.5 points, considering where they figured it was going to fall.
Right.
And so I think that bodes well for the Republicans. What is the anomaly for me, and it's outside of Maricopa County, but if you look at Juan Ciscomani's race in southern Arizona, he, by all accounts, is a moderate Republican, and when I saw the first drop, it was a big number he was losing by.
And not only that, Schweikert's down too. So we could have the anomaly of having gone for Trump and flipping 2 Republican seats to Democrats in the Congress.
Yeah, so Schweikert down by 2 points. So we'll see if that's enough if he can come back with the votes that are still to be counted. But Ciscomani is down by 22,000 votes. He's down by 10 percentage points to Kirsten Engel. That surprises me a bit there as well, Mike. I agree.
He's behind by more points than Kerry Lake.
Yeah. That's
percentage-wise,
And that was not a new candidate. That was a rerun. of an election, same election, same candidates 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know of anything that he did that
say,
would
is
have
there
caused
something
that
going
swing?
on that we don't know about?
Is he just not
District Sixers?
For lack of a better word, Mike, is Ciscomani just not MAGA enough? Was he upsetting people
But
on
I
the
don't
right?
know how that could be because that's such a moderate district. It is one that has been controlled by Republicans and Democrats for decades. That's been
You
one
would
that,
think it would benefit
right?
him.
Isn't that the one where a Colby was there? It's that
Well, of course, the lines have changed, so it isn't exactly.
But it's the
It
same
includes a
general
lot
area.
more rural than it did before.
Yeah, which would you would think would lean Republican.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Bruce St. James, Kerry Lake trailing statewide right now by about 7 points, 6.5, 7 points for Ruben Gallego, 121,000 votes.
I think she'll close the gap, but won't win that.
Yeah, Mike, do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's about where ready to go.
I think she'll end up losing.
All right, we've got
3-4%.
We've got breaking news in the KTAR News Center. Let's go right to Becky. Oh, hang on. Okay.
It's the hand signals.
Yeah.
Is Ruben Gallego speaking? All right, let's go
okay.
live to Ruben Gallego. He's
Ruben,
on stage speaking at the Democratic watch party.
As a kid, I slept on the floor of my living room so that my sisters can have beds. And I worked every job I could to help the family get by. Meat packing, construction, making pizzas, making hot dogs, you name it. As a matter of fact, I think my boss at my hot dog stand's actually here, Steve Zerlentes. Steve, where are you at? Steve was a great mentor to me at a time when I didn't have any male mentors. Well, he taught me how to do a proper Chicago-style hot dog, no ketchup, and still let me study for all my exams and do my homework while still making hot dogs. I still have my first suit that I ever owned that my Uncle Al gave, who could not be here today. He gave it to me because when I went to college, I couldn't afford to buy a new suit. So he gave me one of his. When I got to college, I saw all the kids were happy because they were just happy to be there, happy to be at Harvard. I was happy because I finally got a bed. In college, one of my beds was cleaning the bathrooms of fellow Harvard students, scrubbing the toilets of the kids I had to see the next day. But I did it all proudly, because I believed that if I worked hard and followed the rules, even a poor kid would succeed in America. That's America. Because of that, I decided I wanted to serve my country. I wanted to serve my country, the country that gave my family a chance to live the American dream, the greatest country in the world. So I enlisted in the infantry of the United States Marine Corps. Hoorah! I know there's some out there. I had the honor of fighting alongside my brothers in Iraq in Lima Company 325, assigned to Al-Anbar, Iraq. They called us Lucky Lima at first, but unfortunately, eventually our luck ran out. And our company saw some of the hardest days of the war. And those were tough days, but the fight for my brothers was always worth it. And so is this fight for Arizona. We had a mantra on this campaign: go everywhere and talk to everyone, and that's exactly what we did. We didn't take one vote for granted. For many candidates, Latinos and Native American voters are the afterthought, but they were part of our outreach from day one, and we worked to earn every vote. And we didn't write off our Republican brothers and sisters either. For 22 months, I've traveled all around this state, and the thing I learned is that we have so much in common. Because whether you're a Democrat, Republican, or independent, we all want the same thing: a better life for our kids, and to give our kids a better future. It's just that simple. And that's exactly why I'm here. I believe in the American dream, and I want everyone else to have the same opportunity to make it that I had. I'm here tonight because I believe women should also be able to make their own decisions about their own bodies. I'm here because costs are still too high. And I understand how hard it is to work just to bring home enough to pay the bills, to pay the rent, and maybe, just maybe, save up a little. I understand the dignity of work, of trying to put 40, 60, 80 hours together to try and make a life for your kids. But there are too many people in Washington, D.C. who don't understand that kind of hard work and who don't actually respect that work. They don't understand what it means to actually struggle every day and still believe that the next day is going to be better. Look, it looks like this race won't be called tonight, but one result is already coming through and clear. We fought for Arizona. And because of that, we are going to win. Even though our race isn't quite over yet, I still want to thank all Arizonans who supported me, Democrats, Republicans, Independents. And to those who didn't, I want you to know that regardless of who you voted for today, I will stand up and fight for you. As hard as I fought to get out of poverty, as hard as I fight now for my family, as hard as I fought in the Marine Corps, I will be fighting for you in Washington, D.C. To my family, my mom, my sisters, my aunts, my cousins, and they're all here. We're a big Latino family. I will always have your back because you always had my back. And to Sydney, Michael, Isla, who always give me a reason to fight, I will keep fighting. To my Lima Company Marines, the men I patrolled with in Iraq, the men I went to the hardest days of war with and came back to a country that had forgotten us. John, Andy, and Cheston, who are here tonight. I love you, brothers. Semper Fi, and I'll always have your back. To my campaign team, to all the volunteers and our supporters, to the unions and the community groups who stood and fought alongside us the whole time, thank you. So for the veterans out there suffering from PTSD, for the single moms working 2 jobs and raising 3 kids, for the dads who have to miss that bedtime with their kids to work that overnight shift, and for the kid sleeping on the floor tonight in Arizona, dreaming of a better future, this is for you. Gracias, Arizona.
All right, that was Ruben Gallego, Democratic Senate candidate here in Arizona, taking the stage at the Democratic Watch Party. He did. I don't believe he said he won yet, but he didn't declare a victory. But he looks kind of.
Is this race over?
I don't think so.
I'm just asking.
I don't think so. But
are you sure? Because it sounded like the race is over and that Carrie Lake is lost and the race isn't over yet.
But he can't have a victory speech until she concedes. So he danced around it. It was the crowd was revved up, and it was everything but an acceptance speech.
I think it's cute. You think Carrie Lake's going to concede, Mike? That's cute.
No, that's Governor Lake. I mean,
all right. We're joined here on the panel with Mike Broomhead is here, Dr. Mike O'Neill, KTAR's political analyst, and Gatos is here in studio with everybody. So we're still waiting for more of Maricopa County's votes to be dropped. We're expecting to see some day of voting dropped here the next sometime this hour. This is what happens every cycle, by the way. They tell you when it's going to come out. It always takes longer.
But the issue also is the new requirement they have that they have to count those envelopes at the polling places before they bring any of the data back.
Right.
So that they told us ahead of time that the
longer.
day of drops would be delayed because before they bring any of that data down to MTech or wherever they're going to release the data from, they have to hand count those envelopes.
Yeah, and that's not a bad. That's an additional check in the system. But you got to buy. Look, folks. If you want everything done right, it's going to take a certain amount of extra time.
Right. It takes longer. That was a new law passed by the legislature, signed by the governor this year or last year, that put that extra check in place. So you're right, Mike. That's what they're doing. And keep in mind, people don't realize this. There's 240 vote centers or so around the county, and they don't transmit anything over the internet.
No.
So at each voting center, they literally they download it onto a computer, onto a disk, or onto a little drive.
They have that drive that they pull out.
Right. And then
that is not connected to the internet.
Correct. And then two Republican and Democrat get in the car together. They drive it to the election center, and then they verify it. They do whatever they do there before it's loaded into the computers and it's counted. So
along with the day of late earlies, the people that are dropping ballots off, that's the count number they've got to get.
Right, and that's the count. Now they're not going to open those envelopes that are dropped off today. They're not even going to open them until tomorrow to start signature
But
verification.
one of the nice
everything
things about that, which we never had in the past, is we will know the number of uncounted votes at
Yes.
every point.
Correct.
In the past, it was only, well, there's 37 Xerox boxes full.
And that's where the discrepancy came in
Right.
when when they'd say, okay, this box had 463.
They were estimating.
Right. And then they'd get down there and say, well, there's only 442. What happened to the others? And you're right. Now we get an accurate count.
All right, so let's take a look at some
Except
of the...
that it's a manual count, so it'll be pretty darn close. But
Here
there's
we
no
go.
way it's going to be exact
All right,
when you
so-
have human beings doing a count.
All right, so here, let's take a quick look nationally right now. There's been a couple of, at least one of the news stations has called Georgia and North Carolina for Trump, but not all of them have done that. Fox hasn't done that yet. We have not seen any network call Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, the blue wall. The New York Times had been, with their mathematicians doing it, had Trump as a 82% favorite likelihood to win. That's dropped to 75%, Gatos. But as it sits right now, Trump seems to be up 2 or 3 points in each of these states.
This election could be over at 9:55, and I'll tell you why. Pennsylvania is going to have a big vote drop. If it doesn't go Kamala's way, this thing is over.
Well, let me give you just one little arithmetic thing about the probability of winning. If it's down to 3 states,
and it is, right?
And they are, each one of them was an absolute coin flip, right?
At the time,
Just I'm saying hypothetically.
Yeah.
If each one was a coin flip and Harris has to win all 3, she has a 12% chance of winning.
You're just making up numbers.
No, I'm
now,
not.
right?
No,
I'm
it's
kidding.
It's 50% times 50% times 50%.
I know. I'm kidding.
Yeah. And Barry, you're the only one in the room that would know he was lying.
Not me.
Too much math for me and Gatos.
Yeah.
But it's the bottom
very
line
simple
is,
right now.
Yeah, we're not calling anything yet.
Right.
No one is, but it's not looking good for Kamala
It's
Harris.
very simple right now. She can only win this race if she wins Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. She's trailing in all 3. That doesn't mean it's over.
Right.
And if the New York Times has her up to 25% chance of winning, that means she's a little bit better than a coin flip in at least one of those.
Yeah.
Well,
she needs all 3 or it's
Yes.
over.
Yes.
She's not going to win the other states. She would have to win to replace one of those.
Correct.
states.
What we haven't talked about is, have the Democrats done anything to put a dent in the House lead for the Republicans? And the Republicans look like they're on track to flip the Senate.
Yeah.
Is this going to be a clean sweep for the Republicans?
A red wave.
Yeah, the possibility of
And
that
it's
red
2
wave.
years late.
Yeah. Is
Right?
it possible?
It certainly looks possible.
It's very possible.
The Republicans are going to take the Senate. I don't think there's any question about that. The question now is the House, and we're not seeing enough on those races.
We've got 2 cases in Arizona. Now there's only 23 toss-up House seats. 2 of them in Arizona. They both look plausibly Democratic.
Absolutely.
That doesn't determine it, but it's, when you only got 24, that's significant.
Didn't Schweikert win last time by only like 1,400 votes?
Yeah,
Something
it was
like
very
that.
close.
It was a very close race for him then.
And that race is going to be close again. And then Ciscomani is another one that's going to be very interesting here in Arizona. All right, let's take a look at some of these ballot initiatives that we're dealing with here in Arizona. Very specific here. Prop 139, that was the abortion measure. It's leading now, and this is with about 41% of the votes counted statewide. It's leading now 63% to about 37%. So it's a pretty healthy lead.
That's held
there.
up too. That's going to win, and it's going to win. It's going to win big.
It certainly appears so. And then the border security bill, Prop 314, is leading not quite as much, but by a pretty healthy measure, 61% to 38%. I would assume that's going to hold up as well.
Anything that's in the neighborhood of 60-40 with the kind of votes we got in, it would have to be something really, really screwy or so geographically based.
Yeah.
You're not going to reverse a 60-40.
And it shows that the a la carte voter term that we learned this election cycle is, again, Trump at the top of the ticket, looks like he could probably win. Gallego winning, the abortion measure winning, and the immigration measure
It is
winning.
interesting.
That is a la carte voting there.
Well,
Yeah,
it's the fact that people's feelings don't conform consistently to liberal conservative.
Absolutely.
I mean, you could actually make an argument that all of that is a strain of libertarian, though.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen,
Yeah, great
we're
point.
going to take a short break. Becky Lynn standing by in the KTAR News Center. We'll get an update on races across the state and across the country. Stay tuned for that. On the other side, we'll bring in some new folks for the panel and continue to bring commentary for what's happening here in Arizona and across the country. I'm Barry Markson. It's KTAR special election coverage.
KTAR News now.
It is 9:27. Good evening. I'm Becky Lynn.
Arizona Votes 2024. The Count.
Tight races and not so tight races in Arizona at this moment. KTAR's Peter Seymour is live now with the very latest numbers at the KTAR Decision Desk.
Well, Becky, in Arizona, Donald Trump still leads Kamala Harris by 0.2 of a percentage point, with now more than 1.8 million votes counted. In Maricopa County, Harris leads Trump by 2 whole points. Again, this race is still up for grabs and still too close to call. In the Senate race for the U.S. Senate, Congressman Ruben Gallego holds a 6.5-point lead statewide over former TV news anchor Kari Lake. In Maricopa County races, incumbent Rachel Mitchell holds a 5-point lead over challenger Tamika Wooten. Democrat Tim Stringham leads Republican Justin Heap by 0.3 of a point. In the race for recorder, Heap knocked out incumbent Stephen Richer in the primary. And Republican Jerry Sheridan, a former top aide to former County Sheriff Joe Arpaio, leads Democrat Tyler Camp by 3 points in the race for sheriff. And in the statewide races, 9% of precincts have reported, mostly from rural counties. More numbers from the larger counties, especially Maricopa, still expected as the night moves on. Live at the KTAR Decision Desk, Peter Seymour, KTAR News.
Thanks, Peter. Ruben Gallego is feeling good about his race for U.S. Senate.
It looks like this race won't be called tonight, but one result is already coming through and clear. We fought for Arizona.
Gallego has been comfortably ahead of Republican opponent Kari Lake throughout the evening. Stopping short of claiming victory, Gallego thanked his supporters on both sides of the political aisle and says he will fight for all Arizonans as a U.S. Senator. With the election now in the waiting stage, Republican supporters of Donald Trump and local candidates are taking an early celebration. KTAR's Ballard Overstoles is live in Glendale with more.
Yeah, Becky, earlier tonight, Republican nominee for the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors, Debbie Lesko, called an early victory, but for now, we'll see how the final results shape up. She celebrated with Republican voter group Assyrians for Trump. One voter named Dina Puerto tells me she's cautiously optimistic both Trump and Lesko will win.
So we really want Arizona to stay red and not become California.
Overall, Republican voters here tell me they're supporting both Lesko and Trump because of shared faith-based values. Another Republican voter here saying she's worried the election will be stolen from Trump, a claim based in election misinformation. Live in Glendale, Ballard Overstoles, KTAR News.
It is going to be a busy night at the Maricopa County Tabulation Center. KTAR's Colton Krolak has been there most of the day and joins us now live with more.
That's right, Becky. So far, so good. That's the theme of the day as election officials say the county's 246 polling locations avoided any major issues. Maricopa County Communications Director Fields Mosley on what happens now that the polls are closed.
Shifts have changed now, and there's ballot processing will start wrapping up, and everyone gets prepared now for all the information on the memory cards to come back from the vote centers, as well as hundreds of thousands of early ballot affidavit envelopes with ballots inside.
He says election workers are working around the clock, counting and posting results all night long. Live at the Maricopa County Tabulation and Election Center, Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
Stay with us as we continue the count through the evening. Our KTAR News special continues right now. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
KTAR News 92.3 on the app, online. Arizona Votes 2024 Election Day Special.
All right, welcome back, everybody. I'm Barry Markson, KTAR Special Election Coverage. We're bringing you all the results from Arizona and around the country. We'll continue to keep you updated as we get results from the Secretary of State's office and from Maricopa County. Joining us right now, though, we have Steve Roberts, ABC News political analyst. Steve, thanks for joining us here on KTAR.
Always a pleasure.
Steve, quick question. It's looking very much like potentially a Trump sweep of these battleground states. I know nothing's been called yet, but what's the feeling you're getting nationwide and in these swing states?
Yeah, I agree. Look, we have to play by very strict rules. We're very, very cautious at ABC. We don't call a state until we're absolutely certain. And I'm going to play by those rules. But having said that, the trend is very clear. And the reason for it is also pretty clear, too. From the very, very beginning of this campaign, the most important fact has been that Americans, 7 out of 10 Americans, told pollsters they're unhappy with the direction of the country, that are unhappy with the economy, they're unhappy with inflation, they're unhappy with the cost of gas and groceries, and they want change. It's that simple. And for the incumbent vice president to try to say I'm a change agent is very, very difficult. And the Trump campaign has been very effective and very determined to link Harris to the record of the Biden administration. And it's not just inflation. There's a larger infection of the spirit, just a global sense of gloom that, frankly, it helped defeat Donald Trump 4 years ago, and now it's helping to defeat Biden. And this is not limited to the United States. If you look around the world, whether it's Great Britain and many other countries, ruling parties like the Democrats have suffered very similar setbacks for very similar reasons. And we just don't fully understand how deep the trauma of COVID really goes and how we're still suffering kind of a hangover or almost PTSD from it. When you're the incumbent president incumbent vice president trying to run in that climate, very, very difficult.
What does this say? This is Mike Broomhead, by the way. What does this say for the chances for the Republicans to retain control of the House? And it looks like it's a foregone conclusion they're going to flip the Senate. Is this going to be a sweep for the Republicans?
Well, you're right. It's going to be the Senate is a foregone conclusion. And in fact, some of those incumbent Democrats are really in trouble. Casey in Pennsylvania, Baldwin in Wisconsin, Sherrod Brown in Ohio could all lose. If they were to lose, let me give you an astounding statistic. If those 4 people were to lose, and by the way, starting the night, there were only 5 states in this country that had senators from both parties, only 5. And back in the late 70s, there were 27 states that had senators from both parties. It was down to 5 as of tonight. West Virginia's already gone Republican, so that's down to 4. If Brown, Baldwin, and Tester lose, we're down to 1 state. Maine would be the only state in the country with senators from both parties. And in fact, the Democrat there, Angus King, is officially an independent. That is a stunning example of how polarized this country has become, and it's an indication of what the politics are going to be like going forward. And you're very right to talk about the House, because Washington will look very, very different if Donald Trump can control both houses of Congress. If the Democrats manage somehow to control the House, then they have some check, some balance, some bulwark against Trump. But without that, they'll be left with only one lever, and that would be the filibuster in the U.S. Senate. And remember, it was just a few months ago, Democrats are talking about, well, we're going to do away with the filibuster because we want to appoint all these judges and we want to expand the Supreme Court and we want to pass all this wonderful legislation. Do you really think the Democrats are going to be happy that they've kept the filibuster? If that's the only lever of power they have to check and balance Donald Trump, which is an entirely possible outcome after all the dust settles.
So if Harris does lose tonight and you look back, what's the biggest mistake that she made?
Being a Democrat.
Being a Democrat.
I mean, come on. This was out of her hands. This is out of her control. The basic structure of this election was set from the beginning, as I said. The most important issue was there from the beginning, which is the country headed in the wrong direction and crystallized by inflation and particularly the price of gas and groceries. But there's another factor, and that is, look at history. I've covered 16 presidential elections. I'm 81 years old, and I have a bad habit of looking at history. And in the last 188 years since 1836, only one sitting vice president has ever been elected president. That was George Bush, 41 in 1988. That's not a random number.
Yeah.
It reflects the fact that there are only 2 slogans in American politics. You never had it so good, and it's time for change. And so all incumbents run on the first slogan, all challengers run on the second slogan. When you're the vice president that was sitting in an incumbent party, you got to run on both slogans at the same time. You got to say, well, I defend the record that I was part of, but I'm also somehow different. I'm somehow a change agent. It's an inherently mixed and muddled message. And that's why it's only happened once in 188 years. And that happened at a time when the country was very happy with Ronald Reagan. Basically, Bush won Reagan's third term in 1988. And by the way, 4 years later, when he had to run on his own, he lost to Bill Clinton. So if you step back from the basic issues of this campaign and look at history, it helps you understand how difficult a task confronted Kamala Harris.
All right, Steve Roberts, ABC News political analyst. Steve, I appreciate you taking a few minutes with us tonight. Thank you.
Anytime.
All right, there you have it, folks. So right now, we still have all of the swing states have not, well, I shouldn't say that. The AP and News Nation are now calling North Carolina for Donald Trump. News Nation has called Georgia for Trump. Let's talk about some of the local Arizona races. Yasamin Ansari, AP has called her as the winner in, I think it's District 3 here in Arizona, which is a very Democratic-heavy district. No surprise
Gallegos
there.
District.
This is Gallegos District, right. So that no surprise there, but they've called that one. Otherwise, haven't seen anything called here. Two close congressional races here in Arizona. Certainly, either one of these would be a flip for the Democrats. David Schweikert in District 1 is down by a couple of points to Amish Shah. And then Juan Ciscomani is up against Kirsten Engel again. The same. They're just repeating their race from 2 years ago. And he's down big time, Mike. And that one, again, we're waiting for more reported results here from the state or from that county. But we'll have that for you. But right now, that's a big deficit for him to make up.
Yeah, and surprising, because there's not anything that we've seen that was shocking that would have led to something being this big. Maybe not necessarily a shock at a loss, but the big number out of the gate like that was very surprising to me.
Yeah, for me too. So we're still waiting for additional release of votes from Maricopa County. As we pointed out, the new law requires at each vote center, it requires them to do that. Yes, Mike?
I've got current predictions by market by odds for swing states. Georgia, 97% Trump.
Well, that seems pretty good.
Arizona, 90% Trump.
Wow.
Wisconsin, 90. These are odds of them winning.
Okay.
Right.
Wisconsin, 90. Nevada, 83%. Pennsylvania, 91. Michigan, 79.
Wow.
Donald Trump now leads by 90% or more in 4 swing states and 79%, at least 79% in all of the swing states.
Yeah, and all he really has to do is win Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, or Michigan. If he wins any one of those, it's over. That's what we're waiting for. Nobody has called those yet, but as Mike pointed out, it certainly seems to be trending towards Donald Trump to win this.
Are we going to think like when Reagan and Carter were going up against each other and it was tight throughout the whole race, and then Reagan crushed him?
Yeah.
Are we looking at a repeat of that?
Yeah, the similarities, especially in what people were comparing the administrations to. You're right. I think that's a phenomenal comparison.
Because that's one of the most lopsided presidential races I've ever seen. And to think that, throughout this whole last year, all these states were so close, and if Donald Trump does win them all, he crushes her.
Yeah.
And I'm seeing online from some Democrats, and they're like, still have a chance. Yeah, you still have a chance. You have to win Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. But right now you're losing all 3.
Yeah.
And it's by at least 3 to 5 points, and it doesn't look like you're going to win any of them.
I'm sorry. Here's one thing that it doesn't matter towards the Electoral College, but I will say Biden won in 2020 on the popular vote, won by about 7 million votes, I think. And their projections from some right now are that Trump's going to win the popular vote, which he's never done before. Didn't win in 2016, didn't win in 2020. That would be an amazing swing all in itself.
Yeah, I agree. But looking ahead, jumping ahead myself, you guys know where I stand politically, is the work's got to begin. That this is a victory, but the work's got to start. The next president's still facing an economy where we're starting to see a slowdown. Yeah. You're facing a huge national deficit. The what's happening with Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, all of this is going to have to be addressed.
A lot of issues.
So the celebration that's happening, that will happen if this goes this way for a red wave, terrific. But starting in January, it's all on your shoulders. And what's it going to look like in 2 years if they fail to act on all of those things?
But if I'm Trump
said he's already taken care of all that, Mike. It'll be done by January 30th.
But and I will tell you that I don't know that they won't do it. But if they don't, in 2 years, the retribution could be huge.
But you're talking about taking a second to enjoy the win from Trump. This is the greatest political comeback in American history.
Absolutely.
Hands down, no question about it. No one liked him after January 6th, even Republicans. And he has come all the way back to most likely win this race. It's incredible. It's an incredible 180.
We talk about it being historic. It's beyond historic.
Last thing before I have to get out of here.
Yeah.
Do you guys think that a lot of this plays a role in how long they held on to President Biden and the way that Vice President Harris gained the nomination?
Yes.
Are they going to look back at this and say our biggest mistake was not acting on this sooner?
I think the biggest mistake, I agree with you, but I think the biggest mistake is Biden. I think it's the political ego. And it's there. It's there with Trump. It's there with Biden. These guys, the ego is insane. Biden could have been historically one of the most historically great presidents of all time, only because he came in, people would see him as getting rid of Trump and changing, getting us back to something normal, and then saying, I'm here for one term, get the next guy, let's go.
Yep.
And he couldn't bring himself to do that. Whether or not he saw himself slipping or not, I don't know. The Democrat, you can't do it. The Democrats, he says he's running. What are they going to do?
Right.
But it was his decision, and I think this is going to go up if we continue this way and Harris loses. This will go down much like Ruth Bader Ginsburg as the ego controlling as opposed to what's best for the country.
Yeah, of her saying she wanted Hillary Clinton to replace her as opposed to allowing Obama to do it during that time in office.
The silliness. It could have let Obama do that. It would have changed the court for decades, and instead her ego made her stay.
And Obama wanted to do it. He brought her into the White House and said, this is what I want to do. And she said no.
And you know,
and that's why,
the Dems were talking to Biden early. There was early signs behind the scenes, and you're right. You're absolutely right, Barry.
They
he made that
hid
decision.
the fact that he was incapable of running this country and going into another election. Absolutely incapable of doing it, and they all knew it, and they waited too long, and now they're paying the price because Trump is trouncing them.
That's right. All right, we're going to say goodbye to Mike Broomhead.
Yeah,
Mike,
thanks, guys.
Thanks for
I
staying
appreciate
late.
it.
All right, Mike will be back tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock for the Mike Broomhead Show, and I'm sure he'll have a lot of reaction to the election today.
I'm going to be cranky.
He's going to be cranky. All right, stay with us. Becky Lynn is standing by. When we get back, we'll bring some more folks in for the panel. We'll get some more looks nationwide and hopefully some updates in the Arizona vote. I'm Barry Markson. Becky Lynn's here with an update right now.
Hi, folks. Shane Doan here. You've probably been hearing me endorse Y Refi for some time now. And yes, many of my colleagues do as well. What makes Y Refi so different from other investments? Let's quickly break it down. Y Refi offers a secure, collateralized portfolio with a strong fixed rate of return, up to 10.25%. There's no attack on your principal. If you ever need your money back, you are in control. You can let your investments compound daily or take an income, whatever you choose. There's absolutely no fees, and the investment in Y Refi is an investment in America's future. Simply call 888-Y-REFI-24. That's 888-Y-REFI-24. And when you call, you will not get a sales pitch, just the info you need to see if Y Refi is a better investment option for you. Or log on to investyrefi.com. That's invest, the letter Y, then REFY.com. And make sure you tell them that Shane Doan sent you.
It's Black Friday all month long at Howard Air. Save up to $6,495 in total rebates on select new systems. Plus, get no interest and make no payments for 12 months on approved credit. And enhance your home's energy efficiency and comfort during these cold winter months with Howard Air Insulation. Call today, get 20% off any insulation job. It's Black Friday all month long at Howard Air. Call 602-953-2766 or schedule a free estimate online today at howardair.com. Some restrictions apply.
Did you wake up with joint pain? Does it hurt when you do even the most routine physical activity? Have they told you it's time for knee or hip replacement surgery? Stop what you're doing and listen. You deserve a life of comfort and ease with no surgery and no meds, and QC Kinetics can get you there. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative cellular treatments for joint pain. This is an all-natural approach that harnesses your body's own healing properties to treat the root cause of your arthritic pain. The protocols developed by QC Kinetics are life-changing for so many people, tens of thousands of satisfied patients. Yes, you can have real, lasting relief from chronic joint pain without drugs, without surgery, without downtime. Discover your options at QC Kinetics. The consultation is absolutely free. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead for Tombstone Tactical. This is a great resource for all of your firearms needs, for firearms, for ammunition, and for accessories. Great prices, knowledgeable staff, and excellent customer service. They have a 90-day same-as-cash program, a 90-day layaway program, depending on your financial situation, to take care of all of your needs. They are located north of Dunlap Road on the west side of the I-17, or you can always shop online right now at tombstonetactical.com.
KTAR News special presentation. Arizona Votes 2024 Election Day Special.
All right, welcome back. Barry Markson with you, KTAR special election coverage. We're here till midnight tonight, folks. Chris Merrill's going to jump in this chair here after 10 o'clock, and we'll continue to bring you updates in Arizona as more vote totals are released. We're keeping an eye on that every moment. You can also check it out on KTAR.com, and you can watch us live on the KTAR YouTube channel or on the website. So there's a new dashboard, by the way, at KTAR.com, and all the updates are instantaneous. So stay tuned to that as well. Joining us right now, Brian Clark, ABC News correspondent. And Brian, thanks for being here on KTAR.
Thanks for having me.
Hey, Brian, curious, the exit polling and what we're seeing now in these states, it certainly looks like Trump is leading in all of the swing states at this point. I know North Carolina has now been called by pretty much all the networks. Georgia looks to be going to Trump. Any indication that there's some sort of a wave coming out of Philadelphia or coming out of Detroit that's going to change this trajectory?
That's what it appears that Vice President Kamala Harris will need to win this election, because it looks like, as you said, North Carolina has been projected for Donald Trump. Brad Raffensperger, the Secretary of State in Georgia, he said last hour that he doesn't see any way that Trump does not win Georgia. So when you take those two Sunbelt states away from Vice President Harris, the road runs through that blue wall of Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. So that's where she's going to need to do better. And if you look at those exit poll numbers, you can look at some of the trends and what's making people go to the polls in these swing states. And a lot of them are saying it's the economy. And in some of these swing states, Georgia being one of them, about half of the voters said they're worse off economically than they were 4 years ago. Nationally, when you look at worse off voters, people who answered that question, they're breaking for Trump by about 80% in the preliminary exit poll. So If that's your issue, and I think for a while we thought that would be the issue, it seems like you think Donald Trump's the man for the job. And in some of these states so far, they've been voting accordingly.
So Trump wins the White House. If the Senate is going to be Republican, what does the House look like? Is this going to be a complete red wave?
It's possible. And, the Senate Republicans just scored a major pickup in Ohio. We're projecting Bernie Moreno, the winner over the incumbent Sherrod Brown, who was a three-term Democrat. They had already picked up West Virginia with Jim Justice winning the Joe Manchin seat, projected to win. That was one we expected. And then we're also still watching Montana. So the Republican path to Senate control is looking pretty good. It's going to come down to the House, and we're not going to know the House. Highly unlikely we know that tonight, because a lot of it is going to come down to California, where they take a lot of time to count up all those votes in the House races. There were some of the races here in New York where I'm sitting, some of the suburban areas around New York City where you had some first-term Republicans trying to hold on to their seats. So it's going to be too early to say about the House, but a red wave in terms of sweep is certainly in play still.
Obviously, we know the path for Vice President Harris is very narrow. Do we expect the blue wall states to be called tonight? Will this election be over before I manage to get to sleep?
There's a chance it could be, but we just don't know, because it's going to come down to, so many, the margins are so close that it's going to be, if the margins are so close, the networks are not going to make a projection. So if one candidate or the other is only leading by a handful of votes in one of these states, there won't be a projection. So we won't know tonight. But is it possible? Sure, it's possible. But I think it's still, a little bit unlikely, but there's definitely a chance.
All right, Brian Clark, ABC News correspondent. Brian, I appreciate you taking a few minutes with us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, there you have it. So, yes, Gatos.
Hey, Barry. So after 10 o'clock our time, Wisconsin is saying that they'll have the final vote.
Yeah.
And if they have the final vote and it is Donald Trump, this race is over.
Yes. I mean, as it stands right now,
Correct.
Yes, because it doesn't look like Kamala Harris is going to win North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, or Nevada, right? As it stands now.
Right. And because Bruce is asking, could it be called tonight?
Understood.
Maybe not like officially,
right?
But if Wisconsin comes in and it's not Kamala, and it doesn't look like it's going to be right now,
no, Trump's leading by 3
over.
right now.
Right, then it will be over, and you'll have a lot of happy Trump supporters going to bed with a big smile on their face tonight.
No, that's absolutely true, and you're right though, Gatos. They're not going to be able to call Arizona today. It's going to be too early. They're not going to be able to call Nevada tonight.
It might not matter.
It may not matter, but you're right. If Wisconsin or Pennsylvania or Michigan, if one of those goes for Trump, it's effectively over,
right?
Unless something crazy happens.
Because I'm looking at times, and I know there's a big vote drop in Pennsylvania at 9:55. And at 10 o'clock, Wisconsin says they're most likely going to be done. This is it for Kamala Harris. This is it. Yeah. I mean, if this drop doesn't go your way in a
big way,
in a massive
percentage-wise,
it's done.
Statewide here in Arizona, we've had a few more votes drop statewide. Trump now leading by 0.4%. He's up by 7,000 votes, a little bit of an increase in that lead. In the Senate race, Gallego now up by 117,000 votes, so he's up by about 6 percentage points. It's going to be close. I expect Maricopa County at some point here after 10, we're going to see some drop of some of the day of election voting.
Second batch.
Yeah, of the day of voting. We haven't seen anything yet like that from Maricopa County. Hopefully we'll get that here before midnight, but we should see that, and that should give us a much better picture. And again, what we saw in election day voting was a much larger percentage. I think it might have been as high as 12% more Republicans voting than Democrats. The most were independents. A lot of independents voted
largest
today.
voting block today, live in person, were independents, followed by Republicans, third Democrats.
And you've got to ask the question about across the country. Where'd the Democrats go?
Yeah.
What happened?
Well, and I think we've heard it now from Steve Roberts, from Brian Clark on ABC, and I think they're right. You guys have said this too. The people around the country were feeling, I am not as well off today as I was under Trump. Whether or not that's true or it's just a feeling they had, I don't know. The inflation, I think, it just killed everybody.
Well, I still want to see the numbers.
Yeah.
Because if I'm reading it correctly, and believe me, there's a chance I'm not, Democrats stayed home.
Yeah.
They just didn't vote.
They didn't come out.
What are you doing?
They weren't excited enough. They weren't scared enough of Trump.
Wow.
And Kamala Harris, look, a lot of her, she came out with a plan. She did though, but most of her campaign was, look at Trump.
Right.
He's crazy.
Yeah.
And I'm not. And that doesn't
not
work.
enough.
You have to tell the people, because they might think Trump is crazy. They know what he did January 6th. But what they really care about is, how does it affect me, my pocketbook, my house? And if they think Trump is going to come in and do what he says he's going to do, get inflation under control. Somehow, look, inflation
is under control.
It is under control.
But people haven't forgiven the Biden White House for what happened.
And it's not just forgiven, but some of the prices are still high. Rents are still high. The cost of groceries they haven't come down. We haven't had negative inflation. And I guess that's what they want. That's not a good thing, but we haven't seen the reversal of the inflation
It's under
prices.
3.
And I think that's what it is. Look, bottom line is, people have to feel good about the direction of the country, and the polling showed they don't.
Yeah, and the Democrats did a terrible job of trying to tell folks, hey, listen, the economy's not that bad, because if you look at this number, that number, the unemployment number, the inflation number is down, gas prices they didn't do any of that stuff.
Yeah.
The stock market is up. They didn't explain that well to anybody.
Yeah, and the Senate, by the way, I'm looking now, Senator Baldwin, the Democrat in Wisconsin, is down by 3 points.
Really?
Yeah, I mean,
Tammy Baldwin is down.
Tammy Baldwin. I mean, there's going to be a lot of the Republicans are going to have a good sized majority in the Senate, not 60, not filibuster proof. But that'll be an interesting. I mean, it looks like they're going to win in Montana potentially. Tim Sheehy there is up by. He's up by 17.
Well, what does
points.
that say about Carrie Lake that she's losing?
The fact that Carrie Lake and Mark Robinson in North Carolina as a governor are the only two Republicans who are attached to Trump who seem to be losing, it says a lot about them, if that's the case.
Say the least.
All right, thanks, Gatos and Bruce. You guys are going to hang out here till midnight. KTAR is going to be broadcasting live till midnight. Chris Merrill will be in this chair right after the news at 10. Becky Lynn is actually going to say something this time. That was my mistake last time. Joe Huizenga is going to be here. Steve Goldstein. Stay with KTAR and the entire operation here as we continue to bring you up-to-date numbers from the state and the county. Special thanks to the entire KTAR news team. They're all out there, folks. I can't tell you how impressive it is just to see them work every single day, and certainly on Election Day. And thank you to all of them and to everybody who's been here today sitting in with me. Chris Merrill is next. Joe Huizenga is next. Stay with us. It's KTAR special election coverage. We're here till midnight, folks, right here on KTAR.
Arizona Painting Company. You know what time of year it is, right? Family is going to be coming over to the house. You're going to have guests staying at your home. The holidays. We love the holidays. Okay, get your house painted before they get there. Call the Arizona Painting Company. Paint the inside, paint the outside. You tell them Gato sent you, you get 15% off. I've used these guys for the last 20 years. You can text the word paint to 620-620, and I will send you that discount of 15%. And when you hire the Arizona Painting Company, you'll love watching paint dry.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Fall in Phoenix, and if you hate the paint, do what your neighbor Don did. He called Rhino Shield.
Well, the home was built in 1948. Paint on the aluminum siding was peeling, and I couldn't find anyone who would repaint it until I called Rhino Shield.
Rhino Shield's formulated for our specific climate. And the crew?
Painted all my aluminum siding, and I've got a front porch that runs the whole length of the house, and all the pillars and everything. And once they were gone, I couldn't even tell that they were there.
With Rhino Shield's 25-year warranty, you'll never have to paint your home again. And right now, get Rhino Shield for 20% off the regular price.
Well, I've told a lot of people, do the Rhino Shield. It's really a great product, and if you don't want to paint the house, that would be the way to go.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last through retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR, Saturdays at 4 p.m. or Sundays at 2 p.m. Listen weekly as we help guide you through your financial future. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and tune into the Asset Preservation Hour, Saturdays at 4 p.m. or Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
KTAR News now.
Good evening. It is 10 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
And this just in to the KTAR decision desk. Republicans are now projected by Reuters and Fox to take control of the U.S. Senate. Republican Jim Justice appears to be a winner in West Virginia, and Bernie Moreno in Ohio are among the winners. Again, now projected, Republicans will be taking control of the U.S. Senate. The Arizona Democratic Watch Party is happening right now. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live at the Hilton Phoenix Resort to tell us which Dems are leading.
That's right, Becky. Congresswoman-elect Yasmin Ansari took the stage earlier tonight to celebrate her big win in Arizona's 3rd Congressional District.
I look forward to representing each and every resident of District 3, the young and the old, those who voted for me and those who did not, workers, students, elderly, immigrants, and refugees, and everyone in between.
She says she will be the youngest woman serving in Congress next year and the first Iranian Democrat to ever serve. She vowed to help fight climate change, protect democracy, and improve the economy. Ansari said she also wants to make college, housing, and health care more affordable. Reporting live at the Arizona Democratic Party Watch Night, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
And Ruben Gallego is feeling good about his race for U.S. Senate.
It looks like this race won't be called tonight, but one result is already coming through and clear. We fought for Arizona.
Gallego's been comfortably ahead of Republican opponent Carrie Lake throughout the evening, stopping short of claiming victory. Gallego thanked his supporters on both sides of the political aisle and says he will fight for all Arizonans as U.S. Senator. While the Arizona Republican Party is not hosting an election night party, we are hearing from one candidate and group of supporters. KTAR's Ballon Overstoles is live in Glendale with more.
Yeah, Becky, with the initial ballots processed, Republican nominee for the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors, Debbie Lesko, quickly said she won the race against her opponent, Democrat David Sandoval. However, that race is not officially called yet. But for Republican voters like Dina Perto, she hopes to see both Donald Trump and Lesko win their races.
And she always voted with Trump, 100%. So I feel like we have to support her because she is with, she has the right set of mind.
Overall, the mood here is optimistic but cautious, though as national networks call more states for Trump, voters here are getting loud and excited. Live in Glendale, Ballin over Stoles, KTAR News.
Arizona voters are mixed about approving statewide propositions. Let's get the latest count now from Peter Seymour, who is live at the KTAR Decision Desk.
Becky, Arizona voters say yes to wider abortion access 2-1 beyond the current 15 weeks of pregnancy. That's Prop 139. They're also saying yes to Props 313 and 314, which would mean life in prison for child sex traffickers and arrest for state crimes for people crossing the border from Mexico into Arizona illegally. Arizona voters are shooting down Propositions 133 and 140. The former would constitutionalize partisan primaries. The latter would create open primaries where the top two vote getters advance. Arizona voters like governor's executive orders to last 120 days, not 30 days as retribution after the pandemic. That's Prop 135. It is failing. And for the race for president right now in Arizona, Donald Trump is leading by about 7,000 votes, 49.8% to 49.4%, 0.4 of a point over Vice President Kamala Harris. And again, 10% of the precincts reporting statewide in Arizona at this moment. Live at the KTAR Decision Desk, Peter Seymour, KTAR News.
Still busy at the Maricopa County Tabulation Center for sure. KTAR's Colton Krolak has been there most of the day and joins us now live with more.
That's right, Becky, and so far so good. That's the theme of the day as election officials say the county's 246 polling locations avoided any major issues. Maricopa County Communications Director Fields Mosley on what happens now that the polls are closed.
Shifts have changed now, and there's ballot processing will start wrapping up, and everyone gets prepared now for all the information on the memory cards to come back from the vote centers, as well as hundreds of thousands of early ballot affidavit envelopes with ballots inside.
He says election workers are working around the clock, counting and posting results all night long. Live at the Maricopa County Tabulation and Election Center, Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
And as the election results continue rolling in, ABC News takes a look at some preliminary exit polling data. ABC's Brian Clark breaks down some national vote preference.
Preliminary exit polls show Hispanic voters across the country are voting in favor of Kamala Harris by 8 percentage points. But that means Donald Trump's percentage among Hispanic voters is up 13% compared to his number in 2020. There's also a significant gap between young men and young women. Young men are about even. Young women are going for Harris by a 26-point margin, but that's 5 points fewer than Joe Biden in 2020. Brian Clark, ABC News.
Stay with us as we continue the count. Our KTAR News special continues now. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
KTAR News 92.3 on the app and KTAR.com. Arizona Votes 2024 Election Day Special.
Thanks for joining us. KTAR News on air, online, on the KTAR News app, and also streaming live on the YouTube. I'm Chris Merrill, stepping into the chair. Thanks to Barry Markson for holding the fort down for the last few hours. Prior to that, you heard Outspoken, Bruce St. James and Gatos. Bruce joins us in the studio right now. My co-host during the day on the Chris and Joe Show is Joe Huizinga, and also in studio with us is a wonderful voice we always like to hear is Lady La. Welcome to the program. It's great to have you in here as well. All right, how about a quick reset? You just heard the update that looks like the Senate is flipping. It is going to be controlled by the Republicans. Yep. It remains to be seen who the Senate majority leader is going to be, because remember,
will not be
Mitch McConnell. He is stepping away. Right. So that is the first major flip of the evening. If you've been watching the national results thus far, things are looking very good for the Republicans, specifically former President Trump. Looks like he could be future President Trump. And also looking very good in the House races as well. We knew that was going to be very close. We've already seen some Republicans flip some Democratic seats. We know there will be some Democrats that flip Republican seats, but the Democrats needed to flip more seats than the Republicans to gain control of the House. So at this point, let's start with Bruce St. James.
Oh, God.
Are you looking, is this going to be a clean sweep for the GOP?
I still think the House, if you were betting right now, the House looks like it has a better chance of flipping the other way to the Democrats. But at this point, you couldn't be surprised by it. It's really going to come down to, and again, we won't know that immediately, you've got all the California districts, all these West Coast districts that are going to be close, and they're going to be counting votes well into the weekend.
Talk to me about the California districts, because you've got a little more experience there. A lot of people see California and they think everybody always votes Democrat in California, regardless of the district. But
LA and San Francisco do.
That's a great point.
San Diego and everywhere else votes Republican.
That's a great point. Even Kevin McCarthy was a California Republican at the time.
There's other places in California?
Yeah, besides LA and San Francisco. Yeah, who knew?
It's funny.
Who knew?
I was working in San Diego, and I used to hear all the time about how liberal it was. And San Diego was actually, at one point, it was the most balanced, the most representative of the entire country. The most representative county in the entire country. It was very, very balanced,
I did not
left and
know
right.
that.
Yeah, very balanced on that.
So I listen. I mean, there's the numbers you're seeing, and we're gonna have to wait to get some final totals. This doesn't seem to be the wave that you're getting for Republicans seems to be driven by a lack of Democrats showing up to vote. They weren't there. The votes evaporated. You're seeing Harris do worse than Biden by numbers, not just percentages, by numbers in a lot of places that, by the way, they couldn't afford to do worse.
Yeah. Lady Law.
Well, I was going to say that because of the numbers, I'm sitting here looking at it going, where's Gen Z? Where's all this TikTok, all these people that I saw in droves in TikTok, go vote, we're Gen Z, we're not going to take this crap, we're going to show up. And I'm going, where are the numbers? Because all I'm seeing is the bro vote reflected in these numbers. And that's a lot, also is what I was seeing online.
Well, wait a minute, but you say that, and I'm not here to argue it. Mm-hmm. In every state that it was on the ballot, except for Florida, including states that went absolutely for Donald Trump, abortion was enshrined in state constitutions. It's going to win here in Arizona.
And remember, in Florida, it had a higher threshold. You needed 60%.
Granted, it was 60%.
Right.
They didn't get there in Florida. Everywhere else, I believe it's 50% plus one. But so you're imagining this voter who voted to protect abortion in some way, shape, or form, reinstate Roe v. Wade, and on a state level, but voted for Donald Trump as well. So there's a mixture of voters out there that I don't think people were completely cognizant of.
What are elections always about? It's the economy. And you can say that the wonky numbers, the more up here 30,000 feet numbers were really good for the country. Price of gas, price of groceries, still really bothering Americans. And whether you agree with it or disagree with it, the majority of people out there looked at Kamala Harris like she was the incumbent. And
blamed her absolutely for the Biden administration.
$3 plus gas for groceries. And that's why we are where we are right now.
By the way, do you know how much gas was under Obama? It's a hell of a lot cheaper.
It depends on the year.
Yeah.
Because I
bring that back.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. It all depends on the year, right? I remember 2010, I think it was, and it was through the roof.
Well, back to what Bruce was saying, when you think about this voter and what they were doing when they went in there, I was thinking the same thing where there's that split where all of these abortion bans came back into play, and we did show up and vote for that, but then it was like there was this secret, like, okay, we'll vote for Trump to like appease my husband or my other half or whatever, because I feel bad that I'm voting for myself.
And then I'll vote for Ruben Gallego.
Yes. On top of that, so it's like, what in the world? What is happening?
So that brings me to the most obvious question then. Explain this. I mean, everything we've made assumptions about in the past, and that is that the abortion issue, I mean, even the people who put abortion on the ballot thought this is going to drive, not only is it going to drive people to the polls, but the Democrats,
it was going to drive Democrats to the polls.
Right. Yeah. And the Republicans wanted, of course, we talked about this, Bruce, I know you guys did on Outspoken at length about how the Republican legislature put the immigration measure on the ballot because they wanted to drive
They thought it would drive Republicans to the poll.
Right. So how is it that both of those things pass? Abortion passes, as you pointed out, in everywhere except Florida, which had the higher threshold. Had it been a 50% threshold in Florida, it would have passed there too.
Yes.
But how is it then that the conventional wisdom that we had was so wrong? Are we just that short-sighted? Are we making assumptions about the The voter that is two-dimensional?
Well, we heard a lot about women and the power of women. And we'll see some of the breakdowns, but obviously knowing that women were about 53 to possibly 54% of the electorate in this, they voted to protect abortion.
Yeah.
Republican and Democrat women.
Right.
But that didn't necessarily have an impact on who they chose for president.
For president.
Do you see what I'm saying?
I do, of course.
That way, yeah.
There's no other way to explain those numbers.
Is that a messaging issue then for Harris?
Or is it something where they said, as long as we get that off the plate, we're not worried about the rest of it? I voted for Trump for the economy, and I voted for the abortion initiative, so it's part of the state constitution. I'm fine.
They felt like they got the best of both worlds.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what it feels like to me.
As far as the
because I feel like her messaging was executed well, especially when you compare it to what we were getting from Biden.
What was her messaging?
Like her messaging of kind of being younger, more apt, willing to speak clearly about where she was trying to go and what her quote-unquote policies might look like or be, or where she would be more effective if elected. So whereas when you saw Trump being questioned about these things, it was kind of like run-on sentences and we weren't getting really clear answers, which is kind of the argument that people had against Biden in the first place. It was he's like, we can't, he's not even saying a clear sentence. And then we get somebody who is speaking in clear sentences and effectively, and then it's like, well, that's not really clear enough messaging.
If the bar was Biden, everybody does better, to be clear.
Yes.
The problem is she didn't distinguish herself from Biden. There was no contrast.
I think there was a mistake, and at some point you have to, they're going to write books on this, right? Well,
of
like
course.
they always do.
Every election.
Right?
Yeah.
Somebody's going to write a book on why didn't the Harris campaign just come out and say, you know what? Things aren't as good as they should be.
Yeah.
We're going to do things different than what President Biden did. I supported him when I was his vice president. That's my job as vice president. But as president, I would do things different and try to
make the
put some daylight between them. And I don't think she ever got that message
Doesn't
across.
that reinforce Trump's message about how bad things are, though? I mean, isn't she basically conceding, yep, everything's terrible from my administration?
But that's what people feel. Whether it's true or not is irrelevant.
Mm-hmm. All right.
That's what they feel, they believe.
KTAR host Bruce St. James from Outspoken with Bruce St. James and Gatos. Lady Law in the studio with us as well with an incredible insight and perspective. And my host during the week on the Chris and Joe Show, Joe Huizenga, in here as well. I'm Chris Merrill. Our continuing coverage. And as we know, we are a very impatient species. We want accuracy. We want it now.
Yeah.
That's just not possible. So how much patience are we going to need to have to get the most accurate results? It's possible. A lot of people didn't think it would happen. It's possible we're able to call the presidential race tonight. Then again, it's possible this drags out for a few more days. You're not going to like the answer to how long we might have to wait. That's next on our KTAR Election Night special coverage on KTAR News.
Here's Becky Lynn with the latest right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 10:15. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Former President Trump holding his lead over Vice President Harris in the Electoral College. Sources close to the Harris campaign say the mood is anxious as Trump supporters begin to celebrate at Mar-a-Lago. The economy at the top of mind for voters, according to ABC News Chief Washington correspondent Jonathan Karl.
It gets to the question that Donald Trump would ask in the closing days at the beginning of every one of his rallies. Are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? And as we've seen in our polling, as we've seen in the exit polls today, the resounding answer from most Americans is no.
Republicans are now projected by Reuters and Fox to take control of the U.S. Senate. Republican Jim Justice appears to be a winner in West Virginia, and Bernie Moreno in Ohio as well. Again, projected that Republicans will take control of the U.S. Senate. And celebrating his reelection in Louisiana, House Speaker Mike Johnson spoke in Shreveport tonight, predicting that Republicans will maintain control of his chamber on Capitol Hill as votes in other races were being counted.
I believe America's best days are ahead of us, and we're going to keep our steady hands at the wheel. We're going to dig in and do the work.
Speaker Johnson said he was traveling to Mar-a-Lago for the Trump watch party there following his speech in Shreveport. Battleground states still counting the the ballots, Nevada has voted for Democrats in the last 4 presidential races. But Republicans saw an opportunity given voters' negative view of the economy. More now from ABC News senior White House correspondent Mary Bruce.
The Harris campaign is well aware of all of those issues, especially in Nevada. It's why she, unveiled her housing plan in that state. She knew that she had to hammer home the issue of the economy and make clear that that was going to be her top priority, that lowering the cost of groceries was going to be her very first priority when she gets into office. She always said she would pass, if elected, this big economic package of bills to do just that. The question is whether that message got across and was enough.
Election 2024. The count continues, as does our KTAR News special. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
KTAR News special presentation. Arizona Votes 2024 Election Day Special.
Thank you to those listening on the KTAR News app or maybe watching what's going on in the studio on the YouTube channel as well. We do appreciate that on air and online. KTAR News and our special election coverage. I'm Chris Merrill. My co-host during the week on the Chris and Joe Show, Joe Huizinga, sitting to my right, straight across from me, giving me that eye, is the KTAR host, Bruce St. James from Outspoken with Bruce St. James and Gatos. And also adding the perspective that we all needed, Lady La in the studio as well. Good to have you guys. All right, timing seems to be everything. I was listening earlier to Barry Markson, and he was hosting the table. Bruce, were you in here when Adrian Fontes was in here?
Yes, I was.
And the question was asked about, why can't we get this stuff sooner? Yeah, why?
France gives you the results in one day, the same night.
France.
Taiwan.
Why can't we be like France and Taiwan?
Yeah.
And what was his response?
We don't invest that kind of money to do it.
Yeah.
And I think he makes a solid argument. And I don't even think it's a partisan argument. Adrian Fontes, again, our Secretary of State, made the point that if you want, and we have the ability to count all of these ballots and do it safely, securely, and do it the night of the election.
So why don't we do it?
We're going to need a lot more money to do that. We're going to need people. We're going to need facilities. We're going to need equipment. He goes, that we just don't have.
We spent $10 million on election security at MCTEC this year at the Maricopa County Tabulation Election Center.
That's like
Thank you.
fences and cameras.
Right.
Yeah.
We didn't add any more tabulation machines.
We put a fishbowl down in one of the county headquarters.
But his argument is, they're still operating on older computers. They cut the budgets, and you can't have it both ways. You want it safe, secure, and 100% accurate, and fast. You can't have both.
You can't have both.
Lady Law, what is it what is it we need to be looking at? Do we want it to be faster, even if that means we don't have fences up, or is it more important to have things be secure in case some crazy show up?
I don't know. I feel like security was a huge factor, especially in this one, as volatile as even new voters probably thought this election was going to be. A lot of people who said they voted in the past, but they didn't actually. They really wanted to this time, but they were like, what's it going to be like? Especially, you saw those stories in the news with the kid with the machete or whatever it was. You only need to see one, and then it's like, oh, okay, So I feel like security is a huge issue, but for me personally, it's going to be the accuracy. I'm like, well, I want it to be accurate because I don't want to go back and forth, and I don't want to hear for the next however long from a politician that these things weren't accurate and that it was stolen from them and whatever else. I'd like to avoid that. So if we need to take the time, let's do it.
If those accusations are likely to be made anyway, and we don't know, again, it looks like Trump is probably going to win at this point, but there's still plenty of outstanding ballots. We don't know for sure. A lot of those toss-up states are still toss-ups. But it looks like he's probably going to win.
He's leading in all of the swing states.
They said there was a 40% chance that one of these candidates could sweep them, and it looks that way right now.
Certainly could be. So if we don't have an issue with people screaming stolen election, if Kamala Harris doesn't come out and say stolen election, do we dial back the security in 2028?
Chris, I think,
or is this the new standard?
The issue in 2020 was the voter also didn't understand what was going on with the vote count. They didn't understand the late earlies and everything that was going on there.
I still don't understand
the roller coaster and how it played out, I think, confused a lot of people, and I think led them to believe that it was being stolen because it wasn't, GOP ahead the whole way. It was up, down, up, down. It was back and forth.
Joe, don't you think part of it also is that for a long time, Arizona wasn't competitive? We were the state where you could call George Bush the minute the polls closed.
Yeah.
We can project that George Bush has won Arizona. It didn't matter.
Yeah, we were the South Dakota of the Southwest.
Well, and
right?
I would just tell you, we didn't count all the votes that night.
Yeah.
It was just a statistical number that the Democrat couldn't overcome. That still took them 2 weeks to count all the votes. It just was a matter of it didn't matter at the time. Now that we're at least somewhat of a swing state and tend to vacillate back and forth, the system we have says it's going to take 10 days, 2 weeks to count all the votes.
Go ahead, Joe.
I won't give Harris that much credit, too. I think Trump absolutely would have challenged had he lost. I think Harris would challenge if she won some of these swing states. But if it's a sweep, she doesn't have a leg to stand on.
So I was taking a look at the amount of time, and to your point, Bruce, it seems like the statistics are going to be in his favor tonight. But as far as actual counting, Nevada, they say, could take days. Arizona could take days. Wisconsin, they think probably is going to wrap up by tomorrow. Michigan, maybe faster than the last time around. Georgia counts pretty quickly. In fact, I think last time they had about 99% by midnight.
And again, these have to do with, I don't want to just state the obvious.
Yeah.
Every state has different election laws.
Yeah.
Right.
There is no national election law.
So are we still going to wait on Pennsylvania, or have we decided that the stats are there and everything comes down to playing a mathematical game?
That's literally what I was about to ask you, because this is my first time being on
I'm new to this.
news in a newsroom
Yeah.
on a news radio station during an election year, and I'm like, I hear Bruce say, "Okay, it's going to take eons for this thing to come out," and you're saying, we're done tonight. Great, it's a wrap.
Well, I think both are right.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. So based on your experience, having this not being the first election that you guys have worked through, what do you guys think?
To get the, I'll split the baby here. To get the official result, it's going to take days because they want to make sure to be right. But it sure feels like we're done tonight the way the momentum is going.
And I'm going to tell you that they call it tonight because I went out on a limb earlier on my show on our show, and I said, I think there's a good chance we know who the winner is tonight. And so basically it makes me look smarter.
So let's go with that.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that the networks and the news agencies that make these decisions are going to be hesitant, and they're going to want to know that they're well outside the margin of error. They're outside of any recount number. You know what I'm saying?
You don't want to have to take it back.
You don't want to have to reverse it, and so I think they might take a little bit of time. Maybe tomorrow morning. Maybe tonight, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's tomorrow.
That comes down to the accuracy versus timing debate, but on a media level, not necessarily on a Secretary of State level, right?
Well, North Carolina was just called by CNN before we came in here.
Yeah.
So if we get Georgia as well, which they count fairly quickly.
Yeah, Georgia, and Georgia's going to go for Trump.
So once we get those, any of the blue wall states, Wisconsin,
Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, or Michigan,
Pennsylvania,
any of them. Harris has to win all three.
And then at that point, it really doesn't matter what the others do.
No.
Yes, you want to make sure to get it right for your state, but it really doesn't matter. So once one of them is ready to go, it's kind of done.
I should point out that the New York Times right now is saying that the chance of Trump winning is 91%.
Yeah.
So, like we said, it's not over until the fat lady sings, but she's warming up in the green room.
Yeah, we're
now.
onside kicking at this point, hoping to recover and score.
The
and
Democrats
onside
are
kick
right.
again.
Yeah. As far as Trump supporters and Republicans, I got to believe they're probably going to sleep really, really well tonight. So,
Can I point out something that
do.
also may happen? Trump is leading in the popular vote, which I think also reinforces my argument that because he's lost the last two popular votes,
yes,
that Democrats didn't show up, because I don't think that many would have flipped. I think you're going to see a lower vote total.
Why didn't they show? What, Taylor Swift didn't help?
And Kamala Harris didn't excite them enough. I don't know.
That's all it was. I mean,
you
they're
tell me.
sitting out. I don't know. I'm asking you. You're
I
the
think
guest.
a
I'm
lot of
just a
Democrats
facilitator.
look like they sat this one out. that they were not interested in voting for Harris for whatever reasons.
Is there any such thing as like voter fatigue? Do people just get
Yes.
so exhausted
a great
throughout
point.
this entire process that they were like, you know what? I don't even know if it matters. And then that's why Democrats decided, you know what? This is a joke of an election. I'm going to sit this one out.
Yeah, there is, but why is it affecting the Democrats more than the Republicans?
Right.
We'll talk more about that coming up here in just a few moments. In every election, we talk about the impact of the presidential race on the down ballot issues and the down ballot candidates. Is it possible this time around to see some of the down ballot races and issues having a bigger impact on the top of the ticket? That's next in our KTAR Election Night special coverage on KTAR News.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp along with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. And Stuart, when you talk to me about taxes, you say it's when you pay your taxes on your investments that really matters, right?
Absolutely. A lot of people think that when they're retired, their tax bill is going to go down. Oftentimes what we see is people have built up a huge tax time bomb in their thrift savings plan, their IRAs, their 401ks. Just remember this. We are in one of the most efficient tax windows in American history right now. It's the perfect time to consider taking advantage of the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, because if Congress doesn't act, taxes are going up in 2 years, and that'll be a mistake. Once again, it's a perfect time to find out if a Roth conversion makes sense for you.
Remember, it's not about what you make, it's about what you keep. So contact Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax and get a free portfolio review. Go online at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundation Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
With tens of thousands of satisfied patients across America, it's no surprise QC Kinetics gets 5-star reviews.
I'm feeling on top of the world because of QC Kinetics.
I'm able to do the things that I wasn't able to do for a long time.
I can recommend them highly. I would recommend QC to anybody. QC Kinetics has changed my life.
I couldn't believe it. I honestly was skeptical, but the pain went from a 10 to a 0.
Real people with real lasting relief from joint pain.
QC Kinetics Regenerative Medicine is regenerating me.
It was super successful, and I recommend everyone seek out QC Kinetics as an alternative to surgery.
This non-surgical approach is definitely the future.
I tell as many people as possible. I am an ambassador. I love QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine. No drugs, no surgery. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Over the last 20 years, the attorneys at Sweet James have helped enough accident victims to fill an entire sports arena. The role they play in their injured clients' recovery drives them to produce the best results. Just listen to this story. A client's world changed after a reckless drunk driver hit his vehicle and left him with severe injuries. He couldn't get the insurance company to help him at all, and after all the frustration, he called Sweet James. His team of attorneys stepped in to make sure he got the medical treatment he really needed, and they wouldn't let up until they delivered a massive $7 million win for him. In this situation, caring and winning go hand in hand. It means medical care, maximum compensation, and justice. That's Sweet James. If you're ever hurt in an accident, the results matter. Call the attorneys at Sweet James and don't wait. 800-9-million. That phone number, once again, is 800-9-million. That's 800-900-0000, or you can find them online at sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
KTAR News now.
It's 10:30. Good evening. I'm Becky Lynn.
Arizona votes 2024. The count.
One presidential nominee inches further ahead in Arizona, and a state proposition inches closer to victory. KTAR's Peter Seymour joins us now live at the KTAR Decision Desk.
Becky, in Arizona, Donald Trump leads Kamala Harris by 0.8 of a point, or now 13,000 votes. Earlier, he won the swing state of North Carolina. He's winning in Georgia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, other swing states. Prop 139 here in Arizona, wider abortion access, looks like it'll win. It enjoys a 2-to-1 yes margin for allowing abortions beyond the current state law of 15 weeks of pregnancy. And it looks like Congressman Ruben Gallego will be Arizona's next U.S. Senator. He's holding on to a 6-point lead over Kari Lake. He all but declared victory in a speech earlier tonight. In Maricopa County races, incumbent attorney Rachel Mitchell holds a 5-point lead over challenger Tamika Wooten. Democrat Tim Stringham leads Republican Justice Justin Heap by 0.3 of a point in the race for recorder. Heap knocked out incumbent Stephen Richer in the primary. And Republican Jerry Sheridan, a top aide to former county sheriff Joe Arpaio, leads Democrat Tyler Camp by 3 points in the race for sheriff. Live at the KTAR Decision Desk, Peter Seymour, KTAR News.
Former President Trump holding his lead over Vice President Kamala Harris in the Electoral College. Sources close to the Harris campaign say the mood is anxious as Trump supporters began to celebrate at Mar-a-Lago. Preliminary exit polling shows Harris underperforming among Latino voters. That's according to ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy.
We still are waiting on data from Pennsylvania, Georgia, Wisconsin, Michigan, Nevada, and Arizona. Maybe a long wait in the case of those two western states. But what I see in our national exit poll is that Hispanic voters are moving in Donald Trump's direction. In fact, Donald Trump has the best showing for a Republican presidential candidate among Hispanics since 1976.
More races being called tonight with new and returning candidates representing Arizona in the U.S. House of Representatives. The latest now with KTAR's Brandon King in the News Center.
Juan Ciscomani, the Republican representative for Tucson's 6th congressional district, is in his re-election bid. His challenger and 2022 election rival, Democrat Kirsten Engel, is leading Ciscomani by 20,000 votes, more than 3 times what Ciscomani won by in 2022. Meanwhile, Democrat Amish Shah is still leading the fight in District 1 against incumbent Republican David Schweikert by just under 5,000 votes. And in CD 8, former Arizona Attorney General candidate Aide Hamadeh is leading Democrat Greg Whitten by roughly 15,000 votes. Brandon King, KTAR News.
We have won this race tonight.
Winning Democrats are celebrating at the Arizona Democratic Party Watch Night. KTAR's Heidi Hommel is live at the Hilton Phoenix Resort with more on how they're feeling tonight.
Yeah, Becky, Arizona Congressman Greg Stanton thanked his family and team after a successful re-election campaign.
I will continue to reach across the aisle to listen as we chart a new path forward as a state and as a nation, to make real progress, to rebuild our economy and prepare Arizona for the future.
Stanton said he hopes State Representative Amish Shah beats incumbent Congressman David Schweikert in CD1 so the Democrats can take control of the U.S. House. He vowed to protect the CHIPS and Science Act and keep Arizona the semiconductor capital of the United States. Reporting live at the Arizona Democratic Party Watch Night, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Our KTAR Election 2024 news special continues now. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
A KTAR News special presentation. Arizona Votes 2024 Election Day Special.
All right, I'm Chris Merrill. Joining me is my co-host during the week on the Chris and Joe Show, Joe Huizenga. Also in the studio is our KTAR senior political analyst, Dr. Mike O'Neill, great moderator of many debates, Steve Goldstein, radio legend in the state of Arizona, also a television legend, just not locally, and our own Gatos from Outspoken with Bruce St. James, and Gatos sits into the chair that that Bruce had previously occupied. Do want to check in right now. Heidi Hommel is of the Democratic Watch Party, our KTAR reporter. And Heidi, what is the vibe there? It's got to be. They're probably not feeling as good as they thought they might be feeling tonight.
Hi, guys. Yeah, things are starting to clear out as it's almost getting to be 11 o'clock, but things were popping earlier. Lots of big wins tonight. We heard from Congressman, or soon-to-be Senate-elect maybe, Ruben Gallego. I know that race hasn't been called yet, but he kind of declared victory earlier. In Phoenix, Mayor Kate Gallego celebrated her re-election campaign, along with Arizona Congressman Greg Stanton, to name a few.
Heidi, you said that they're starting to clear out there. Are we expecting that party to wind down here shortly, or are we going to get a chance to talk with you again in a little bit?
I think we're scheduled till midnight, but I hear a lot of people are going to be clearing out at 11. The big names have already kind of celebrated their wins. I actually spoke with a Democratic candidate for county recorder, Tim Stringham, earlier, and while he's up a little bit in his race, he said he's not full out declaring victory yet until all the votes are counted. Very county recorder of him.
Sure is. All right, Heidi Hommel, live from the Democratic Watch Party. Heidi, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, let me start with our KTAR political analyst, Dr. Mike O'Neill.
Can I just interject?
Yes,
I really
please.
do think it's a great idea that the county recorder believes in counting all the votes.
That's wonderful, isn't it? So I do want to point out, too, that the Republicans didn't have sort of a centralized watch party like the Democrats had planned. So we didn't have anybody that could be at a centralized watch party, which is why we've got Heidi at the Democratic watch party. All right. Surprises. Dr. O'Neill, we talked to you earlier today. We said what would surprise you. Have you seen surprises thus far based on projections or trends right now?
I'll tell you one thing. I went, and nobody's talked about this yet, but I went and looked at the Arizona legislature, who's ahead. If who's ahead stays, we have a Democratic House and a a Democratic Senate and a split House.
Wow.
Now, that's got a big if. There's some close races in there. This is based on who's ahead right now. That is as good or as better. That's the upper end of Democratic expectations.
That's historic.
And we have two Democrats who are winning in currently Republican-held seats. Not sure if either or both of them will hold up. The Schweikert one is super close, but there's a little bit of a silver lining for Democrats here. Obviously, at the top, it's a disaster.
How does this explain this to me? I mean, you're a political scientist. I mean, how is it that we have the Democrats winning, that they're turning things over, and yet at the top of the ticket, it's pretty solid in Arizona for Trump right now. It looks like this one could be. I think it's going to be called tonight. Could be wrong.
With the exception of Donald Trump, who has he's in a category by himself. He has a special level of appeal. He's inoculated against stuff that would be instant death to any other candidate. He seems, however, not to be able to transfer that to other people like Carrie Lake. And basically, the Republicans have been taken over by the Trump element of the party, and they have been nominating unelectable candidates.
And yet the guy that they're emulating is very popular.
Is completely this rule applies to everybody but him, like everything else in politics.
All right, let's go to Steve Goldstein, who again.
Thank you, Gatos, for letting me cut in there.
No, please.
So, Steve, you moderated a ton of debates. Not just candidates, but also propositions.
I just hope Carrie Lake
like
doesn't
that.
blame me for her loss tonight. So.
At some point, it'll come down to you. Yeah. Any surprises as far as you're concerned, or has this followed basically what you witnessed throughout the process?
No, I mean, not to go outside our market, but I think, Mike mentioned 2 congressional races, and one of them last time around in Tucson, which is a swing district before it was redrawn, it was Gabby Gifford's district. Mm-hmm. And now you've got Juan Ciscomani, who won by a tiny, tiny bit, and returns are still early, but he's losing by a lot. He's losing by about 8 points to Kirsten Engel, who he beat last time around. That would be amazing to actually flip a couple of these districts to Democrats, because the Republicans who are in Arizona's congressional delegation now are really, this is not hyperbole, are on the far right of
but
the
Ciscomani
party.
is.
No, Ciscomani's not, but that would, if Ciscomani lost and Schweikert, who is to the right but is not MAGA right, if those were the 2 Republicans who lost, and if they do lose and Democrats were to win those seats, I don't know if they will or not, then what you're going to have is every Republican in Arizona's congressional delegation is definitely in the MAGA side, who will never even consider talking to a Democrat. I think that could really change how the congressional delegation's seen, and that could also potentially affect the U.S. House in terms of if Arizona is the one vote that leads to Democrats somehow holding on to some power in Washington.
I'd like to point out that earlier on, outspoken with Bruce St. James and Gatos, Gatos continued his streak, and he said that Donald Trump was going to be the president of the United States. Mm-hmm. And so congratulations. It looks like your prediction was correct on that.
I was wrong. Doesn't look like he doesn't. I thought Kamala was going to possibly win.
I was trying to bail you out.
I had her for the blue wall. And listen, I think you got to take a step back and look what Donald Trump has done. How many felonies does he have?
34.
Okay. How many times has he been impeached?
Twice.
How many people has he wanted to win an election and they've lost? And January 6th? And what has he done? He's made the greatest political comeback in American history. As long as this country has been around, you will never see anything like what you saw tonight. If Donald Trump is going to win tonight, and that's what it looks like, it is the greatest comeback I've ever seen and anyone will ever see in the history of the United States.
And this goes back to something that Dr. O'Neill said earlier, and that so many things that would be disqualifying, would be instant political death for any other candidate. Somehow, it's not only not harmful to him, every time he gets indicted, it turns into a bump in his polling numbers.
He's managed to convince his supporters that it's a witch hunt,
right?
And therefore, what for anybody else would be a normal judicial process. I thought it was 36, but 34 or 36 felonies. You know, a whole bunch of them, dozens.
Few dozen.
Right, oogles and oogles of convictions. And he turns it into, you know, he gets a little bump in the polls after conviction because his supporters just double down and say this just proves they're only out to get him.
Well, just think about it for a second. Think about Michael Dukakis getting in a tank
with a loose-fitting helmet.
And he looked ridiculous, and that's why he lost the election. But Donald Trump could wear a McDonald's hat. And it works for him.
And the garbage thing,
He
too.
can get in a garbage truck with Trump on it.
Struggle to get the door open.
And struggle to get the door open. But you have to give this guy all the credit in the world.
Sure.
You can't get rid of him. He's a fighter. I don't particularly like him, but I didn't like Kamala either. I thought she was the worst vice president of my lifetime. But Donald Trump did it. It looks like he did it. And you've got to give the guy credit.
This is the Roy Cohn influence, who from day one said, you know, if they come after you, double down. If they get it on film, say that the film was doctored. You know, just no matter what, admit to nothing ever and attack always.
So
and that has been.
That's what he did.
Aside from that, which I agree with, and aside from saying he's Trump, nobody else is, explain to me how Kerry Lake is losing or underperforming him by 3 to 5% every single county.
Because Trump magic only applies to Donald Trump.
Exactly. No one else can be Donald Trump except Donald Trump. And if you try and rip him off, nobody buys it.
No, but there's also the feeling that Trump was a celebrity and people aspire to be Donald Trump.
Shouldn't his
no one aspires to be Kerry Lake.
Let's talk about what really made Donald Trump. The Apprentice.
Yeah, right. Absolutely.
Was
Celebrity.
a complete fiction. They, in order to make that show work, the producers say, we have to make you look like the smartest businessman in the world. People watched that for 10 years?
Yeah.
And they were convinced this is a brilliant businessman. This was not somebody held in any kind of decent regard in the real estate community in New York. But that show, by the end of that show, he was the smartest man in the world.
Yeah, I thought Home Alone 2 really gave him a bump as well. You may have noticed candidates working harder on getting their voters to the polls than they did changing the hearts and minds of the undecided. It's why turnout was key and why we can't read between the lines like we used to. That is next in our KTAR Election Night special coverage on KTAR News.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Hi, folks. Jay Feely here. By now, you've heard a lot about Y-Refi. I did as well. So I decided to investigate. What I found was that Y-Refi really does offer a secure collateralized portfolio with a strong fixed rate of return of 10.25%. You heard that right, 10.25%. It's true. There's no attack on your principal if you ever need your money back. And yes, you're in control. You can let your investment compound daily or take income, whatever you choose, and there are absolutely no fees. So I decided to invest. I'm now one of the many investors all over the country earning a strong fixed rate of return with Y-Refi. And we don't care what happens in the stock market or with the Fed. So do what I did. Just call 877-80-INVEST. That's 877-80-INVEST. Or log on to investyrefi.com. That's invest, the letter Y, then REFY.com, and make sure you tell them that Jay Feely sent you.
Hi, this is Amy Batten with Waterstone Mortgage and host of Keeping It Real Estate with Amy B, as heard every Saturday at 5 p.m. on KTAR News 92.3 FM. Interest rates are finally starting to come down, and the new buzzword, refinance. With the right guidance, refinancing is an important money-saving tool, and I would love to help you. Find me online anytime at keepingitrealestatewithamyb.com. Please reach out today for my free and painless consultation, and let's see if our refinance is right for you.
Waterstone Mortgage Corporation, equal housing lender, NMLS number 1864488, NMLS 18766.
It's Black Friday all month long at Howard Air. Save up to $6,495 in total rebates on select new systems. Plus, get no interest and make no payments for 12 months on approved credit, and enhance your home's energy efficiency and comfort during these cold winter months with Howard Air Insulation. Call today, get 20% off any insulation job. It's Black Friday all month long at Howard Air. Call 602-953-2766 or schedule a free estimate online today at howardair.com. Some restrictions apply.
A KTAR News special presentation. Arizona Votes 2024 Election Day Special.
We are expecting former president, potentially President-elect Trump, to speak this evening, and so we are on standby. And as soon as he gets ready to speak, we'll dip in and take a little bit of what he has to say. I'm Chris Merrill. Next to me is my co-host during the week, Joe Huizinga. In the studio with us right now is KTAR senior political analyst, Dr. Mike O'Neill. That is a reference to his position, not his age. Steve Goldstein, who is a radio legend in Phoenix, is in here. And speaking of legends, the great Gatos from Outspoken with Bruce St. James and Gatos sitting to my left. I'm Chris Merrill. We appreciate everybody that is listening, obviously on air, online, on the KTAR News app, but also watching on our YouTube channel as well. Okay, now I think I've got all the technicals out of the way, right? And I got all that stuff done. Dr. O'Neill, I'm fascinated by some of the things that you were saying. What happened with the turnout this time around? Because voter turnout, you know as well as I do, voter turnout is key. And it looks like the Democrats largely sat this one out, certainly more than they did in 2020. What's the difference?
I don't understand it. There was more than ample grounds for them to get excited. First of all, Donald Trump was a exciting factor in and of himself. The anti-Trump.
Yeah.
Number two, abortion was on the ballot here. That was very visceral and heavily Democratic. I don't find an easy, maybe just weariness.
But abortion passed in every state, too, which is confusing.
Well, not every. No, actually, it's interesting.
By Florida, it didn't.
The Dakotas, both of them.
Okay.
And
so
Florida.
The majority, though,
so,
it did.
Yeah, it is a majority thing, but it is not a universal thing.
Is it? Let me go to Steve Goldstein.
Well, Chris, I wanted to ask you and Joe if I can give up the fact you guys are both from Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
So, thinking about the whole Israel thing, and Michiganders, at least those who were in the Arab community, decided that Joe Biden, Kamala Harris had made a mistake in supporting Israel the way they did. But isn't Donald Trump supposedly more of an Israel supporter than the Biden-Harris team?
So I'm going to defer to Joe on this one because,
thank you.
well, I grew up in sister-kissing country in northern Michigan, right? So if you need somebody who can catch and skin a deer,
Come on,
it's
Joe,
me.
let's do it.
Joe, however, can talk more about southeast Michigan.
I can talk a little bit about Dearborn, but I think it goes beyond Michigan, Steve. I am stunned. Chris and I talked earlier this week about the chance. Nate Silver said there was a 40% chance that one of these two could sweep the swing states. And it looks right now like that's going to happen. So I think it's a lot more than just an Israel-Palestine thing in Michigan. I think you have to look at North Carolina and Georgia where it's done. They've already went red. That's done. And then you've got, Gatos mentioned the blue wall. We've all talked about the blue wall. That's going to be all red too. That got smashed by red. And then you've got Nevada, Arizona. That's going red too. So you've got every single swing state. Trump did something that Chris and I said privately off the air, yeah, it could happen, but we had the chance, what, Chris, 5 to 10%?
I said 15%, Joe. I called that one.
Okay, I had more like 5 or 10% chance.
But it really was, first of all, it indicates, these were all states where the polling showed dead heat. And we know that...
Within the margin of error, yeah.
And it's even less than margin of error because it's adding together the average of all polls. But the difference between the average of the polls and the result, on average, is 3 to 4%. And that's more or less what we're getting. So this is not an unusual level of deviation from the polls. It's just a consistent one.
Can I answer your question, Chris? You said, where were the Democrats tonight?
Yeah.
What if they were upset about what the Democrats did to Joe Biden? What if voters were upset and we didn't see that? What if they're upset that they pulled him from the race and they didn't open it up to everybody else?
Are you buying that?
I don't know. I'm grasping at straws here
Yeah.
because we're trying to figure out why the Democrats would sit at home and not get the vote out, and that's one thing that crossed my mind.
I'm not buying that one.
Okay?
I think the first reaction when Kamala Harris came in, I was surprised by it, but the first reaction was jubilation.
You're right.
And people just jumped on board that bandwagon. They were, oh my God! I said, I think you have to go through a process of the primaries to legitimate.
I agree.
I was wrong. They all jumped on. She was up initially after the first 30 days.
Mm-hmm.
She was up by an average of 3.8%. And you know what happened between then and now? The slowest decline you've ever seen, but it was consistent. She lost like 1/10 of a point every week or something like that.
A few voters here, a few voters there.
There was no big single drop whatsoever. It was like, I think she came on and there was a sense of enthusiasm, and I think she got all the votes of the really sort of uncommitted who were just going along with the kind of the sense of excitement.
What about
they just lost the excitement over time.
What about people that maybe say she wasn't up for the job? She couldn't answer a question, a direct question. She couldn't answer it, literally could not answer it. And maybe some looked at her and said, she's just not ready.
I only saw one question that she blew badly.
The View.
The one that said how
would you differ from
how
Biden?
would you differ?
Yeah,
and
that was a view.
that was one you should have been prepared for,
Right.
and for which there was a simple answer.
Right.
I'm not going to tell you about my private disagreements. I'll keep them private. Let me tell you about what I want to do going forward. Because to answer that question literally is a trap.
But that was her fumble.
Yeah.
Because she said she didn't disagree with him and didn't differentiate herself at all.
Yeah.
So
but
it's.
I think you guys are giving way too much credit to people who hang on every word.
Maybe.
I don't
You
think
might
this
be
was
right.
decided by the wonks.
They used that one in commercials with
Well,
great
fair.
effect, over and over. So it wasn't a one-day thing.
But one thing I want to go back to Chris talking about the Democrats, though, because every time Republicans win, and that applies in Arizona as well, it's because of independents. We're seeing growing independence here. Independents split for Trump in a big way, and they split for Biden in a big way in 2020. I think a lot of it is that people are kind of on the fence. We're like, maybe what Gatos is saying, maybe they didn't think she was up for it. Maybe it's because 72% say we're on the wrong track. Whatever it is, it's a big deal that independents are like, I don't want to go this way.
Did we overcount the never Trump Republicans? I mean,
the influence of them? Yeah.
I mean, you talk about the independents breaking for the
Like, did
Republicans.
Liz Cheney affect anybody's vote?
No,
I don't
evidently
think so.
not. Because
Do you think some of the Never Trumpers came home and said maybe?
I do. Yeah. I mean, if the independents went to Trump, then certainly the Never Trumpers had to go to Trump, right? I mean, or they sat it out. But
I mean, where were the Republicans that were going to vote against Trump? The Nikki Haley vote.
They didn't show up at all.
We don't know.
I mean, to Trump's credit, he was able to just overcome whatever that was. I mean, that was. I turned to Dr. O'Neill to explain it, and so far he's not been able to tell me what the hell I just witnessed.
I mean, essentially, wait a few months. There'll be post-election surveys that will dissect that, and we will know. But right now, we're guessing.
Well, we're not all. Are we all surprised that Trump won?
No.
We're not surprised that it's the way he won
so quickly.
He won quickly. He
and
took
decisively.
it looks like he took all the swing states.
Yeah,
and you got it. What's that?
Emphatically.
Yeah. It's an exclamation point
but not
victory.
He took them all.
Yeah.
But he's going to win these by like 2 or 3%.
But he took them all.
He took them all.
Yes,
and
he took them all.
Looks like he could win the popular vote too.
Yeah,
could be.
And he's got the Senate, and he might have the House too. It's a red wave. It's 2 years late.
Does that equal a mandate?
Wow, that's a great question.
I mean,
It'll
we know the
technically be a mandate, so
politicians will say that, we've got a mandate from the voters, but obviously it's a very split election.
He'll claim a mandate.
He'll claim a mandate. So does that mean that we get I don't see a whole lot of reaching across the aisle going on to the point you made earlier, Steve.
I think it'll be incredibly important whether or not the Democrats hang on to take over the House by even a single vote.
Does that create paralysis?
Then you will have to work with them to some extent. And because the Democrats have been resilient in sticking together, particularly in the House.
So as far as a postmortem goes, what do the Democrats do going forward? I mean, they have to, and we've only got about 30 seconds here, so maybe it's an unfair question to throw at you, but what do we do, Dr. O'Neill? What do we do if you're a Democrat? You sit down and you go, man, we just got blown out if they lose the House, Senate, White House to Donald Trump. We didn't think it was going to be that big. I mean, the Democrats got to be looking at this and thinking, we got to do some retooling.
Well, Donald Trump has a habit of overstepping.
So maybe they just give him rope and wait?
Well, not rope, but they won't have a choice. If Trump is in control of everything, he's going to dictate policy for a while, and we're going to live with that. And
got to play the
long. People may not be happy with tariffs that every economist that I've ever seen says will be an economic disaster.
We're going to find out. We'll see. Former President Trump, perhaps President-elect Trump, set to speak here, and we'll take his comments as soon as they pop up. In the meantime, we'll get you an update on the latest election news here in Arizona. That is next on our KTAR special election coverage, KTAR News.
Who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
To all you tool people out there, has Harbor Freight got a deal for you? Big savings every single day this November. Because we know that right now, when the price of everything only seems to go up, you need a place where prices stay low. So shop in-store or online for quality tools you can trust at prices you'll love every day. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? This is Dr. Patrick Maloney with Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss, and we know the secret. Our unique weight loss program makes it easy to lose weight, get healthy, and get your energy back naturally, safely, and effectively. If you'd like to lose unhealthy fat without counting points or calories, no exercising, no prepackaged meals, no drugs, no surgery, and no injections with the risk of serious side effects, visit PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com to schedule your free consultation in person or virtually.
Jamie West here, and after hiding my bathroom scale for more than 2 years, I'm now excited to step on it every morning. Thanks to Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss, I've lost more than 20 pounds in just over a month with no drugs or shots. Get started now and think about how great you'll look for the holidays. Call for your free weight loss consultation in person or virtually, 602-832-7440, 602-832-7440, or go to PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM.
Parker & Sons wants to thank you, Arizona, for helping them become the Valley's most trusted heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical company over the last 50 years. 50 years. It's Parker's 50th anniversary. They are celebrating by giving right back to Arizona with 50 acts of kindness. If anyone you know is in need of Parker's services, visit Parker50.com and nominate them for a free service or repair today. Parker50.com or call 602-2REPAIR.
All right, it's Gatos for the Arizona Painting Company. You know what time of year it is, right? Family is going to be coming over to the house. You're going to have guests staying at your home. The holidays. We love the holidays. Okay, get your house painted before they get there. Call the Arizona Painting Company. Paint the inside, paint the outside. You tell them Gatos sent you, you get 15% off. I've used these guys for the last 20 years. You can text the word paint to 620-620, and I will send you that discount of 15%. And when you hire the Arizona Painting Company, you'll love watching paint dry.
KTAR News now.
It is 11 o'clock. Good evening. I'm Becky Lynn.
Arizona votes 2024. The count.
Well, it's looking more likely that Donald Trump will return to the White House. KTAR's Peter Seymour joins us live with that race and Arizona propositions at the KTAR Decision Desk.
Becky, Donald Trump won the swing state of North Carolina. He's been declared the winner in Georgia by the Associated Press, and even Georgia's Secretary of State calls his lead insurmountable there. Trump is also winning in all other swing states, including Arizona, where he's leading Kamala Harris by 0.8% or 13,000 votes. 13% of Arizona precincts have reported, to be sure, and Maricopa County's latest results have maintained percentages among the statewide propositions. Voters are saying yes to Props 313 and 314, which would mean life in prison for child sex traffickers and arrest for state crimes for people crossing the border from Mexico into Arizona illegally. Arizona voters are shooting down Propositions 133 and 140. The former would constitutionalize partisan primaries. The latter would create open primaries where the top two vote-getters advance. And Arizona voters like the governor's executive orders to last 120 days, not be cut down to 30 days as retribution after the pandemic. Prop 135 is failing, as are about half of the state propositions. Live in the KTAR Decision Desk, Peter Seymour, KTAR News.
As the election results continue rolling in, ABC News takes a look at some preliminary exit polling data. ABC's Brian Clark breaks down some national vote preference.
Voters in some key swing states cited the economy as their top issue in this election, and in two, Georgia and Pennsylvania, about half of respondents in a preliminary exit poll said they were worse off financially than they were 4 years ago. And nationally, preliminary exit polls show voters who say they're worse off than they were 4 years ago are backing Donald Trump by 80% compared to just 17% for Kamala Harris. Brian Clark, ABC News.
As national races are called and we get an idea of who will win locally, we're hearing from one Republican and her supporters. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live in the West Valley with more.
Yeah, Becky, as the first ballots got processed and their results released earlier tonight, Republican nominee for Maricopa County Board of Supervisors, Debbie Lesko, waited no time claiming victory in that race. We are still waiting to call that race, however. Lesko was joined by voting group Assyrians for Trump, with one woman named Monica Patio saying she's feeling good about how results will play out for both Lesko and Donald Trump.
Gosh, I feel hopeful. I feel hopeful again. I feel like the change is coming and it's going to be good.
Overall, Republicans I spoke to tonight are optimistic but not overdoing it, saying at this point the race is far from over. The Arizona Republican Party itself is not holding any election night celebrations. Live in the West Valley, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
There were lots of big wins tonight at the Arizona Democratic Watch Party. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live there talking to some of the winners.
Yeah, Becky, Phoenix Mayor Kate Gallego celebrated her re-election campaign win here tonight. She says what she's looking forward to continuing doing her work on economic development.
And really wanted a high-wage city. I'm so proud that we've had more than $20,000 in gains for our residents' average salary, higher wage jobs.
She said she also wants to build a safer city, protect our water supply, and develop better public transportation. Mayor Gallego said she was proud the city's 10-year plan on the ballot today received 80% support. Reporting live at the Arizona Democratic Party Watch Night, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
And results from one of this election's most closely watched propositions are starting to get more clear. KTAR's Jonah Herkel explains live from the News Center.
Proposition 139, which establishes a fundamental right to abortion in Arizona while limiting the state's power to interfere before fetal viability, is likely to pass. Cindy Dahlgren with the It Goes Too Far campaign tells KTAR News national labor unions and not Arizonans helped win support.
This amendment passed because proponents spent $35 million lying to voters.
Arizona for Abortion Access, the political committee running the campaign for the amendment, says the measure removes government interference. Live from the News Center, Jonah Harkle, KTAR News.
And the count continues right now. Back to our KTAR News Special, Election 2024. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
KTAR News 92.3 on the app, online. Arizona Votes 2024 Election Day Special.
Chris Merrill hosting the KTAR Election Night Special, along with my weekday partner, Joe Huizenga. To my right, in the studio with us, is KTAR senior political analyst Mike O'Neill, radio legend in the state of Arizona. Steve Goldstein.
Just say it, Chris. Otherwise, I'll ask what's the why.
And also a professional radio voice you've heard many times here on KTAR is Lady Law in studio with us as well for a fresh perspective, too. All right, we are still waiting to see if former President Trump is going to speak. It is looking more and more. In fact, the New York Times has given us an update on their predictions. They've got a plus 95% chance of a Trump victory in the White House, which means the odds of Harris winning are slim and none, and slim is packing right now. So we are looking for that to get out of town.
So, Chris, when we look at some of these states, does this mean that Donald Trump was able to get some of the secretaries of state to find 257,000 votes for him?
He found plenty is what they
yeah.
found. Yeah, I don't think they had to look too hard is what we're running across here. We're also waiting for the latest, what do they like to call it, the tranche from Maricopa County to drop, or in the state, some of these other numbers that are supposed to come in, and we'll get a little bit clearer picture of some of the local races as well. That's something else that we're looking for, which is why we've asked Dr. O'Neill to stick around with us a little longer. I wanted to ask you, Dr. O'Neill, if I can, one of the things that I think we tend to do in media is we tend to assign a certain demographic to a certain voter profile. Mm-hmm. So we would say, well, you've got your suburban moms who are concerned about abortion. They're going to turn out to the polls, and that's going to be good for Harris. But what we saw here in Arizona is that not only does the abortion measure pass by a long shot, the immigration measure passes by a long shot. Yeah. And that would be a Republican.
And they're both motivating factors, but not for the same groups.
But we saw there's certainly a lot of overlap in our Venn diagram,
probably
right?
Probably more than we realize. We think of one as a Democratic issue. We think of other as a Republican issue, but in reality, they both cut across.
So do we do a disservice in media? It's kind of a dumb question, I suppose, that we assign these generic profiles to voters. I mean, obviously every individual weighs every issue.
Yes, and the mistake is in thinking the characterization is true of all within a group. For example, we talked about the fact that Hispanics are voting against Trump, but they're voting, but the margin is going down.
Right.
And that is as important as, if you can cut the losses in the places where you're not doing well, you can do just as much for you as you can by piling high on the groups that you're doing very well in.
Let me go to Lady Law here, because he mentioned Hispanic vote margins were changing a little bit. Mm-hmm. One of the prevailing narratives around this entire election has been that the men are breaking for Trump, the women are breaking for Harris. Mm-hmm. How much of a role do identity politics play this time around? How much is it women voting for the woman, men voting for the man, African Americans voting for the black candidate, or minorities?
I was going to ask that
way?
same question, especially because everyone in this room has sat in this seat before in an election with Trump at some point. And I was going to ask that because I heard Gatos mention, was it about her readiness? Like, were people considering her readiness? Or was it more so about her being a woman and a woman of color? That's what it feels like to me from my millennial perspective as a woman born and raised in Arizona, as a Latina. So there's like a number of layers of things that I feel like, was it really about that? Or was it just as simple as it being her being a woman, as opposed to her readiness, especially when we look at, oh my gosh, it's so triumphant, this comeback of Trump, and like, look at all these things he's triumphed through after he's a 34-count felon, and he's been, found guilty of X, Y, and Z, and then we look at her record, not saying that it's, perfect by any means, or that it made her more ready to be a president necessarily, but when you compare the two, it's like, are we really dissecting her readiness, or is it just our lack of readiness to see a woman hold presidency?
Let me go to a fella that all the women love, Steve Goldstein, a real ladies' man. Steve, how much does identity politics play into this time around?
I think Law's point is great, and I know a lot of us got into trouble either on air or off air saying that a lot of Donald Trump voters in 16 or 20 were bigots.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Because there are some, certainly. But a lot of them are doing it because of economic factors or whatever they want to say. But it is, when you think about after Hillary Clinton lost, and every poll, Mike, I think, expected her to win, even though there were some very close states like we see in the summer. And then after she lost, a lot of it was, she's very unlikable. She's very. I mean, she's like a school marm. I mean, who wants to deal with her? So I don't think it's controversial what law. I mean, you have a personal experience, but also just in terms of analysis, I do think there is a factor there of people will say they're ready for a woman because we elect women as governors and senators, and that's. But that combined with the woman of color, then I started thinking about President Obama. But then I thought, oh, wait a second, he is the greatest orator of his generation, and he's a man. So maybe there's a little bit of. But then look at the backlash. Apparently, we got from that Tea Party, Trump. So yeah, identity politics, because people always want to find their tribe, we always say. And I think it's even more so now with the bro stuff or 21-year-old men who are like, Dave Portnoy's my hero or Joe Rogan's my hero, and now Donald Trump's my hero too. So yeah, I think a lot of it is that.
So let me go to Dr. Mike O'Neill, who's our KTAR senior political analyst. Mike, I'm just thinking what this does for the parties moving forward. I think I know anybody can run in the primaries, whatever, but we also know that there are certain people who the party will nudge, wink, wink. Would love to see you run there.
Sure.
What does this do as far as the prospects of a future female or female of color running for the highest office in the land?
It's interesting because when the party gets involved, it's usually in the direction of pragmatism. When a party gets behind a candidate, it's usually because they think that candidate has a better chance of winning. And there's an open question here. Was Kamala Harris's gender, was that a factor? That's very, very hard to get it, but we lost 2 out of 2 here, and it certainly makes it suspect.
Yeah, and not only that, but also we were hearing the men were breaking for Trump, women were breaking for Harris,
which was true.
But also that the turnout was going to be higher for women, which if you're in the Harris camp, you go, well, the math looks really good for us. Yep. But now it doesn't necessarily seem to be. Or am I confusing electoral vote with popular vote?
Well, the electoral vote is amplified. This will be presented as an electoral near landslide, which it isn't in terms of the popular vote. This popular vote, we don't even know at this moment who's going to win the popular vote. It's certainly very close. We're a 51-49 country.
How long does that change? I mean, it hasn't always been that way. I was around in '84. It hasn't always been.
No. That's been a phenomenon of the last 3 elections, which have been that close.
Chris, more than the gender identity issue, which I do think is a big deal. I would love to see some polling on blue collar, white collar, because I think the election comes down to a lot of blue collar voters breaking for Trump right now, and the white collar vote not turning out.
Well, that's a surrogate for that. The best predictor of all of vote is now education. It's a college. It's not exactly blue collar, white, but it's college educated, non-college educated is the single strongest predictor, and the other one that's a strong predictor is religion, and not necessarily what religion one belongs to, but a question like, do you go to church once a week? That is a huge predictor.
It could be all 3 of those things rolled into one. It could be gender, it could be job, and it could be that as well. But I keep coming back to Becky Lynn played a piece from Jonathan Karl from ABC tonight. He asked a simple question: are you better off than you were 4 years ago? The majority of the country saying no right now.
They have somehow had some amnesia about what that 4 years was like, because you had some troubles in the beginning, and then we got the pandemic, which of course you can't completely. You can criticize Trump for how he handled it, but not for the existence of the pandemic. That was a disaster that could have hit in.
Does the country look back and blame the pandemic on Biden?
I think they've forgotten about the pandemic.
Yeah.
Because the whole business of, we had prices go up. Yes, we did. And prices went up because the whole world production was shut down. And then all of a sudden, the pandemic shutdowns ended, and overnight we all had a pile of money in our pocket, which the government gave us, and everybody went out and spent. And guess what? When that happens and you have a shortage of goods, prices go up.
Who wants to remember being locked down and not being able to leave your house, though?
All right, we're still waiting on those numbers to come in from Maricopa County. We'll get those as soon as we can. Also waiting on former President Trump to speak. We understand he's getting ready to at some point, and if he does, we want to be able to bring you that audio when it happens. I'm Chris Merrill. Joe Heisler rising. And to my right, we've got KTAR senior political analyst, Dr. Mike O'Neill in studio, Steve Goldstein, radio legend, and Lady La, who is a voice you hear on KTAR all the time.
All the time.
Great to have you in the studio as well. We'll continue with our coverage, including, let's take a look at the future, and that is how many people will remember politics before Trump come 2028. That is next as we continue our coverage in our KTAR special election special. KTAR News.
Here's Becky Lynn with a look at the latest on the election right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 11:16. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. A gloomy mood at the Harris Campaign Watch Party on the campus of Howard University in Washington. Vice President Kamala Harris choosing not to address voters tonight. Instead, Harris campaign co-chair Cedric Richmond took the stage to thank supporters, tell them to go home for the night.
We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted.
Harris is expected to address the nation tomorrow. Former President Trump holding his lead over Vice President Harris in the Electoral College. Sources close to the Harris campaign say the mood is anxious as Trump supporters begin to celebrate at Mar-a-Lago. The economy is at the top of mind for voters, according to ABC News Chief Washington correspondent Jonathan Karl.
It gets to the question that Donald Trump would ask in the closing days at the beginning of every one of his rallies. Are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? And as we've seen in our polling, as we've seen in the exit polls today, the resounding answer from most Americans is no.
In a blow to Democrats, three-term Ohio Congressman Sherrod Brown, Republican, was defeated by Republican businessman Bernie Moreno. In his concession speech, Brown reassured his supporters that the race was hard-fought and said they shouldn't question whether or not they worked hard enough.
This is a disappointment, but is not a failure.
In the Senate race in California, Democratic Congressman Adam Schiff is projected to win over Republican Steve Garvey. Schiff replaces the late Democratic Senator Dianne Feinstein. In his victory speech in Los Angeles, Schiff paid homage to his predecessor and thanked California voters for choosing him.
I am so humbled to be your next United States Senator. Thank you, California.
Election 2024, it's our news special continuing until midnight. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
A KTAR News special presentation. Arizona Votes 2024 Election Day Special.
It's a running joke in our industry that you should never do math on radio. And it's not just because it's boring. It's because we're bad at math. It's why we're in radio. And here we are behind the scenes trying to do a little bit of math. To give you an update, the New York Times is projecting that former President Trump has more than a 95% chance of winning this thing. Right now, they're estimating an electoral college victory of 306 to 232, which would be, as Dr. O'Neill pointed out, a landslide. They are also saying Pennsylvania is very likely Trump. We've been saying for months, I think every media outlet's been saying for months, that Pennsylvania is the Keystone State. A joke never gets old. They're at
about 11:20 humor for you there.
They're at 93% on their returns right now. Pennsylvania is worth 19 electoral votes. Add that to what the New York Times is already showing at Trump at 247 would give him a total of 266. That is still 4 shy of getting to the necessary 270, which means he would only need to win one of Nevada, Arizona, which, again, we assume he's going to do, Wisconsin or Michigan, and all of those states right now are leaning in his favor. In fact, surprisingly, I did not expect to see Trump up by 6 in Michigan. However, I think we're still waiting on some votes to come in from those major populous counties in the Detroit area. So,
Arizona actually the closest right now.
And Dr. O'Neill, did you anticipate that? We thought Arizona was the one that, even based on the New York Times Siena poll that came out just over the weekend, we thought Arizona was the one that looked like it was going to be the biggest win for Trump.
It was the one that was the most Republican, but they were all so close to tied that I think was given way too much significance. The real thing about the 6 swing states is that they were all way, way close to call.
All right.
And at that kind of close election, at that kind of a close polling average, essentially the polls become useless in prediction.
Were you surprised by the rapidity in which North Carolina and Georgia were called?
Rapidity? I thought they held back quite a while.
Did you?
Yeah, I mean, they're when you call that, they're very, very cautious. I know the folks who do that, and they don't ever want to have to retract, because people remember from 20, 25 years ago the one case where somebody called something and then they retracted it, and then it's hell to pay. They are under some pressure to call. In the old days, there was a couple of cases where people called them. One, I remember, this is around 1980 or thereabouts, but 2 networks called Oregon for different candidates.
Oh, is that right?
And I watched them and I said, this is going to be fun because somebody is going to obviously have egg on their face.
We nearly had
this
that happen with Arizona in the last election when Fox called it first, right?
I personally think the Fox people were premature on that one.
Do you?
And I don't think it was a political thing because it went against their predilections. It was an honest but overly aggressive call.
KTAR political analyst, senior political analyst, Dr. Mike O'Neill. Steve Goldstein, radio legend in the state of Arizona, in studio with us. And Steve, you're chomping at the bit over there. You feel like you see something?
No, but I was thinking about, Mike brings, I feel, Chris, I feel like even though you're the host of the program, I have to jump in. I feel like you're not picking on Mike enough for the polling numbers. Did pollsters get it right? I mean, that's the...
I think we got the green light to be able to say what we see as far as the presidential race, right? Fox just called Pennsylvania for Trump.
Mm-hmm.
So that is, at this point, he
266.
That would be the 266. Again, we're combining some numbers right now. In fact, Fox has Trump at 267, which I believe means that they gave him the main number
or
2.
Another Nebraska.
Nebraska, probably.
That's already been into the New York
Okay.
Times. So I'm just looking at the differences between these two. So I think they've got him with the second electoral vote out of Maine. Okay, Lady Law, you mentioned earlier that you are a millennial, which means that there was a time when I was in radio and I was always the youngest person in the studio. That time is long gone, sadly. So now I want to turn to you. It looks like former President Trump is going to be president-elect Trump again, which means that come 2028, during that election, if we take a look back, anybody who is 18 and older at that point, especially the younger generations, the Gen Zs, probably aren't going to remember much of a time before Trump entered in and, is it fair to say, gentlemen, completely changed the face of presidential politics?
Yes.
Okay. So what do you think that means as far as the future goes? Is this the new norm, or is there going to be a return to sort of the policy wonks running for office?
If you haven't experienced it, I don't know how we take it back to how it was. I'm kind of the sliver in between where I remember attending some presidential debates here as a kid and how serious it all was. Everybody got patted down and then you had to take a shuttle from this place to that place. And it just felt very professional and pristine. And now it's like, people dressed up in costumes and dressed up as trash, showing up places in hordes. It's a
Did
wild.
you say in hordes or in horns? Because both of those things
both of those things have happened, but it just feels like a totally different timeline or existence even in politics. And I've been able to kind of see both, and I haven't been in media for both just because of my age, but I don't know that we can go back to something that we hadn't experienced necessarily, especially when coming to Gen Z. And I feel like culturally, when speaking, Trump and in this era of cancel culture, by definition, should have been canceled 10 million times over by a lot of the generation that is going to only know politics with Trump in it. So it kind of had me thinking, are we now, is politics changed forever in the way that celebrity almost trumps politics?
Chris, can I jump in? I think that's a great point because you mentioned going back to wonks or not. Well, from what I heard over the last month or so, people were saying that the Democrat who made the best points for Kamala Harris was Mark Cuban, who some of us who are sports fans know is the former owner of the Mavericks, but also Shark Tank guy.
But he's another celebrity TV face.
Yeah, so does that change, or do we go back to Democrats try the middle-aged white guy again, but is he a middle-aged white guy who's a celeb? Because maybe people are more drawn to him.
On the subject, though, Democrats nominated a series of policy wonk guys, and they all got whooped.
Yep.
Hillary was a policy wonk. Dukakis was a policy wonk. Yeah. I mean, go down the list. Yeah. That was a real, then they got beat by some good old boy.
But the one other than Biden, if Clinton and Obama, these are two of the greatest speakers in political history. So regardless of what they were saying, people wanted to listen to what they were saying.
Yeah. Clinton
so they
was
had
a case of his own. He was a policy wonk who also related to people.
Yeah, but
Chris.
There was some celebrity surrounding Obama as well, It was just like a likable online personality.
I think he enthused people about as well as we had seen until Trump came along.
Until this.
Yeah.
Joe? Should mention Decision Desk also now calling Pennsylvania for Trump as well. So both Fox and Decision Desk calling that.
That's News Nation, right?
I believe so. Yeah. And so we were doing some electoral math as well. One thing we did not look at, and certainly not calling it, but Alaska has not been decided yet either, and that is 3 electoral votes. So if Trump is at 267 right now,
it's over.
So, but not, have not called it yet. Alaska still has not been called, but I mean.
We're gonna.
That's not getting out on a limb.
Yep. Slim has gotten on the bus and the bus has started, so her odds are slim and none. And Slim is not just headed out of town; he's already taken his seat.
Correct.
All right, so he is ready to go.
Yeah.
We're going to continue with our election coverage here in just a few. There are plenty of local races that we want to keep an eye on. And some of these local races we thought might have a trickle-up effect, and maybe they did for former President Trump, especially the immigration issue. But what do we read into what we saw as far as the State House and the State Senate? That is a peculiar thing, and we'll put our political analyst on the spot on that one. That is next as we continue with our KTAR special election coverage here on KTAR News.
It's Black Friday all month long at Howard Air. Save up to $6,495 in total rebates on select new systems. Plus, get no interest and make no payments for 12 months on approved credit. And enhance your home's energy efficiency and comfort during these cold winter months with Howard Air Insulation. Call today, get 20% off any insulation job. It's Black Friday all month long at Howard Air. Call 602-953-2766 or schedule a free estimate online today at howardair.com. Some restrictions apply.
When hiring for a small business, you want quality professionals who are right for the role and your team. That's why I use LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs has the tools to find the right people for your team faster and for free. LinkedIn is not just another job board. You get access to LinkedIn's vast network of more than 1 billion professionals, many of whom you won't find anywhere else. That's why it's simply the best place to hire. LinkedIn does all that while making the process simple and intuitive. Hiring is easy when you have that many quality candidates. In fact, 86% of small businesses get a qualified candidate within 24 hours. LinkedIn knows that as a small business, you might not have the time or resources to spend on hiring. That's why LinkedIn is constantly finding ways to make it simpler, like the new feature to help write job descriptions. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Kim. That's linkedin.com/Kim to post your job for free. Terms and conditions apply. That's linkedin.com/Kim.
This statement has not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
When it comes to my lifestyle and diet, I don't always make the smartest choices. Touchdown! Woo! Hey, how about another round and some more chips? But when it comes to taking care of my liver, I do make one very smart choice. Active liver tablets from New Nordic. I used to have real issues with my liver, and at my last checkup, my doc was concerned about my numbers. But since adding a once-a-day active liver tablet, my gut's better, I feel great, and my doctor's happy. I ask a lot of my liver, so the least I can do to say thanks is a daily dose of Active Liver.
You ask a lot of your liver, so give it the support it needs with Active Liver. You can find Active Liver at Amazon.com, or for a volume discount, visit NewNordicUSA.com. Go to new, NORDICUSA.com, Amazon, or ask for Active Liver at your local CVS. New year, new you. New Nordic.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Real estate is shifting towards a buyer's market with sellers more willing to negotiate. This could be the time for you and your family to buy. Rates will always fluctuate, but what matters most is what works for your budget and who you work with when it comes time to getting a mortgage. Go to Lund Mortgage for invaluable financial advice, save thousands of dollars with great rates and the lowest fees. When trying to make the numbers work for your budget, every dollar counts. Get pre-qualified today at LundMortgage.com. That's LundMortgage.com.
KTAR News now.
Good evening. It's 11:30. I'm Becky Lynn.
Arizona votes 2024. The count.
Well, it looks like 45 will become the new 47. Donald Trump inches closer to winning battleground states that will give him the White House once again. KTAR's Peter Seymour is live now at the KTAR Decision Desk.
Becky, the former president won North Carolina and Georgia, and now he's winning the other battlegrounds of Pennsylvania, Michigan, Nevada, and Arizona. Here, Donald Trump is hanging on to a lead of 0.8 of a point over Kamala Harris, with more than half of the precincts reporting statewide, and he's got a lead by about 16,000 votes. Trump's supporters are waiting for him to speak in Mar-a-Lago, Florida at any moment. When he does, KTAR will carry his speech live. Meanwhile, the Harris campaign has told supporters good night. Arizona voters are shooting down Propositions 133 and 140. The former would constitutionalize partisan primaries. The latter would create open primaries where the top two vote-getters advance. They're also saying no to reducing the governor's executive orders to 30 days from 120. That's Prop 135. And in Prop 138, they're saying no 3-1 to allow tipped workers to earn the full minimum wage. Live at the KTAR Decision Desk, Peter Seymour, KTAR News.
A gloomy mood at the Harris Campaign Watch Party on the campus of Howard University in Washington. Vice President Kamala Harris choosing not to address voters tonight. Instead, Harris campaign co-chair Cedric Richmond took the stage to thank supporters and tell them to go home for the night.
So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris.
Harris is expected to address the nation tomorrow. Migrants crossing the southern border could see harsher penalties if a new ballot proposition passes with Arizona voters. The latest on the vote count live now with KTAR's Brandon King from the News Center.
Becky Lynn, Proposition 314 is leading with 60% support in the polls tonight. If passed, it would make crossing the border anywhere other than an official point of entry a state crime, unlike currently where it's only a federal offense. Also in the ballot initiative, state judges would be able to issue deportations, as well as harsher sentences would be in place for fentanyl-related deaths. Now, State Senate President Warren Peterson in September told KTAR the proposition would help enforce border policy in states where the federal government had failed. Detractors say it would be difficult to properly enforce, and it would result in abuse and discrimination from law enforcement. Brandon King, KTAR News.
While the eyes of the country stay locked on how the Valley votes, Election Day results may take a little bit longer this year due to a new state law. KTAR's Colton Krolak is at the Maricopa County Tabulation and Election Center and joins us now live with the details.
That's right, Becky. That new law has given poll workers some additional responsibilities, and that's already playing a role in how quickly results can get uploaded. Jennifer Lewer with the Maricopa County Elections Department explains.
At the end of Election Day, any early ballots dropped off in their affidavit envelope, those envelopes must be counted by the poll workers before they can leave the site and bring their memory cards to the tabulation center the day of voting.
That first batch of Election Day results were uploaded just about 40 minutes ago. Live at the Maricopa County Tabulation and Election Center, Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
And now we get back to our Election 2024 special. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
A KTAR News special presentation. Arizona Votes 2024 Election Day Special.
Hey, good evening. I'm Chris Merrill. Next to me is my weekday co-host on the Chris and Joe Show, Joe Huizinga. In studio as part of our election special is KTAR senior political analyst, Dr. Mike O'Neill, a voice you've heard in Arizona radio for, Steve, how long? 30 years?
Close to 30 years.
All right.
Yeah.
Steve
I'm
Goldstein
still not
is
the
in here.
senior, like Mike is a senior.
Hold on now. And Lady Law, who you hear on KTAR quite frequently, and certainly not frequently enough, in my humblest of opinions. It's great to have you in here as well as we do our late night coverage. I will tell you that Fox News right now has Trump at 267 electoral votes, according to their count. MSNBC has him at 266. And I believe that the New York Times is yet to call Pennsylvania, but everyone else has called Pennsylvania. So I think that's probably 19 votes in that favor, which would put them at 266 as well. And we're expecting that Alaska probably is going to take their 3 electoral votes and hand that to former President Trump. In fact, you heard Becky Lynn say 45. Looks like he is going to be 47. So let's shift a little bit here and talk some of these local races. Dr. Mike O'Neill, I wanted to circle back around to something we had discussed earlier, and that is we see Democrats doing actually really well in Arizona, considering how much it looks like Trump is going to take Arizona. So a lot of split ticket voters.
And I attribute that to the primary process, which is particularly effective in Republican primaries in nominating extreme MAGA candidates who don't always fare very well in November.
And yet we had 2 ballot measures, one that would have enshrined the current system in the Constitution, one that would have completely upended the current system. It would have said, listen, anybody can run, and independents need to have just as many signatures as anybody from the Democratic or Republican Party. As it stands right now, they have to have about 6 times as many signatures to be on the ballot. Both of those measures.
Well, the first of those was buried in a series of proposed constitutional amendments that I think the voters correctly smelled. This was a power grab by the legislature, and they didn't like the whole lot of them. As far as Prop 140, I think it was very difficult to explain the details of that. And there was a lot of misinformation out there. And when you're trying to change the system, it gets very dicey. And you take down something if it's not well understood by basically instilling doubt. The rule is, when in doubt, vote no.
Is that what we saw then, Steve? That people are gun shy to make changes?
Yeah.
Or is it just confusing? Whenever you talk about a process.
This is something that was made more confusing because this ranked choice voting confused people like crazy. But Mike and I talked about this off the air, and just for full disclosure, I was involved with Prop 140 way before it was Prop 140. I worked for some of the group that was working on it. And every poll we put out was very much open primaries. A good 60% of Arizonans think, yeah, that's a good idea. Let's give independents, the growing number of independents, a chance to really have an equal task. But then when it becomes, what do you do next? Is it going to be ranked choice voting? Is it going to be top 2, which is then becoming don't California my Arizona, which everyone loves to say? Then it adds to the confusion of this. But when you've got the Democratic Party and the Republican Party agreeing on things, they have all the power. So they're going to influence, and they've got a lot of money to say don't do this. But then I want to ask voters too, if you take the time to read it, maybe they didn't, if all the Democrats in power are in favor, Republicans are in power in favor, and you don't like the current system, why would you go along with what they want?
The incumbent party is against it.
Yeah. So
do they go back to the drawing board on this? Is this the last we've heard of a fair election measure?
If we go back, but if we go back at least a decade, there was the attempt to do a top 2, and that failed miserably. Mike's a big educator. Mike probably thinks if people are educated, it'll pass. To me,
eventually.
Yeah.
I mean, as you know, originally this was going to have, in phase 2, was going to be ranked choice, and you guys tested it, and it just tested very poorly because people didn't understand it. Yeah. It seems complicated, and complication, it's difficult to sell something if it sounds complicated.
But one question kept coming up, Chris, which was, well, I mean, why would we change a system we've had through the entire time Arizona's been a state? Well,
even though we hate the results we're getting,
that's
is
what I
the
was
reason.
say.
Are you happy with the kind of candidates that you have to select from in November? There's a lot of people say, I don't like both the candidates.
Talk about the devil
this
you know.
Is the
it's
fix
yes.
of that.
Yeah.
So I want to invite in Lady Law here. Lady Law, I'm going to have you represent everyone between the ages of 27 and 42, all right? You're representing millennials today. And you can look at Joe. He's, what did we call you?
I'm a geezer millennial.
Geezer millennial as well. You can look at him for a little help. Was that ballot measure confusing? Was the language unfamiliar? Is it just something where people went, wait a minute, I don't even know what ranked choice voting is here?
Yeah, I think it's unfair for me to comment because I'm biased, obviously, by being entrenched and having to learn and know these things and repeat them constantly. Yeah. And I think for the average person, it's just very confusing. You can ask them one question and make it clear, and they'll go, okay, you're frustrated. Okay, yeah. Okay, do you want to change this? Yes, I do. Okay, well, what do you feel about this, and this then? And then it's like, you know what?
It's just too much.
It's just too much. And when it comes to average advertising of anything. It's like a consumer has to see something like 9 times in the most basic way for simple recall. And then you want to ask them complicated things on a ballot.
There's an example of that in marketing.
Yes.
You give people a choice between 3 jams, and they'll taste them and they'll pick one. If you give them 16, they'll walk away in frustration. It's too many choices.
Paralysis by decision, right?
Yes, absolutely.
You're spot on with what you said, too. I'd love to see it broken down by the parties. I bet independents were widely in favor of it. But how do you defeat something when, as Steve and Dr. O'Neill mentioned, you've got the Republicans and the Democrats who both like the system that's in place? How do you beat the establishment when they've got the money and the numbers?
They held this thing up in court to the point where the proponents really didn't get a fair shot at getting out there, because the way for them to have done it would have been hit the media hard in the beginning and explain what it is.
Yeah, and if I haven't made it clear, I voted for it. I'm an independent. I was wildly in favor of it. Let's change the system, because I do not like the way it is, where I have to pick a side in the primary and request my ballot.
Let me come to you, Joe, Geezer Millennial.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm ready.
So I think what Law said was very interesting, because she talked about if you get bullet point 1 in agreement, bullet point 2 in agreement. Once you get too many jams in the taste test, we throw our hands up and say, I'm moving on here. Is this indicative of sort of the TikTok generation now, where our attention span is no more than 60 seconds? You better hook me, and I better get all of it in 60 seconds, because I'm not going to spend more time on it.
Dude, keep it simple, stupid.
Yeah.
And they couldn't simplify this enough.
If you're trying to design an entire electoral system that is going to work for a wide range of offices and things like that, it's going to have some complexity to it.
If you can't explain it in one sentence, though, and make it simple and digestible, and it becomes ranked choice and open primary, what does that mean to somebody?
Steve, one of the provisions of this 140, which is the ballot measure we're discussing, it went down, as did 133, which was the opposing ballot measure. This is the one that would have opened up the primaries. You no longer would have had the Republican and Democratic primaries. It would have been everybody on the same ballot. They left a lot of discretion to the legislature. They basically said, we're going to have an open primary ballot. It's up to the legislature to figure the rest of this out. Was it not specific enough?
Yeah, and I think people do not, even though they keep voting for the same lawmakers over and over again, we see the approval rating for the state legislature is rarely above 15%.
Yeah,
so
and I've done polls way back when it was in single digits.
Yeah, so people do not want to leave this up to the legislature. And then, Chris, if the legislature didn't come up with an idea, then it bounced to the Secretary of State, which then becomes, well, currently you have a Democrat, but what if it's a Republican?
I think the intent of that was to force the legislature to make a call, because there was no way on God's earth they were going to leave it up to Adrian Fontes.
Right, too. But of course, you also don't know if the ledge is going to be democratically controlled. But what I don't understand, frankly, at this point is when you've got this open primary potential, and I've talked to the people who tried to write the thing, why not just do a top 2? Because people know what a top 2 is, because basically what we do now is a top 2. So it's always one party and one party.
I think I can answer that, is that they wanted to have, ultimately, down the road, when it became acceptable, they wanted to have ranked choice. And this would permit, if this thing had passed, the legislature would have said top 2. But then they could revisit it in 6 years, and someday down the road, they would put in ranked
Something
choice.
is better than nothing.
Yes, some change. Because if you give, it comes down to what you guys just said, what you and La both said. Too many choices. Just tell people it's going to be top 2, and then if you need to modify.
Here's the downside of top 2: is you get 18 candidates running, and the top person gets 15, and the second person gets 14.
Well,
you don't have a majority.
I think some people look at the California when Arnold Schwarzenegger won, and they saw Gary Coleman was running, some woman in porn was running, and there's like 18 people are going.
What you talking about, Steve?
When you talk about like dumbing it down and keeping it simple, I don't know if you guys got those cheat sheets on your door for whatever party was like, okay.
Oh, they tell you how they want you to vote.
They tell you how they want you to vote.
And I definitely don't go and follow them.
Right, but how many people did is what I'm saying. And I feel like for the Republican Party, especially for a highly non-educated voter, which Trump had said he was targeting, and he loved the uneducated, those sheets may have really worked
They
this
worked
time
on
around.
this one. They worked for Democrats and for Republicans, who, particularly on the down ballot rate. Nobody's going to have to tell you who to vote for president. But when you talk about the Water Conservation Board, and it's nonpartisan, but people have a party, they look at the recommendations of their party and they take them seriously.
All right. Dr. Mike O'Neill, our KTAR senior political analyst in the studio. You've also been hearing the voice of radio legend in Arizona radio and now television. He moderates about every debate that they can get him for. The great Steve Goldstein. Also, Lady Law, a voice you hear on your radio, now on KTAR. She's been on the radio a number of other places in the past. We're really excited to have her. I'm Chris Merrill, and my partner during the week is Joe Huizinga as we continue our coverage. One of the other local races that we've all been watching is the Sheriff's Department about to make a return back to the Arpaio years. That is next as we continue our coverage. It's KTAR's special election coverage on KTAR News.
I love the poorly educated.
If you're suffering from stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your arms, legs, hands, or feet, you may be experiencing peripheral neuropathy. If you or a loved one is suffering from neuropathy and has been prescribed a medication like Lyrica, Neurontin, or Cymbalta, there is an alternative. Amazing research has now shown that neuropathy symptoms can be reversed in as little as 1 week. At Restore Wellness, highly trained doctors are using a cutting-edge treatment and successfully slowing and often reversing the disease without addictive medications. If you're tired of living in pain, then call 480-447-9555. That's 480-447-9555. There's no surgery or prescription drugs. Don't wait to get relief. Call 480-447-9555. The first 25 callers will receive a full exam and in-depth consultation, absolutely free.
Judy loves the fall in Phoenix, but she hates the pain, so she called Rhino Shield.
The house that Rhino Shield did for my husband and I, after having the house painted with kind of usual house paint, I was seeing cracks appearing about every 3 years and just wasn't very satisfied with that.
Rhino Shield's better than paint specifically formulated for our climate.
I can't speak highly enough about the Rhino Shield crew. They also were great at working with me to get the exact right color because I was very particular.
Phoenix, right now you can get the 25-year guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 20% off the regular price.
I would not hesitate to call Rhino Shield, and I am just thrilled to recommend Rhino Shield to my friends and neighbors and family.
Rhino Shield owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Did you wake up with joint pain? Does it hurt when you do even the most routine physical activity? Have they told you it's time for knee or hip replacement surgery? Stop what you're doing and listen. You deserve a life of comfort and ease with no surgery and no meds, and QC Kinetics can get you there. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative cellular treatments for joint pain. This is an all-natural approach that harnesses your body's own healing properties to treat the root cause of your arthritic pain. The protocols developed by QC Kinetics are life-changing for so many people, tens of thousands of satisfied patients. Yes, you can have real, lasting relief from chronic joint pain without drugs, without surgery, without downtime. Discover your options at QC Kinetics. The consultation is absolutely free. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KTAR News 92.3 on the app, online. Arizona Votes 2024 Election Day Special.
Keeping our eye on the national race, we're expecting former President Trump to speak soon, although if you've been listening to our coverage, we've been saying that for an hour. At some point, they'll rouse him, and he will come out and speak with his supporters, I believe, in Florida. We're excited to be able to hear what he has to say. In studio with us as we continue with our KTAR special election coverage, KTAR senior political analyst, Dr. Mike O'Neill, media legend and moderator of many of the different debates that you see on the TV. Steve Goldstein.
The television? Yeah.
That's correct. It's a passing fad. Also, Star of your Instagram and radio, Lady Law, and I'm Chris Merrill. Next to me is my weekday partner, Joe Huizinga. It is exciting
I know how to
have
use Instagram.
all of you. Thank you. All of you in the studio. I love having all of you here. Let's talk about some of these state races. We talked about some of the props here in the last segment. Let's talk about that sheriff's race. This one was interesting because we had Arpaio. Arpaio was defeated then by Democrat Paul Penzone. Penzone had been a Republican and switched to the Democratic Party. He not only beat Arpaio, and Arpaio in the previous elections had been the margin of victory had been narrowing and narrowing and narrowing. And then Penzone steps in and he wins. But then Penzone won re-election. He was generally pretty well liked. He stepped aside, and now we see what turned into a pretty tight race for the next sheriff. And it seemed to be can I say an Arpaio disciple? Is that a fair statement, Dr. O'Neill?
He was a senior. He was the chief deputy to Joe Arpaio, so
and it
very
looks
closely affiliated.
Looks like Sheridan's going to win that. So does this mean that we're going to see a return to the Arpaio style of sheriffing? Are the posses coming back? Is Tent
I think
City
you
returning?
might see some of the policies. I think will come across this. I don't think some of the Joe's flamboyance. I don't think he's cut from that cloth.
But in one of the debates, Chris, thank you, by the way, Sheridan actually said he was asked whether he would bring back Tent City. And he did not say no. He thought, that was actually pretty good. And that's one of those things that I think people talk about short memory.
Yes.
What did people think about in 2020 with Trump? Did they forget that all the things that happened? Well, Arpaio was very popular for a long time, but we also know over the last couple of years, tens of millions of dollars the county, hundreds of millions of dollars.
I think it was over $100 million. Yeah,
and even Republicans finally turned against Arpaio.
But that wasn't about Tent City, Steve. That was about the racial profiling.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Oh, right.
Right. The other factors. But
though Penzone did say that he looked at the books, and the Tent City thing was a very expensive operation.
Yeah, but I guess I just keep coming back to the fact that Arpaio was unpopular for a lot of reasons, and Sheridan liked Arpaio, worked very closely with him, and has not. I don't think has really come out and said he thinks Arpaio was a poor example. So I think if we're going yes or no, Chris, I think yes, we are going to return to some of those policies. The supervisors may try to hold them in check, but they might not be able to.
Did Arpaio have sort of that Trump factor where he could do things that were wildly unpopular, but the wildly unpopular things are also the things that made him very popular?
And they were things that were, I think they were things for the most part that were very popular, that were implemented in a clumsy, illegal, or extreme way, and that was the problem. But when, for a sheriff to get tough on crime or go after illegal immigrants or something like that, that's a popular thing. It was the how he did it and how far he went.
Does the consent decree change things for Sheridan?
He's going to have to live under it, and that's why Penzone quit.
Yeah.
He said he found that so completely debilitating, and that is not going away. If it wouldn't go away for Penzone, it certainly doesn't go away for Sheridan. He's going to have to live. So he's only going to be half in control. The feds have an awful lot to say about how to run that department.
A tight grip on that one.
I feel like Arpaio's execution was kind of an awakening, especially for people in my age group. That was kind of like, I need to really start paying attention to what's going on locally because it affects me and people who look like me, etc. So I feel like that, to your point, that's kind of an issue.
But you got to remember, his start was, America's toughest sheriff. Everybody wants, in law enforcement, people always vote for the toughest sheriff because it's sort of like, do you want this law enforcement guy or do you want the criminals? Well, I think I'll go with the law enforcement guy.
I want to talk about a couple of other local issues, specifically Prop 314. This one was polling really well ahead of time. This is the border security measure. This is the one that allows for local or state law enforcement to arrest someone who the authors claim that it means that you witness someone physically crossing the border between a port of entry. And, of course, there are examples of that where we see somebody who's running across and they come across a rancher's land or whatever else it is. There's concern that this is going to be implemented in a way that resembles more closely SB 1070. How much is this going to be challenged? And if it is challenged, what are the courts going to look at on this one? Dr. O'Neill, I want to ask you here about
there
this.
is a provision in this one that this does not go into effect until the Texas law, which is virtually identical, is settled in the courts, which was actually a clever way to avoid millions of dollars of litigation costs. But if that one passes constitutional muster, then and only then does this go into effect.
Is this going to have the result that Arizonans want? Because, listen, I'm a guy who says if you're a law enforcement officer and you witness somebody crossing the border illegally, of course you should be able to detain them at that time. I mean, you're witnessing something going on. On the other hand, I'm also the guy that doesn't want to see people pull someone over and then demand you prove that you're here legally, right?
Yeah. You looked like somebody who crossed illegally.
Exactly. So I think that's a concern many of us have, but it seems that the voters went, yeah, it's a concern I'm willing to live with.
You know, I think what the voters were saying, people do have a high level of concern about immigration. Mm-hmm. Here is a proposal that purports to be dealing with that problem, and it's sort of the sentiment is, hey, do something. Nobody's doing anything. Mm-hmm. It makes it real easy to vote for something, even if you go into the details and that something has a whole lot of bad ideas associated with it.
And hey, it mentioned fentanyl too, and nobody likes fentanyl.
Right.
But then you mentioned, Joe, that's a good point, though, because it also has something about E-Verify in there, which if you're a business person, you're saying, well, if people who are undocumented come across the border to actually get a job, well, let's verify that they're here legally. But obviously the headline provision and the one that people are most amped up about has to do with local law enforcement. But again, it is about the doing something, but then it's also, I mean, how many times over the last 30 years have we heard this is a federal issue, it's a federal issue. Congress doesn't do anything. Let's do something that's toothless.
I never understood. I've run a business in this town for 40 years, and I did E-Verify. It is not a burden. It's not a significant burden, and I don't understand why that hasn't been the primary focus of most anti-immigration bills, because essentially, if you can dry up the opportunities for illegal work by people who aren't permitted to work, you're going to eliminate most of the motivation. And frankly, that's done administrative. I've done it. It isn't all that difficult to do.
Is that the dirty little secret? Is that we really
Business
don't
like that. Yeah. Do we really, we kind of want to be against hordes crossing the border, but, we like the fact that we have a housing industry.
Exactly.
And isn't it nice that we get all this fresh groceries in the store, and we don't think through we're going to maybe find out if we get this mass deportation that's promised us, you may have empty shelves in the grocery stores, and we won't like that a whole lot.
That's what we like to call the quiet part out loud. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. And I think if you're doing immigration reform, don't you say, listen, there's two factors at play. There's the push, people leaving because there's something that I got to get out of here, it's really bad. And then there's the pull. I'm going to go there because it's better. Some might call it the carrot and the stick. Some might say fear or greed, whatever that might be. But if you can remove the carrot, isn't that effective?
Yeah, it's definitely demotivating, as he says. It's like, oh, okay, well, if I can't go there for work to take that money back to, or send the money back to where, the reason why I came here in the first place, maybe not even because it's better, but just the opportunity to work is better. And you take that away, then what am I going to put myself through that for?
You'll drive some people into the cash economy, but
sure.
that can't sustain the numbers that we have. You won't be able to work for a company that needs to take the deduction to pay you. Somebody that is in a cash business can get away with that.
That's a good point.
But you can also make it illegal to hire,
So that's
and
so
sanction
why not?
people there.
Well, why are they not doing that then? Why are they not looking at these businesses and saying, listen, you're not E-Verifying, we're going to slap you with a $25,000 fine per violation?
Honestly, being a business owner is so hard in the first place. Like, you're going to eliminate business owners altogether at that point, because there's so many hoops that you have to jump through, especially in Arizona, to be a small business owner. And then you add that into it, it's like, goodness
But that's
gracious.
already happening. I mean, you already are supposed to do E-Verify. All I'm saying is we enforce the law that we have. Why are they not writing more teeth into those laws?
I don't know.
I got an idea.
I don't have the answers.
What do they always say? Follow the money.
Yeah.
We will continue with our KTAR special election coverage. We are expecting for former President Trump perhaps even President-elect Trump. We'll find out to speak, and as soon as he does, you'll hear some of those remarks live. Our coverage continues. Joe Huizenga is in studio with me. I'm Chris Merrill. Dr. Mike O'Neill, we're going to bid him fond farewell. Our own Steve Goldstein and Lady Law continue. We continue next as well here at KTAR News.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
It is 12 o'clock. Good morning. I'm Becky Lynn.
KTAR breaking news alert.
This just into the KTAR decision desk. Former President Donald Trump is projected to win the race for president. With a win in Wisconsin, Decision Desk and Fox News calling the race in the Republicans' favor. Polls had Trump and Harris in a dead heat before Election Day. Trump also is leading here in Arizona, potentially adding 11 electoral college votes. Again, former President Donald Trump has received enough electoral college votes to win the presidency, and we're expecting him to speak very soon. We will bring you that when he does. And as it looks like Trump will make history tonight and become the next president of the United States, KTAR's Peter Seymour joins us now live from the KTAR Decision Desk.
Becky, Donald Trump will likely become the second president ever to hold office in non-consecutive terms. The other, Grover Cleveland, at the end of the 19th century. The former, and likely to be next president, won North Carolina and Georgia. He's winning in most of the battleground states, including Arizona, but our state likely will not be called this morning with all of yesterday's ballots to be counted still. But here, Donald Trump has widened his lead to 1 percentage point over Kamala Harris statewide. Almost 2/3 of Arizona's precincts have been reporting. Trump supporters still waiting for him to speak in Mar-a-Lago, Florida at any moment now. When he does, KTAR will bring you his speech live. The Harris campaign says the vice president will speak later in the morning. On some propositions to tell you about real quick. Arizona voters shooting down Props 133 and 140 regarding primaries, open or closed. And they're also saying no to reducing the governor's executive orders to 30 days from 120. That's Prop 135. They're also saying no 3-1 to allow tipped workers to earn the full minimum wage. Live at the KTAR Decision Desk, Peter Seymour, KTAR News.
Jubilant Trump supporters waiting to hear from the former president in Palm Beach, Florida. Donald Trump winning back Georgia and once again carrying North Carolina. Other states too close to call still. Vice President Kamala Harris choosing not to address supporters tonight, overnight, as we hear from ABC News Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce.
The last sort of official word from the Kamala Harris campaign is that they are waiting this out. They want to see, every last vote counted in these key states, but they are seeing exactly what we are seeing. This is certainly not the night they wanted and had hoped to have. Are they ready to come out and say that definitively? No.
In the Senate race in Arizona, Democratic Congressman Ruben Gallego is claiming victory over Republican Carrie Lake. ABC News has not projected a winner in the race, though. Speaking to supporters here in Phoenix, Gallego thanked his mother and siblings for their support.
Only in America can 4 children raised by an immigrant single mom grow up to become a teacher, a doctor, a businesswoman, and soon to be a senator.
They're still counting the votes at the Maricopa County Tabulation and Election Center. A new state law means it may take a little bit longer to get it done this year. KTAR's Colton Krolak is there and joins us now live to explain why.
That's right, Becky. That new law is giving poll workers some additional responsibilities, and that's already playing a role in how quickly results can get uploaded. Jennifer Lewer with the Maricopa County Elections Department explains.
At the end of Election Day, any early ballots dropped off in their affidavit envelope, those envelopes must be counted by the poll workers before they can leave the site and bring their memory cards to the tabulation center the day of voting.
The first batch of Election Day results were uploaded just about 2 hours ago. Live at the Maricopa County Tabulation and Election Center, Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
And we are waiting for Donald Trump to address supporters. Soon we will bring you his speech live. Now back to our Election 2024 special. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
A KTAR News special presentation. Arizona Votes 2024 Election Day Special.
Still waiting on former President Trump to speak. You just heard Becky Lynn announce the decision desk has done the math, which is fortunate because we are terrible at math here. And they did the math, and they said it looks like former President Trump is going to be President-elect Trump once again for the second time. I will tell you this, too, based on the numbers I'm looking at, he has a pretty decisive lead in the popular vote as well. However, based on what I'm looking at in front of me at this time, we're still way off from the voter totals from 2020 when we have 100... See, I'm trying to do math. That's exactly what's happening. What do I have, about 160 million last time around? And right now I'm seeing 130, I guess, total right now that are in. So we're still a long ways off from hitting that number in 2020. Steve Goldstein is a radio legend in Arizona. The fact that he's not in the Hall of Fame right now just shows you how disconnected they are.
You too, Joe.
Is there an essay involved?
I'm not going to make Law do that.
Is there math
we just
involved?
met, so I don't
That's
want to
right.
do it.
Lady Law is in studio with us as well. I'm Chris Merrill, Joe Huizenga. So are we going to see a turnout that's going to hit that number? I always feel like the number should go up and up and up based on our population grows every 4 years.
And I feel like that was super projected this time around. I saw that of all things, it seemed like overwhelmingly it was like, well, this is going to be at least a record number of voter turnout that we've ever seen. And it's not, the math isn't mathing that way.
You know, last time around, I think, President Trump, former president, it was President Trump who lost the election in 2020. What do you have, 78 million votes, Steve, if I recall that correctly? Based on the numbers I'm seeing right now, he's still off by about 10 million from even hitting his own total from before. Anything to read in between that? I mean, obviously, we know the Democrats didn't turn out. Is there anything we should read into that? Or is it just the difference between a pandemic, largely mail-in voting versus...
Yeah, well, how often do we see where people are really... all right, we go back to Obama, let's say in 08. People who are really excited about him, I want to go vote for this person. 16, it was almost like I sort of want to not vote for either of these people, but the people knew that it was a potential tide changer. This one, I kind of feel like it's the third time for Trump. We all knew about him. Yes, I think as Mike O'Neill made the point, people were excited about Vice President Harris to begin with, and then it kind of started to fade after the convention. So I think this is more of a regular turnout as opposed to, wow, I'm excited to vote against this person or for this person.
Think about what it would have been if Biden was running. It would have been even lower.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not surprised it's lower. I think the pandemic had a lot to do with that. A lot of mail-in votes then, and I would not be surprised if, let me do some quick math here, our next presidential election in 2028 will be higher again, because Trump will be, termed out, and I think we will. I mean, you've obviously got to see who runs on each side, but I would expect to see the number go up.
Well, not to be too sarcastic, but I thought former President Trump said that if he won this time around, I wouldn't have to have any more elections.
Oh, yeah.
So maybe there won't be one in 2028.
That's right. He did say that.
So it's funny you say that, because democracy was, a lot of people believe democracy was on the ballot. It was one of the big issues: economy, immigration, abortion, and democracy. But I think in many cases we probably don't have the same definition of those things. So if we say democracy is at risk, if you are a Republican, you say that's right, democracy is at risk because Kamala Harris is going to end democracy as we know it.
She's threatening it, yes.
And we heard that in 2012. Steve, you'll recall this. La, you're too young. Steve, you'll recall this. In 2012,
I promise I had hair then too.
But do you recall the concerns that Obama was going to suspend the election, and that he was going to, 2016, that he was going to suspend the election, and that he was going to take on a third term and institute martial law?
Yeah, but I don't think we had enough penetration as far as Truth Social or Twitter was still Twitter, and I don't think there were. I don't remember it being the push, Chris, that you might, because I don't think there were enough people who kind of bought into conspiracies in quite the same way at that point.
Who was pushing the narrative then would be my question, because I don't feel it. And look, I don't think Trump is going to. He may have said it, but Trump does this all the time now, where you have to figure out what does he mean? What is he? He might have said it, La, but then 5 minutes later, it'll be, you didn't understand? I was joking. How did you not get it? You don't pick up on that? You know, how are you not smart enough to pick up on my subtle humor?
I don't know. I
don't understand it either, and I can't tell half the time when he's joking.
I don't think any of it comes off as a joke, especially to a lot of women, which is what I assumed, that there would be this overwhelming woman response to this, especially when we break it down to as simple as gender. At this point, when these voters are just exhausted from this roller coaster ride we've been on for so long and at length, that it just came down to, okay, I just want to protect my rights as a woman, which we kind of saw, like that all these states kind of reinstated that right, but then went ahead and voted for Trump after that. So it's like...
But Law, when you say the word protect, that's funny because I'm not going to say all evangelical women said this, but a lot of folks in that camp, when you'd hear them talk, they talked about Trump as a protector.
Oh, I did hear that.
Yes,
which
it's almost
was
like he's going to protect us from things, and I'm not, whether it's from, I'm thinking,
I don't know what.
I'm thinking that was border related.
Border,
like
yes.
Right. He was going to protect us from this, even if you didn't necessarily want to leave your daughter alone with him.
Does that go down to our basal desires? That women are they want to protect, they want safety. Is more Men conquer, women protect.
If you say that, then yeah, I do feel like that in some instance, because I feel like this shows that there's this overwhelming maybe sense that men need to dominate. And they don't want to be led by a woman.
Well, you say protect, and I do think border's part of it. One of the big commercials that we saw a ton of times was, little Billy's going to go off after class and come back as Jill, things like that. So he's going to protect your kid's gender and that as well.
Was that effective? I always felt like it was not effective, but man, they ran that ad nonstop. They must have had some internals that said it was good.
Yes. Anytime I saw people speaking to MAGA supporters, they would bring that fact up, and that was kind of one of the main lines of defense was like, we can't have that
The
happening.
age-old one I had with somebody on social media earlier yesterday now too was somebody said, well, one of the candidates is going to take my guns away if they get elected, and he was referring to Kamala Harris.
Wow, we've been hearing that for 50 years.
How long have we heard that?
Yes.
Yeah.
But people still believe it, and yet she was the one who owned guns. He legally can't.
Yeah, that's interesting, and it'll be interesting to see what happens from the legal standpoint, because I think everything magically goes away for him.
Yeah,
at this point.
Yeah, that's what I was going to bring up. I was like, everyone was saying there's no way he will lose because otherwise he would go to prison. So they're going to make it one way or another. And now I think about that now that we're saying it's pretty much a wrap. It's not confirmed by any means, but what does that mean for all those legalities?
Well, I think it's a good question. I think the state charges that he was found guilty on, these 34 counts that we've just been discussing, they get paused. Is that fair to say, Steve?
Absolutely, 100%. Yeah. Jack Smith, we know, is going to go bye-bye.
Yeah, he's toast.
That's special prosecutor's out. So can I bring up a totally different subject? But as we talk about Trump doing sort of the rambly thing, and Gatos earlier mentioned how he looked silly in his garbage man outfit or the McDonald's thing, how significant now? About a week ago, wasn't that significant, but how significant a figure does J.D. Vance become now? Because Trump is a 78-year-old man who is rambling more and more, and now we have J.D. Vance who's is even.
You're speaking to my fears. That's kind of like the monster in the room.
Is he even 40 years old, and is he going to be president basically in 2 years?
As a 40-something white guy, I'm not that worried about it, and I'll put some fears to bed here. I was surprised. He came off very presidential in the vice presidential debate. To me, he did not come out throwing bombs. He came out a little bit more reserved.
Well, stylistically, yes.
And
is that show business, or is that did we see the real J.D. Vance at the debate?
That's the thing. What I was going to follow up with, Vance to me has some Kamala Harris problems. Who's the real J.D. Vance? Is it the guy who said, what was the quote, that Trump is the modern day Hitler?
And he's an ever-Trump guy.
Or is it the guy who's Trump's vice president?
Yeah.
Where do you stand, Vice President-elect Vance? Where are you? But I don't think that he's going to come in and just be this MAGA heir apparent who does all those things. But, La, I mean, you tell me.
I was going to say, you're not a childless cat lady like I am.
I am a cat dad, though.
So, those things are terrifying to me. And I was speaking with Chris about that.
But do you see him like a young Trump?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because Trump picked him or something else?
Because Trump picked him. You know what I mean? For lack of I didn't know who J.D. Vance was prior to this. I didn't even know he existed, if we're being honest.
But if I told you that he called Trump the modern day Hitler?
Right,
Then
right.
what?
And I only know that because of TikTok, and it's got turned into a really catchy song.
Right.
So it's like, that's how I knew the history of J.D. Vance. I'm not even kidding.
No.
Chris already
And
hates TikTok enough. Don't do it to him.
I understand that, but so many people have consumed all of this whole entire situation that way. When you talk about people's attention spans, things like that, and having amnesia about certain things and remembering others, there is some merit to that when it comes to how people consume media nowadays.
But we've discussed, too, there's only one Trump, and only one person can successfully pull off the Trump game.
I so hope you guys are very correct about that.
I actually think Vance, and maybe just because he worked in tech for a long time, and that was when he worked with Blake Masters, who the guy ran for Senate and House here, kind of a different dude. I think Vance is actually more like Elon Musk, and I don't know if that's scarier or not.
So what's that mean?
He's
That's Commerce Secretary Elon Musk.
Musk is a brilliant guy. I mean, no one can deny that. But he's also acts like a guy who wants to be a villain in a James Bond movie, or he wants to be a Marvel villain. And it's like, I presume you guys have seen the Tesla truck. I mean, what does that look like? That looks like a guy who wants to be in Mad Max. So I think there's a dynamic there where Vance is almost as smart as Musk and doesn't have the charm or charisma that Trump has. So see, if he's a mix of those two, woof.
We have been, are we at an hour and a half now that we've been told that former President Trump is supposed to speak? We are hoping that he takes the stage here in not too long. We're also keeping an eye on this. I will tell you this, Fox News and our decision desk said this is it, race is over, it is President-elect Trump. Still waiting on ABC News and whoever's got that metric to make the same call. They right now have it at 266 electoral votes for Trump on the way to 270 and Harris at 194. It does look like it is Dunsville for Vice President Harris. She is outskis. We'll give you an update and find out if he's going to take the stage here. Hopefully he does here very shortly. I'd like to hear what he has to say. That is next. It's our special extended KTAR election coverage, KTAR News.
Natural Grocers is 100% organic. That's right, a full 100%. Natural Grocers is unwavering in their commitment to organic produce. While other stores might tease you with organic sections that are mixed with conventional produce, when you shop at Natural Grocers, there's no guesswork and possible cross-contamination from synthetic pesticides. They bet the other stores can't say that. Discover they're always affordable, truly organic produce today. Find your store at naturalgrocers.com.
It's Gatos. When it comes to your roof, the choice is clear. You need to cast your vote for America Roofing. They built a team with decades of experience in providing the best materials, workmanship, and overall honest service. Their skilled professionals ensure every job is done right the first time. Whether it's storm damage, routine maintenance, or a brand new roof, America Roofing has you covered. Visit today at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
I'm Jake Byrne, president of America Roofing, and I approve this message.
ROC number 18643HCR42.
The World Series of Rodeo is coming to Phoenix, Arizona. 3 nights of World Championship level rodeo action. Brought to you by Fritos.
And a little bit of chicken fried. Cold beer on a Friday night.
Country music with acts like Zach Brown, Old Dominion.
I don't want to be a one-man band.
Brooks and Dunn, Turnpike Troubadours, Hank Williams Jr., and Whiskey Meyer. Hondo Rodeo Music Fest, where the best compete for $1 million purse. And legends of country music perform under the stadium lights at Chase Field.
Every day I'm working on the Illinois River. Get a
November 7th, 8th, and 9th. For tickets, VIP upgrades, merchandise, and hotel discounts, go to thehondoRodeoFest.com. thehondoRodeoFest.com. That's thehondoRodeoFest.com.
I don't feel so good.
You do feel hot. Dayquil Kids will take care of that fever.
What about my cough?
Dayquil Kids has that covered.
Will it make my throat feel better?
Yes, that too.
But will it taste good?
Yep, Dayquil Kids comes in your favorite flavor.
Purple?
Well, yes, it's grape.
Try new Dayquil Kids Plus Fever, the daytime coughing, aching, sore throat fever just for kids medicine. Safe for kids 6+. Use as directed.
In business, service is everything. Cintas delivers what you need to better serve your customers. Whether it's freshly laundered work apparel for almost any job imaginable, tested and inspected fire protection systems, first aid and safety supplies, on-site AED training, or mops and restroom products stocked and ready when you need them. Better work days happen together. So visit Cintas.com
Oh, I'm ready!
and get ready for the workday.
Arizona Votes 2024. Continuing coverage of the general election.
Let's talk about security. Good evening. I'm Chris Merrill. Next to me is my co-host during the week, the great Joe Huizinga, in studio as part of our ongoing coverage. Steve Goldstein, who you'll recognize from moderator of many, many political debates in the area, and a legend in Arizona radio. Lady La, who also is a legend, small business owner, influencer, and all the other important things, is in studio as we continue to dissect what's going on. One of the narratives that was happening before the election is election security and then potential violence afterward.
Mm-hmm.
So far, with the exception of what has been reported as possibly Russia calling bomb threats around the country, we haven't actually seen any election violence go on at all. Is that surprising? I mean, there's been nothing. As far as I know, we haven't even had people with AKs standing outside of polling places.
I feel like, in general, what we were worried about wasn't going to happen with the Trump win. It was going to be with the Trump loss. So when we see Washington, D.C. boarding up all these places and whatever else, I think it was very clear who they were boarding up for, and I don't think it was going to be for the Democrats losing their candidate. You know what I mean?
So, Steve, you agree?
Well, so it takes me back to
because let's remember, it was Trump who people tried to kill twice this year.
Mm.
I mean, that's true, but we don't know what was
political affiliation.
Yeah, political affiliation.
So this reminds me of something that no one else in this room is going to appreciate, but it's after midnight, so I'll say it anyway.
Oh boy,
safe harbor.
When the Suns played the Chicago Bulls in the finals, Michael Jordan, Charles Barkley, and the Bulls were up 3-1. They were going to close it out in Game 5 in Chicago, and the Suns won Game 5. And Charles Barkley said, "You boarded up the city for nothing. We saved you, Chicago." And I feel like Trump's victory did the same thing. Saved all these cities for being. And now Antifa can't go after Portland anymore. It's going to be crazy.
But did you really? Because I didn't think there was going to be violence. I thought, yes, better chance if Trump was elected. But either way, I did not think
organized
there would
violence.
be
violence. I'm with you on that. But random acts, I wouldn't have been surprised.
Yeah, more likely with a Trump loss than with a Trump win.
Yes.
Yeah. Not likely either way.
Does any of us in this room feel that Joe Biden, whether he's Sleepy Joe, Awake Joe, whatever it is he going to decide to just stay in the White House? That's to drag him out?
No.
Okay, I didn't think so either. So
no, I think there will be a peaceful transfer of power this time around. In fact, I had a story that I've been sitting on for a while. The Democrat, in fact, it's a bit prophetic because I saved it for today's show. We're on the air here very shortly. Actually, I think, Joe, we're going to record our show from 2 to 4 a.m. and then we're just going to replay it.
I thought we were just playing this back.
We're just going to replay it is all we're going to do.
Yeah.
But, in fact, the headline was that Dems say they will certify a Trump victory even if the ones who think the 14th Amendment disqualifies him. In other words, they say that he was treasonous or whatever of the sort, right? That was a narrative from before. So it looks like this is going to happen, right? I mean, if they stick to their word, are they going to stick to their word? Because remember, it's been almost an hour since Fox, anyway, called this. Harris, as far as we know, hasn't contacted him to concede at all.
Well, Democrats have a habit of complaining about things, but not necessarily acting on them. Obviously, Hillary Clinton and some of her supporters were mad in 2016. How could this possibly have happened? Maybe there was some chicanery, and then they didn't really push it.
Wasn't that more of a surprise than this time around, though?
I think a lot of people were shocked by that. Yeah. I think Trump was probably shocked himself. I think we talked about that off the air. So I don't know. I think what it comes down to is that this, in order to be consistent on the preserving democracy thing, I think these Democratic officials are going to say, yep, if you can prove to us it's accurate, we're going to do it. It's not going to be one of those where, I mean, it's just not all Republicans, clearly, and not all Democrats are nice, but Republicans tend to be more ruthless about these things. And ruthlessly effective. So
ruthlessly effective is key, I think, because man, I think there's merit to you saying that there's talking and then not a whole lot of acting, and we see that reflected in the numbers at the polls.
I wanted to ask another question. I was thinking about this. There's a lot of speculation about if Trump loses, what happens to the Republican Party. Do they go back to their Mitt Romney, John McCain roots, or do they find the next Trump to try to step in there and take that? not so much about what happens to the Democratic Party, because I think the Democratic Party has stayed pretty much in the same vein that they've been for the last 30 years or more, right? So let me start with Lady Law then. Lady Law, what does this do for the Republican Party? Is this the new identity of the Grand Old Party, and can we even call it the Grand Old Party any longer?
I think that's a great question. I mean, I come from parents who are deeply Republican and served in the military for 26 years each. And I feel like this is their guy. They love this guy. I don't get it, but they do. So to your point, I mean, I think that he is the new face, unfortunately, and I don't know if it can go back, because even Trump was just so divisive within his own party, and then yet we're seeing this unity here at the polls. So it's confusing to me, but I just don't know that we can go back. I feel like it's only going to go forward.
It sounds like former President Trump is about to take the stage. He's got his entry music. Steve, your favorite song, Lee Greenwood's "God Bless the USA," and I know the family members have come out on stage, and so. Yep, I see on Fox News, former President Trump has now stepped out on stage. Fox News predicting him as a winner. Our decision desk says he's the winner. ABC's got him at 266 electoral votes. They have yet to call Wisconsin or Alaska, which most are saying is going to go to him.
Looks like Dana White's on stage with him as well. Is that Lindsey Graham, too?
No.
No. So his whole family's up there. Barron, Melania. There's Don Jr. up there. And he is going to bask in the Greenwood.
Yeah, and as you may mention, Dana White from UFC Ultimate Fight. Yeah.
MMA guy, yep. One of his big supporters, obviously, was at the RNC. I don't see the Hulkster up there, though, who is also at the RNC with him, Hulk Hogan.
You could rip your shirt up and judges.
The stage is filling up. Trump is standing at the microphone getting ready to speak, but he is...
J.D. Vance, of course, off to Trump's left with his wife.
I believe waiting for the song to play out here, and then we'll have an opportunity for him to say a few words. Take a bit of a victory lap here. And who knows, he may even say that he received a call from Kamala Harris. Be curious to find out if that did happen. As has been American tradition up until the last election, that the losing candidate would call and concede. Except in the case of 2000, when Al Gore called, conceded, then unconceded.
Took it back.
Yeah, which was a bizarre turn of American history events. Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, on the stage as well. Again, waiting for former president and now president-elect Donald Trump to speak. But I guess we're going to have that happen now as the song wraps up. Vice President-elect J.D. Vance on the stage as well.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground